for real?
Off here.
It
right
must
there.
be the Unity.
I'll fix. I just turned it off. Yeah, Elon. I just said Elon's going to make us a lot of money if he hasn't already. I mean, I think this move is just about.
Can't hate.
I don't want to say it's just started because it's up 8%. Right here, but it's ticking out right now. It's up to almost 429 here, going higher, looking at that 430. It's like, please don't break until the market opens, but I think we're going to do that anyways. There goes 430. We had Steve Teilman on Friday, and I was like, look, I think Tesla's going to 420, and he's like, oh, I have my stop order at 420.69 or whatever, just because that meme level, and there it is. It came into play. Not that that level means anything, but it's up to 420 again and looking to break out, right? I mean, we've kind of been calling some of these plays on breakouts. Now, it's nice to get that Elon story, buying $1 billion. I mean, I wish that we can instantly do something like that, and then it pops up 8%.
You just get a free 8%.
You know, you just make your quick 70, 80 million, or
it's more the day before. You know, like he's buying on Friday.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then,
whatever prices he got, right?
Yeah, like obviously straight away off of the open, but there was a buy program on it on Thursday too. Like it was kind of, you could see the lead up going into it, but unfortunately, you know, that's how it goes. We don't all get to have that opportunity, but it does present confidence, right? Like at the end of the day, like this is a stock which it had not been participating as much in the rally. It's all-time highs, and Elon buying above 400. Hey, I'll take it. I mean, if the CEO's confident and wants to be picking up shares, it's hard to make that a bad thing. I mean, 8% already today seems a little bit cray. The other side of that Nvidia story, there was the antitrust specifically for Nvidia, but there's like this anti-dumping probe as well, which they're doing. It seems like a lot of posturing going on. Ooh, we got pumps
good. Those
today.
pumps actually look pretty decent.
Yeah, they look good.
Yeah,
I like
I didn't go into too much of that Nvidia.
But they're meeting. So Trump is meeting Xi potentially this week. So it's probably all just posturing. Let's see if we can't get.
Derek told me Trump wants to get rid of the NFL kickoff rules. Like, what is even going
on?
on?
That was pretty random.
Why can you just make these?
No, but he talked about the companies not having to report quarterly and semi-annually, which it's hard from an actual business standpoint and an efficiency standpoint. It's hard to argue against that. But how he cares about the NFL kickoff rule, which I don't actually mind, to be honest. I kind of like the returns that they're getting. Whatever. Plus, too, I mean, I can't be mad at anything NFL when the Bills look this good.
Bills played, who did they play? Oh, Jets.
The Jets.
Yeah, that's what it was. And I don't know, did Justin Fields lose his job? Like, I don't know.
He got concussed.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah,
I saw the line. I didn't see too many highlights, and I saw that his line was.
Oh, he got rocked.
Oh, okay, so he left the game. Okay, so I hope he's feeling better. Okay. I didn't know if they pulled him. That's why. So.
Well, I mean, he was playing that bad.
Right. Okay.
But don't get me wrong. Like he
and the Bills D is not that hype, to be honest with you.
Oh, whoa.
You're not.
Okay, just because we don't have Michael Parsons doesn't mean we don't have a good defense.
But the Bills D is not that hype.
We got a good defense, okay? It may not be as good as the Packers, but we have.
Yeah, it's definitely I think the Ravens are going to be. I want to see that rematch again. I can't wait for the AFC.
Oh, you're going to the AFC.
Because KC, I don't think we're going to have to worry too much about. And now Cincinnati with Toe Burrow, you're not going to have to worry too much about that.
Kelsey's cooked.
The Bears look absolutely horrible. The Chicago Bears, like, wow, that team is a disaster, man. 52-something they lost, or whatever it was, to the Detroit Lions. You know, I don't even want to talk, but they're on the fourth year of a rebuild, and they're getting worse. Okay, so lots to talk about today, as you guys can see. We've got Obi in the building right now. My main man, Obi, is right here. And we're really close to these guys now. Yo, what's up, Obi?
You can throw stuff at them.
Yeah, what's up? Obi, Obi has a couple undercover trades he's ready to go through with, so we're excited for that. We're now right beside these guys, so now Joe and Obi is right here. I think at 10, I don't know if we're going to be doing a different format today. I think we may be. Not yet. No, I don't know if we are at 10 or not, but we'll get ready to go for that. NASDAQ right now flat on the day. I mean, it's up, I should say, up 0.14, so we'll see how that goes. But yeah, lots of interesting things happening here today, and I think
as long as no one walks under that ladder, I don't know.
Yeah, or they say don't walk under a ladder.
You're
it's
not
bad
supposed
luck.
to walk under that ladder is bad luck.
I definitely don't want to do that if we're going to be trying to make it. Oh, by the way, I just saw in the note there, Oracle is another name that we may may or may not get to at some point. But look at this name today,
Finally.
up 3%, finally getting back off the schneid there. Nice upside there, taking out 3 bills right now. Okay, Tesla's marching again, man. Like, it's 838. Like, it doesn't stop, Randy. Randy, why didn't you tell us to buy this thing at 250? Like, now this is $430. Tesla again, Randy, making everybody look foolish. Just going to the upside, keeps on going. Shout out to Chef Joe. Shout out to everybody that's been waiting for something like this to happen. Almost right back to these highs one more time there, off nothing, just off of, well, it's no news specific to the company other than shareholder buys. And it was Elon Musk, of course, Randy, that just bought some there. Just chump change for him. I think he took offense to Larry Ellison. You know, he was like, look, Larry, you're not taking me out here. I'm just going to announce that I'm buying more of my own company, and this thing will rocket, and then on paper, I will then again be the richest man, although I don't think he was ever overtaken.
Larry's got a bigger.
Yeah, Larry's got a bigger boat. Don't tell that to Elon, because then he's going to make Tesla boat or something like that. That's going to be like the world's largest
have one heck of a
yacht right there. And then we have Robinhood as well. I want to look at that today. That's at 115. That's doing things. Recently, you know, big V-shaped recovery there on Friday for Robinhood. And then the other bank names, JP Morgan and everybody else, just continues to climb higher today. So this is just like a really bullish environment, I feel like, right now for the markets. I mean, we've been talking about that. Where's the negativity?
So many all-time highs.
How about
so many
Wednesday?
52-week highs. So many of them. Look, at the end of the day, we're going to get a quarter point.
Yeah, I think it pulls back off.
It's locking back in, and you know, if the mere fact that we were even talking 50 points doesn't necessarily mean a good thing, but you have a long litany or a laundry list of. You mentioned Robinhood. SoFi made a 52-week high break. 52-week high breakout on, well, this morning, really. It's just essentially gapping through. No news, but this is just what we're doing. Alphabet, there's another one for you. Google, looking pretty strong, up a couple points. This is another all-time high breakout. There is some weakness in addition to Nvidia. Meta is actually having a little bit of trouble today. So it's not all good, as this one is slightly in the red. But all systems go. Too many breakouts to go over all of them. We have a lot of names to get through. Let's head back on up to the desk. I know we're gonna have Michael coming through as well.
I was gonna say Oracle, I think, is going up on TikTok stuff too, right?
Oh, it's TikTok?
Yeah, Scott Besson's talking about how they think they have a deal here for Oracle, or for TikTok, and we know Oracle, I think, was hosting some of the data over there. So if the deal is to remain, oh, here we go. All right, so Trump is calling Powell Mr. Too Late again. He's talking about it right now in our ear. He's saying he needs to cut them ASAP, and the housing market will soar, he says. Oh, let me check what Fannie Mae's doing here quickly, FNMA, because that was another name that, okay, $15. So Fannie Mae coming down just a little bit here today. It's up 2.5%. What am I talking about? That's just one. Oh, that's because it ticked up there to 15.12. Yeah, no, we closed Friday around 14.60. It looks like we're going to be up a little bit here on Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. Yeah, Joe Burrow out 3 months. Yeah, we know. But that Browning guy should be okay. They're lucky they started 2-0. You know, that's a good little start for them. And then quickly here, Palantir, 170 again. Palantir's back, baby. We're happy with that one, as Palantir coming back to the north side here again. So, yeah, as Neil said, let's go back over the desk. We'll see if Michael Noss is ready, and if not, we'll talk about more stuff.
All right, a couple things happening right now. Trump is making some comments right now, not only about the interest rate side of things, but also about TikTok. Apparently, Scott Bessent now following through on this. The framework, quote unquote, the framework for a TikTok deal has been reached. Sharif's not here today, but he'll be very happy about that.
I mean, honestly, for me, I'll believe it when I see it. That's generally my approach. We've heard so much about a potential TikTok deal and seen basically zero follow-through on said potential TikTok deal. Even a man that we mentioned earlier today, Larry Ellison, at one point believed he was reportedly in talks to have something involving this TikTok deal. Unclear where that stands right now. But either way, I mean, always watch Snapchat and Meta. We talked about Meta being a little red. Maybe that has something to do with this TikTok deal, but it's funny the way it was teased as well on Truth Social. Trump never named TikTok at first. He said a certain social media company that young people love. Scott Bessent making that confirmation.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, also it's worth noting here, Trump is not only calling for Powell to cut rates, he's saying bigger than he had intended. So he's really going for, I think, at least a 50 basis point cut here, but we know Trump thinks that the interest rate should be down to 1, so we'll have to see.
It's not going to happen. They'll go a quarter point on Wednesday. I mean, There's a lot of people. I mean, I was watching Bloomberg this morning. There's a lot of people with opinions following through on that as well, that a quarter point just doesn't even move the needle at this point. Yeah. And why not just, get the ball rolling a little bit further? Just heard this, Apple back to almost day highs, or approaching day highs here. There was a note from Bank of America this morning specifically saying wait times for the iPhone 17 longer than previous models. There's always something that they find whenever they release a new model of the iPhone, guys. But I mean, it wasn't necessarily a negative note, just more of a cautious note from Bank of America this morning. Market doesn't care. Stock up nicely here 2 days in a row.
The buy the dip on Apple was evidently
short-lived.
You had to wait 1 day, essentially. You forget about the 3-day rule. This was the 1-day rule in full effect after the iPhone event. And it's right back to where it was before. Although not really, not necessarily breaking out that prior high, because it's 238 was where it turned around on the event. So there's still maybe one leg to go here for Apple before you're clearing it back out. And this is sort of the thing in this cycle, whether it's this earnings season, this last couple of quarters, when the quality companies get sold for almost whatever reason, you just want to be finding places to get into them. And ultimately, this ended up being wrong to wait for a moving average. You just needed to buy that initial dip. I think the cycle will be good, but at the end of the day, this was a stock that was probably trying to look for an excuse to join the rally in the first place when everything was breaking out to all-time highs and it was languishing a bit. I don't know that if it takes out 240 this week, it'll do something explosive like Tesla did when it broke away to make a run at recent highs. But, it's like boringly effective is what Apple is. Kind of like the Bills defense is boringly effective and not...
They're not that effective, dude. That's
yes, they are.
They gave up 40 points to the Ravens.
The Ravens are sick.
And then they only won because Henry
the Ravens are a good team.
They are a good team.
Ravens are a good team.
I like to see them against a non-Justin Fields-led team. No, I think I can't wait. I think it's going to be Bills.
There's been no
Ravens.
in between.
I just think the AFC Finals, Bills-Ravens. I'm just waiting for that. It's already week 2.
Did I mention that Kelsey's washed?
Kelsey's washed? Yeah, I mean, that whole... obviously... I mean, he's marrying a billionaire. Like, he's washed. He's done.
I just wanted to throw that out there.
He is done, man. He is done. Kelsey is nice, but he's already 36 years old, 35 years old.
Good for him.
I really, great for him. I really like Apple here. I've already talked about it. I think everybody and I don't know about everybody, but there's been a lot of traders. We were waiting for this level to hit, and it didn't hit, right? So, I had an opportunity to buy that Apple trade. I mean, there was also a negative story on Friday about Apple, I believe, as well. That came out about the same sort of supply issue, and it just kept on going back up. So there's the hangover from the Apple event, and it was obviously well liked. I think that that thinner model of phone is hot. I think they're going to sell. That could be the upgrade cycle, honestly. And then just whatever they have to do with AI. I mean, just download the ChatGPT app, man, and get it over with. But anyways, I think Apple wins, and I think it continues to win and forever winning. The AirPods, I think, can move the needle a little bit anyways. The phone is going to be a forever buy for people. I feel like it doesn't matter what ecosystem you're in. Like if you like the Google Pixel, you kind of wait your 2 or 3 years or whenever your upgrade cycle is, and you grab that. If you're a Samsung guy, you probably wait for that to happen. If you're waiting for a fold phone, you can either wait for Apple's or move over to Samsung or Google right now. Like there's different opportunities, and I just think that all these companies, the phones are just such great quality everywhere, Huawei, everything, that it's just a matter of picking up which one you're most comfortable with. And with Apple's install base, it's just huge. So I really think Apple continues to win. Great to have them releasing new products. I'm excited. Today, the new sleep stuff comes out for the watch, so that should be another big thing for them. So, yeah, man, I mean, late to the party, but they're in the party, and that's, for me, all that matters. So, yeah, Oracle's still running. I see you guys talking about that in the chat. But, again, they are attached to, a great report, that like a report to the likes that we've never seen before. Basically, 40% up on a major, huge market cap company, $1 trillion company, gets a 40% bump on earnings. That's ridiculous. And that's what happened. And then we get a little bit of a hangover. And then now apparently this TikTok story starting to get going a little bit here. So we'll see if that is the reason for Oracle here. Or is this Larry Ellison being mad again? Because oh, Tesla's up 8%. Let me see if I can
buy some too.
I can just buy some Oracle in the pre-market here and squash this story. All right. We wait for this every single day.
I could see him doing it.
It's upgrades and downgrades with Miami Joe.
Yeah, we can go with Miami Joe this morning. All right, guys. All right, guys. Yeah, all right. Yeah, I guess I do. All right, guys. All right, hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. Let's take a look at what we got going on the upgrade side. So we have a hot sector, yes, that is going to be the quantum space. Breaking out, we have IonQ getting that price target raised to $80 by Needham. And then also Reddit making a push on its daily as well, too, guys, getting that price target raised to $300 by the same group. Now, CubeSmart by Evercore SI up 1% on the session, but also getting that price target raised to $36. Now, GE Vernova also getting the nod to $740. Now, on the downgrade side, we have Rothschilds & Co. downgrading Under Armour, lowering that price target to $6. And then, yes, NewScale getting that downgrade to $450 by RBC Capital Markets. And then Bullish getting the nod from sell to neutral, now on price target lower to $55, and TeraWulf as well, too, guys, by Compass Point, getting that downgrade this morning.
Ooh, IonQ, 52-week, all-time highs. What am I talking about? 52-week high. All-time highs get made very, very briefly at the in the afternoon there, and now continuation, 4% to the upside, super strong. I mean, Rigetti went as well, but you'll probably, if you pull them both up, Rigetti was flat this morning when I checked, and you're getting continuation with IonQ. The story on Friday was basically was for them, and 17 points. It's when you look at this kind of a bull rally, sometimes you're going to think it's a little bit overextended. But when I see something like this, when you're holding above the all-time high, it's one thing if you fail an all-time high after a bull run, you might think a pullback. But today, just look for that continuation play. As long as it's over the prior high, which is all the way back at 55, you had some resistance at 56. Yeah, I want to be buying some dips here in IonQ. If it loses the 55 level and you're red on the day, at that point, I would give it up. But this one looking for the long side.
I got another one here, SMR there with NewScale. Again, there it goes, trying to get upside one more time here. Come on, Tesla. Switch charts. SMR, I was going to say, I didn't think SMR was up 8%, but it may be at the end of the day. It's up right now 4.5% and starting to tick up higher right now. So I think, again, this kind of a name, we saw the GE Vernova upgrade there, power and supply of power and data center power and everything right now. It's sometimes it's about the picks and the shovels, right? I mean, something's got to get this going. We could, if and when we have Michael, I mean, he knows about picks and shovels, and there's ways you can go. Sometimes it's not about just trading gold. You can trade the miners and things like that. So SMR, GE Vernova, I mean, that GEV is so fire. I mean, that's a name that's been just cruising for a while now. I don't even know what the high is, but 687 bills. It looks like we may be on our way to there, up another 1.3%. But we do not have Michael today. Okay, so nice break. Thanks, Andre. Nice break there, up 37, 238 right now. So I'm going to be putting this one on the sticky note as well here today. Just an easy name to trade. We've traded it many times. Looks like it's trying to get this garbage out of here above 38. Looks like it's going to break 38 in the pre-market, but that's a level that I've written down right now. Just getting the notes up, and we'll put our note out very, very soon. But Obi sat down here, and he liked that play as well with IonQ. So there's a few eyes definitely in the trading world looking at all of these names, right? And a big shout out to my main man over there, Alpha Trade, with Brian Shannon, who pinged this Rigetti last Tuesday live on our show Tuesday night, and that was right here, right? And so it just bumped up since then, as if he was the one buying $1 billion worth of Rigetti or something. But there it goes, huge upside. And I don't know, if you're going to look for some negativity, maybe it's Palantir today, down 1.3%. So Chinese probe looking into Nvidia, and again, probes are fine, but not when they're from the Chinese. And then there you go, 175.30. We'll see if this one can hold, or aliens. Also, I heard was bad.
Well, that's bad. That's
yeah. So
bad.
yeah. Google getting probed by certain people seems to be fine, but aliens and Nvidia here with China, not a good thing. And then there it goes to the downside right there for Nvidia. So a couple names, if you're looking dead red today, I think there's a few names that could definitely move with that. And if you're looking dead green, man, you got Oracle and you got 305. Mr. Worldwide over there. Joe's gone, okay. So that's Oracle and then Tesla right here as well. A few big names right now. Isn't it just funny that the two richest men in the world, those are the two stocks that are absolutely ripping today? And almost all of their...
Maybe no coincidence?
Yeah, and almost all of their net worth tied to this? Go figure.
It must be nice.
Oh, man.
It must.
Well, my Tesla's downstairs charging. We had a very busy weekend up in Stouffville on Saturday, been back down in. We lost the hockey, won the baseball.
Ooh. Well,
but we're away all next weekend, and that's when the baseball consolation finals are. We're in the consolation round. Boo, consolation round, but we made it to the finals at least. So
that's all that really matters, man.
Am I ready for Tesla?
Oh,
yes, Chef Joe. I mean,
AMD is green. Raw is correct. AMD, speaking about like China and Nvidia, I do like some SoFi this week as well. No, but AMD is oddly green. So it might be one of these types of days. I expected to come in here and see Micron with more relative strength if we were looking at the chip names. And then after that headline, the dumping investigation and then investigation into Nvidia in particular, didn't really expect to see AMD up a point. As I said, I really thought it was Micron that might be the one that would do something special here today.
Micron's
but not
up, yeah?
It is barely up.
But considering that it's against the rest of the stories, right?
Yeah.
In the space.
This is the other, this is one, you're making that 52-week high run as well. Or, I mean, it's not really a 52-week high. It's June of last year. So call it the 2024 high here at 158 that it's trying to clear out. So I thought this was going to go, and it's already kind of been up and down and failed it a couple times this morning. So, it doesn't really seem to have too much going on in terms of volume. Might have to wait a day or two of consolidation, I think, for the next leg up. Because Micron's been a beast. This one's definitely been a beast. But what's with all the bangs?
Where?
Too. Oh, we're testing.
I was gonna say I haven't hit any bangs yet here.
There's no sound though. Oh, no sound with the bang.
Oh, but it must be this show probably hears.
Oh, you guys hear it?
They probably have the mics turned off around it. On Friday, we had Steve Tileman on, and we didn't have him in because the speakers up here.
How did you hear him?
Well, I just had this in my ear. We had
I don't use
production.
earpiece up there.
Neither do I. So it was very interesting to do it. So I had we had to scramble a little bit, but that's why we have the best production team around. Right there. Cool. All right, Obi, give me one name. IonQ. All right, I just asked Obi for one name. IonQ. I kind of already gave it to you. I told you that Obi was already looking at it, so not that surprising there. But I don't know if we have the angles here, but like right now, I am a fist bump away.
See that?
There it is. See, look at that. But we don't even have to extend anymore. So we're right here, right now. Obi's ready. Oh, you got another one. Pfizer.
Now that's a name.
You want to take a look at that? Is it a backside trade there?
It's
Obi,
a short. It's got to be short. It's got to be short, right?
You looking? It's a backsider. All right. Yeah. Actually, nice call there, Obi. Yeah, because don't tell me what to do, Obi. Okay. Obi said, "Look at the daily." I was opening the daily as we said that. And that's funny. That guy's hilarious. But there we go. Underneath the 200. Yeah. So perfect, Obi. Good call on that one. Looks like Pfizer is breaking down here. Again, up today, but we'll look to see what's going on there, and you're going to be seeing a lot of Obi today as he's filling in there for Sharif. So it should be a fun one here, both on the midday show and during the day here. Obi will probably be trading here in the morning. So
I would imagine so.
I'll give him an elbow and see how he's doing on Pfizer and IonQ at some point. But
it was bad news on Friday for all the COVID stocks.
Yeah, there was Moderna, right?
It was Moderna, Pfizer, BioNTech were all down after there was some linkage to child deaths.
Oh boy, you guys are right, man. Obi, the one and only. I only know one Obi. That is
I know. What do you mean? We had an Obi in high school. You remember?
Obi? Oh yeah. That's right. We did have an Obi in high school.
We played basketball with him.
Yeah. Was that OBIE or was
it was OBI? It was OBI.
Oh, OBI. Is that a short? That must be a short form.
I dated his sister.
Yeah,
they were
Nigerian.
Nigerian family.
These guys are Nigerian.
Guys Nigerian.
Okay, good call.
And his little brother Udoka was a ridiculous ball player.
You know what I mean? What
I have no idea.
Obi means?
What does it mean?
What does it mean?
He's gonna. Okay, so Obi asks us, "Do you know what it means?" And we're like, "I don't know." And then he says, "I'm gonna look it up." No, when you ask that, you're supposed to know the answer.
No, he wants us to look it up.
You want us to look it up. Why don't you look it up?
He knows already.
So tell us then. It mean it's not appropriate.
Yeah, the only Obi I know is Obi Trice.
What does then?
You know, and this Obi.
What do you mean not appropriate? Why would it not be appropriate?
It's not appropriate, okay, apparently. All right, forget it. Right now, Bitcoin's down. Well, you mean see what IBIT is doing right now.
It means heart.
Oh, okay. I don't know that definition.
What definition do you? Okay, I looked it up.
Obi's
It
from the
literally
streets.
means heart. That's very appropriate. Very appropriate.
Okay. He wants to get the definition from the streets. Okay, so here we go. Down 1.84% right now, Bitcoin. Brendo, how's your Bitcoin holdings doing?
Can't complain.
Nice.
It's been a pretty good weekend. Guys, I was just reading, so the discussions that were underway this morning in Madrid with US and China officials officially wrapped up now. So this is where some of this information is coming from regarding TikTok. It was kind of interesting, the initial headline that I read said it was going to start with an extension, another extension. If you remember, the last one was, we got to today, or it's the 17th, I believe, is the actual end of it. But as of the 17th was the end of that 90-day period. So it looks like it may be another 90-day extension. But I mean, they're using this as part of the overall trade negotiation, it seems.
Yeah, it seems to be a very large part of their approach with China. We know also in that post where Trump, announced these talks had happened, he also teased what would later be confirmed to be a TikTok-related announcement. And he said he and Xi are meeting up on Friday. So that could also be, I think, of note here as well. Trump is going to be doing a lot of trade and business-related negotiations and dealings. We have Britain or the UK as well. That's happening this week. We know that CoreWeave is set to have an announcement there. IONQ is a headline related to that. Nvidia, of course, as well. So Jensen Huang's actually attending. So this could be a really exciting week for deals. With regards to China, I suspect Friday will give us a lot more clarity and color on the situation. But either way, I mean, this TikTok, at this point, it's kind of a non-event until they give us something. We keep getting these 90-day extensions, so that's not really new at this point.
I mean, he points frequently to the younger audience and specifically his younger audience and how well he did with the younger audience.
He says that Barron helped him get the younger audience through TikTok.
So it's not like he wants to, annoy all of these people that helped him get to where he is today. A couple other things here. So Besson saying China delegation is keen to work on money laundering specifically. I mean, a lot of these are sounding quite positive in the overall scale of things. So tariffs on China imports of Russian oil were mentioned, but were not the centerpiece of the talks. Again, that coming from Scotty B. So, I mean, it sounds like things are heading in the right direction here, which, is always a positive, guys, for the overall market.
We want a deal to get done. I think ultimately, at this particular point, the market's over it. We're not. I think maybe Nvidia needs some more clarity with China for it to make another fresh rally. That seems like it would make some sense. But the overall, the market doesn't need no help. Q's at pretty much all-time highs in here at this point going into the Fed increase. Oh,
not pretty much.
Well, I mean, exactly. But here's one. I just heard CoreWeave and Nvidia here in an agreement. So more positive news. It would seem like for CoreWeave. Is Nvidia moving on that? Yes, not really. This is more of a CoreWeave thing.
Nvidia, any deals announced for Nvidia, they already have bookings of
that's the
hundreds
problem.
of billions apparently.
But CoreWeave 10% now.
Yeah,
and this has been on some kind of a rally. This has been a really good bottom here. I thought maybe you had a little bit more to go, but underneath that 90 level, maybe down closer into 80. But you've now closed. This could be the close where we hold the 50-period moving average on CoreWeave, where hopefully this is complete, this recovery. Because the last time it did this, it actually bounced to the 50-period and completely rejected it. And it looked like on Friday it was doing the same thing, break it, fail it. So this looks really, really good. Hold the 50-period. I think you got some short-term rally into 140 here for CoreWeave, but we just heard that. All I heard was a deal with Nvidia. I didn't hear any specifics as to what it was, but it's the magic words, apparently.
Yeah, there's only $6.9 billion.
This might get added. I want to add this to my list today because I think as long as it holds that 50 period, this seems like it should be ready for another leg here, CoreWeave.
All right, let's get ready to go over to the list here because we got to go through the rundown. We got our watch list going. Make sure you do scan that QR code for Orgenics, but make sure you go into the link in description. Grab our watch list ASAP because we're about to do a little bit of a rundown. Let's go back over to Brendo.
Real quick, Rivian Millionaire was asking about the, what was it, Tesla option flow. Yeah, Tesla options flow. Joe's going to check that out right now.
Hey guys, what's going on? Yeah, so we know we got some news going on with Tesla, and some of the data that we've seen here in the open interest column, at that 400 strike price, we have 55,600 contracts. I'm going to look for that to increase, and then also those those in the money strikes. Once that data is released, I'm going to be looking at higher price targets as well too to see if we have larger outstanding size than this 55 strike. But as of right now, 455,600 contracts at that specific level. And I'm going to see if some of these in the money that were previously out the money over the weekend start to increase as well too, guys.
All right, let's get into everything else we need to know here heading towards the open on a Monday, what's going to be a very busy week. If you haven't done so yet, jump down to the description of this video right now. Top link will get you to the sign up page for that, or you can use that link. Comes right to your inbox every single morning. All you need is your email address. All kinds of good stuff on there this morning. Just real quick, there was a note on Robinhood. They've officially launched Robinhood Ventures. Robinhood Ventures Fund. So just, I was keeping an eye on Robinhood here. It didn't really do anything on that. There was a tiny little uptick back to 115.50. So just heads up on Robinhood. But yeah, let's talk Tesla. The big news this morning up huge here. Back to day highs almost, 428 coming into play. Elon with a big purchase.
Yeah, so Elon Musk here purchasing roughly $1 billion worth of Tesla shares on Friday at a variety of different prices. Overall, about 2.57 million shares of the company's stock. This is his largest share purchase by far. The last significant purchase was about $10 million worth of shares. That would be in February 2020. So this is noteworthy. So earlier I said I guess this pay package is taking Tesla to $8.5 billion market cap. I apologize, it's $8.5 trillion. That was a misstatement on my part. So yeah, massive market cap goals here for Elon Musk. And showing this kind of interest and investment in the company is a really, really good way to help them get to that goalpost, right? We know Robin Denham, chair of the board, was advocating very heavily for him on comments made on Friday, though she didn't necessarily say that he has to completely divest from politics. She said he's done with that for now, but it's up to him if he wants to do it further. His varied interests could still pose a bit of a problem, but him showing that as of right now, he is very dedicated and he's putting money into Tesla. I think that's a really good look for the pay package, and I think it's a good look for Elon Musk. He could even already be at one of these tranches for all we know.
I still go back to the first time they went through this and the first pay package and the meltdown that CNBC had when the details of the first package came out. And they, said there's no way in hell he's ever going to be able to do this. And not only did he do it, he did it way before anyone ever expected him to. So, I mean, he's proven in the past he loves a challenge. The forever bid that was clearly lifting this thing on Friday, guys, turned out to be Elon himself.
Well, it's always something. Usually when you see like a program buy, like you can usually turn around and figure out like after the fact like what it might be, but this is a stock that had been trying to break out for some time, and now it really is. That we knew that it was never going to be doing this descending wedge, whatever we want to call it, compression pattern for too long. But in the last 3 days, the last 2 days and now pre-market, it's breaking out. No questions asked. And there is nothing, in terms of levels, 440 is essentially the year high, right? Like that's that January high. So that's where your room is to today, and then maybe this week, but obviously let's get through today first. It's being up 8% already is kind of jokes, but there's only two places for me that I'm looking for dip continuation. VWAP 17. If we don't hold 17, I think you could really be looking at a gap fill on this news, because it's the kind of news that's great, but nothing's fundamentally changed except for Elon's confidence in it, and we're already breaking out. So if you lose 417, I think you could see a reasonable gap fill, but it's VWAP and then the 417 level. We could easily be talking about this breaking out the high, but I'm still going to prefer to play dips than breaks, especially on a second day here.
PayPal links, something just announced about PayPal here. Tesla's coming back down, but yeah, I have it written down here, man. Between 416 and 418, these are the dip buys to cool off after the CEO purchase. But if not, man, I'm just going to rip this through 430. I don't, you know, we hit this long at 372 last week, and it was just an absolute monster trade right off that jump right there on Friday. Boom, we had that whole move. So I don't know if Elon was calling me in my dream or what, but we had that move as well. So Elon, huge move up there. Thank you so much. We had all this long all last week. So I'll probably just push it again today and see what winds up happening up there at 430. I feel like it could be very trappish up there. Like maybe that is just an unbelievable move with nothing actually happening like in the stock other than this buy. So yeah, dipping down in. I mean, you guys know that we talked about when there's a gap, fade it to VWAP. So that'll be 420-ish area. I think that could be held just because it's 420. But then if that drips down, then yeah, we are looking here at the 200 period, which I thought would be at 416, 47. Between 416 and 418 is where we want to buy this name. So I'm just going to wait for that dip buy or rip this through 430. I already have the order ready to go. So if it breaks it, I don't have to do anything. I'm going to get punched in. So that's the order that I'm doing it to. Yeah, I actually am kind of excited about StubHub coming this week, but we've done really well on the IPOs, but they haven't been great. The IPOs have not been well received couple days after. So I think for the initial go there, like we had Gemini go on Friday, but then it didn't really, was it Friday or Thursday?
It was Friday.
It was Friday, yeah, because this is the last day, yeah. So, you know, one move there, if you don't get out, then you're holding the bag. So, I've lowered the shares I use on these IPOs, but yeah, I'm pretty excited for StubHub. I was all over StubHub all the weekend. I'm looking for Leaf tickets. So yeah, I mean, I'm all over that. But the thing is, there's a lot of options with Game Time, SeatGeek, Ticketmaster. You can resell on Ticketmaster now, and they all have similar pricing. Like yeah, they all take that 10% or whatever the fee is, it seems like these days, which is ridiculous. But all right, we'll talk. Neil and I'll talk more about StubHub. But what day is StubHub?
I thought Wednesday.
Okay.
I thought it was Wednesday, but hold on a second.
Yeah, I think it could be a good one, Ross.
It says Wednesday. So.
Perfect. So Wednesday, Neil and I will be all over StubHub. It's been generally between 1 to 2 o'clock, unfortunately, or when the IPOs hit.
Yeah, this one's New York.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind getting an allocation for that. Actually, like I think StubHub can hold because. Experiences. Everyone's about experiences, you know. And if you can't get your hands on tickets, you got to go to the resellers.
Yeah, the resale market is huge.
And it's just like people have so much money that they're willing to pay for these experiences.
I'm just skeptical that you want to do anything but trade it for the first 5 to 15 minutes, and then after that let it settle down because none of them have been. As a matter of fact, I'm looking for a fade in Gemini today as well. But let's talk some chips.
Yeah, they dipping?
Yes. No.
All right, Nvidia downside this morning. Initially, we're trying to get back to 175 or hold on to 175 right now. This was the major headline. China's market regulator extending its anti-monopoly probe. This was announced, I want to say 2-3 months ago initially, and we didn't really hear anything after the initial announcement. So a little bit of a follow-up here. Looks like they're going to dig deeper.
Yeah, I'm seeing late 2024. I think they initially announced they're going to probe Nvidia's acquisition to a company called Mellanox. This is an Israeli company that Nvidia acquired in 2020, and China at the time did give them conditional approval for this acquisition. Now, they did specify, I guess, after this preliminary probe, they do think Nvidia has violated antitrust laws of China, but they didn't specify which laws. All they specified is that the probe will continue. The other thing here with regards to chips in China is that China opened, I guess, 2 separate probes and investigations into semiconductors on Saturday. One here is an anti-dumping investigation into chips imported from the U.S. The other is an anti-discrimination scrutiny of these U.S. restrictions on Chinese chips. So lots of chip-related catalysts here with China today. Of course, the most obvious is this Nvidia Mellanox issue.
Was it late 2024?
That's what I'm seeing here anyway, late 2024.
Time flies. Feels like not that long ago. I was just reading something on PayPal here as well. Crypto will soon be directly integrated into their new P2P payment platform. For PayPal had a pretty good day going back to Thursday last week. Thoughts on Nvidia, guys?
Yeah, just very quickly, I want to read that CoreWeave headline exactly. CoreWeave shares they're higher. CoreWeave and Nvidia entered into a new order from their existing master services agreement. So that was the actual headline. It doesn't really say too much there, but CoreWeave is the one that's looking strong off of that. Now, the thing with Nvidia, I don't know what's going to get it to break out at this point. They had a good report. The market's gone to all-time highs, and it's like it doesn't really care that much. So all we're getting is just slight bounces. It might hold a 50 period today. I'm just kind of blasé about it until we start breaking out that 185 level. And as far as today goes, on the off chance that we get there, like 179 to 180 looks like a resistance for Nvidia. I just feel like now CoreWeave might be the way to go here, because with that news, it's not really an Nvidia story, but it's certainly going to be a CoreWeave story for sure. Get rid of this stupid e-signal thing, but don't show it to me again. But CoreWeave, if it holds on to VWAP here for CoreWeave, which is about 118, that would be the first look. But any chance to fill in that entire gap at 115 seems a little bit extreme. I don't want to touch this breakout. Well, yeah, I don't know if I want that 125 break on CoreWeave. It is relatively clean, but I think you have a chance here to try to grab the volume weighted average price at the open going into that 125. Yeah, the news story obviously benefiting CoreWeave more than it benefits Nvidia. There's a chance it might get up to that top to be able to short 79 to 80 on Nvidia, but unless it's up there, I'm not playing with that. I'd rather touch CoreWeave today.
All right, I think CoreWeave on that news. I mean, CoreWeave is a really interesting name. I think we were along about $100 or something in that space as well, not too long ago. So great trade there for CoreWeave. Anybody that's supported that position. Okay, so I have written down here, I just wanted to go where the money was, and right now Nvidia, 6 million shares. That's just, so we have 3 long ideas, 1 short idea. It's going to be Nvidia short here. We'll figure out exactly where this wants to go. I don't know if I want to be that short, because thing is, this is a Chinese basically fueled move down. We just talked about President Trump meeting with President Xi at some point during this week. Well, what do you think? What do you actually think they're going to be talking about? If Nvidia goes down a couple percentage points here, Jensen's going to be on the phone with Trump and telling him, yo, we got to get this figured out, right? I mean, we're losing, and that's not going to bode well. So I think that's definitely a good opportunity here for Nvidia to get back to the upside on positive China news potentially. But for right now, it's negative. So I'm going to write down 177 as a short. So if we can get back up to here, I use the word being patient again here for today for this trade. I could see the market rallying off open. I mean, the Nasdaq's at all-time highs. The Nasdaq is looking like this right here this morning. This is a 1-minute chart of the NQs. Thanks to Jag for reminding us and everybody here that's at Real Trading. Change over your symbol right now. It's NQZ. So shout out to Obi and Joe and everybody else who maybe is looking at the futures. It's Z contract today. But I'm looking short. So this is the one short idea that I have on Nvidia. And if I have a short on Nvidia, then I probably have a similar bias here for AMD. However, AMD is upside. So we have to just sort of take it with a grain of salt, play Nvidia to the short side until it breaks that 177. And if and when it gets up there, at that point, when we take the fill, we'll discuss where our potential outs are, because I think $1 is probably worth it. Like that 178, that was the high for Friday in the afternoon. So I think like if you start your offering and you sort of work it up to 178, and if it breaks it, you can get out. I don't think I'd flip long, but I think a $1 worth of risk for Nvidia, your account needs to be able to hold that. So I would use the shares appropriate to take a $1.25 hit or so if you're wrong on Nvidia. But I'm going to go short on this name and just to see if it wants to work out. We have at 925, we're getting all these imbalances, right? So I feel like that'll be a big opportunity there, and I do want to buy Nvidia at any dips. So if Nvidia does dip into this, not today, I don't think it's that dramatic, but if this does escalate, I still really do like this like 160 to 165 area for Nvidia. I know it's underneath the 50-period moving average, but this is a name where one story the other way, and it's all the way back. So I like Nvidia buying dips, and yeah, we'll figure it out. Yeah, Oracle. We could add Oracle to this list probably as well, because it's breaking out and going, like breaking out. I mean, it's not really, it's had such a dramatic move, so it's not really doing anything, but it's breaking out of where we were on Friday. I mean, this 300, 298, it's off. So if you think that was a good quarter and you just got like a 10% haircut on that, because its high was 340, right? It got down to lower than 10%. It got down to like 290, 289 or something like that at that low. 290 low for Oracle. So now you're starting to get back to the upside there on that potential TikTok news there. Someone's saying Uber's dying. Well, we'll figure this all out. There it is. Wedbush reiterates outperform on Tesla right there. So Danny Ives can tell Elon to shut his mouth a couple weeks ago, whatever that was, but now right back there and loving the stock one more time. Not that he ever didn't, but 430 and change. Still looking for that break on Tesla, still moving higher. All right, it's open door time. The bounce, maybe still not above 10.
Eric Jackson here with the latest this morning. Definitely not a meme stock.
No, it's not a meme stock, apparently. According to Eric Jackson, it is not a meme stock, and he's actually getting really upset lately on social media when you compare Open Door to GME. So I was just kind of going through his most recent posts here on X, and there's this one that he posted about an hour or so ago saying, oh, Open Door did 12 times the options of GME, quote unquote facts, according to Citadel's, right? So we do have Eric Jackson right now not only being offended if you call Open Door a meme stock, but specifically seeming to want to compare it a lot to GME. We know last week he said multiple times that Drake's team, in case you guys missed it, he's been standing outside Drake's house for going on a month now, trying to get Drake to buy Open Door shares. He said that apparently Drake's team has told them that they are, quote unquote, excited about this. That is not at all any detail, but Eric Jackson continues to push the stock while denying that its move is meme-like.
Definitely not stalking either. The overall move, I'm having mic issues, guys.
We understand.
Yeah, it's the only issue with the mic there, but you know, I don't think Open Door comparison to GME makes sense either. We were talking about this last week. It makes more sense to compare it to like Carvana or something. I saw that in the chat as well. Does it matter? No. Like what you label it doesn't affect how the stock is going to move or how the company is going to do when we get rate cuts, and they would be an interesting one. Like on Wednesday, we're going to get a quarter, but on the off chance, if there is any chance, and it's like 3% or something like that, if there was a surprise 50 basis point cut, this is the stock I'd want to punch long. It would be Open Door, for sure. It's not doing much today. Like on Friday, we had like, okay, well, we liked some dip buy levels, and we're able to catch a couple of good dip buys off levels, but now it's right in the middle of that range. So unless it says, like, well, let's try that 880 again, fine. But otherwise, I need to see some bullish action going into 11. Like this is more of a, if it's going again and holding above 10, which it never did. We wanted to be players above the $10 level in VWAP. It just never did it on Friday. If it can do that, then I think you want to look longs into 11. And now it saved the fibs. That's interesting. I'll get rid of those. I don't need these Fibonacci's in here.
Fibs. I think you said it had the fills from Friday. No,
that would be cool. They got rid of we used to have our fills from prior days, and you could see the trades live on the chart, but they got rid of that. But Open Door, unless I see this thing holding above $10, I'd rather be long joining it above VWAP and above $10 into 11, or we wait for that 880 dip to come in. So it's diddling in the middle. Not going to play it unless something drastic changes here. Better names.
So I really like this movement on Open Door in and around $9. So it's just, here's a 30-minute chart. It's just this sort of looping around right underneath here is what I'm thinking about for Open Door. So can I even, here we go. Yeah, you can just draw this little loop and then, whoa, I don't have no idea how to use this. Okay, there it is. But no, we'll delete that. No, you can have these little things here, but I gotta do it the other way. But anyways, this little looping around there at $9, I like that level there for Open Door. So I'm gonna bid around 9 just to see if we do get that. So you have a huge move up and a little bit of accumulation, and now you're bumping again. So this probably breaks, like what is that level? 9, well, we're so close right now, 980. I think I'm gonna go for that, man. I think I'm gonna go for that break right here on, I gotta get rid of this, get off that. Right here on Open Door, that 980. What does that look, so that's a 30-minute chart. What does that look like on our 1-minute chart? Yeah, so, I mean, it's just bumping up higher. What does that look like on a 5? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff up here. I mean, obviously 10 is going to be where there was a decision made there. But I mean, if it's going to break 10, then you're going to be happy being long at 980. So I'm right now bidding 915, like down into here to think if we do come back in just a little bit off the open. Up 7.5% though is nice. Like that's already a nice move. I mean, you're up 154% or something like that in the last week. But nice move, it might be less than that. Nice move right there back. So I, like the stock. I think it breaks higher. You may have to wait for 10. It's going to be a little choppy there at $10, which is why I'm really debating $9.80. But we are minutes away from this, which are the imbalances. So once these imbalances come out, if this is a buy imbalance, you're probably going to shoot through that 980 anyways. So I'd watch out for $10 today. And if I sort of zoom or scroll back in, I can't see it. There's too many levels. So once we get to 10, I'm expecting big size. But hey, what is big size in this name? It did almost 1 billion shares there on Thursday or Friday. So yeah, it's going to blow through levels if it needs to. So yeah, open door, really like the stock. Tesla's come back in a little bit. I want to keep updating some of the major names here because we have 8 minutes to go. So this is now fallen off $5 from that level that we like at 430. Maybe we will get our 417 and change. I'm going to bid right now in and around there because Tesla's had that opportunity where it has fallen in before it gets going again. So that's why today, all about being patient with some of these trades. All right, Apple, here we go, another one. So continuation play for Apple. This is now day 2 or 3 off of their report, off of their Apple Day, sorry. So let's go find the story with Adara and Brendo at the desk.
Or maybe just Adara.
Last week, the September 9th, they had their all-dropping event where they announced their iPhone 17 line of phones in addition to new AirPods and Apple Watches. Well, Bank of America now saying that apparently their iPhone 17 Pro and Pro Max shipping times are longer than last year's models. It's actually going to be the longest shipping delays since the iPhone 11. So that's not really changing their rating much. Bank of America maintained a $270 price target and a buy rating on Apple, but worth noting regardless. Now, also, in case you guys missed it, right at the end of the day on Friday, Bloomberg reported that Robbie Walker, yet another AI and Siri-related executive at Apple, is leaving the company after 12 years. So more AI turnover, and it looks like slower shipping times for iPhone 17. Does that move the needle for you guys?
That doesn't really change much of anything. I think this was like the buy the dip after the event and resume rally to make the run at the highs is still very much in play. You got a couple of days till the Fed, but the level I liked here was going to be 235. So it doesn't seem like that's going to be very likely for Apple. And I don't wonder, look, out of the Mag 7 names, I kind of prefer Alphabet this week just because Apple will be running into resistance and, Google is gapping through resistance. And the only resistance was at 242 for the last couple of days, for a couple of days anyways, at the end of the week, all-time high 42s. It's above it now, so as long as it holds 242, looking for the dip and rip continuation on Alphabet. Nothing against Apple. I just feel like Apple gave you the rally, might slow down a bit going into that prior resistance, where I like this kind of blue sky setup for Google instead.
Yeah, so I have Apple written here again on the note. So I think, okay, there it is. The imbalances are now out. Let's just have a quick little look to see what is on here. Yeah, so there's Oracle. Like, whatever, man. When we brought this story, it was breaking 300. Like, this is why we're going on air early. That was 8:30 right in there. Nice little break higher right there for Oracle. I got to actually change my chart. I got to bring it down a little bit so I can see the timing better when I'm showing it to you guys. There goes Oracle to the upside. What's up to my Big Bear Army? That could be a good one today as well. We've talked a little bit about Big Bear AI over the last little while, bouncing off that $5 mark. I have bought no more of Big Bear AI. Ethereum was in trouble a little bit here today as well. I saw it was down a bit. Yeah, it's still down 3% as Ethereum. Yeah, so I don't see anything of concern on here. I thought that we would see a Tesla trade on that imbalance locator, and we do not. So yeah, but yeah, so Apple, I have it written down here again, sticky note, Instagram here on Twitter as well. But there it is right now, Apple 235 to 236 long here. I think it's a nice early move in the day so far, right? I mean, it's up 1.5% when the market's relatively flat, although now the market's up. Here looking to see if we can support near Friday Friday's closing price. That's a 234 bottom. So if we ever get into there, then I think we can like give up our long sort of thesis. But for right now, this is how the market moved on Friday into the close. Not much. So I'm just thinking like any kind of a pullback here. I wrote down 236 to 235. Just because it was up so much, that this is a very dramatic pull down. I don't know if we get to 234, but if we do, then I think this is a load up the spot. Like this is where the support is. And then if we have to hold $1 or something like that, then maybe we will back down there into 233. So let's try to be a little patient. We'll start our bidding around 236 on Apple. I feel like that'll come in off the open, honestly. So we'll take a little bit there. If it's a big winner, so what? We'll have it on half a unit. But I think the big trade for Apple is around that 234 area. And look, it must not have just been me that was expecting a big buy and balance for Tesla. It must have been everybody, because Tesla right now getting hit. And I can't believe I'm saying this. It's still up 7%. But when we were just looking at this at 430, like 20 minutes ago, now that it's down to 424, that's not, in our world, like in day trading world, that's, a $6-7 move like that is pretty decent.
It is a small sell.
Yeah, so, you found it, okay.
It's 294 to the sell side.
Oh, so that's actually decent size.
Yeah, it's a decent size sell
for an opening.
It wasn't there a second ago, it just popped in now.
All right.
We'll talk a little about crypto actually, because BMNR is trying to go.
$28, yeah, BMNR.
All right, you should be able to hear me once again. Apologies for that. BMNR, some of the Ethereum stocks starting to go once again this morning. You have more detail on that.
I do have more details. So I'm going to talk here. I mean, Ethereum is right now, released as of this morning, it was poised for a 3-day losing streak. We did have a bit of a rougher weekend for crypto, though it did break its Friday's high to start the day on Saturday. Let's talk here about Bitmine Immersion, though. We're always talking about BMNR, and for good reason. According to a press release from the company, Brendan, did you know this is the 28th most traded stock in the U.S., apparently?
I actually did read that.
Yeah, daily volume here of about $2 billion, daily trading volume. So interesting look. Anyways, they announced that right now they have cash and crypto and cash holdings totaling $10.8 billion, almost $11 billion. They do have over 2.151 million Ethereum tokens. They are the largest Ethereum treasury globally, and the second largest crypto treasury strategy, of course, second to strategy. So honestly, Brendan, the massive leap this company has made in just a couple months is quite impressive for me.
I was also reading, not last week, but the week before, there was 2 days it was higher than Meta.
Really?
Yeah, more notional. Yeah, more notional was traded than Meta. Just seeing Kerrisdale with a note on CoreWeave here, guys. Kerrisdale Capital seeing 90% downside for CoreWeave shares. We all know it's already higher.
90% lower. You do your thing, Kerrisdale Capital. 1 minute to go till the open, but this BMNR is not necessarily on the radar. It's down from that crazy run that we saw on Friday. There might be a continuation there, but over in the adjacent space, it's Robinhood 114 that's on my mind. 3 days in a row of selling off in the afternoon on Robinhood. Every time it's managed to hold this 114 level. So want to look for a dip. If we break 113.7, that's a reversal, because that's a flat bottom break if we break that 113.7. But the first look will be if it can bounce that 114. Only 30 seconds to go. Let me just see if that Tesla imbalance is still there. I don't see that Tesla imbalance anymore. Open doors, the sell of 400,000. Oracle, the buy on Oracle is now 750,000. That's actually increasing to the upside there for Oracle. So let's get this party started on a Monday. The bell brought to you by VinFast, VFS over there. And scan that QR code if you can, and ring the opening bell virtually about now.
Yeah, we'll have that bell going very soon. So, okay, guys, welcome to the show, man. SoFi trying to blast away. We didn't get to SMR. I didn't get a chance to talk about that, but I was looking at SMR for 38 long. So I'm going to look at that 38.20 level, maybe for a long break. Here comes Tesla, right down to the downside right now. 420 hit right there on Tesla. We said we'd want to be patient with it. I'm bidding right now 418. That might have been the dip buy opportunity that got flushed out near the open. So yeah, bouncing off of the 200 period moving average at 418. Let's just be patient with it a little bit here. I think when traders wake up and see 7-8%, could be a sell the news kind of situation here, because it's no news other than the buy that's already happened. So very excited about it. Don't get me wrong, but let's wait to see if it wants to work. Maybe a break of 421, and we'll get in and we'll hold that against 420. So let's try that one, and then that'll be maybe the best that we do for now, and we'll see about that break, and then we'll give it against 420. So here it goes right now. We are now long into Tesla. Let's see if it wants to work.
Yeah, IonQ not do. Oh, never mind. INQ wasn't really doing much off the open there. Was looking for that pullback into prior high, which hasn't happened. But now it's got a chance to break out that top. So,
Boom.
Yeah, that 58 is going to be the high, but it's about 57.80 here on IonQ. Let's see if we can't get that one.
What are we even doing? Yeah, I don't know, man. That was a good move there for Tesla. I mean, it's coming back up, but wow. Like, I laugh because, like, this just goes $4 and then just screams right back down again. So if we get out now, we're fine, but I don't know how far Tesla can go. We've gotten out too early sometimes on this name before, so let's not do that again. Let's just offer here around 423s. Again, there it is. We got it. We are now at 3 times our daily goal. We just said that we would hit 421 long against 420, so that was $1 worth of risk. We're now in the money 250. As there goes 250, how about $3? Neil, it's already a $3 winner right there. How about $4? Let's see how high we can go here for Tesla. But huge trade right there off the open. My hands up in the air, and we are waving them like we just don't care. But there it goes. Holy, man, there it goes. We came in today, someone asked about where the money's coming from, said Tesla, and there it goes, man. Week done right now on Tesla, but we'll keep trading, man. It's only 9:32. Good to do some damage here right off the jump there for Tesla. But hey, man, the move is not just one way. I mean, these markets can fall off. Look at the NASDAQ really screaming higher right now. So let's see if Tesla can make our week here in the first 3 minutes. I don't know, does 425 hold? Do we get to that 430 level right now? Be patient here with Tesla. We had a $14 winner on Friday.
Yeah, good look on Tesla. We did get the break on IonQ. It got all the way to 58.8 from that high of the day break, and now it's trying to hold the volume weighted average price. So we took the breakout trade initially, went 57.80 into 58.5, but now we're trying to play a dip buy as well. Oh, Robinhood came so close, Robinhood, to that 114 level, not quite getting there. But IonQ looking for the VWAP hold. If it can hold the volume weighted average price, want to join some more long on that potential breakout play. Did we get? No, we did not get into Gemmy.
Oh, no?
Gemmy. Yeah, Gemmy, I thought this move. Gemmy didn't move at all. Gemini, that is. Gemini, I'm still looking to fade this one. I thought we were going to break out the tops and maybe shorten it to 35, 36. I'm going to move to 34 as it looks like this one isn't going anywhere. I don't like these IPOs. If they don't run on day one, then I'm fading them on day 2 every single time. And we'll get to StubHub when we get there, but I think StubHub is going to be a similar story, even though I want to buy that open on Wednesday.
Yeah, I think StubHub, always a working name. Once the IPOs hit,
I don't know if it's the right.
I think it's the right space. I think StubHub's going to. Well,
right space.
We'll just wait to see.
We'll see.
I don't know, man. I mean, I think that right now with media and just the rights for all these sports games and all that kind of stuff, like people definitely enjoy watching sporting events at home. But again, if you want to go to any of these games, there's really one place to go, and unfortunately, that is the resale market. And these tickets are hot, and especially with all this crap that always goes on with all these bots. Wow, dude. Go, Obi. I love having this guy right beside me. Obi getting excited right now. We are in this name. This is $4 right now. In the money. Nice upside there for Tesla. We just took another piece out there at 425. 425.69er right there. I just hit offer enter. It just turns out that'd be the price that we got. So that was a good little price there to get out. Now it's retracing back just a little bit. Just so everybody knows, man, I have less than a third left. I have about 30, let's call it 28, 29% or so left. I can't do that math that quickly. But that's how much we have left right now on Tesla. And we'll see how high it goes, man. I mean, I was going to get out this. I mean, I still have to stop in 420 break. So $1 down. Look, I don't want to give anything back. And that's my big problem here as we kind of chase these plays. There we go. I'm going to get out another piece. I don't know how far this wants to go. I thought it would have almost gone a little bit quicker already, but now we can hold out because we just took another piece out. Now we officially have a little bit less than a third left now on this play. So let's just let this thing ride high, man. Maybe we do get a 428. Let's just put an offer at 427.60. 427.60. We'll see if we can get something out up there. Otherwise, what about maybe just even dropping this thing? Yeah, I mean, I don't want to give too much of it back. Let's just wait. we're getting more and more fills. So we've already done quite well on this play so far. So, you know, all good on this side, and a couple good trades over there as well. I don't know if we're looking I'm only looking
Gemini's actually trying to break
That's
out.
what I was going to say. You're looking at a few more.
So I took Gemini. I like
Open door.
35 to 36, but I ended up taking the 34 when it held for the first couple of minutes in here, but I'm now out of it. We'll let it play back into that 35, 36 level. I see I'm open in the chat. It is number 2 on the list right now is individual names that everyone's watching. It's above $10, but I wasn't taking a 10 break on Open Door. I wanted holding above 10 even. So let's see this thing close. I'd rather not take an $11 break either. We talked about this. So any kind of a consolidation or hold of that 10 level before we get to an 11 break. I got rid of my fibs and they keep on coming back. That's so weird. I cannot delete them from this chart. Those are some Fibonacci levels from Friday. The $11 level is the one that matters here. And I did mention Robinhood came very, very close to getting to that 114. It's trying to get there again. The market's at highs. Robinhood is trending down and looking like it wants to break down off these lows, but 114 is a level that has to hold. If 113.7 breaks, I'm actually going short on Robinhood through that low of the day. But the idea is to be long first in front of the 114 level on the hooded one. What else? Always let us know what else you guys are looking at. But for myself, we're still in the dip on INQ.
Did you talk about Open Door?
I did mention Open Door.
Okay, yeah, it's Rip City.
It is absolutely Rip City, but I just want this thing to show buyers holding the $10 level and not one of these fake outs. We saw it do a similar candle. On Friday, it did a candle, exact same thing, like 960, essentially to like 1040, and we played that long, and then that was it. It pulled back. So I want to see it hold some higher lows before I get involved in Open Door above 10.
Okay, so here comes Apple. Apple. There's Open Door. I was going to talk about Tesla. So you guys, so here we go. It's going to come out on a break of 420.
Oh, no wonder, Google.
Back down to the downside. So we are coming back in again. Right there it goes. So go ahead. Now we are now out. Well, actually, I didn't punch out of everything, but we did punch out of a big amount there of Tesla as, it's falling back in right now, taking down some of these levels. We do want to try to buy some 416, 417s there. These are the levels that we had written down. So let's try to go a little bit more here on Tesla, but it is coming back in. So it's a good thing to dump that out, man. We saw some problems up there around those levels. So pretty good move. But sorry, Neil, what were you saying there about?
Alphabet is at $250. I'm going to slap the big old fail on this one. There was no dip buy to be had on Alphabet. The only thing you could do is grip it and rip it. There's no catalyst on Alphabet. The only catalyst you need is 52-week high.
Yep.
That's it. It's at highs. It's at fresh highs. Wow. It's amazing. And who needs TikTok? What do you need TikTok for? You got Google Shorts, man. Yeah. My daughter lives on Google Shorts, YouTube. What am I talking? YouTube Shorts. YouTube Shorts. Oh, these are gonna. Okay, never. I am not short IonQ. I just had orders out, so these ones are gonna code as shorts. That's my bad, because I actually had orders out still above 58. So we took a breakout on IonQ. It was a pretty good break. Now we're dipping into that prior day high is the best way to put it. It's about $56, so dip in there. I took a couple of legs out in front of the volume weighted average price. Those are not shorts. I am still long the stock, but wow. Google is going absolutely nuts.
Hard.
And look, there wasn't a particular story.
We wanted Apple long.
Yeah, there was no particular story here with Alphabet, and I still am not aware of one. So congratulations to anyone that might have picked this one out of a lineup. Not really sure why it's so strong today, but who cares? Yeah. 52-week highs, the market's busting through. Make sure if you're trading the futures or looking at the futures, you want to look at the December contract now. So for us here, that's the Z contract. It's not going to make too big of a difference. The chart will be the same, just more volume. That changeover has now happened. So here comes Open Door. This was the problem on Friday. It was the exact same level. It was bouncing from, and then the exact same area of resistance, and there was no follow through. It gave up the move. So looking for this to try to hold on to a higher low here, ideally above $10. I think that's a good psychological level. Ooh, I just missed Tesla there at 17.
Yeah, we got it.
What did it print?
We got 4.7. I'll tell you, we might have
I'm
got
at 38.
4.18s. I got 4.1790s, but yeah, I was lower as well. So we'll see what winds up happening with Tesla. Maybe just on that note, let's get out of something right now at 4.20 because we just reloaded at 4.18. So we'll put another $2 in the old pocket book right there, and we'll see what's going on. So we do have a new position alert. Let's start hitting that. And again, it's just a sticky note trade one more time. Let's see if it works out, man. I mean, there's Apple. So we liked Apple. I liked Apple long today. It just fell into our lap after making a huge move up. It just that's the problem there, is that I should have been down there and I wasn't. So not focused enough. Really just looking at. I mean, whatever, man. I mean, look what Tesla's doing right now. We just bought. Okay, let me take out another piece. Get up through 420, man. Let me take out a piece right here at 420.30s if we can get it. Just because we had reloaded there at 418. And although I'm obviously obsessed with Tesla trade because it's the biggest trade for me here today, I'm not sure anymore. Like, why is this not ripping to the high side there? We need some people to maybe come in, Neil, and start to buy.
Get in there and buy, Mortimer.
Get in there and start doing something. All right, we're going to give some money back, though, on Apple. We're not even in a unit yet, but we will have two units or so. Or no, I guess 1.5 by the time this comes back in right now. So we're supposed to be getting some more longs right here of Apple. I'm waiting at the quarters. Trying to be patient, man. It's 9:40. We don't have too much to do here other than trade. So we'll wait to see if we can get something at the quarters. Maybe I'm going to go a little bit less than that just because of where Apple is right now. I'm going to go to 236, like 10s, and see if we can average in a little bit to this trade and then get out like 235.75 or so. If we break below the 200 period moving average, let's just throw our hands up and say, Apple, you win right there. No mas right there. Canelo loses on the weekend. So that was exciting there for Crawford
and man
shareholders.
steps up. I have so much respect when you step up a weight class and handle business. You know, got to respect that. Canelo was a great fighter.
Yeah,
he's whatever. He's
getting older too, but fighting is an interesting.
Father Time is undefeated.
Yes,
I'll leave it at that. So Robinhood, look, Robinhood did end up dipping into 114.
I know. I don't know.
No, I know, but like Joe was saying Crawford's older, but I also remember when Floyd was older than Manny Pacquiao. But if you kind of looked at their styles and their abilities, it was one person needed youth more than the other, and that's why Floyd waited to fight him. Because he knew his style would last longer.
I didn't stay up that late on Saturday. I watched the beginning of it.
I just watched it in the mornings.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. We're not holding this break. The market's holding the breakout.
The market's up, but some of these stocks
but we're not holding the breakout.
It's Google's really hard.
Yeah, I'm going to slap the fail on the rest of IonQ. Robinhood remains to be seen. That just broke out the 116. It gets to 116.5, and then now we're right back underneath. So it took out a couple of thirds there. I want to look for this to hold. If it can't hold 115.8, then I wait until like VWAP or something else. But IonQ, I mean, the breakout was good, but the dip buy, no good. Now I wish those were short sells. They weren't. The initial breakout good on IonQ, but then we load back into it in front of the prior high, and that's starting to break down here. So yeah, the overall market looking very strong. I think led by Alphabet. I can't really see. I don't know what else is going here, but I think we're going to go to Adara. Yeah, there goes Robinhood. So the breakouts.
Yep.
The breakouts initially on the first move are good. It's just the continuation's what's lacking right now.
Bye.
I'm seeing that the Chinese delegation is going to be hosting these, conference here after the U.S. trade talk in Madrid that'll lead 11 a.m. Eastern. Back to you.
Okay, yeah, back to us here. We are going to be out of Apple and out of Tesla, actually, very, very soon. Tesla's coming right in. Now, we wrote down 416 to 418, but I'm going to stop. There we go. We just stopped out there at 416.50. It's just like, I don't want to turn what was a great trade. You can come over to my chart here on Tesla into a problem. So we just averaged it in. You saw me get some out there at the 200 period. We took one more shot there at 417 and change. So out a little bit there of Tesla. I wonder if maybe that 416 potentially was the bottom, but there goes Apple as well, flushing back down. So I told you we would take a couple units there, stab at these levels. But yeah, the whole market right now holding up, but some of the names that I chose right there heading downside. It looks like that Tesla bottom, we might have just somehow found it, but I'm not sure. Right here, let me see if we can get back in right now. I don't want to miss completely this trade, but it looks like we might have stopped out there near those lows. lows. We'll try to get back in here around 417, which we just did, but waiting for, again, a little bit of a lower price to see if we can't, maybe pick our poison a little bit better here with TSLA. We're long at 4. Let's just learn from our last time there. If we can scalp out $1 here from a little bit, we'll do that. We're long at 417 now because here it comes right back in again into 416. So I thought that 416 could possibly have been some of the lows. So let's see if that is holding out. But right now, not a great look for Tesla, giving it all back if you were long in the pre-market. I mean, that's the idea there. So, break below now, VWAP below. There it is. We get some out at 4. So we got a good little trade potentially happening backside here for Tesla.
Yeah, 17 was the one for me. So we're into it now, and I want VWAP. 420, I think this can go step by step. The market's still pretty strong, everybody. But Tesla, it might just be, remember, on Friday, you had Elon buying his shares. So obviously that's going to be a big deal. But the market looking incredibly strong, at least from what I can see. And if we don't have that extra buying from Elon, you wanted that exuberance to come in and join. It's a trend break, but not getting the follow through. It's Alphabet that was going ham the most. And look at that Christmas tree right back into the volume weighted average price. So that hit 250 and is pulling right back in. Now, there was no particular catalyst that we really had for Alphabet, but it is relatively strong. As the market goes up step by step, I think you want to be a little bit patient with these. You don't want to be chasing tops clearly with this V-shape action, and we're looking for Tesla to make its own V-shape. But if it doesn't hold that prior low. I got in at 17 when it held in front. If we make a fresh low, that's a jump out story for sure. We just quickly, Robinhood, that initial break on Robinhood was good. It doesn't end up getting back into the volume weighted average price. This is one I still like. As long as 14 held, which it did, I want to look for the long here with the hooded one, Robinhood. But it's not giving me that volume weighted average price. I might just have to play off the pre-market highs once again. And there goes Tesla. It just made another fresh low.
Yep.
So Tesla, we're able to get some out on the initial push into 18 for $1, but then it just loses the bid. Tesla selling off as the market goes higher. Time to focus back onto Robinhood, as this is at least trying to hold up a little bit. So it seems like a Google party. You guys let us know what else is going. Zhao in the chat just said
Google's breaking lower.
Alibaba. Was on one. I was kind of hoping this would be up. Unfortunately, Alibaba's not really pulling back into that prior close at 155, but this could be a continuation at 55. I'm pretty sure is what I had on the note, and it was at $160. I didn't think that was going to be incredibly likely, but if this continues trending down, you could see that. Why are the Nasdaq's at the highs, and nothing I'm looking at is holding up all that well? It's kind of weird.
The holding up part is the problem.
So why are we at highs?
Yeah, okay, we could check for some names if there's anything that's going that you guys know about here. Let's have a quick little check-in then on what may be holding this thing up. So here we go. Let's just have a quick check-in on the broader markets right here. Well, Google's up 3%. We talked about that a little bit here today. Apple up 0.65. That could be helping. Look at the financials right today. Absolute hot fire, man. We're long in the Canadian banks. We're long here on JP Morgan, and that's about it. We still have our Goldman Sachs shares, but we're just letting those go. JP Morgan, much bigger position there. So that's going to be good. And we've been talking about JP Morgan for a minute. Consumer durables. The thing is that the market started pretty hot today, obviously, with a lot of these names, and we're extending out further right now. Is it an Amazon story? Amazon up 1% right now as well. As some of these names the market's extending higher, and Neil's right. We got to find out what's kind of moving, because I'm sitting here in a Tesla trade that doesn't want to go up. Apple there, Broadcom negative as well. Cisco, Micron making moves higher there today. Nothing that's standing out too much to me. But is it the ES that's beating up the Nasdaq right now? The Nasdaq is up 0.49, ES 0.4. So they're all kind of cruising a little bit here. Look, danger spots for sure.
Oracle's trying to go.
I was going to say a danger for sure here with Tesla, right? If we lose that 414 area, I'm going to be out. I don't mind dip buying some of these trades. We're definitely been doing that. Let's see if Tesla wants to get back to the upside. Maybe the selling, hopefully, is done on this name. But here it goes. Nice move back in now for TSLA. We're just long at 460. We're long right here. So, hoping to do a little bit better here on Tesla.
Yeah, Oracle is trying to go. Remember there was a TikTok news that we had, and then right at the open, Oracle just dropped back like $4 or $5. It's still up 4.5%. It's more of an attempt to go than any kind of fall through. Again, looking for where that strength might be. This seems, it's still set up for a breakout, Oracle.
Open door?
The 308, it just hasn't really done it for you yet. You just mentioned the name I was going to go to next. Got to make sure we talk about Oracle. Oracle could go. It's about $3 or $2.50 away from a clean break as the market continues to go higher. Open Door has now held that $10 level. There's your VWAP hold. There's your hold at 10. Pretty fast reversal on the stock, but I think it's trying to hold on to the $10 level this time. You got 990 as a potential support for Open Door here. So I'm going to take my first salvo on the next available dip into Open Door. This is definitely different from what we saw on Friday. You know, putting in some higher lows. Like on Friday, it wasn't really putting in the higher lows. It was breaking through VWAP every single time. Now that you're holding, I'll take my first bounce play on Open Door. Oracle, we'll see if it makes that breakout. It doesn't seem like it's coming anytime soon, though.
All right, guys. Yeah, welcome. Make sure you guys do hit the like and the subscribe. We've got a big one on our hands right here. Again, hopefully we do anyways, as here it goes. Yes, sir. All right, we've almost made the whole day back now. I mean, that took a minute, obviously, because we had to wait for Tesla. But there goes Tesla right now. Now another $3 or $2.50 in the money. I do have an offer at $418.95. Let me just push some. Okay, well, it's going to get to it. I just pushed some out right there in case we don't get up to that level. $418.95. Just ahead of 419. I don't know. I randomly put it there. Let me maybe. I'm going to put a 75. I'm going to cancel that 95 quickly if I can. There it is. So I canceled it. We got out there at 75. Now we're starting to rip back to the upside again. So far, so good. I'm going to get another offer here at 75 again. So right now we're out at 30% of our reload there on Tesla. Still huge on this stock today, man. That's for sure. But we were giving some back on the way back in until eventually we found a long here on Tesla. But it's just bouncing up to the 21 period moving average again. So let's wait and be very, very careful with that. A couple good trades over there on this side, obviously. I've had one miss and one win, basically. I mean, we missed on this Apple right there, and that felt okay. Now we're starting to get going here. All right. So we're not at the day's high again for myself, but we are getting, yes, $5 in the money now on Tesla as the face slapper right here. Let's go through 420 now, Elon. You know you can get this going. Maybe buy another Billy. Why not? Here we go. Up through it now. We're starting to go a little bit higher here on Tesla. So we're making it up pretty much it all back now. But I'm just going to offer out one more piece here because we just bounced off. We'll get another piece out there at $419.50. $4 there. Tesla's going to $450 today. That'd be hilarious, Eduardo. But if it does, then, oh boy, on that one, we will be happy campers on this side right now. Neil's Long Open Door. I like that $10 mark. So we can have a go over there and have a quick look at that. But right now it's Tesla Moon City off that low at Moon City. It's still down on the day from its open. Google was a great call out there off VWAP. The only problem is you had to hold it about 40 or 50 cents against you, which it did hold that 247 area. So let's see if that is a special level there for Google. But we've done real well holding this Tesla. So Eduardo, let's see, man. I have 35% left of all of these dip buys. We only lost once on Tesla. That's right there once it broke 417. And those were off of not too bad hits there. So yeah, we're making it back a little bit, but it's got to break above this 421. So I'm going to put an offer at 420.50, and then hopefully we can get back through VWAP, and that's going to be the key. So 420.50 for me means 420.40. We'll put an offer there and see if we can get another piece out.
Yeah, great look. And Corey Ewan will try the best to answer this question, but I don't think it's as simple as you want to make it here. Thank you for the super chat. Sports betting at all-time high, correct.
Yes.
Football in full swing, absolutely. MLB postseason right around the corner. You betcha. You got college football as well. Where'd it go? There we go. NHL, NBA coming up. Making October a sports month. Why is DraftKings tanking? Sell the news?
Yes.
That's just, and that may be an oversimplification, but these are all things. We know what the schedule looks like for sports. We know going into it. So like anything else, sometimes you just buy into the event and then you sell off. And that's what DraftKings seems like it's going through right now. But you know, lo and behold, you've got a couple of things that could be good, the $40 level in particular, and the 200 period moving average. I think that gives you a great opportunity to buy the dip in a couple of bucks here on DraftKings. It's not always that simple, but You know, it's not as if it's new. We know exactly what the sports schedule looks like. We know when things are going to ramp up. So why wouldn't the market be a little bit forward-looking when it comes to that? That's all. And I'm not saying that's 100% the reason why it's down. It's just that's my 2 cents. All right, Open Door, do more because someone's selling at 10.20. So it's bouncing off $10 in VWAP, but it's not really following through, up 11%. There was no catalyst on it this morning in particular.
Uber?
No, Open Door.
No, no, just like
they're just like, yeah, we're not GameStop.
Right.
Eric Jackson
Stuff
saying,
like
okay, that's fine, you're not GameStop. But what you also need is more buyers so you continue to squeeze. Remember on Thursday, I believe it was, this hit $11 and then spent all of Friday essentially failing. So I like it above that 10, but if we don't hold on to VWAP, I probably jump out of this. And the good thing about Open Door, it's closing in on 100 million shares, so you can take multiple stabs at this if you have the ability to. It's going to give you so many entries and exits. That was certainly true on Thursday and Friday. So the first shot's at VWAP. If we lose it, I don't mind jumping out. Header in the chat saying Intel breaking out in the daily. Really? That's pretty cool. That's Intel? Not a stock.
Yahoo!
Not a red candle in sight for Intel. All right, I'm curious as to why this would be going up the way that it is without any kind of a story, but you're right. Not a red candle today and breaking a wedge on the daily. You're 100% right about it technically. I'm just not sure why it's up 4% specifically for Intel. Nvidia's down a point. AMD's doing some things. Intel looks like it's the strongest chip name out there. You don't say that too often.
No, you don't.
It looks like you got some news on Intel that's already expected. They announced here that their Ultra sale has been wrapped up in their business. They also said here that apparently they're lowering their adjusted or expected adjusted operating expenses there after that deconstruction or deconsolidation. Back to you.
Okay.
All right, so yeah, there's always some kind of news in the chip space. It seems like every day anyways. We've already done this. We've already gone over this. You got to get into the chat. You got to hit $, and then now I can hear you, Adara, but we couldn't for a minute there, but you're back live there. Adara took Brendan's mic. No. Adara's mic is fine. We're just going through some things here as we've switched desks. So everybody, we can still hear Adara in our ear, as can the whole show. Okay, so right now, this is what we're doing. Nvidia, Gemi, so that's going to be Gemini. We can go over and look at them again. Most recent IPO, Intel. You got to get into here and push $Rigetti just like that, and a vote will come in here for Rigetti, and then we'll be able. Alibaba, okay. And we'll be able to, talk about these different names. So up 114% today is NAOV. Wolf is at 15% there. Oracle up 4. BBAI up 2. We love BBAI. Flossed that one off a little bit right there. Open Door up again, another 11%. Congratulations. We talked about how important that $10 level might be for them. It looks like it is. And Tesla, again, a nice little name for them. A gain for them today, up 418 right there, up 5 and a bit. SoFi, Google, CoreWeave, Intel, and Gemini. But that's nice. I'm actually going to reset this. Let's give it a fresh start. So right now, get into the chat. Show us which names you want to vote for, like right now, and then Neil and I will have a good look, because the first half hour is one thing. Now let's see what stocks are moving around again right now that you want to watch out for. So this will populate in a couple seconds, and it'll give Neil and I a better idea of some of the names that you want us to look at. And maybe it's the Nvidia day today. I don't know. Just for the downside, I mean, the market has been up here straight up all morning. And it's funny because Tesla doesn't want to go up. Nvidia doesn't really want to go up. Google was the one that had the huge move there. AMD was actually holding fort early. And we looked at it and Neil and I were like, wow, AMD's up 1.5%. Nvidia was down 1.5%. Now that falls and follows suit right here for AMD. The thing about AMD is, and maybe I got to do a better way of finding this for you guys, but if you're going to look over here and you're going to be a PE guy, right? So you're going to look at the price earnings multiples. Look at AMD right here, right? Advanced Micro Devices. Current PE forward 26. We'll just look at forward PEs, okay? So forward PE 26 there. Nvidia's forward PE 39. So there is something to be said potentially for someone picking up some AMD on a better forward PE, meaning that if everything goes according to plan, Nvidia versus AMD, Nvidia might be, now I prefer AMD, I think we both do, or Nvidia, sorry, but I don't think Neil and I would argue that, you know, there is a runway for AMD to sort of get back up. Like right now, Nvidia is hovering near these highs. This is an AMD chart. I think Nvidia can get up and break. And AMD has what, a 220, 240 peg to it up here somewhere, that's their high. So it can maybe get back again. So we'll see. There it is up there, 230. I don't know if we get there, but that high is really interesting to me. I wonder if we go back and test that for AMD. So I don't know. You know, gun to head, I think we're still Nvidia, right?
I'm still taking Nvidia. There's no way I want an AMD when you're paying more for it. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. Nvidia, look, somebody at the end of the day, Nvidia just cannot seem to break out. But that's not normal. It's not new. It is normal, is what I should say. It's not necessarily new. Like it's been running into all kinds of all-time high resistance and some sellers in swaths, like sellers in swaths. When eventually it breaks out, it looks fine. I think as long as it's holding the 50 period, which it is right now, and I think that's constructive. I know it's going to be boring until it breaks 185, but I just can't get on board the AMD train when it's a very similar look and one of them is more expensive than the other. It just, if it was cheap, if you were getting a discount relative to Nvidia, then I'd be all aboard that. Unfortunately, Open Door can't hold 10. So above 10, I like it. Beneath 10, I don't. I'm going to try and keep it as simple as that, because outside of that 10 level, there's 920, which is 8% down, and there's 880. Those are the levels I like on it. So we can drop 8%, which would be giving up the gains, and then I would like the long in and around the 920 level. So I'm not holding $10 all the way to 920. I'm getting out at like 998 or whatever the heck I just got filled at. I think it was 998, to be honest with you. So if we hold VWAP, great, but it doesn't look like we're doing so. IonQ just made another IonQ. I'm doing that for myself because I typed it wrong. Just made another breakout. So the initial break, good. The dip didn't work at 56 for me, but then right after we got out, it reaffirmed holding that prior low. As long as it's holding the prior low, this is a 52-week, all-time high break on IonQ for some continuation. As long as it's holding that, I want to look for longs. The pre-market top is going to be the level I want to play into. That's 57.80. So I want to be long back into 57.80 and then try again at the volume weighted average price as well. And Bobby Axelrod, you are correct. Open Door is SSR today. I guess I forgot that.
Oh yeah.
It's another reason that SSR just simply means that it's the uptick rule in effect. It's not that you can't short the stock on Open Door. It's just that there has to be the last print and uptick for you to short it by hitting the bid. That's all. So it helps moves to the upside to some extent, but it's not like some automatic, hey, the stock's going to go 1,000,000% to the upside just because it's SSR.
Neil likes to use the million percentage. I think that's one of your things for dramatic effect right there. Yeah, no, just, all kidding aside, here at Real Trading, it's very important that we talk about this for any kind of a prop floor, right? You see Neil flipping IonQ, Open Door. Like a lot of it is involved with making sure. Are you just going to keep it on this photo, or do you want to go to two of us?
You guys can back and forth. You guys can talk together.
Okay, go to the. Okay, good. So I don't know exactly what we can and can't do. They are testing things right now.
Okay.
Throw. Okay. All right. So we just.
You're stuck with us.
Stuck with Neil now. Okay. So we'll just do the show as normal. I didn't know if it was just on my ugly bug or not. But I was just going to say, flip over to what stocks are popping, right? I mean, right into here, I have an alert screener that we use from eSignal that gives me different names. Like there's Marvell. So just popping up so we can have a quick little look to see what Marvell is doing. And it's either, different breaks, moving average breaks. This is probably a day high note that just came up to me there. Qualcomm moving, SMCI. Let's look at SMR, made a move there at 10:01, just crossed over a key level there. Yeah, so there it is, 10:01 day low break. So, there are things here that we try to watch. There's Palantir. Let's see what that's doing again. So I just want to say all of it. That's probably a VWAP break right there. And I have notes where it will say what's happening, moving average break, VWAP breaks, things like that. So very important to check out different scanners and then different opportunities. And then we also do have something called the hot list. What's up, Randy? I would absolutely kill for a coffee.
No way.
Thank you. Right there. Captain Randy over here. There's lots of work happening around here right now, Neil, because they're taking out the old stage that we used to sit on.
That's going to be wild when they do it.
And that's going to be, yeah, like hopefully not too loud or anything like that, but we're going to try to get a lot of that work done off air. And if you do hear
it'll be loud.
Something in the background,
it's unavoidable.
Please,
it has to be nuts.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so here's a name that's going nuts right now. Google, and I'll go over to Google in a minute. Just we haven't talked about Warner Brothers today. Again, there's that deal going through with Warner Brothers, so we could definitely have a quick little look. I
don't think there's an official. I haven't heard anything official on it yet. So.
Okay.
Like in terms of, I've heard speculation of above $20 on WBD, but absolutely nothing official on that. But the Ellison, it's Ellison going to be buying it, so they can afford it. But another high is getting made on. Just Alphabet here, another all-time high. Boom. That's all I wanted to get to. Google looks like it's the strongest of the bunch here today, back through 251. I'm happy because, when you own Google shares, you're happy with it, but we're not happy that we're not long the stock. There was no particular catalyst. I can't give you a reason why it's going up. We'll keep our ear to the ground for sure. The only thing I'm in is IonQ, but I did want to circle back to the IPO Gemini. Took one shot at it early. It's back to trending to the downside on Gemini. And unfortunately, this has been the normal case for these IPOs. Day one, you're good for a minute, and then you're not good after the fact. So I want to look for every chance I can to be in the short. It's going to try to flat bottom break here. There's a triple bottom today, and then this is also where it held about 32.80 in the afternoon on Friday. So if it breaks that low of the day, I'm looking short. Otherwise, I wait for it to make a pop into prior resistance. And I really hope that StubHub breaks that trend on Wednesday. But you've seen it. You long for a couple of minutes, and then it's a short after the fact. And then for the next couple of days, it looks like it's a short too, on at least for Gemini. We saw this with Bullish. We saw this with Klarna. Just seems like there's not that much continuation, despite the market being strong for these IPOs.
Yeah, I'm looking for some more continuation here in Tesla. All we've been really doing is just sort of piecing this thing out on the way back up. And then what's going to wind up happening is that I'm not going to have any shares left. So I don't have that many shares left right now as it continues to go up. So I have about only 20% left of my initial these longs into here. We took a big trade early on that 421 break. That was basically, we were really cruising there. We were able to get out. And then we held about 20 to 25% on the way back down. And then we averaged in and took that trade out right there. So we gave back about a third or so. Bang! That's what we're talking about, baby. Let's props it up. Everybody out there that's trading this Tesla today. Oh boy, there we go. Obi, this is $6 now as it continues to go higher. Hopefully Obi's got this as well. Nice move higher here for Tesla off of some consolidation down here in between 415, 416, 417. And again, like these are the exact, these are the exact levels. Like, okay, so here's Tesla today. 415 to 418. We just got 422s. We just got 422s right now, $7 upside. And all we had written down was the same thing that we had been talking to you all day, 416 to 418 longs. So the fact that it came back into 415, and my stop is right here, man, 414 breakout. We are out of this trade. So to risk about $1 on this last piece to make 7, we'll take that, man. And there it goes. Nice upside play there for Tesla, and just creating, again, good action there on that post. We do have a post here of Apple. Wow, that was a good out, man. Good thing we were able to do that up there. I just put it at VWAP, by the way, on thank you.
Well, thanks,
Randy, for that one. Apple was the one that was a mistake. And again, we'll sit here and talk about our good trades and our bad trades. I think that's obviously the unique thing. And I can tell you, man, we are hella green here today. But definitely understanding that this was a call right there, man. 436 and change. We talked about Apple 236, 235 to 236. There was the drop through. We didn't even hold this all the way down to 235, but we're at there now. So maybe this is a long look here for Apple. Let's test it out. But right now we are crushing it with this trade on our good friend today. And I came in and was like, today's a Tesla day, and it is a monster right there. We have 4 times now our daily goal on Tesla. And just overall pretty happy with this performance as we extend further here on TSLA.
Yeah, Tesla going to the upside. Market just made another fresh high. We just took The top just came in there on IonQ potentially. We'll see. The initial breakout stalled at 58.5. We grabbed the 58s again the second time through, and we are still stalling at 58. I'm going to grab out at 59 even, and then play. Again, just stairs to the upside. Every time it consolidates, I want to take a shot at it. Gemini did break its low, so it looks like another. It's not the all-time low. It was actually lower than this on Friday, but it broke that 32.8 level, got the short, took some out in front of the $0.50. If we end up breaking Friday's lows, I think you can see that 31 even for Gemini. But watch out below. The market's at tops, and Nvidia, that just lost trend.
Oh no.
So there was a negative story here for Nvidia, multiple negative stories, I should say. The first one being specifically antitrust investigation from China or by China on Nvidia, and then you also had this like anti-dumping accusations. I think the dumping thing and even maybe the antitrust probably more to do with posturing and U.S.-China trade negotiations than anything else, but it doesn't matter. Nvidia down 1.6% on this as the market looks, I'd say, relatively strong here today. We're up 0.5 point and we're trending higher. Nvidia just cannot seem to get off the schneid. What can, or at least what was, I should say, until I just looked at it now, is CoreWeave. CoreWeave had news that they were, again, extending a deal with Nvidia. That's a positive, but it's starting to give back as well. So the chips, not nearly as strong as they were into this market on a Monday. Unfortunately here for CoreWeave, giving up half of the gains. This was up at 125 at one point, looking like it was going to break out. That Nvidia deal does not seem like it's enough to keep them afloat.
Oh, yeah, that was a good callback there for that. All right, so we're just back into Apple. I'm going to give this to 235 break. So small amount, man. I mean, we've only traded these two names. Yo, what's up to WCM? Good tunes. It's almost like we've got some good tunes in our ear here today, but those good tunes are just the sweet songs of Tesla. But what's up to GME today? Can we get a gap fill on GME? Remember, it doesn't take many trades. It just takes good trades. You know, I mean, that's what we talked about that with Brian Shannon. We talked about that with Michael Noss. And all good traders will focus on the trades that they want to make, right? So WCM, good lookout here for you on GME. So let's have a good look here. Nice move up 2.5% there today. What did you want to talk about? Does it fill the gap? So let me just have a quick look. Thank you, WCM, of course, for your super chat there, and it definitely gets our attention. So, all right, what gap are you talking about, man? This gap, yeah, I mean, looks like we just filled it right now, so congratulations. I think so. If you're talking about that, there's the move down into 22. We were really supported by 22. We came out with, not we, they came out with great earnings last week that beat on the top and the bottom line, and they gave, I believe, that warrant that's good to go at 26.30 or something like that. So, yeah, I think GameStop has the juice to it. It's only 2 million shares, which I don't think is a negative thing. It's just, you know, you can get a lot more going on GameStop. Breaking that high, I like it. It held the 50-period moving average here on the 5-minute chart. It's well above the 200-period moving average. VWAP turning up, 200-period turning up. Everything right now going upside right now and just absolutely blasting. It's Apple's not doing it, Google is doing it, and it's just a small winner here, but we do have $7 on this Tesla trade. Wish we always had a little bit more shares, but we're doing the best that we can by getting in and out of those names. I am going to check out the board for us in a second. Palantir, again, not often a sleepy stock, but today it seems like it. It had that move up to 171, now falling back in just a little bit. Look at the market turning around. Neil mentioned and highlighted Nvidia, maybe.
It's because of Nvidia, maybe.
Yeah, so it does have to, I mean, there we go. What just happened there? Oh, okay, we got more Apple. So if Apple and the market winds up losing it, maybe I'll have to go over and start to look at some TQQ trades or something like that. But right now, Apple, we just got our last fill. I'm not, shout out to my good friend Phil. By the way, I met another Phil. On our team. So every Phil I know, including well, you know a Phil that I really appreciate. So yeah, there's a couple Phils that I know right now. All seem to be good guys. So shout out to everybody named Phil there in the chat. But
and my pops goes by Phil, isn't it?
That's what I was going to say.
But his name's not Phil. My dad's but he goes by Phil.
Okay, yeah. So okay, there we go. So that was the other Phil that I knew. I didn't know if Neil.
No, my half brother is Phil.
So I think I know 4 then. Four good Phils. And we like getting good Phils on the show. That's the one thing for sure.
Spelled with an F.
There it is. What's up, Sebastian? Yeah, the fills we want on the show are spelled with an F. Okay, so just quickly, and then I'm gonna throw it back to Neil. Apple, if we can get something here, 235, 55, something like that, let's just piece off of 10%, honestly, and then we'll work on the rest of it after, because Apple has been, for me, the one losing trade. We're gonna go 1-1 today, but net-wise, we're up 4x on Tesla that we've lost on Apple. So that was good, and that was in danger at one point. Like if Tesla lost that bid, it was a problem, right? And not a problem for our net, but just a problem for Tesla. We've done really good being pretty responsible with our share size and everything. So yeah, so far so good, man. We can check back on SMR. You're on IonQ.
SMR, I haven't looked at the nuclear names, although I do know there was something on GE Vernova.
Yeah, there was an upgrade.
Yeah, that's what it was. It was just an upgrade.
Yeah.
It wasn't a huge story on GE Vernova. No, but the amount of power needed is going to be ridiculous for these data centers. As long as that story holds, I think those are going to be quality names. I didn't like necessarily what I saw with SMR last week, but certainly worth a look today. We had a couple of dip buys here in IonQ. I feel like this is the one, if it holds, that I'm going to be the most involved in. Because I want to stick with it.
Got more Tesla there.
But it's either prior highs, the initial breakout good, then it manages to hold on to 56, kind of the last time without me, so I don't want to miss my shot if it holds that prior bar, that pre-market low. If it breaks down underneath, I can get out, but I do want to be able to jump back in if it does this kind of a move again, where you have that reversal. Now for myself, I'll get out of a losing trade and try to get back in if I find the same level hold, or I wait for the next level down, which I think is going to be that 56 level here again. So IonQ, and if you're wondering, 52-week high breakout. Friday, this and Rigetti were both relatively strong. IonQ's up 4 points in here today. Rigetti's flat, so IonQ just looked a little stronger to me, and it was the one making the high break. That's why we like it a little bit better. So I like this one, but I want to wait for it to get either hold VWAP or show me that prior high is going to be any good, because the only real clean trade was the initial break on that one. All right, that's IonQ, but I did want to jump over. You mentioned SMR and GE Vernova. SMR, unfortunately, gave up the entire move this morning. So yeah, this seemed like it was something that was going to get going. Certainly has been holding some prior lows, but this price action has not been very constructive. What I don't like about this is it's a growth name in nuclear, which is supposed to be the momentum flyer. And when GE Vernova and some of the Vistras started to get going again, it didn't participate. You can see GE Vernova kind of regain the 50 period, go high, continue to go higher. Got an upgrade today, so it's resisting a pullback. But you're not seeing any follow through with SMR. So you have to keep this in mind with SMR and Oklo and NNE. These are companies that fundamentally can't justify their valuations traditionally. They're pure growth plays. So when they're not in favor, they're just not in favor. And it's not really holding those bids the way that it used to. You're just much safer playing nuclear with like GE Vernova, Vistra, or Constellation at this particular point. So, unfortunately, this one not really holding up all that well. Sorry, SMR not holding up that well. GE Vernova is.
Yeah, we're doing pretty well trying to hold up a little bit here in the market. But I just wanted to go over a couple things because I'll be getting out of some Tesla. I still want to hold it to see if we can really do something cool. But, these 422 to 423 areas, now it's looking like that's an area. So even though it's only 10 minutes here, these are areas of getting out. So that's 415 out, 422 and 423. So huge move there, obviously, as we really respect Tesla today. We did get out some more Apple, and again, I don't know if I'm going to get back to green if I keep scalping like this. So on Apple, but I'm still waiting for that 235.54. But we just got a 40.45 right there out, which is not that great. That was only about 18 or so cents. But let's just see if it wants to take those levels. We'll take a piece out here, like I said, in the 50s, and then if it goes, fine. Okay, so let's figure it out now as we go up. Yeah, that is about right here. What's up to chase the packs right here? Look, man, some defaults are 10 shares. Someone asked us in the chat, like, why don't we show our P&L? And that's the point. It's like, what if this comment is 10 shares or 100 shares or 1,000 shares? At the end of the day, Judge Neil and I, for the trades that we're in and that we make and for the decisions that we make, the amount of shares is completely up to you. I mean, it doesn't matter. You just got to judge whatever you want to do on that one. And we do have obviously different tranches that I take out here. And yeah, like you're mentioning, I don't have very many shares left for sure. And there's the outs, right? All I can sort of do is say, like, these are where I'm looking to get out, so I'm taking them out. And I'm trying to tell you what kind of percentages I have left of my trades. And right now, we have under 10% left of this trade. I mean, I only had 20% up here, and we just got a whole bunch out. So you are right. I am definitely piecing these out. And as I said, man, instead of wondering about P&L, are we green or red? Are you guys green or red? Like, I don't really care if Obi tells me I made $1,000 today or I lost $1,000. It's like, what were your decisions, right? That's what we can work on, and that's how you can get better as a trader, right? As an individual, you got to worry about your individual trades and what your decision making is, and then you start ramping up the shares from there. We sort of talked about the difference there on IPO trades and things like that. If I get a good feeling about an IPO trade, I may go heavier than Neil. He may have a different feel, or vice versa. He may go heavier on a trade because he likes the setup better than me, or there's 5,000 stocks in the market now. So to look at them all, you can't have the same opinion as everybody, and you can't trade the same. So, we don't mind copying some of the positions that we're in, but, make the decisions yourself and use the proper risk management. And here's SMR, just for an example. Like I have written on here, and I'm not shying away from this. I wrote on the sticky note right now, SMR, $38 long. Well, it never got to $38. The market opened up and 38 long. If I wrote down 38 short, we may have this trade or we wouldn't. Either way, there's the drop down in. And now we can say to ourselves, maybe this is a long now. Have the ability to regroup your trades, get out of them when they're wrong, like here, and then reassess at certain levels. So we had written down Apple 235, and we looked at Apple 235 right into here. So there was some good levels in this name, but obviously when the market opens up and Apple's up 1.8%, now it's only up 0.5%, that's a different story. So we're gonna tap out of that one. And yeah, I am not up. I'm up less now than I was at 932. So we've just given back money in the last 50 minutes, and that's because we had Apple lose and this fell off the highs. So here comes Tesla right back in. Will we reload it? Yeah, I'm going to reload this name down here around 415 if it comes back into those areas and put on a little bit more shares and still use 414 as my out. So that's what I'm kind of dealing with right now, and you're in Gemini and IonQ. So then again, here we go. Completely different looks, right?
Yeah, and I thought I heard, are we back? Are we able to do throws again?
I don't.
Okay. I think we're going to go to Adair in a quick little second, but I did want to just quickly update. Look, I'm back into the Gemini short, but I mentioned that one already. Robinhood is about to, Robinhood's pretty much right there. 113.70 is the low from the 9th on Robinhood. So it's support until it actually breaks it. For now, I'm going to look for that dip buy. We did like this one off of this level, but it has to hold. If it holds 113, it's 113.70 I have as a low, but it's the same area here. It's breaking down underneath 114. If it can close holding that bid and come back out and take the 114.20, then I'm going to look for the long retracement there goes on Robinhood, on the hooded one. I do believe, was that for Adair?
There goes Apple.
Let's go to Adair.
Small cap time. Let's take a look at Wolfspeed, WOLF. No news on this one, about a 28% short float, $400 million market cap. Then we have NAOV, Nanovibronics. This one announcing that one of its subsidiaries received a U.S. patent. NAOV on watch. Last but not least, RZLV, Resolve AI. This is the largest market cap of all three, just below $2 billion. This one making an announcement about how they're set to power this next-gen retail payments as we've got Tether unveiling USAT stablecoins because of the Genius Act. So good look here for RZLV. And quite a few of these small caps. So a lot of the ones we had pre-market have entirely given up the move. Back to you.
Yeah, it hasn't really been much of a small capper market today. It's weird because this has been a pretty good small cap, I guess, run recently. Open Door can't seem to hold on the way it was before, and I get it. This isn't technically a small cap because its valuation is well over that $2 billion marker. But guess what it's doing? It's right back around that $10 level. So this is where we like Open Door. The only area I traded, again, I like Open Door at 10 and above, or at $8 or $9.20 and $8.80. So $9.20 hasn't come close. $10 it held once and couldn't get past $10.20. So if it can close here, kind of holding that 10 level, then we jump back into it. Like, try to be pretty specific about where we like it. All right, Jemmy, I guess you're going to hold. It's going to hold Friday's low for now. So we just bounced off of Friday's low.
Yeah, let's go
That's
Gemini.
31 and a Gemini, that is, everybody. Just bounced off 31.50. If this holds, it's probably going to come all the way back to VWAP, so I'm not going to let that get to VWAP. If it breaks down, I think you see $30. But if it gets back above the quarter mark, I'll wait for it to get back into the volume weighted average price. So it's holding its quote unquote all-time low because all-time low is Friday's low. And if it can't break Friday's low, then I'll jump out of that trade and just take it for the scalp trade it is and move on back into open, which I'm hoping. I'm not going to get in unless I see some buyers hold this level again, the $10 level. So a bit of a wall here on Open Door, 10% up, no particular catalyst. I mean, Eric Johnson tweeted some stuff, I suppose, but that's more or less the extent of the story here, and saying it's not GameStop. It does way more in options. I'm like, well, that's nice. You need to break 10 to get a squeeze. Really, you need to break 11 for something special to happen this week, I think. Otherwise, you're just making lower highs on Open Door, which it's done before, everybody. Volume good, but not great. At this time on Friday, I think we'd done well over 200 million shares at least. And certainly on Thursday when it did 1 billion shares, much more. It's at 125. So lower volume than normal, but still pretty good.
I appreciate Neil leaving this one to me here, because thank you so much for the super chat. And I'm going to show you an example of doing this again. Thank you so much, Chase the Packs. I mean, you take the profit where profit is good. You don't get greedy. You partial on the way out. It's legit perfect trading. That's not, I mean, no trading is perfect, but I do appreciate you. And look what's happening again. Just as that super chat comes in, Neil, it's another dollar winner right there on Apple. So here goes Apple again. And just as you mentioned there, Chase the picks or the packs, this is exactly what we did again. So here goes Apple on the way up. We bought the 235 level. Again, both of us have our notes out. You can go to either one of our Twitters, find out our notes. But there it is right here again. Apple, this long level between 235, it came into the low, we took it, and there it goes, man. We are now cruising almost near the high of the day again for ourselves. If we made a little bit back there on Apple. Now, why am I not getting out? Oh, I have an offer at 30. All right, let's take an offer now. There it is. We take a 26. We also have an offer at 30. And just for you home players there today, or anybody that wants to follow these, they're obviously there. It's free on Instagram and on Twitter, but we also do have right now Apple at VWAP. So I'm going to take a couple more pieces out right there and now watch it. And we still have 60% left. So those of you asking about like what the share size or this or that, 60% left on this Apple trade. So again, bought it there, lots of opportunities for all of you to hop on, right? And again, green. So good there. Take it to the moon, says Los Polos Hermanos. I hope they do take this thing to the moon, but no can tell at any time. But right now, what's not going to the moon, it's going right down right now is Tesla. So we'll put on another piece right now. I have a third of what we had on our first breakout. So if this drops below, we will tap out of this name as it's looking to break below 414. That's where my stop is. It has always been there. So again, if it's going to hit, it's going to hit. We are out. Our hands are off. It'll be about $1.30 worth of a hit if that is what winds up happening. So right now on the retrace back up. Now let's go back over to Chase the Packs. And I do want to again say thank you so much. You're getting a lot of likes on this. Thank you so much for the $200, man. We are chasing the packs. And there it is. There's another dip buy. We just bought 415.30s. And there it is, man. Now another 60 cents here upside for Tesla. So let's just start taking them out again. And there it goes, man. We are now back in.
Another one.
And it's another one for you. So another banger rate over here for Tesla. It's just what a good day so far, man. We are over $2 in the money on these two trades. And there it is. There's an official dollar club off of that reload there. So appreciate all the talks today. That's Apple. Sorry, let me go over to Tesla. There it is right there. We just got out at 416. So far, so good on that reload. Let's go back up to the moon and see where we can go. We're at 416.34s, and there it is, man. Oh boy, oh boy. Neil, this has been another fantastic day. We're now back to where we were at 9:32, so that's good. We have 3 times our goal, and again, everyone's going to be completely different. It's a very green day, and shout out to Green Day. That was a big hit. I'm the DJ for my daughter's thing. They like Green Day songs, the parents. So
Classic.
puts them back
Green
to the
Day.
old school.
I like old school. We had this conversation before. I actually think when you're doing the walk-up song for the kids, it's about the parents that
Yeah,
are watching
they were
it.
like it, yeah.
Because you want the crowd to be into it. That's all that really matters. Like, it's fun. If the kids, if the parents don't really get into it, it's not exactly the same thing. We are back in open. Open broke 10 again.
Oosh.
So it's that simple. It broke 10, 10.10 and 10.20. I mean, if it's a $10 stock and it resists $10.10 and it resists $10.20 and it resists $10.30, I think that's obvious places to be able to get some profit. But Robinhood is at that low. It has not broken, or it has not, I shouldn't say it has not broken, it has not closed underneath that 113.7. So it's still very much, like, to me, it's support till it's not. That was my first look. Until we actually break down underneath that low from the 9th, then I want to play for the reversion. So this is the trend down since it lost VWAP. As long as it can close above, one close underneath 113.7, and I'm not really chasing this trend break, but it hasn't done so yet. I want to see if we can't get this entry. Once it closes above here, we're going to grab that long here in Robinhood. And remember, the market, the market's at the high, effectively at the high of 0.6%. Robinhood's down a point. Robinhood is relatively weak here. So if it does give me that entry long, I'm thinking VWAP. On a breakout trade, I would have been willing to hold that last piece and buy dips higher and all that good stuff. But if we break out this 4 and 14 level, I'm thinking to the volume weighted average price because I know this stock is against the grain, and it's been selling off after making all-time highs the last little while here. So it doesn't look like this one wants to break the trend, which means I'm not going to get into it. If it cannot break this little downtrend, I don't want to be fighting this stock here in Robinhood. Doesn't look too good. I know a lot of people have mentioned Oracle. What was it? It was TikTok was the only reason the stock was up.
Yeah.
Or at least the reason we believe. I shouldn't say the only because they just had blowout earnings, and some of this could be a relief rally after all the selling off. But even this is starting to lose a bit here. So not looking nearly as good as it was before. Super strong on the TikTok news. Now filling in a bit of the gap. It's about 298, 299. That was that lower range high. It could hold on to this and still be relatively bullish. So, yeah, no breakout yet on Robinhood. It's just going to be open door holding this $10 level for now. If it gets up to 1040, I want to have most of it out because it just keeps selling off at that price. It sold off at that price on a similar long on Friday. It's sold off at that price this morning. So until it breaks, I want to be limiting, get in at 10, scalp to 30s and 40s. Let's go to Adara.
Meta, META, Oracle, potentially in watch here as well. We do have comments coming from U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent saying that the next U.S.-China talks could result in another 90-day rollover of the tariff truce and will likely happen before the November 10th deadline, but also talking about, TikTok here. They're saying that the, TikTok shutdown threat pushed China towards its divestiture framework. And again, they're likely to have these talks before that November 10th deadline for the 90-day tariff truce. So META and the market overall on watch. Back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Adara, for that. We're going to look at Meta for sure. I mean, good stock there. Yeah, let's go.
Vic, I closed the Gemini short because it bounced off the all-time, Friday's low. Like, once it held that low, I'm like, okay, I'll trail out of it and look for re-entry at the time at the volume weighted average price, but just look for the next opportunity to get the short. It was trend down almost the entirety of the day on Friday, but it's not without some holds and some bounces. So if it bounces off the low, I want to see if I can't jump right back into it. So I'll wait for it to get to 33 change or so, and then try to jump into the trade. That's all. I'm pretty sure I said that I was going to trail it if it held its all-time low, which is Friday's
headphones over
there. Yeah, I'm hearing. I just heard something. What was that?
I don't know. I think Obi's headphones or something.
Oh, I thought it was. It sounded like. Anyways, it sounded like the radio.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think he's listening to something. A little bit annoying. We'll get him to turn that off in a couple seconds when he comes back. You are going to have Joe and Obi. Joby. Actually, let's look at Joby right now, see if that's doing anything. You're going to have Joe and Obi coming through.
I think it was Archer.
It's just a matter of time here and a matter of seconds. Actually,
Archer was moving, maybe.
Archer was moving around. Okay, we'll have a look at that. Yeah, there goes Joby up 4.5%. They got some sort of a defense deal last week, and they had some deals with Uber there, talking about taking helicopters. So, we can all take helicopters into work and whatnot. But yeah, that's an interesting one there, Joby. Tesla's still doing Tesla-like things. Let's have a quick look to see what everybody else wants to look at here today. We will go over and look at the broader market in a second, but it looks like Tesla right now with over 53 votes from our subscribers right there. We've been getting in and out of Tesla all day, and it's going to be infinitely my best stock. Obviously, you've only traded 2 names. And Apple, by the way, Apple did not break that 236.30, so we were getting some more and more out of Apple. We only have 35% left now of that one. RZLV. Maybe we'll have a quick look at that. I haven't looked at that yet today. Yeah, I don't even know what's going on with that. SoFi, again, looking to break through. I think it's at $28 top. Warner Brothers, again, with some deals, last week, Paramount and whatnot. We could see if that's going to go through. $20 is what they're looking at over there. Gemini, Neil just sort of talked about that. SoundHound, again. SoundHound and Big Bear AI, just 2 AI plays that there's a lot of traders looking at these days. So maybe one of those gets going in your account there at some point. But if you do want to be part of this and add your name, stamp your name basically by putting a symbol in, you got to go over to the chat, put in what you like, $, and then the stock, and we will have a quick
RZLV.
look at it. Yeah, RZLV. So let's have a quick look to see what that is. Resolve. Oh, another AI name. Resolve AI.
6%.
Yeah, but look at this name though over the last couple of days. It's been hot fire. So this was $3, breaking through to those levels. Oh yeah, I remember looking at this on Friday because we had talked about some of these highs coming into play, and it looks like they're coming in right now. So $8.50. We'd already seen this back in October, so it's been a year. It's now traveled completely, going down to 70 or $1.20, it looks like. Right back now up to $8 again, which we've seen before, and then the drop down. So it looks like this name IPO'd with some great coverage to the upside there, $12. Actually, unlike many names, it actually held out pretty good there, Neil. It looks like on the top side, and then fell back in after about a week or so, made a bottom of about $1, and now Resolve, RZLV, nice move higher there into those levels. So just on a chart now, you're at VWAP. So yeah, you got to like VWAP. We like VWAP around here, and so does Resolve, it looks like.
You know what else we like?
Yeah,
the 50-period moving average on a daily.
Yes.
So shout out to Yala Studios, and Vinu will get to, I haven't looked at any LV, that's for sure, but ZH, it's a day trading channel, but what's your take? Thinking of going long. I'm going to make the probably not ridiculous assumption that you're looking at a breakout on ZH, like a swing breakout maybe. Again, I don't really know what your plan of action is. I can tell you, I like this stock from a setup at the $4 level was clearly pretty good, and the way that it held the 50 period also pretty good. Now it's got a trend line, which my tool is not on. It's got a nice little trend going that seems like it could be good for a breakout trade. Like if it breaks out here and then just kind of give it back underneath the trend line, I prefer the 50-period moving average because it just held. And without I don't like breakouts without catalyst. There's no volume on the stock, 150,000 shares, right? So a breakout trade doesn't make sense to me. Buying off a support and then something happens and you happen to be in it off support makes way more sense to myself. NAOV was the other one. Thank you very much, Vinu Gunda, for the super chat. It seems to have stabilized. You are long and you want to see a take. I don't know when it, if it's stabilized here, I'm not sure, where was it, unstable? It's trading exactly how it was in the pre-market, so I don't know that it's any less volatile even in here than it was at any point. It has halted a couple of times today, so it has high halt risk on NAOV. It's about 160%. We know these things can go from 160 to screwing shorts to be like 250. That's happened before. I just don't know that it's any more stable. That's not the word I would use to describe it. It has only halted a couple times, which I suppose is good, but I don't chase any of these off the highs. To me, if you get these off VWAP, and you can grab an early halt off VWAP where you're long off this, and then maybe you're giving it back underneath here. But off the top, I don't like taking any breakout trades on these like low flow 100 to 300% type stocks. Buying the dip has been much, much better, at least in my opinion.
Right.
But shout out to you, Vrino, on that NAOV. It is a small capper that is at least giving you something.
Yeah, good. I hope you guys are making a little bit of money on that when we do get a super chat. Donnie Zimbabwe is back. He wants to let everybody know. Love the Green Day vibes. Yeah, same. Wow, today's been a good one. Y'all can wake me up when September ends. This man is up $7,300 on Tesla calls. I hope you're able to get out. You don't have too much diamond hands on those ones because Tesla is, well, first of all, we're still running Tesla today. I wish I was up $7,400 today on Tesla. I am not. Donnie Z is back, man. It's been 2 years of you guys in my headphones at work each day. Can't wait for many more. We want to say thank you so much to that. And that is, oh my God, and that is awesome. And that is a bang. So thank you so much to Donnie Zimbabwe, man. Well, I like that one. And love to see it, brother. Oops, BRTEHER. You know, really glad that you're able to make that kind of money, right? I mean, that's those are big, big money days. That is for sure. So, all right. Yeah, I mean, again, if you're on this Tesla calls, I've been buying this area, man. This is exactly what we wrote down in our sticky note. Right down here, 415s, 416s, 417s. Let's see if it can go upside right now. $3 in the money on this play right now. We did get some out on the way down, man. I mean, I'm now waiting for 423. Let's see if we can get back up to the 200 period moving average and really start rocking it there on that one. And here goes Apple. So Apple, again, VWAP, perfect trade up there into VWAP. Really low of the day into VWAP. Did not get green on Apple. We took a hit there because we're trading with big shares early, and that was a hit there, and we were not feeling it. Obviously, we got out, and we had talked about how poorly I think that we did there. But yeah, right back into it, and so far so good on the Apple trade now as we get back into it. And now we'll wait to see. I'm waiting at 236.50, so let's see if we can now break through VWAP and then get into the 200 period moving average. That would be a decent area for myself to be getting out, but we are now at, and congratulations to everybody, we're at the high of the day. What's up, Ozan? For our net, and the NASDAQ looks like it is trying to break higher as well. What's up to Keith Smith? And just what's up to everybody in the chat, man? And this is the thing. This is why we talk about it. I think the more important thing is green or red, because like Keith, you're up 20K on Tesla calls. This is what we're saying. Like, congratulations to everybody that's balling on all these things. You know, some people, 20K might be a drop in the bucket for some. It may be a huge day for others, you know, but at the end of the day, you just want to make sure that you're making good trades. And I think that as long as you're doing that, you'll be able to figure it all out, guys. So again, thank you for supporting the show. Keep the good vibes going here. That's what we do every single day live on @Trader TV. We're going to go to Adair in a minute. I just want to quickly have a look here at some of the crypto space. We haven't done, I don't think we've talked about crypto other than some of these stocks that have been kind of crypto related. But today, not great, right? Solana is finally kicking back a little bit. It made that high around 248, now 234. So a nice little run up there. Ethereum's been the one that was weaker out of them all. Solana is the weakest, but out of Bitcoin and Ethereum, it's been Ethereum downside right there, down 1.4%. Dogecoin there, 26 cents. Nice run, man. That was 18 or 19 cents not too long ago, so that's been a nice run there for Dogecoin. Cardano, 86 cents.
115 has been a problem.
Yeah, 415. 415?
Bitcoin.
Bitcoin 115, yeah, for sure. And then XRP, we bought some at 280 and didn't get out. So, I mean, it's just telling you guys what I've been doing. I like Ripple down there and XRP at some of those levels. We just got out of something. Oh, boy. Oh, man. Neil, what kind of a day is happening right now? We've been hitting 2 stocks and 2 stocks only. And there goes Apple. Bang, that's right, Joe, man. Can't wait to have Joe and Sharif with us for an extended period. But here we go, man. We are now $2 in the money on Tesla. A nice move up there for Apple as it's taken out and getting back in to the swing of things now. So $1.50 on Tesla, sorry, $2.50 on Tesla, $1.50 now on Apple as we get ready to wrap it up. But I think that was long-winded, but we are waiting for Adair, I believe. So let's go over to Adair and see what she's up to, and then we'll come back to Neil.
I'm seeing some other comments coming through here as well. Scott Besson continuing to talk about TikTok, saying that their commercial terms for that, again, the attempted deal for the U.S. to have this divestiture of TikTok with China. These deals will apparently preserve U.S. national security interests and the app's quote-unquote Chinese characteristics. So you'll still get what you like about TikTok while being in better taste when it comes to U.S. national security. He also noted that the Chinese delegation apparently initially demanded compensation for the TikTok sale through tariff and export control concessions. Sounds like they didn't end up giving them that. But again, it seems like these details are still getting ironed out as well. Let's talk here about the sector map, because finance doing really well this morning. JP Morgan, Visa, and MasterCard all to the upside. Consumer durables looking great as well. Tesla up 5%. Elon Musk bought roughly $1 billion worth of Tesla stock on Friday. Friday was an epic rally for the stock. Today, struggling a little bit more. Retail trade, with the exception of Amazon, a bit weaker here. We've got technology services. Google to the upside. This one made a new all-time high and actually joined the $3 trillion club for the first time ever. Oracle also really strong. This one has been a little bit mixed here after its earnings report on Tuesday, but right now actually breaking back below the 300 levels, so giving back some of that early strength. Electronic technology also on watch. Nvidia red. We know we have a couple different catalysts here with China and chips in general, also Nvidia specifically, but Apple to the upside, Arista Networks to the upside, GE to the upside, and Intel here up almost 5%. They finally figured a way to offload that Altera stake, guys. Back to you.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for the story there on Intel. That's one of the benefits of having Adair around. You'll hunt for the story, but you might not be able to find it. She is all over it, making sure that we don't trade blind to everybody. So give a big shout out to her. I was asked why I got out of Gemini, just to hopefully get back in VWAP, but you don't know. All I can do is observe that it was holding the low from Friday, and once it happened, we liked the short back into VWAP. It didn't get there the first time, so it held 33. It then did this entry again, it got to 33. This is what we're waiting for. There's your topping tail wick. On the way back down, grab it at 33. Stop goes there. Play it to the first level, which had been 32.5 before, and if it breaks that, respect the low of the day another time here on Gemini. As long as it holds that low, then we're going to respect it. Aldrin, you just making that up?
What did he say?
DJT will own a portion of TikTok?
Oh, no, yeah.
He's just making that stuff up?
Yeah,
I mean, at the end of the day...
Maybe true. Who knows?
Well, I mean, I would imagine if that was actually true, DJT would be going ham. Right? This is the way I look at it. This is how I know. If DJT was going to own a piece of TikTok. I don't think the stock would be up 0.8%. I'm just saying.
It's not been.
They're pure they're a fintech, right? This is more an adjacent crypto play, DJT, than anything else at this moment. At least I think so.
I would say we got to start doing some very serious investigations into everything. If all of a sudden DJT is part of TikTok.
No, exactly. There's no chance. They've already thrown their hat into the fintech.
Well, also, what would be the reason for awarding them anything?
If no TikTok deal, the Trump-Xi meet would have been off the table.
Right, that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying about Nvidia.
Nvidia needs some certainty. I think that's what Nvidia is waiting for. We need some certainty as to what's going on with China, and then we can be breaking out this 185 high, because this is the level that everybody has been gearing up for, and it's been selling, and then the second you try to press back into 180, you're putting in lower highs and all that stuff. And what else is there left? Blowout earnings, check. Right? Good valuation, at least relative to its peers, concerning its growth. That's actually pretty good. It's not as expensive as you think, especially when you compare it to AMD. Check. They already told you how much upside there is if they're able to sell to China. So we all know this is lining up. We don't care too much about the rates because that's already locked in for Wednesday. So it's just a matter of some certainty with China, not this tit-for-tat nonsense, because all negotiation nonsense as far as I'm concerned. Investigating them over antitrust or monopoly, investing for U.S. chip companies for dumping, that's just pure negotiation tactic in this particular case. So get that meeting done, and then Nvidia can get some more upside for sure. Alan A., this should be the easiest answer of all time. I don't think there's ever been an easier question on this show. Who do we cheer for in the NHL? The Toronto Maple Leafs. We're in Toronto. And if you're a Toronto fan, if you're in Toronto, then you should cheer for the Toronto Maple Leafs, with the notable exception of my uncle, who has I have an uncle who has so much spite for the Maple Leafs, and so he just cheers for Montreal. Anyways. What, who doesn't?
No, Adair's saying Winnipeg, but I was like, Winnipeg, even the people in Winnipeg, I mean, it's such a small town over there. Adair, Yeah, I know it's a city, but I'm saying you've lost the team once. It could happen again. Who knows? But I hope not. I want to have more Canadian teams
not less.
in the NHL, not less. But shout out to the Dares Winnipeg
Why
Jets.
doesn't Quebec get a team?
I mean, here we go. I mean, both of these are mine, although we
Quebec
both
should
like.
get another one again.
There we go. We both like the Buffalo Bills, and then here's our little. Here, let me just say, here's our little Maple Leaf guy. I got this at a game, so there it is. Connor Brown. It's actually the Marlies right there. I'm trying to get Leaf tickets. Atlanta, come on. With Quebec
Atlanta
City
over
should get
Quebec
one
City.
before
Quebec City should
this.
get a team, man.
Toronto should get a second team before any other U.S. teams come in. Honestly.
Well, the GTA.
Preach on myself. All right, so yeah, just quickly, you guys are wondering, like, what is this guy doing with Tesla? I see in the chat. Yeah, man, I mean, it's now $4 in the money, so what we're doing with it is not really worrying about it too much. But we just got another piece out there at the 50-period moving average, which is right here. So I would say, yeah, my next offer is 424. Right here at the 200 period. I would say it's a little silly not to get something out in front of this. So let's go 419.50. We'll get out of another piece of it again. And there was Chase Pax, or someone had asked and gave that $200 super chat. I want to thank you so much for that, as well as the biggest super chat there today so far. We want to thank you for it. If I can go back and find it. Oh, it's not. Where is it? It's gone on fan funding now. That's strange. We have all these other ones, but I don't see yours. And anyways, thank you so much for that. Maybe, I don't know. That's weird. Where did that go? All right, back to the live chat then. Funny, it should be there. But anyways, you know, it was about this trade, right? And it was about what we had done here on Tesla, and, you know, just getting pieces out as it started to climb back up to the upside. So I think that's what I've been doing here. It hasn't been a smooth run like that right off the open. I thought that this was really, we're up marginally more now than we were, but most of that, there it is. Money, even as we're talking, we're putting some damage here on the board. So, but at the end of the day, there it is, up to VWAP-C. So we get at 419.50 there, I believe was my trade. Yeah, 419.50. So VWAP at 420. You know, we'll take that out, no problem. There to the upside as we wait to see where bigger gets from here. So, yeah, let's just continue to again be happy with our trading and see if we can't, you know, hold this for just a little bit longer here now with our Tesla trade, and see if we can get back up to there into 424 and change. So that's what we're looking for now. And then Apple's, that dollar club as well, that's made its way all the way back up. Hey man, if the futures want to run, we've got two bangers on today, Apple and Tesla, and that's it. I've traded two names today, and I'm actually at three now, more than 3 times our daily goal, but that's pretty much all Tesla, as we're still not even green on Apple, right? We took a much bigger hit here than we're making right now, but this is position pending. Let's see if we can get back up here into 236, 237. Okay, I think we got to go to Adara, and then we'll come back with a segment that I know Joseph and a lot of us like here, what's for lunch.
Still
Are we going back to Adara?
Apparently.
Yes, okay there, Andre. Let's go back to Adara, and then we will hope that it's not going to be tilapia again. Adara?
It's not.
I wouldn't mind tilapia. Let's take a look here at the U.S. dollar index. This thing continues to chop around in more or less a range. If you look back at the weekly chart again, we did make a slightly lower low out of this range last week, but even this week we still are trading in between that very tightly weekly range. So to avoid saying the word range or weekly again, I will just say the US dollar has been pretty stagnant. There's not a lot of that excitement, especially considering this time last year, we were starting a pretty notable rally heading into the end of the year. Now this year we continue to stagnate. It's also worth noting here, economic data coming this week. It's not going to be as exciting as last week with CPI and PPI, but tomorrow we get quite a few prints, including retail sales and import and export prices. Then on Wednesday, of course, we do get the biggest highlight of the week, the FOMC rate decision. That'll come in at 2 p.m. on Wednesday. 2:30, we'll get the press conference with Fed Chair Jerome Powell, one of his last, given that his term will end in May 26. I want to mention as well here, we are seeing participants again, entirely price in a cut. We don't have anybody expecting there will be a hold, but we've seen a lot of, I guess, for lack of a better term, hemming and hawing about the size of that cut. Now, we know that people from the Trump administration and some of these potential Fed chair candidates have been talking and doing interviews saying they want a 50 basis point cut. Right now, the only 4% of participants are expecting that we will get a 50 basis point cut. However, everyone is expecting some kind of cut. Looks like it'll be 25 basis points. We'll have to see if that's what actually comes to fruition on Wednesday at 2 p.m. Back to you.
Oh boy.
It'll come to fruition on Wednesday.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll get half a point cut or not. I mean, Tesla's acting like it has a quarter for sure. It looks like Tesla wants half a point right there. It's just ripping. There goes Apple, by the way, up again to these highs. So wow. And then there goes Tesla now, $6. It's trying to go through VWAP, and I'm going to let it do that. I don't have my next offer is where it is, man. 424 rate. I mean, I should put to 423.50. So let's just do that right now. 423.40s. We'll put an offer there. I'm not here this afternoon, so it'll be Joe and Neil. So I'm going to have to try to get some of these out here as we continue to get going. So join Joe. Again, he's going to do the last 2 hours with Neil here, and Obi and Joe coming in just a couple minutes. But we told you we'd tell you what was. All right, what's for lunch here? Yeah, this is to me little. It's definitely. I mean, if you're,
I
I
didn't look.
You're trading over here today. You got some chicken dinner winners. That's for sure. Congratulations to everybody. But I don't consider this a win. This has not been a good chicken for us, as far as I know. Today it's Chipotle glazed chicken. It sounds okay, but this has been a big fail recently anyways.
I find the chicken goes, it's just a matter of whether it's dry or not.
Right. Yeah, and it's just been recently.
And the last time it was just really dry.
Yeah,
it's not that I don't think it's automatically bad. I just think it's like luck of the draw whether
it's been a fail. Chipotle glazed chicken, spiced potato wedges. So that's good. Roasted eggplant with peppers.
I don't want potato wedges with my salad though. That's the problem. They put weird things as the side of the salad. If you get a salad lunch, it's because I don't want carbs. Yeah. And I want to lower the carbs, so a big plate of potatoes it goes
hopefully we get some of this. I mean, I am loving, and this may be the Italian blood, but roasted eggplant with peppers, come on. That is fantastic. So hopefully there's a little touch of Italian in that one.
Yeah, I love it.
And then the chef's choice salad. So as Neil said, we'll wait to see. Neil and I both salad participants, so we'll wait. But oh boy, you're about to get Obi coming through, of course. But there goes Apple right now, man. Follow me on, honestly, just you don't do anything actually. Do whatever your heart desires. That's the best thing about trading and what we're doing right here. But there's Tesla long, 4.816 to 4.18. If you picked up those levels, you're now $5 in the money and change. And you could have reloaded that many times as we've done on the show. And then patience pays with Apple, as there it goes right there. Nvidia 177, SMR 138. Let's see if we get those. Short trade right there. Amazon now popping up. That just busted up 2% right now as Amazon's going without me. Wow. Tesla right now, no stressla today. This name just keeps on climbing for your boy. Nice move up there for Tesla. You're not going to be able to get the smile off my face right here. Big time trading there for Tesla. I'm going to share it, but there's the 416 to 418 levels. Bye. Nice move here as Tesla continues to climb higher and higher and higher. So just on the shares I have left is 1 day goal on the shares I have left. So we've already gotten out of a bunch up here. So I want to thank that big super chat from before. I want to thank everybody for continuously watching us and supporting the show. Thank you so much for doing that, man. It's been a great morning, and you're welcome, Bernard. There it goes, man. Crypto G, I know you're tired of my days off, but yeah, they're going to keep on happening, my guy. I've been here 24 years. So those are, we get a lot. I get a lot of those days off, and I got to use them now because Neil and I and Brendo and all the crew here, Obi and Joe and Sharif, we used to sort of wait. And then near what happened was December was like a nightmare.
It was bad.
You know, but yeah. I take that as thank you so much. And I miss not being here as well. Especially I miss the P&L. But I do miss you guys. So shout out to everybody for keeping it real.
That's one of those things. Like I know when I first started trading, for my first 10 years, I would never take time off because I would never be able to justify it. I always ended up regretting it. Like after a while, you're just like, you should travel, you should do this and that. I'm going to see my brother this weekend, actually. Oh, nice. We're taking Monday off. Going down to Halifax. You have to reward yourself's not the word I want to use, but like every now and then you've got to take yourself a little bit of a break. And I know it is reward yourself. But to me, if you like travel, you travel. If you like whatever, you do whatever. It's just find ways to reward yourself. Gemini, we'll see if it rewards myself for the fourth time today. It's the fifth execution short, but it's not really like the fifth short. Like it's 1, 2, 3. It's the fourth time short. We just took a couple of fills on the way down this time. But if it loses VWAP, then I don't mind. I got to be able to get out of it at some point. Like it held yesterday's low, Friday's low. So if it busts VWAP, then we got to wait for a different price. At least for now, it's still underneath the volume weighted average price. Robinhood did make the flat bottom break eventually. So Robinhood, there's no story with Robinhood. Robinhood down 1.5%, but it was failed breakout, although we did have a long that worked from up to about 117 there. Now it's breaking down this prior low. It's a big gap fill. I think there's room to 110 on Hood. As the market's high, it's just lower. I just don't think this is more than, don't get all in a tizzy or anything. Robinhood just failed 120, and it's probably in a gentle pullback to the 50-period moving average. The stock is still an absolute beast. It's just that it's in a short-term down run. It's now like the 4th day in a row that it looks like it wants to be a little bit red relative to the market. So I was trying to I liked it long for a breakout play. Obviously, it didn't go. Now you're breaking some major support here on Robinhood. Only about 1 minute before we get back, but I did want to throw back, and I know it's always on the list. To give you an idea, I mean, Open Door, I only really traded off the $10 level, at least until it gets to about 920. So because it's headed down, you can see it's up 6% here, but because it is losing VWAP, waiting very patiently, looking for a reversion play in at 920 and the 880 level. I keep trying to get rid of these Fibonacci's. It's like I was complaining that it didn't save my Fibonacci's on Friday, and then I did successfully save them, and now I can't get rid of them. Now they just keep popping back up. I don't use fibs. I only had them on the chart because Michael Noss was introducing us some levels, and I wanted to throw them up to see how they played on Friday, and they ended up holding pretty well. But my level is going to be at 880 if we can't hold on, and then the 920 level as Open Door is giving a lot of its early gains back, as you can see. But as Sean mentioned, we do have a bit of a treat right now. That is going to be Obi. That is going to be Joseph. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. I'll be back with Joe at 2 o'clock, but enjoy.
Oh, no, I'm in mobile here. We don't want to get on mobile there.
Yo,
What's going on? What's
going
up,
on?
Trader TV
What up,
Live?
what up?
Happy Monday. Right here, it's your boy Joe. And next to me, we got Obi. Yeah, I'm just waiting to pull up the chat here and see what we got going on. I hope everyone's having a fantastic day, regardless of what you are trading. I think it's really important just to stay within your risk measures, obviously. And no, it's not the mobile one again there, Obi. We got to find it. There it is. All right, now we're live and we're ready to rock and roll. Yeah, I mean, it's been a questionable one there with Tesla for a bit, not moving with the overall market, as you can see, climbing aggressively, and it's taken some time for Tesla to start to participate, but that's okay. We don't mind whatsoever because we are involved in it, just like our good friend Katina Man. I know Obi was involved in it earlier in the day as well too, so there it is. Boom, we're starting to cook up. But first, Obi, you know what time it is. We got to do some roll call. We're waiting for this chat to load. Come on, YouTube. You can do it.
Take some attendance.
Yeah, exactly. We got to see who's in here and who's rocking and rolling, who's putting up those numbers today, whether you're red or green or just putting on some good trades. All right, let's go over this. Who do we have in the chat? We got Danny Koo. What's up, my friend? Who else do we got in there? Luger 27, Hangry Wife, D Scurv. What's going on? Mike P, the Rider, and then we got Dude V. Who else do we got? We got Will. Shout out to Will. I have a good friend named William Gorev. My boy, what's going on there? 420 Bud Monster. I fast trades. Okay. So you're not eating anything there. I get that one. Charlie Taff, what's going up, my friend? Silly Mama, hey, how are you? One more there, Obi.
Yes,
Big
sir.
40 nephew. And there goes Tesla putting in some more, a new high right there. So boom, we like that one. Not much left on this trade there, Obi, but it's been working out pretty good for us.
Yeah.
What have we traded on the day? 1 second. This thing took us a while to get it going, but now we're starting to cook up. But let's see what my friend Obi has got going on.
Yeah, no, I've only pretty much touched Tesla. Hopefully you guys are doing well off of the open. What a crazy run up on Tesla. The story that's been unfolding. Like last week and in the weeks prior as well, we saw that consolidation start to build up. Multi-week, multi-month-ish consolidation there in the mid to, was it 350s-ish? And then we finally got that 368, 370 break coming in on Thursday and Friday, that strength. And then we get the news yesterday, this morning that, Elon bought $1 billion worth.
Billion.
a cool Billy.
100 Billy.
No, sometimes you just gotta slap a Billy more onto your position.
You never
good
know
trade.
when you have
Good
to.
trade.
You never know when you have to. But some days you just wake up and you're like, all right, what am I going to do with this extra Billy I got here?
The average for those
more shares.
The average for those shares is like 395. So bro is chilling right now. He's chilling.
He's good.
He's vibing. It's at 420.
Yeah.
It's higher than he thought it would be, but you know what I mean? I don't know. But we're chopping around, consolidating. Like off of the open, I tried the long, didn't work, and then I did get the long off that 415 for the push a little bit higher, and then got short on VWAP. I'm pretty much, I am red on it. I was going to say flat, but I'm not flat just yet on it. I'm pretty red on it because of the initial longs. But the short that I caught brought me back a little bit there. Market's hella strong. Tesla is doing its thing, and it kind of lick grabbed that low right there. You can see a nice little wick low at that 415. So 415 support as of right now, 423's prior high, and then pre-market highs coming in at 430. So if we can effectively get on top of VWAP, get on top of some of this morning structure, I'm curious to know whether or not we actually get through that 430. I think all-time highs on a name like Tesla is almost inevitable, but let's see how it.
In the coming week,
In the coming week, whoa. Okay.
I mean, you got to think we're still we're still 11% off of those previous all-time highs. Tap into you.
Oh yeah.
For sure. But anyways, guys, that's what we had cooking up. I seen Google on Obi's chart there momentarily. I am kind of liking it at VWAP. Man, this name has been absolutely insane. Google's just been on a monster run, and just jot that down, guys. When you have all these antitrust lawsuits going on, and then sure enough, you have these mega caps beat them, and the judge ruling in their favor, essentially, they just got to share a little data at the end of the day. You got to take that trade. 212 all the way to a high of 252. So that's some monstrous moves there in Google. And you know what, guys? Full disclosure, you know what was going on. In April, we sold somewhere around this neck of the woods and rotated into some Robinhood and Nvidia. But now it looks like a slight rotation. But I mean, Robinhood's been fantastic for us, and so has Nvidia. But yeah, holding on to those big names, really, really important. Okay, so a hefty dive down. I'm glad that I have nothing off. So what I was talking with Obi earlier in the session is that, okay, so we try this we try this attempt 1, get stopped out, attempt 2, stopped out, 3, okay, no problem. Then we double it up, so we're essentially in the size of those 2 losses. But then we get stopped out 60% right here on this candle of our remaining, looking for the continuation. And I'm like, oh, you dirty dog, Tesla, you. And then sure enough, you get some indecision at the lows. I'm like, all right, let's take another stab, start small. Nope, doesn't go, stop out on that one. And then sure enough, we get this hammer candle print on the 1 minute. And I'm like, yeah, all right, it's just go in the size, right? Don't even hesitate. When you see that type of setup right here, you get involved as right away, and then you build in with as much as you're slightly uncomfortable with, and you look for that continuation. But that's a key level right there at 422.86 that you're seeing an aggressive rejection right there. And with that being said, Obi, we're going to take a look at the options chain. I know Rivi Millionaire was like, hey, Joe, what's going on with
what would you say are some interesting chains before even looking at them? Like at the prices, I think 425 is going to be nice. 430 is going to be interesting, like stacked. Probably.
Yeah, we can take a look right now. I don't know why it's not showing everything, but surprisingly, Obi, what has the largest amount of open interest right now is 400. 400, okay. And then you can go. So 420 does have 23,800 current open contracts, but look at the substantial volume there.
Yeah.
So they're closing. Yeah. So 66,000 contracts. So to add to your point there, 420 is the highest amount of volume right there.
Nice.
On
I would expect it to be the highest.
Yeah,
highest in the room.
Exactly. It is. Yeah, Travis Scott. He's most.
There you go.
It's most definitely the highest in the room.
Some of those 420 calls.
Yeah, it's definitely the most. It's the highest in the room. So yeah, that's what we got going on with Tesla. Oh, we did have one more trade here, and that's on IonQ. I did get
that was my top idea, by the way, this morning. It did not do what I was looking for.
Same.
Did not do what I was looking for. So, right.
So yeah, this is what we had on IonQ as well. I mean, you get these daily breakouts. You're punching through 48, boom, and you're off to the races. And the buyers step right back in. So that's positive. Obviously, we'd like to have a little bit more shares on this one, but you play the break of VWAP, boom, 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 and we almost catch the peak on it. So we can't complain whatsoever on IonQ, brother.
Yes, sir. Yeah, no, the market's taking a little bit of a pullback here. I'm watching a few other stocks when it comes to the, I guess, Mag 7s here. So let's take a look at some of those and see what's going on over there. So let me just put in my stop for that one there. And yeah, I really like the way some of these Mag 7s are moving right now. Apple was another stock on my list for a potential trade here. So let's take a look at Apple. Apple is breaking out, or was breaking out pretty aggressively coming into this week. You can see how strong this push on Friday was. A little bit of a flat top for 234. So my game plan over the weekend on Sunday was, all right, well, if Apple can get pushed, actually wanted to take a technical break through this, but guess what? That trade already coming in the pre-market and already pushing up, maybe even giving a little too much of an extension, 238 highs, and a beautiful, beautiful rejection and failure to follow through, reversion, whatever you want to call it, off of the open on Apple. Maybe a little bit of a fill back down to 235s. I like that. I kind of missed that 235 hold. I like that as a little bit of a psychological level, and it's close enough to the 234 to be like, all right, if we're going to start to really sell off aggressively and then meet a wall on 235s, which is only $1 away from this prior day's resistance, and then that resistance, we can see it becoming into support for a nice little curl back up towards VWAP, and then maybe even a little bit higher here. So yeah, it's looking pretty good here for a potential push. Let's see if we can get past that 237. That's what I like. But the market, both the ES and the NASDAQ are pulling back as of right now. So I don't know, might be a little wary on that one, but guess what? Like I said, some of these Mag 7s are not like the others. Take a look at Softy here. Softy aggressively strong. This was very unexpected on my part, where I was just like, all right, well, Softy, I'm going to let it kind of consolidate, do whatever. It did do relative volume coming in on Friday. We had a little bit of a spike Thursday evening, but couldn't really get there. But maybe today's the day that we're really getting there. This 500 push and hold and break on Softy coming in really, really nice. And this was all the way from that 520 breakdown, if you remember that. Remember that grinding trend that Microsoft had beforehand, and then you see that coming in, kind of that 500 breakdown was the follow through, in my opinion, and then I guess we're holding in and around that 500 mark as well.
It's good, right? Like, to speak of Microsoft here, we were talking about this for some time, is that boom, okay, so you have this steady uptrend snaps, you get the move to the downside, and then now the downtrend is broken. Now you're on the backside of that, Obi, so not too bad of a look there on Microsoft to your point there.
So the buyers are stepping back in, is what I'm saying. It's like now the question becomes, like, do they step back in with such significance that we kind of push and reclaim some of those significant levels, like the 540s, the 525s or whatever, or is this just a lower high? I have no idea, but I really like that initial kind of breakdown, that 520 breakdown on Microsoft for the swing short. However you wanted to execute that. I think there was opportunity there for sure. Google coming in with a little bit of a reversion as of right now as well. Beautiful, clean reversion. Where's my browser there? Okay, let me just pull this in right here. So yeah, goggles. Let's take a look at this one. Look at this beautiful, beautiful straight line up, and then a nice grind back down through that 250 back into VWAP. Hasn't quite reached this 247 just yet, but this grind trend down is pretty interesting. Joe, there, because look, the aggressive bid, it just, as soon as that bid is done, just slow, steady selling all the way back down, reverting to the mean. And you know how much I like my mean reversions, but a bit of a miss on Apple, I think. Sorry, on Google, I think the reversions may be better taken at that 251, 250. Maybe even if you're slick with it, maybe you catch it at 252s as well. But Google coming in with a beautiful, beautiful reversion. Other than that, I'm not really seeing anything in terms of Mag 7s. Tesla's kind of flat. Nvidia is kind of flat. Amazon is strong, but not as strong as, say, like a Google or something. So this is what Amazon was up to here this morning. So nice little opening range breakout. I know you like those 232s on Amazon. That gave you almost a point and a half, a little over a point and a half. 233.70s is the high of day as of right now. So these technical breakouts working out really nicely. And look at that confirmation as well. Look at the volume on the candle that breaks that opening range. That's confirmation that you want to see. You're just like, all right, we're actually seeing seeing volume push through a significant level.
Yeah.
That's a good sign. But yeah, no, that's what I had eyes on off of the open. Nothing too crazy as of right now. Getting chopped up on Tesla as we speak, as it just wants to print a lot more volume at this 420. Obviously, we looked at the chain.
Yeah.
420s is the most stacked chain.
Yeah, for sure.
Highest in the room.
It's definitely the high. What's up, Fabian?
What's going on?
Oh, you're good. All right. We're just seeing we just want to see. All right, guys. I mean, all right. So this is what we got going on, right? So full disclosure, we talk about wins, losses, whatever it may be. Right, so this is my TXN swing, dirty dog, right? So we're still sitting on a little bit of unrealized there, but my swing, TXN swing, gaps down this morning, and I'm like, oh, as soon as I open my eyes, I get an alert, TXN, boom, at a certain price, boom, smoked for a quick, bright and early 5 spot. But again, we got a little unrealized. I'm liking the calls, and I'm liking some calls for the crypto space leading into FOMC. So. It was a rough weekend for your boy, not gonna lie. So I had two picks. I very rarely sports gamble. So for all my UFC fans and all my fight fans, what I had essentially was the main event of UFC, Juan Silva versus Diego Lopez, to go into the 3rd round. And then I had the main event, obviously in the boxing match, to go to decision. And in the main event on the UFC card, needed to go to the 3rd round, and my guy gets KO'd with 13 seconds left in the 2nd round. And I'm like, oh my God, what a bad beat. Big time fail. I'll even hit it on myself. So we took a hefty loss on that one, which kind of sucked. But hey, at the end of the day, it is what it is. If you're looking to make some money, you got to put some cash up. And I should have added to some more Tesla on that one. So I don't know who bet on Canelo. I had Terrence the whole time. You guys know we've been talking about it for quite some time. I almost puked and thought you said TSN. Oh, TSMP. No, I don't know. Unfortunately, but yeah, that was a tough look. But Tesla's starting to head back towards this key pivot level right at 422. So we'll keep a note. Yeah, I know day trader cut. I couldn't even believe it. So essentially, what I was doing, I was so amped. I'm like, all right, let's go. So for the 2nd round, I was actually just shadow boxing and fighting, pretending like I was Juan Silva fighting Diego Lopez, and then I got knocked out 13 seconds left in the 2nd round, Obi. This is such a bad beat, man.
Sorry, Fabian was just helping me with something. I missed the beginning of the story. This was your fight?
No, this is, I put a sports bet on.
Okay, yeah.
Which I very rarely do.
Yeah.
If I like the fight, I'll do something. But anyways, I needed the main event to go to the 3rd round.
Okay.
And then the guy got knocked out with 13 seconds left in the 2nd round. Yeah, otherwise I would have won.
No.
Yeah. So that was a horrible beat. So this weekend we've been taking a slack, and there's no questioning that. But so good.
Was there a big fight this weekend? Is that what it was? Because I saw some posts about like some dude. He called in and he had $1 million bet, and he's just like, I can't tell you, but I just have to change it to the other guy.
Yeah, that was.
You heard about that?
That was Aiden Ross.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Ross was,
so he definitely has some insider information.
Yeah, Aiden Ross had the $1 million bet on Canelo, and then he switched it.
Last second. What?
Last minute to put on Bud Crawford, and I said I knew.
GG copy traders, copy betters.
Yeah. You know what I mean? And I should have caught on to that one, but we didn't. It's unfortunate. But let's go Tesla. Let's see if we can break through. I was going to add here, but I was kind of indulged in my story. That was a beautiful signal right below V open and worked out. You could have pieced out. But other than that, we're not going to be too upset with what we got going on. Potential topping signal here on Microsoft as well, too, for all my VPA traders. That's a big time one right there on MSFT. Adara, what do you got for us?
So what I have here is these talks with China's lead trade negotiator, Li. China's trade negotiation team is holding a press conference after these meetings earlier. Basically, he's saying that apparently they've reached a framework agreement on TikToks. The U.S. and China have reached a framework agreement on TikTok. This is previously indicated by U.S. President Donald Trump and U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, but now being confirmed here by China's trade negotiation team. Now, it is also worth noting, trade envoy Cheng Gang just said that China will not be sacrificing its principles for a TikTok deal. So they've reached a framework, but they're not willing to sacrifice any principles in their eyes. Again, China's lead trade negotiator, Li, also saying that the goal here is to cut misunderstandings and boost cooperation between the countries. Back to you.
Yeah, Bo, that fight was crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy, crazy, crazy. Other than that, man, we're looking for Tesla to break this peak to see if we can get involved. I wouldn't even thinking about shorting Softy right now, considering we were just talking about it not too long ago. Breaking downtrend, continuing its topside move. So this is day 2 on the backside of that trend. So looking pretty good, but we want to start piecing some out. This was the reload. I need that I'm reloaded thing here because this is where you got to go. Maybe if I had it, I would reload a little bit more often just so I can hit it. But at the end of the day, this is what we got cooking up here on TSLL, 2x leverage Tesla there, Obi.
Yeah, I did get short initially on that Amazon, and then I went in to type in my stop, and I think I mistyped what the stop was, and it got me out instantly there. But you know what? I'm going to wait a little bit longer. Let's see. It is looking like it might want to take a bit of a beeline. There's Tesla. There's Tesla. A little bit of a breakout happening on Tesla. Hey, yo. 423 half. So we did break out of this kind of range, or not necessarily opening range, but that morning session high there, 423s. 425s is the next stop. That's what I'm looking at here. So let me pull that up. Tesla, I really liked the long, man. I really liked the long, and it comes in, it wicks the low, it wicks the day low, and then bids right back up. That's definitely a little bit of strength. I tested it again here at VWAP. I'm like, all right, well, do we sell off, or is this actual strength after wicking the day low? It seems like we're making a little bit of a beeline towards high a day. Don't forget, pre-market highs coming in at 430.36 is. Joe, that is not that far away. In terms of the range that Tesla can do, you just saw what it did. 420, like I was short just above 419, and I'm like, I'm gonna give it to the back through of 420 because if I was like, if it gets back up there, the probabilities are strongly skewed against me. And guess what happened? I get stopped out on top of the break of 420, and then we hit that 423, we break out of that prior high. So that extension happens just in 6 minutes, right? So it's like it can move a distance in a relatively short amount of time. So it's always best to kind of, I guess, try to ride the strength on this one, whether it's to the upside or to the downside, more often than not, and be wary of some of these crazy wick actions. Like, look, you break this prior high, and then you get some selling. You break this day low, and then the buying steps right back in. So it's like sometimes for Tesla, I even like to be really, really patient and wait for that moment, that big like lick grab or whatever you want to call it, where it takes out a few stops and then it reverses. I really like that kind of action there. And again, that kind of action in any sort of market, I think, is definitely changing the short-term probabilities for things, if at all, I think. So Amazon's taking a little bit of a pullback. I like the 233 short. It's at 232.69 on the bid as of right now. So that's pulling back quite nicely. So a little bit of a miss on Amazon, but I'll wait for another pop. But I don't know. If this is going to be a good reversion, it's probably not going to have any pops. It'll probably just come right into VWAP. But if it's a choppy reversion, then I like it a little bit better. Maybe we make some lower highs and build some structure that really kind of shows us that, okay, now sellers are in charge. They're willing to break some structure as well. So, but at the end of the day, market's strong, Amazon strong, technically still making higher highs and higher lows on the day. So it is technically a counter trend, even though the short-term, I guess, action has been a bit of a short scalp here. No backside to say the most there. Nvidia almost coming into its day highs, 176.58 there. I'm curious, how many of you guys have been swinging some of that Nvidia? I know that earnings wasn't as hot as some people would have liked, but guess what? We kind of bid back. We kind of did okay, right?
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. The crypto space starting to break down a little bit here, guys. I'm doing something like I just mentioned before, man. And Katina, everybody here says it. You got to be willing to put up some cash. You told me, I just told you guys exactly what happened in my TXN swing. Take a little bit of a hit, but I'm going heavy on some contracts leading into this FOMC. It's either it's going to work out really well, or I'm going to be coming in the next day with holding my head somewhat high regardless of the win or loss that happens on that one. So be keeping in mind. But we're also involved in some Bitcoin here. This is what I was referring to. So we got a nice 5-minute hammer candle right at some support levels. If it decides to breach, then we'll just get out of that. We'll start relatively small on that. But we're thankful for what we had here on Tesla. So yeah, Katina Man's cooking. This is starting to work out. Obi, this is what I was talking about not too long ago on Microsoft. It seems that you didn't even get a move higher, but you have that gravestone doji right there on the 5-minute at an extreme high, and you get somewhat of a pullback. Maybe you do run into this prior support level, prior resistance that can act as support. So keep an eye out on that one. So yeah, we're again, swing account, we're shares, ETHA, we're contracts, IBIT as well too. So yeah, throw those contract monies up. Can't complain, man. My 410 calls on Tesla made my month, so I can't in good faith whine about my luck. Let's keep printing on the market. Yeah, exactly, man. That's how it is. Like, the good times feel like they don't last long enough, and the bad times are just like, ooh, it feels like they're never going to go away. But again, a bad day is only 24 hours, guys, so just keep that in mind. And guess what? You get to wake up the next day, and hopefully everything is starting to rock and roll. So try to keep a positive mindset as much as possible. But Bitcoin, significantly stronger than what we're experiencing here in Ethereum. And if you want to look at this from a daily, it's not good when you break out like that and then eventually you just kind of give back over the weekend. You just give back the majority of that move. So maybe it's going to be a mistake, maybe not. We'll wait and see. As long as we don't crack this, then we'll be okay. And they're further dated. I'm talking these are like March expiration cycles. So yeah, I'm going to continuously hold on to that. Softy poppin'. Yeah, MSFT. Is it poppin'?
Poppin'.
I don't know is that an actual ticker or
MSFT is I guess I don't know. MSFT is kind of dropping.
Yeah, but that's what I was saying. Yeah, but he says SOFTEE number soft T, but I'm saying this is the short signal right there on that name 513.49, and then now you're down about 20 cents or so from that specific level. So yeah, not too bad of a look. I think that it's a sell signal in my opinion. I don't know if that's an actual ticker in which you're pointing out, but Adair, what do you got for us?
Meta dropping here a little bit. We do have China's cyberspace regulator saying that China's going to be reviewing and approving the tech export related to TikTok in accordance with the law. We know that. We've had China and U.S. both saying that they've reached the framework for a TikTok deal, which has been a very long time coming. META, again, on watch your China cyberspace regulator or official from that body is saying that China's going to be reviewing and approving this tech export related to TikTok. Back to you.
Yeah, you call it a reversion on that one, right?
Yeah. It's seen the signal, man. It's essentially what I seen at the look. Okay, let's compare these two kind of, and you can see the similarities. This is always what I'm looking for, right? It's pattern recognition. Why was I long on Tesla? Indecision print, bang. Why was there a potential short? Maybe indecision print. No outstanding volume, right? You don't get that isolated volume print. Oh, yeah. But I mean, there you go. That print at the high, and then sure enough, I don't know if you're going to get to VWAP on this. I think that would be a bonus, Obi, considering how strong the market is today. But yeah, we're not going to complain about that. Let's go IBIT and let's go crypto space.
When you say isolated volume print, you mean like that high volume node, like on the chart, like exactly. On the breakout that we just saw on what was this? The Tesla on the push. You got some strong volume, I think.
I think was it on the 1 million? Yeah, that's all it is. Yeah,
okay, so like something like that.
This would be isolated relative to what it is, right?
So it's like an outlier. It's just standing on its own, like a strong volume bar.
Exactly.
I like that.
Okay, yeah. So when you correlate the two, so like if you have one of those indecision prints and a high volume, that just adds a little bit of more probability within the setup. So that's just 100%. What I keep my eyes out for.
I love that. I love that.
Yeah,
and again, we all have different names for different kinds of actions and stuff.
Exactly.
But yeah, no, I like that. High volume, would you call it? High volume?
An isolated volume.
Isolated volume.
Yeah, isolated volume.
Nice. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I look for those all the time. It's good for continuations, right? I've talked about them before as well. It's just
it's even great for bottom picking too, right? Like if you have that
capitulation has more often than not has a volume.
Yeah, we call it stop. It's classified as stopping volume, I guess, as in the book. It's written. I'm not classifying it. So yeah, it's stopping volume. You have that extreme low. Anna Cooley.
Okay.
Yeah, you read that.
No, I've read it a long time ago.
So there's like igniting volume in what we would see on the Tesla. Ignites, boom, decides to go ripping. Then we have stopping volume when it's at an extreme low. You have those hammer prints and you have that isolated print on the volume as well too. That can be classified as stopping, and things will slowly start to cool off there.
Okay, nice. Yeah, I like that. It kind of reminds me of like going back to like a playbook. Like you can everyone can look at like like a breakout or a breakdown or a daily breakout or something. But if we all have different names for it, you can get creative with it.
Exactly.
I think we have some pretty creative names for some of this stuff. I'm working on something right now that's just called Eater, which is just something that's just an extended, like an extended reversion kind of trade. Yeah, and it's fun to kind of do that, right? It kind of gets you involved.
Come up with your own name.
Come up with your own name.
Exactly.
I like that. I like that a lot.
So,
but yeah, no. Throw it up in the chat. Do you guys have any, like unique or specific, I guess, names or titles that you give to the types of setups or types of price action, like we call lick grabs, right? Lick grabs, some people call it, it's a stop hunt. Some people call lick grabs stop hunts. Whatever you want to call them. It's I call it isosceles volume. Nice. that's funny. Yeah.
What does he say?
Okay. All right. Faux hammer. Let's calm down. All right. So Amazon is bidding right back up.
Oh man.
Bidding right back up 233. So okay, now it's the time. It's like, all right. Do I want to look for a lower high? The market is bidding up as well. So I'm really asking myself this question. We had that strong push, and this was, again, isolated volume.
Wow, on Zon.
Candle right there on Amazon through that 232 break, and then we're getting a little bit of a pullback here. So I'm asking, is this a little bit of exhaustion? I don't know yet. But we'll see. I got out of my scalp there on Tesla. Again, Tesla's not really doing anything too crazy. We saw the push through that 423. Hasn't really gone anywhere, but now we're kind of holding a little bit above VWAP. So maybe maybe some things are starting to change on this name as we start to consolidate and build. I really like that lick grab failure to follow through of that 415 as well. And we saw strength and volume coming in off of that false breakdown as well. So the buyers definitely showing a little bit of themselves there. Donnie Zimbo in the chat. Thank you for the super chat here. 592 calls expiring 916 on the queues. Really want to pull the trigger.
Pull it then. What do you have to say about that? Well, for me personally, if you're thinking about it, just take the shot. At the end of the day, was TXN one of my best setups for a swing trade? Absolutely not, but I would have been more mad at myself not taking the trade than what I am and it working and then me taking a $500 loss, right? Like, I'm equally as mad at the fact that I took also a $200 loss on freaking Juan Silva getting knocked out 13 seconds. Whoa. Bro, you had 13 seconds to survive and not run into a spinning elbow. And then
all it takes, man.
Yeah, all it takes. It's literally, I'm like, man, this is
not over till it's over.
Not over until it's over, man.
Not over till it's over.
But no, in all seriousness, if you really like the trade, then take it by all means. 592, you're not giving yourself much time. That's 0 DTE or 1 day till expiry. So again, if you like it, just take it. Don't live with no regrets.
No regrets.
No regrets, as they like to say. But Adara, what do you got for us?
We're going to start here by talking about the Gemini IPO. Now, that obviously happened yesterday, but it is in the crypto space. And as you can see, it's not doing too much today. Now, here are the Winklevis, are sometimes referred to as both of them, the Winklevoss twins, Cameron and Tyler Winklevoss, co-founders of Gemini. This was them ringing the bell here on IPO day at the NASDAQ. They did, the stock was up 14% from, where it opened, or 40% on Friday. They did raise $4 to $25 million through their IPO. So it opened here at $37.01, which was about 32% above the IPO price of $28. Now, as Neil has talked about a lot, and as we've talked about on the show in general, a lot of times IPOs will be considered big successes as long as they have that close or even sometimes the open above the expected IPO price. So with that in mind, even though the stock doesn't look so good, this was still viewed as a success for the Winklevi and for Gemini as a whole. Let's talk here about Bitcoin. BTC running into some resistance here. As you can see, around that 116,700 level, we did previously climb over the past resistance around 113.4. Let's see if we're able to do this. But right now, that's a bit of a double top on the daily, at least in the shorter term, at that level. Ethereum, we'll take a look at Ethereum on a 3-day losing streak, though they do have, we do have some support here around that 4,200 level for Ethereum. We'll take a look at Solana. Solana actually continuing to look a little bit better, at least on the daily chart, than some of these other crypto names. Higher highs and higher lows, but this one making a bit of a topping tail yesterday and its second day of pulling back. So really mixed look across the crypto space, guys. Back to you.
Amazon's coming in a little bit, but
that's good.
we did break down. So it kind of following through with what I was looking for the most part there on Amazon. But yeah, I gotta be a little bit wary here. This is what we were looking for. I was like, all right, clean downtrend there, but I'm waiting for a pop. Guess what? I missed the pop into 233s, and I see it kind of getting weak with the market here as well. So I'm going to take a little bit of a curl down as well, a nice little confluence for the downside there. Let's see if we can get a bit of a travel towards VWAP. That's sitting here at 231.84. So a bit of a reversion coming into play. We did break the structure, but the bid's coming in right away, right off of it. So I saw a bit of stalling happening underneath that 232 halves. So I covered a decent chunk there, just left with that last little bit of action. Again, it's not perfect. I would have preferred to be in up here at that 233s, but I'm not paying as close attention to it as I'd like to, but sizing down a little bit and then taking the follow through when I'm seeing those sellers step in and removing liquidity on the way down. I like that. Happened to work out. Got a little lucky there. 421's starting to look a little bit, or 422 starting to look a little bit, I guess, into the bid here, a little weak as the market attempts a bit of a curl back to the downside. So let's see what we got on in store for us here in terms of some of the other names. Let's see some of these chip names. I know some people are asking what is going on with Intel this morning, and I was like, oh boy, Intel. I do not have eyes on that one. There, where is my other one? There we go. Boom. Let's take a quick look at Intel. Wow, Softy holding up quite well, even though that quadrunk. All right, so Intel, nice push. I kind of missed what the catalyst on this one was, and if Amazon's going to come right back, then I'm going to piece off just a little bit more there. But yeah, no. VWAP pullback holding as of right now here on Intel. So that's one of the chips that's, I guess, had some strong volume. Nice expanding volume off of the open as well. I really like that. But holding that $25 area on Intel as of right now. I wonder if this was like an hourly or daily breakout here as well. Let's take a quick look at the daily chart to see if that came in. Kinda, not really. You can see it did break out of this, but that's 24.94. We're pretty much right there. The bid coming in all the way 24.30s this morning on Intel. So nothing too crazy there. Excuse me. Let's see what else there is. AMD. I know AMD was pretty strong last week. Coming into that 160 level. Yeah, there you go, 160 halves, a bit of a double top, 160.40 specifically. We come into that area once again today, off of the open, sellers step right back in, and now we've made a bit of a higher low relative to some of those prior weeks' prices. I'm questioning whether or not we finally get a distinct break and push on this AMD as well. But yeah, let me know what you guys are trading. Aura Alpha in the chat saying Oracle volume. Yeah, Oracle was one of my top stocks in terms of earnings on the day today. Day 3 earnings on Oracle. I was honestly looking for a bit of a continuation, but I knew on day 3 what like the likelihood of a strong continuation after two and a half almost aggressive days of selling. I guess today is day 4, not day 3. Sorry. So day 1, day 2, day 3. I was looking for more of that continuation coming into day 4. Not really happening, but guess what? The pop happens. Sellers stepping right back in here at that 308. I think 308s was prior day high. Yeah, 307.86. So just shy of that 308. Sellers stepping in right where they were on in and around those levels on Friday on the day today. So we only pulled back to 300. We're holding that well. We're trading back at VWAP as of right now. But the market is just kind of stalling here, Joe. So absolutely. I don't know, a little indecisive. Again, this is a 15-minute chart here on the NASDAQ. If you kind of push that in and compress it into like an hourly, you can see we're just kind of dojiing here on some of the higher time frames as of right now. So I'm going to be patient. I'm looking for a potential continuation here on Amazon. We did bid right back up, but let's make some lower highs for a potential continuation. It's not going to be clean, but there is a clean reversion that I am seeing that I did miss here on TSM. But some of these clean ones, you don't have much time. It's the thing. Some of the best trades, some of the best prices, you're not going to have much time. Price will not stick around at areas of value for not necessarily a long time.
Yeah, very, very, very good point, Jag. It was telling me that bulletin was about MEMX options. They're having some execution, so I think they're suspended momentarily. That's what I got. I don't know if anybody else got that notification, but yeah, that's what I got on that one. We're still sitting in this IBIT and in this Tesla trade. Are we going to be looking for a reload? I don't know. I think we missed that just south of the volume weighted average price. If we can get IBIT to break through this key resistance zone, I mean, what happened on Friday can definitely happen again today. So that would be absolutely bomb if it did, considering, right? So you can see this nice consolidation, boom, and then you break, and then you're just on a monster run to the top side. Now you pull back the majority of that. Well, you give back more than that, the move that you experienced on Friday, and then now you're at the lows. So just kind of chopping around. So getting in at the lows, selling the tops maybe until you, if and when you do get that breakout. But what are we going to be keeping an eye on? Boom. We want to watch that volume profile to make sure that it steps in, and that can add a little bit more conviction within our trades there. My guy, we talked about APLD today. I'll go rewind if so. Thanks, man. No, I didn't, Rook, my brother. I didn't APLD. I mean, this thing's been hot for us for some time. Pre-market was decent, right? But then it's kind of just moving sideways after that. So keep an eye on APLD. Daily, absolutely phenomenal. So really great look, nice print there at the lows, and then continuing its grind to the top to the northeast there. So not too bad of a look. Hood trying to bust through the Cardi now. Okay, all right. Let's take a look at it right now on Hood. Is it breaking through that Miss B? Let's see. Oh, it's getting there. Volumes, oh, the print was there. Wow, what a beautiful signal. This thing's been doing this day after day. Gorev catches this one. Look, right? So this is just pattern recognition. Boom, my boy Gorev gets long. I remember this, you telling me this. Boom, get that move up there, and that's what we're looking for. And then sure enough this morning, identical to what you're experiencing from the previous session. So this is exactly what we're looking for. What happened today, I mean on Friday with IBIT, we're looking for it to happen again today. Is it going to? Only time will tell, all right? But some really good prints there at the lows on Robinhood, 114. I told you guys, even in my long term, I trimmed some. I was lucky. I trimmed some at 120, and I'm just sitting on a little bit of cash right now because we were up pretty good on that one, so I'm thankful for that. But my latest losses have been on Micron, the chip space, man. We might have to stop trading that there, Obi. It has been Micron and TXN as of recent. Gorev, I saw that as well, but I was not at that level I wanted. But yeah, now on the hourly hood, looks like a big liquid happening. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. For my good friend Classy Wayne, for sure, we can most definitely take a look at IonQ. This thing's on a multi-day breakout. We have those levels marked out here, previous all-time high, and then you also punch through some key resistance zones right there, and off to the races goes IonQ there, Obi.
Yeah, that IonQ move is absolutely wild, man. I'm just like, it finally kind of, where is it? It finally kind of started to push last week, right? There's a bigger picture kind of thing happening here where we're breaking out of all-time highs, right? So last week, solid trade there, nice breakout. I think let's take a look at the daily chart and see how this is starting to unfold here on IONQ. I just remember like it was yesterday, coming into the end of 2024, where a lot of these stocks started going crazy in this sector here, and pushing much higher. But now finally took almost a whole year of chop and pullback and consolidation, but we made it all the way back with a low of 1788, currently trading at 58.67. So this was the daily chart on Friday, up 18.19%, almost just above 18% of a push on Friday on IONQ that took us through that prior high at 54.74. Now we're just, I guess, roughly about $4 away from that as of right now here on IONQ. Nice little continuation. Let's look at the 5-minute chart here. Opening range, it did try to break, but we're consolidating on top of VWAP and holding well right now with a high a day at 59.16. So IONQ, pretty solid push there on that one. Amazon's coming right back in, but I have a lot less as of right now. Let me know what you guys are trading in the chat. I'm more than welcome to take a look at some of these stocks. Again, in the middle of the day, I'm already probably in a lot of stocks or watching a lot of stocks I already want to keep eyes on. So I don't really have much in order in terms of trades, right? I'm just like, I'm obviously not looking at the whole market, but in the limited set basket that I'm looking at, nothing too crazy is happening. There goes the NASDAQ through high at A. The question becomes, will the ES follow along in suit of the Nasdaq. That's the one. Nvidia is the strongest stock in the market, or in the Mag 7 as of right now, pushing fresh highs, 177.40s. We got a little bit of that news coming in right off of the 4 a.m. open. A little bit of a kuadunk there, and beautiful reversion happening. 172.50 lows in the pre-market session, but it was already doing significant relative volume in the pre-market session. 3.5 times. That dwindled down. You can see here that structure held really well. This structure from 8 a.m., from 7 a.m. To 8 a.m., those structure lows held really well as the opening range low, as a little bit of a double bottom later on around 10:10, and then we're off to the races there. A little bit of a reversion back towards prior day's close in and around 177s, 178s on Nvidia. So a bit of a reversion happening there, maybe on a higher time frame, maybe the hourly there on Nvidia. So I like that. I'm watching, nothing too crazy just yet. We talked about a potential reversion here on Microsoft, but I'm just like, I'm gonna let it do its thing. It is pretty strong on the day here, and it's just grinding up a little bit. So unless and until I get like a significant push higher, a failure to follow through, some sort of like exhaustive action, I don't necessarily want to get involved. But we'll see. The trend is very much intact here on Microsoft. Amazon's the only one I'm interested in as of right now, to be honest. Okay. I'm waiting for it to maybe potentially pull back into VWAP if it'll have me. If not, that's perfectly fine. Where is the next trade? That's what I'm asking. That's pretty much what I'm getting at as of right now. So let us know in the chat. Watching Nvidia, watching some Amazon. Maybe there's something else.
There most definitely will be something else there, Obi. Obviously, just got to stay nimble, keep your eyes on the prize and see what else is going on. Be patient and wait for that key setup. All right, guys, let's talk about what we got going on IBIT. As soon as I seen this, I'm like, oh, should I just get out break even? And I think I'm going to here. Take a little bit of a loss on this one. This is not good news. You don't want to see this inverted hammer candle above the volume weighted average price. That's not what you want to see. Considering I also added into it as well. We doubled it up, but we're still relatively small. I'm not going to be kind of grouping into it like I was the day before, because again, just pushing too much size and just staying uncomfortable. I mean, it doesn't, sometimes like when you just consistently, sorry, what I'm trying to say here is that I was building in too aggressively, and with that being said, it made it a little bit more difficult for me to execute the plan, and then we missed out on a big time breakout, so I'd rather be a little bit smaller and be involved in the right trade. And then if it's really starting to work out, that's early. I thought it was early, Neil.
Yeah, my alarm is going off here.
Hey. Oh, was that your? I thought that was the bell.
No, the bell is going off as well.
Okay,
I usually have a 11:45 alarm to be like, all right. Well, I'm not that nice to myself. I'm just like, all right, time to get up and go for a walk. Because usually, it's just like something I put in place.
Yeah.
Whether I'm in a trade or not, there's been times where I'm like locked in, hyper focused. That's probably not in a good position.
Yeah.
More often than not, if I'm actually doing that, I'm not like kind of relaxed.
Yeah. I feel you.
But I put on an alarm there because I'm like, usually if I'm in a pretty bad position, I'm probably holding it past this time. And I just put an alarm. I'm like, all right, that's enough. Get up, whether you're in a trade or not. I think it's good to kind of remind yourself to keep taking breaks, especially if you're grinding the open and you're sitting and watching throughout the day and things like that. You're looking for multiple trades. It's good to take a bit of a breather here. Don't worry, chase the packs. It's not going to be a 20-minute story about my alarm, but I can make it a 20-minute story if you want me to. You're really going to push for it.
Go on it.
You know what I mean?
Go on it.
If you don't want to hear it, here. Don't forget, I like my reversion. So if you tell me something, I might very well just revert that message.
Ooh.
Gotta be careful.
So we can go on all day about certain
reversion.
Things. There, guys. All right, Bitcoin not working out too well for us. We'll hold on to it until we break that low of the day. We have to accept our position now. That's our stop. I don't want to get out of prematurely in this chop, just in case we do get that breakout. 1 minute print, not that convincing. To the individual who's saying, hey, why aren't we looking at Oklo this morning? We can't have our eyes on everything, my friend, but I'm glad that you mentioned it because it is looking pretty good here throughout this day. Hopefully this closes as a 5 and you get the continuation, but again, There is some signals here that say, hey, we're slightly toppy, and I'm seeing them in the NASDAQ, but I'm not even thinking about shorting it right now because my accuracy shorting the overall market is just horrendous. So we'll avoid that for now. I had something that I wanted to tell you guys, but in the meantime, let's take a look at the top performing sectors on the day to see what we got going on. I'll delete that there, get off of X, and then we'll see who's the best in the business this morning, and that is going to be, ladies and gentlemen, drum roll please, consumer discretionary, led by I wonder who. All right, and then in second place we have communication services up 1%, the tech sector up 0.6, and then in the bottom three, little less defensive. You can see risk on here, guys. Materials down 0.5%, consumer staples down 0.75, and then you have the healthcare sector also down 0.8 as well too. So let's see what we got going on. Let's go IBIT, make that additional leg higher, Tesla, and let's just put it on an all-day grinder in this name because the market seems like it wants to do that for sure, OB.
Yeah, just, you gotta make sure you're watching the market at the same time. Market giving us a little bit of strength and market specific as well. You can see the ES is not relatively strong as the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ's actually pushing for highs. So again, I'm looking at the Mag 7. Guess who it is? Who's the culprit? It's Nvidia. Don't look any further. Nvidia is the one that is carrying this bit of a bid, especially on the NASDAQ here. So let's take a quick look at Nvidia here. Pulling back into some of those prior days levels. Guess what? A little bit of an overextension? Of course. Am I looking for a reversion? Of course. Is it ready? Absolutely not. This is very much bidding up right now. So I want to be there and observe the dissipation of the bid potentially. You can see here, 4 a.m., that's the reference point. So that's what I'm looking at here, 178.63 highs is that high from the 4 a.m. candle. That's where we had some of the strongest volume in the pre-market, and then we kind of settled down after that. You can see relative volume as well, pretty high, 9 times relative volume on the 4 a.m. candle there on Nvidia. So bit of a break back through this double bottom that happened across Thursday and Friday in and around 176 halves. That happened to be opening range high as well. So coming into the open, if I'm looking at this just from a purely technical perspective, I'm just like, all right, well, we rejected this double bottom from the past 2 prior trading days at that 176 half. So maybe I'm positioning short, seeing that sellers are already showing themselves off the 4 a.m. candle, looking for the same kind of, I guess, participants to step in, which kind of happens there right off of the open, and once again there, but this nice chop consolidation on VWAP, guess what? If any of those sellers are still sitting in those positions thinking, oh, technically this held and I'm going to risk on a back through 176.70s, guess what? Those are the players getting absolutely rocked right now as we push up on an extended move through the high. We pull back, failure to follow through on the pullback back into opening range highs, step up, step up, step up. So yeah, a little bit of a squeeze action potentially happening here on Nvidia as it reverts back into some of those prior weeks closing levels. Prior weeks high, you may ask, 180.27. So we're not that far away here from those highs there. 178s trading on Nvidia right now. So pretty crazy move, a little distinctly different from some of the rest of these Mag 7s, but I'm starting to see a bit of a curl happening here and there. So I'm going to be a little bit wary on this this Amazon short and continue to kind of scope out some opportunities here in the market. Again, tech is strong, so whether it's the Qs, whether it's SMH, whether it's Nvidia that you're trying to look into, all those specific names pretty strong here. What's going on in there?
Keep an eye here on J&J, Johnson & Johnson, not reacting too much to this, but Josh Brown speaking positively about this one on CNBC, calling it a long idea because they are in the midst of, quote, a massive transition, and apparently they've already identified and executed on a few of their main goals. J&J, Josh Brown, long idea, back to you.
Stuff, yeah. I haven't even really looked at it too much today, Katina, man, but I'm going to pull it up right now. And this is what I was talking to Charlie Taff in the chat with. Like, it's so hard to short the overall market when you have NVDA just doing this. See you later to that. Whatever this candle was, boom, off that news. Yeah, okay, that's irrelevant essentially in NVDA's world. Now punching through those pre-market highs, so it's looking pretty good there, guys, on NVDA. And it's just too tough to short the Qs when you have the likes of NVDA doing that. Let's see what some of the other big names up to. Google's super strong out of the gate, starting to come back in there. What's our good friend Meta been up to? Zuck and Company. Pardon me?
I usually miss that one. I don't really take. Yeah, I'm always missing Meta on the mag, like I guess.
Yeah,
rundown. It's just
like you can
because it's much higher price.
Yeah, exactly.
When it moves, man, it moves.
Yeah, it moves, man.
Oh, yeah.
That's for sure, man. When I move, you move.
Just like that?
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, you can't go wrong with this name. I don't know if it's necessarily like one of those fan intraday favorite trading names, just considering, right? Obviously the price of it. Zuck decides to do a split. I'm surprised because it's never split in the history of the name. So I'm going to be looking forward to that because I think a lot of more people were going to get involved with it. And I think in the likes of Netflix as well, too. I know a couple of earnings reports ago, they were saying that they wanted to kind of hit that $1 trillion market cap. I think it would help a lot more if you do get that split. Maybe you get some more of the retail names involved, individuals involved. So yeah, not too bad. Oracle's going crazy. Let's take a look at that. My good friend Stevenson, ORCL, what are you up to? I mean, in the pre-market it was. Now it's pre-market it's cooled off. I mean, intraday it's cooled off. Pre-market it was going nuts there for sure. And I mean, this thing had a big time move.
Strong catalyst as well.
The earnings report.
No, the earnings report, yes, but also this morning the catalyst with the whole ByteDance bid and everything.
Oh yeah. So not too bad of a look there. But yeah, guys, we're still sitting in this IBIT trade to see if we can get a break. We are starting to form some lower highs, which is something that we need to be alarmed about here. Boom, if we can sit on the backside of this trend, then I think we'll be okay there, Obi.
Yes, sir. I love sitting on that backside when it does come in, and Tesla backside might be coming in here as of right now. We failed to follow through that 423. So the question becomes, Joe, this thing is just chopping sideways. So do we either bag along and be like, all right, I'm going to wait for that consolidation to break out, or we see that it's ranging, do we just play the range? That's the question I'm asking right now. I don't know what the right answer is. The Qs are breaking out. The ES is not as relatively strong. So the question becomes, if it's Nvidia that's literally one of the only ones that's leading the way, when that bid dissipates, I want to know what happens to some of these other stocks that are holding relatively weaker. Something like a Tesla, which is sideways. Something like, let me see what else is a little bit sideways. Something like another Tesla, no. Softy, which is kind of strong as well. So Softy leading the way as well, a little bit alongside of Nvidia. But again, Nvidia being the leader and a much higher market cap as well. Leading the way. I can safely say that, sure, Nvidia and Microsoft are the ones. Apple as well, with a little bit of a curl happening here. So let's see if that can potentially come into its high a day. Let's take a quick look at Apple here. Apple, strong wicks off of the open. And this is what I love about some of the higher time frames here, whether you're looking at a 15-minute, this is a 5-minute, but if I know for a fact, if I look at a 15-minute, the top wick on this candle is going to be pretty nasty right here. You can see that nice little push coming in, and the candle going back through its opening price here at 237s for a nice flush all the way down. 235 hold was quite nice, but yeah, a little bit of a creep all the way back up. The question becomes, are we going to be able to bid right back up and through some of this aggressive selling and those sellers that came in right off of the open? We talk about some of the strongest volume and some of the larger participants participating in and around the open and the close. So when we see some significant action on a name like Apple like that right off of the open, especially after we did 2 times relative volume in the pre-market, yeah, maybe you get a little bit of continuation. You can see shorter time frames, 3-minute. Those wicks don't really show up on the 3-minute. We kind of stalled 238s and then we dunked. But when you look at a 5-minute or a 15, those sellers become a little bit more obvious there on the chart itself. I'm sure if you're watching the tape, it's a whole different story. I'm sure you saw those coming in way before the chart confirmation was there as well. So yeah, that's what I got on watch here in terms of the Mag 7. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought Sean was talking to me for a second. 250 back through on Apple. So sorry, on Alphabet. So Google right here coming back into its VWAP right here. So I liked it for the reversion, for the pushback through, but it held 248s quite well. Look at that nice flat base there here on a 5-minute chart as the market attempts to break fresh highs. Google turning around VWAP. So Google, another one that's relatively flat as well.
Yeah, great looks there, guys. Obi, I'm curious how everyone's Monday morning is going so far. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to put our symbols in the chat. For me personally, this is how it's going, right? That's how we started. So you guys see it in the chat right now. Ooh, I don't want to zoom in on that. So you see in the chat, so go ahead, put out how your day is, red, green, flat, whatever it may be. I'm curious to what the majority of you guys are up to, and hopefully everyone's having a fantastic morning regardless. Guess what? We got tomorrow, as I mentioned. So yeah, get those symbols in there, engage in the chat, and then also we're gonna make sure you vote as well, right? So make sure you guys want to vote. Sorry I missed your super chat. We're gonna go over that right now, my friend. So that's gonna go to our boy Party P. So, shout out Party P, and shout out Skateboard P as well too. Congrats on the Tesla trade. Thank you very much. And then yeah, let's take a look at UNH for our boy here. UNH, bang bang, and see what it's up to. I mean, for the past little while off of these lows, it's been fantastic. I think that you can continue this grind. I think at some point this gap is going to get filled, so keep an eye out for that. And then sure enough, yeah, I think that's it for now. I mean, you got to wait a ways for it to enter this gap, if it ever will again. I don't know. I truly don't know. Only time will tell. But I think we're going to fill the majority of this gap here. As you can see, we're opening up lower. You do get about exactly 50% of that. And then now you want to wait for that soft gap fill. Hard gap fill will be at that wick high. So keep an eye out on that one. Curious to how everyone's day is going. We're going to take a look to see if you guys were participating on that. Bang, we got a lot of green, avocado green. I like that one. So yeah, thank you guys for participating. Option, okay, green to red, crypto holdings. Yeah, I know it's been ugly so far this morning. But hey, just be patient. I think we're gonna get rolling. I could be obviously totally wrong on that front in the fact that like, hey, come FOMC, we know that we're getting 25. If it comes in at 50, then watch out for the space in general to probably take a move higher. But again, only time will tell, and I don't want to be like, hey, go buck wild and start grabbing things hand over fist just because, right? So got to think, as Katina Man said, this morning, you got to put on your own trades. Mirror trading only lasts for so long. Did I get something in my ear there?
No, I didn't.
No. All right, I'm just hearing things now. Okay, wow, Obi, that's not good.
I want to speak on that a little bit. I definitely agree with that point. There's a lot of copy trading that I'm hearing about, and that happens, right? I get it. It's a good pathway to learn. You're following along. You're following a trader that is very well experienced and verified or whatever. But you don't know what the plan is. You don't know what plan the trader has. You don't know what their risk limits are. You don't know what their risk appetite is. You don't know what their stats are, what kind of losses or what kind of wins they can sustain over time. You don't know what their account looks like. So how can you actually copy trade them? You have all of these other aspects of the trade that you're missing. You're not actually copy trading. You're just taking the same execution.
You have to take into consideration the lag in the stream as well too. So like when you see us getting in, chances are you're already a little bit behind. And if you're like, oh, they're involved in this, and you try to do that, you don't have the same plan as one, and you're probably not going to have the exact same entry. Can I tell you one thing though? My first day ever live trading. Yeah. So I was trading sim mode for 3 months, I think, before I even touched live, which I would, if you can go small risk, just start with that. Go like $5-10. Avoid that, in my opinion, so you just get the feel of what it's like to put real money on. But anyways, what I was getting at is that my first ever trade, I did that. I mirror traded somebody, made like $40, and I'm like, I'm off to the races.
This is easy.
Yeah, I'm off to the races. And sure enough, that's not necessarily the case. But guys, we're going to Adara, and then Neil with his lesson of the day. Hey.
Great push here for NASDAQ. Speaking of being off to the races, the NASDAQ certainly is. Good look here for the QQQs. It's worth noting here, not a ton of economic data today. We did have at 9:30 a.m. the 8:30 a.m. The New York Fed Manufacturing Index, a little bit lower here than expected. But again, we're all waiting for, from an economic data perspective, that meeting on Wednesday, the U.S. interest rate decision. We are expecting very highly expecting a 25 basis point cut, though there are some people expecting a 50 basis point cut. But either way, it does not seem like we're going to get a rate hold. Excuse me, I want to talk about Google for a second. Google's had a fantastic day. Just reposted this infographic on X at TTV Research, so you can look back at this company's awesome run. But great look for Alphabet, new all-time highs, and reaching that $3 trillion market cap milestone. Take a look at META as well. Meta's been on watch as of these Chinese ADRs, as we get a lot of talk here from these China and U.S. trade talks. Now, we did have quite a few people from the Trump administration and then later the China trade negotiation team saying that they have agreed on a framework, apparently, that's going to be switching to a U.S.-controlled ownership for TikTok. We also had, afterwards, Scott Bessent, who is, again, U.S. Treasury Secretary. He said that the goal is to keep the quote-unquote Chinese characteristics of the app while having better national security. So it seems like they still want to keep the essence of what made TikTok TikTok while making it safer, I guess, for the U.S. So interesting look here for the TikTok deal. Back to you. And Neil and his lesson of the day.
Thank you very much there, Sean. Just sort of discussing the big desk there. You know, I'm going to pivot a little bit. And, well, first things first, looking at that Alphabet chart, how about the lesson of the day is when revenue charts look like that, buy the dips and don't worry too much about selling. Like, you sell things when they fall out of favor if it's a quality company. You just hold it forever, give it to your kids or whatever it is that you're going to do with it, or if you're Bezos or whatever, donate to charity. But, like, buy quality companies. The other thing that I'm going to do this quickly because I actually want to talk about the copy trading is a better lesson overall, because I think it was a really good discussion. But I just want to show something that I was going to talk about in general before this copy trading gave me a different idea. And that's when you have these big monster gap levels or big runs, could be an all-time high, could be like Oracle here where it had this monster breakout, and then you see the selling start to come in. Like, you get these awesome like liquidity points that can give you some great opportunities, because when it's price discovery, when a stock does this, it goes into price discovery mode, anything nonsensical, and then all of a sudden they have to figure out where it should be, and they is just the general market. Well, it told you the first significant price right in here on the close on Thursday, rejected the same area just underneath 310. And when you look at that big rally on the TikTok news, where did it come into before it turned? Right there. So if you're waiting for a short, it's like, well, there's nowhere else to trade. Like, either it would be breaking down underneath like 290, or you're waiting for it to get up there. And if you're looking for a long, it's support until it's not. And what's the other trade that I would wager? Like this. Like right in here, as it's breaking out that prior resistance. It shows you the hold there, and then it breaks this level out at $300. Okay, Neil, but you didn't take that trade. Well, because I liked it somewhere else. It's a similar concept with Robinhood. Robinhood, and again, it's not necessarily news, but it was making an all-time high and then failing the all-time high and trying to price adjust. After it failed the all-time high, you found support at 114, support at 114, support at 114. So right off the open, it holds 114. So I'm taking breakouts. I'm looking long from here to here. I'm looking for a long that breaks there to there. I probably would have, if it continued, I'd take a long and there to there. But once that loses, there's the other side of that coin. I'm willing to take it in the other direction through that other key price. If it holds, I'm looking longs over. If it breaks, I'm looking shorts underneath. Whenever I say over under, that's just the idea that I want to break away in either direction. And the crazy thing about it is, even though they both work, neither one of them even followed through. Like, to me, this had opportunity to go $4 or $5. This had opportunity to drop $4 or $5, but you just take the scalp trade. It's more about finding that price discovery level and making sure you're transacting in that particular point, because when you make an all-time high break or a stock goes parabolic, when it shows you levels on the way back in, those are the ones to transact at. Now, going to this copy trading, because I think it was a really good discussion, all I will say is this. When I graduated as a trainee on the trading floor, there was the office moved from one location to another. There were several in Toronto, and a bunch of the full-time traders went to the other location, which was more convenient. It was closer to the prior one before. So it ended up, when we were at the new location, the recent graduates were like the veterans on the trading floor. So myself and another trader who had graduated from our class were two of only 3 full-time traders at the time. And then a couple of other guys graduated, and one of them did so by moving to our row and sitting next to us. I think that was a smart thing. We were the 2 guys that were kind of new and veterans and making some money, so he sat next to us and picked our brains and actually ended up sort of doing what we were doing in copy trading. But the problem was twofold. One, when there were subtle adjustments in the strategy or the way the stocks were trading, he had no idea how to adjust the strategy. And 2, it's all well and good to take executions. Oh, I'm going to get in here. Oh, that's a good long, and then take profits out, and everything is fine. When the trade was wrong, he had no idea what he was doing. Because when myself or the other trader would put a trade on, we have an idea of our risk parameters. You know, it's when you, like if I take a breakout trade, I'm saying, well, I like the long through 116, this breaking out here. Okay, that's well and good, but I have my stop. I'm taking 2/3 out here, and I have my stop at like 25 pennies. So it's a relatively tight stop, and I'm scalping out rather aggressively early. You could take that same 16 long, and you get it all out and do better for a scalp trade. You can get none out and put the stop at VWAP and lose a boat. Or you could hold it to the pre-market low and lose an even bigger boat, all with the same execution. And it comes down to, like, a trade isn't just, okay, well, I like to get in at that particular point. Like, it's an entire get in, where is my out, where am I taking profit? Because you could also, here's the other way you could look at this. Let's say you took, I'll give a more extreme example. Let's say you liked short in Robinhood, which obviously would have worked. So let's look at short through the prior day close. That's down here at $115. So trader A could go short at 115 and say, I'm going short at 115 and I'm holding to this high, 117, and I'm risking $2 and I'm holding all day. So that's one trader. And you'd be 115 and it never breaks 117, and they could be holding all day, and they would have gotten better than 1-to-1 as it came down to 112 once, and they could still be holding that trade. Trader 2 could take the same trade through 115, say I'm getting out if it breaks through the pre-market high. They take an L. Now that's the same exact entry point. They just have completely different stops and different risk parameters. And another trader could say, I'm taking 115 every time it goes. They take the 115, probably lose here. They take the 115 here, win. They take the 115 here, win. They take the 115 here. Have a good one, brother. Have a good one, brother. And then they take it 3 times. Sean's just leaving for the day. He'll be back tomorrow. They take the 115 3 times as a scalp trade, and they go 3 for 3. So it's not, like, the way I look at it is the traders that have the ability to have an overall strategy, which is I'm getting in here, this is my out, this is where I'm taking profit, it goes against me this much, this is my out, I'm taking profit at this point. That's an entire trade. You can't necessarily copy that without all of it. And to the other point, just to go back to the extreme trader here, the one that's taking the 115 and holding it $2 against, here's an important factor for that. If you took, let's say you took this, it goes red, I'm taking 115, but I'm giving it to 117. If you're short here and giving it $2, you really have to ask yourself what your exit plan is in terms of taking profit if you're giving it a $2 stop. Because if you're taking shares out here, when risking $2, to the point where half of your shares are out before it even gets to $2, when you're risking $2, that's a bit of a problem. Because overall, your risk to reward is a little bit skewed. And that's where the nuance comes in. So the important thing, a lot of times when you're listening to other traders or observing key price levels, that's what they are. They are just key price levels to look for direction, to look for an idea, but ultimately the trade is a trade. One person might take a scalp trade, another person might take that and hold it to VWAP or hold it to the prior low, and there's no right or wrong answer. There are a million times where I'll get out here, see VWAP hold, and it goes. Or a million times I'll get out here, it bounces there, and I never get back in. That's just part of trading. But you have to have your own execution strategy around those key prices, and we can all learn from each other, no questions asked. But you do have to have your own trading plan. You do have to have your own execution parameters. And the best thing you can try to do is learn from other traders, learn from where the key price areas are, learn from the manner in which they try to execute, or what they look for in execution strategy, what they look for routes, and then just incorporate it into your trading style. But you've got to find your own, because ultimately no one's going to hit the keys except for you. And if you don't have your own plan, it's hard to be confident in it. If you're just copying somebody else, what's going to give you that? What's going to give you that edge or the confidence to be in a position if it's just somebody else's idea and you're not so sure of the reason to get out? It's just like, oh, someone else put a stop at that level, so I'm going to put it there. You'll never really have confidence in that way, as you will when it's your own plan that you've been able to execute and can work. So there's your lesson of the day. Kind of a bit of a pivot because of the great discussion these guys were having about copy trading. Good luck, everybody, and what up, Meta?
I think there might be a little bit of news happening on Meta there, but yeah, a little bit of a bid coming in. But I like the lesson, man. He's just the trade is the trade. I love that. That's one of my favorite trading quotes. And here's
what does that even mean, though? The trade is the
trade. Like with or without you, the trade that's happening, that is the trade. If the trade is a reversion, the trade is the trade. Whether you, like, the market doesn't care about your average, the market doesn't care how you perceive it, whatever. For example, right here, this trend break reversion, I'm like, okay, the trade is the trade. If I'm gonna sit here and be like, oh, we've got a little bit of a bounce on 233s, but the bigger picture is like, okay, we're selling off. Or for example, like last week, I didn't do too well on the Tesla run. I tried to revert. I did take the initial long, and then afterwards I tried to revert it. But the trade is the trade. There is a higher time frame, multi-week, multi-month compression that's really breaking out. And if I'm trying to counter that, I have to understand that the real bigger picture trade that's going on is a higher time frame, like trend up. Sure, there might be opportunities along the way to take the counter, but that trade, that bigger trade, is the trade. Okay. Right, so you gotta remember that. You keep in mind what that is. Yeah, there's different ways to interpret that as well. But no, I really like that. And here's maybe an exercise, because like, yeah, you don't necessarily want to do some copy trading. So here's an exercise for those of you who maybe want a little bit of homework for today. Pick one or two trades. Right? Pick one or two trades. It doesn't have to be from us. It can be from anywhere today that you saw a trader that you look up to take, and then reverse engineer that trade. Think about, like, do a whole write-up. Be like, why do you think they got in where they did? Why did they get out where they did? What was the reasoning behind that? What the reasoning for their stock selection was? Why were they trading that stock specifically rather than another one? And as you build this I guess, stack or like database of all of these trades that you've looked into and kind of reversed engineers from these traders, then maybe you can start to see a little bit of the light and be like, all right, where is the edge? Where does it conform to the style that I like to trade with and things like that. So there's a little exercise for those of you who maybe want something a little bit more there. But yeah, no, I like that. I like that a lot. And I do that all the time. You said one of your first trades was a mirror trade. And I look at some of these trades that some traders that are much bigger than I am are taking, and I'm like, why did they take that? What put them into the swing? What was their analysis? Why did they get in where they got in? Right? Some of these entries you see absolutely crazy, and I'm just curious, how did that guy know where to get in?
Yeah, I like
to get in right there.
I like that a lot. Obi, just kind of trying to dissect what they're doing, and break it down into simpler steps and see what's going on. We all know the basic saying, right? Like, feed a man a fish, or give a man a fish, feed him for a day, teach a man to fish, feed him for a lifetime. So essentially, that's what it is here, right? So it's a life skill, right? It takes a lot of time, but again, if you can just continuously work on it, and sure enough, you're giving yourself a skill that can most definitely last a lifetime. But there it is, guys. Obi and I were talking about volume prints earlier in the session, and sure enough, you get it stepping in on META here. This is what you want to see from a breakout standpoint, and then on these pullbacks, you want to see that profile start to cool down as well too. So a pretty good look in META. We're starting to cook up here in IBIT as well too. So we're starting to break out. Can we punch through some of these key resistance zones? Patience, patience, patience. Time will tell us. Time will give us that answer, no questioning that. Here it is, 1 second, Adair, I apologize. And there it goes. Once we break, sit on the backside, volume kicks in. I think we'll be all right. Maybe we can get a potential ad in there as well, too. I was telling Obi I want to get another ad in the middle of my average there, so I'm not averaging down and I'm not averaging up, but I don't know if we're going to get that. Patience is the name of the game. Adair, what do you got for us?
I just want to address Meta. So there's no breaking news on this. Meta has been pretty volatile today, likely as we do, I guess, digest that TikTok deal. In case you guys missed it, both the U.S. and China saying that they've kind of agreed upon a framework for a deal for TikTok, which would allow the social media platform to stay in the U.S. That is the only news I have seen with regards to META, and that's not breaking. We've heard about that throughout the day. So again, more context here for META. Eyes are on it because of this deal. I am not seeing any breaking news, but I will let you know, of course, if that does end up changing. Back to you.
Thank you very much. So yeah, a little bit of a shake and bake there happening on Meta.
Shake and bake, baby. Ricky Bobby. What'd you do over the weekend, Obi? Anything special? We did miss our guy Peter Tuchman was at
the money show. At the money show.
This guy.
I didn't even know. I was so lost in the sauce. Joe texted me Saturday morning. He's like, yo, are you at the money show? And I'm like, oh my god, I didn't even remember that was this weekend. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, that would have been a good one to see there. Good old Peter. That would have been pretty cool, I think, in my opinion, to see what he had to say.
He had 20, 30 minute.
He had about a 20-minute.
More than
went on. You know how those guys, man. They'll probably go on a little bit longer. And
then there's Q&As. You can always catch him after the talk as well. So a lot of value there as well. So big miss.
Yeah, big time miss.
But I'm sure if we continue to kind of attend these events, we increase our probability of getting lucky and running into some special people.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever. Oh, lights out.
Right,
oh boy,
it's a party.
It's party time now here in the studio.
And we're back
on. All right. If we can just increase the pace of that and throw on some techno, I think it's a vibe.
It's a party.
It's a vibe there as well. So over the weekend I just chilled, hung out with friends, nothing too crazy.
Nice.
Just worked on some trading stuff as well. Did some scans and looked at some material as well. So trading material. So that was basically my weekend. Nothing too crazy. Nothing off the chain. How about you?
Yeah, same. There's no off the chain for me this weekend. It was rest and relaxation.
I didn't even go out on Friday, bro.
Oh yeah. I don't even go out anymore, man. I'm chilling out for a little bit. But anyways, guys, Beta Pro by Global X is bringing back its annual biggest winner simulated ETF trading competition. Now with over $40,000 in cash prizes, including a 20,000 grand prize, all risk-free. It's free to enter and open to all Canadians. Trade with $100,000 in fantasy cash on the Webull platform, whether you're an experienced trader or just getting started. It's a chance to test strategies, build skill, climb the leaderboard. So you think you have what it takes to be the next biggest winner? Sign up today. Guys, it's free to enter and open to all Canadians. We got to check this out here. I might even take a little gander at it on that one. So let's see what we got going on. Beta Pro, not too bad by Global X. All right, so guys, let's take a look at some Bitcoin here. We are starting to chop around. Price is compressing. Hopefully we don't sit on the backside of this trend and we can punch through. Again, we're just looking for the continuation in what we were experiencing on Friday. We do get a pop up into 65.30s, but now we're starting to come back in. Is this going to be the opportunity for me to add? We got to keep an eye on the volume profile and also what we're experiencing on this 5-minute print. Because if the volume to the downside starts to pick up, I don't like this engulfing print already, then it might not be the most logical add. Now you open up on the backside of it there. Ethereum continuously rejecting the volume-weighted average price. But I think I'm going to do it, right? I would rather just add a little bit here. Nothing substantial, another 20% or so, just in the middle of the average, to see if we can get that pop and break through that key resistance and then get the crypto space gets rocking and rolling. But Adair, what do you got for us?
I have a kind of an odd catalyst. If you were looking at the bottom of our screen earlier, you might have seen this mentioned, but we do have, I guess, on Rumble, Charlie Kirk show, rest in peace to Charlie Kirk, is being hosted for the day by Vice President J.D. Vance. Now, again, the show is on Rumble, so Rumble announced it. CEO Chris Pavlovsky now saying that this show, which went live at 12 p.m., is resulting in so much traffic and engagement that the company's live counter and chats cannot keep up. So Rumble apparently getting a lot of attention here, as we do have the episode of the Charlie Kirk show hosted by J.D. Vance, Vice President of the U.S. RUM getting a bit of a pop to the upside and a minor volume spike on that. About 3 million shares traded on the day. Back to you.
There, yeah, we got that ad that we're looking for. This is exactly what we want. Just trying to execute the plan in between our average, so we're not averaging down, we're not averaging up. So not too bad of a look there. Just another little small ad to see if we can get this breakout. I am front running it, right? So you did, again, like what I did on Friday, just got to learn from the mistakes. That's why you go over things. It's just don't build in so heavy. The volume does step in, and then when it does and it displays itself in the likes of Meta, you have to react within a split second. So hopefully that comes into play. If not, then we just take a small loss on this one, but we're still holding on to a green day via TSLA.
Yes,
and IonQ.
sir. Yeah, no, IonQ was good, man. That second leg up was absolutely solid on IonQ. Again, I was looking for that bid to come in right off of the open, and it didn't do that, so I looked away. But that can be a little unfortunate sometimes because, again, it's you can be right about a trade, but it doesn't have to happen on your time frame, which makes you absolutely wrong. So again, that bid towards highs was nice, but we never really got a strong follow through on that IonQ, right? We did get a push all the way up to 59, so we get a nice, I guess, what was that opening range high? So 58.48. So this is what I mean. I was looking for that pre-market high to come in and hold and sustain right off the bat. Didn't see that, so looked away. But guess what? The bid does sustain 56s and then pushes up, and then it holds this VWAP here for another leg a little bit higher. So the question becomes, do we continue? So far, higher highs and higher lows, still technically, even though we're relatively sideways on the intraday. When you look at the breakout that's kind of happening, you see that strong push happening on Friday, a higher low on top of 53s, and then another higher low today on top of 56s, and a higher high at 59. So the structure and the price action is building up really nicely and quite well, to say the least, here on IonQ. I like that. A little bit of a pullback down here on Amazon. What is that initial wick low? That's the question I'm asking. What is that specific price? That's 232.42, and 232.50 is currently trading on Amazon. So let's see how far it can get down. VWAP, although all the way down at 231.90, so a little bit of a travel to take. It's a little bit of a trip to take down into VWAP right there. So that just Amazon right here.
Did you add into that one?
I stopped out of this because I was like, this is going to go sideways, and then it started to pop. I like that. I started dabbling a little bit, and then it starts to get nice in the place. Remember, I was like, I like 233s. If it comes back here, I want to take a lot more. So here I got aggressive and covered right away because it stalled. Here I didn't get as aggressive, but I waited for it to come into an area where I think there may potentially be a decent probability of supply. And I start getting aggressive as supply starts showing itself. So that's the trade there happening on Amazon. Let's see if it can revert to VWAP. It's only about 40 pennies away now.
Amazon. All right, guys. Did you know that instead of risking your own money, you can now trade with someone else's capital? No more fear of losing, no more moving your stop loss too soon, and you actually get enough capital to make it worth your time. So you can aim for big profits, not just a couple of $100 a month. I like that. This is what the revolution called limited risk trading, and it's powered by Trade the Pool. This is how it works. Join Trade the Pool, hit the profit goals, keep 70% of the profits. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now for 10% off. So there it is. Trim more Palantir, says my guy Gorev. I haven't even looked at Palantir this morning. Probably not the best idea for me personally, not looking at one of the stronger names in the overall market, but there's multiple signals, double bottom almost to the penny there on PLTR, now trading north of the volume weighted average price, What's our guy Hood up to as well? Let's take a look at this name, Robin Hood. All right, so you did get to VWAP, now hovering around that specific level, and it's the same thing in the likes of our good friend IBIT. For now, that is, right? You know we could switch it up, Obi. It's our good friend now, but once it starts working out, we want no part of it, right? It's like that one bad friend you just got to weave out of your life. If it's not working, it's not working, and you get out of Dodge. You reassess the situation and look to get involved again. But it looks like it's going to take a hefty leg down here. Oh, my days. As long as we don't break these lows, then we'll be all right. We're going to hold on to it. Otherwise, I'm not wrong until then. And I don't want to just get out in the middle of the range, right? Because you just find yourself getting in, getting out quite often. Then, yeah, it's just not a good time. So just stick to the trade plan. Try not to micromanage. And that's why I'm not getting as aggressive as I was before. Yeah, Charlie, I'm glad that's working out for you. I'm glad it's working out for Obi as well, too, the short on Amazon.
Bank City,
looking
indeed,
really
man.
good. Yeah, market's really coming back in here now.
Boy.
So keep that in mind there, guys.
Thank you.
And to continue to take a little bit more off there, Obi, I hear Obi doing. Let's get that move into VWAP for our guy. Obi, there it is, Obi. There
It's pretty much at VWAP. It's 15 pennies away from VWAP. So am I going to ask for more?
Pretty much isn't there. Almost isn't there. You got to wait until you get there.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, trust me, bro. I'm posted. I'm posted on top.
Posted. All right.
I'm posted on top. You know, I'm playing a little bit of defense. I already played my offense on the way down, but on the way back in, or to cover, I am. Oh wow! Look at the sellers coming in on Tesla. Oh boy,
aggressive.
Holy! So this was. I had the short at 423s here. I covered 421s on that chop. But look, lower highs, lower highs, lower highs, and then this is what I was talking about. Tesla's just chopping in the range. So do we play the range trade? And guess what? That range trade is coming into fruition. We failed a push and break out of the high of the range. Guess what? Where's the next stop? Maybe in the lower the lower range of the range, right? So that's coming in pretty nicely here on Tesla. Let's see if the selling can come in a little bit more. That's maybe what I'm looking for. Low day coming in at that 414s and some change. We got that 415 lick grab as well earlier, and oh boy. You guys got to see some of this tape that's happening. You guys have it right here. So the dark red. So yellows are midpoints. I know you guys have been in here for a while. You guys definitely know how my tape is colored. But for those of you who don't, let me fill you in. Yellow colored is anything in between. So you have the ask, you have the bid. Anything that's printing in between is yellow. That's the mid print. Anything that's on the ask is green. Anything that's on the bid is red. But guess what? I know you guys are a little astute. You guys see the light green and the dark red as well. Well, that is for people who are removing liquidity from either the bid or the ask. Light green's above the ask, dark red's below the bid, and there was a lot of dark reds coming in, signifying people removing liquidity from the bid, selling into the bid pretty aggressively on the way down on Tesla. So I was like, all right, that's pretty wild there. Market's coming in with a little bit of confluence as well, pulling back in on top of that 24,500. So we'll wait and see. And here is VWAP on Amazon. What's going on, Adara?
Let's go.
Yeah, take a look here at Nvidia. We have comments coming in from the company. CNBC reporting that the company is saying that they comply with China's anti-monopoly law in all respects. Now, this is certainly in regards to commentary from China's regulators in that space, saying that they completed their preliminary investigation into Nvidia's acquisition of a company back in 2020. Now it looks like they're going to continue that probe. But again, Nvidia denying this, saying that they comply with China's anti-monopoly law in all respects. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that, Adara. Yeah, nice trade there on Amazon there to the downside. Obi, that one's working pretty good. Charlie, I'm glad your contracts are working out for you on to the downside as well too. So yeah, some pretty good looks there, guys, across the board. With that being said, let's get those votes in, guys. Let's see what we got cooking up here. We'll pull it up. And see what we have for our livestock visualizer.
What do we got going on?
Oh, there we go. Bang.
Ooh, that was new. What screen was that?
You've never seen that one?
No.
You haven't seen this one?
No, I've seen this one, but the little, if you click on it, something pops up?
No,
click on the Tesla? That. Yeah. That's
okay,
new.
Fabian, all right,
That's new.
Bang.
That's
let's
sick.
go. Hey, yeah, we like that one there, Fabian.
I like that a lot.
Yeah, let's go. He's not playing around.
What data do we have on there? Click on it again. What are some of the stats there?
So we got-
24-hour high.
Yeah, we got
24-hour
that
low volume.
total gain right there.
Nice.
Submissions. What else do we got? 24-hour high volume. Yeah.
Nice,
Low of the day as well. So that's looking pretty good. Yeah, guys. So make sure you guys get those dollar signs in there. Make sure you vote and see what we got going on. Bitcoin's breaking down, but still, we're still in play until we crack that low. So we're gonna hold on to this until otherwise. It may not go our way, but again, only time will be the bearer of that news. There goes taking another tank lower. Kind of had that suspicion as it wasn't going, but again, patience. Don't
Oh my God.
don't micromanage. There you go. You're south of VWAP. Did you take anything at VWAP there, Obi? Tell them what
Like
you got
take it
going.
off?
No, did you take some off?
More?
At VWAP?
No. So I took some off coming into the first quarter on top.
Yeah.
So VWAP was a flat dollar level roughly. It was like 231.99. So I was like 232s. Recovered some on top of the quarter, some in the teens. Decent chunk on top of VWAP, just holding on to the last piece, looking for a potential continuation. Right? So the last ad is what I'm sitting on right now, and that one was at 232.40s, and I have a bit of that left over. Again, I was like, the reversion to VWAP is the trade. That's what I was looking for. Now, if it's going to give me a consolidation, continuation, a different kind of trade where it's like maybe we're breaking the bid on the day and we're going to revert to some of these places where we did find buyers in the morning session. That's 231s and 230 halves, and maybe even 230 coming into the open as well. That's where some of the strongest buying came in on the day, and then some strong buying here as well. Look at that volume candle. You talk about the high volume node right there, the isolated volume signature that Joe likes to call out right there. You can see that happen on the 1054 candle here on Amazon with the breakout. We talked about this one earlier.
Yep.
So that's another place where the bid came in, and guess what? We're consolidating in and around here. So I'm going to give this some space, give it some time, let it consolidate. Show me that sellers are still in charge for me to even think about maybe adding and taking the next trade, which would be a VWAP kind of breakdown as well, because it's been holding VWAP for majority of the day, and we got extension off of VWAP as well. So VWAP has kind of been where buyers have been. So I'm just being patient and watching to see if those buyers are weaker or showing any signs of a stronger pullback. But VWAP was where I wanted it, and I took off. I would say about 80% going into.
Yeah, good play, man. I mean, lock that in. I told you guys on my first Tesla trade, I got stopped out of 60%. It's just because I wasn't willing to let go of more of that trade and leaving a smaller runner, right? Considering I've
especially when things are like choppy sideways, I'm just like you just got to take it.
Yeah,
like,
just take it, man. I think that's one of the
unless you're
hardest
looking
deals
for that
sure.
consolidation to break, which is more anticipation, but that's a different trade.
For sure. I agree with you 100% there. So yeah, I mean, that's the narrative, guys. Let's go. We'll do a quick trade review to see what we got going on, other than me just sitting here in IBIT, see what we got cooking. IonQ, I think that's the NY. I don't know why it does that, but there it goes. All right, so IonQ, yeah, this was our first trade of the. Actually, no, it wasn't actually. It was up there, anyways. So yeah, that one worked out pretty good for us there. That's a 3-minute time frame. We can zoom in and bring it into that 1-minute time frame to see what kind of more detailed depth of that. So what happened was you hold the base, a nice support structure right there, guys, and then we just play the momentum, breaking through the volume weighted average price, pop. You take some out and just slowly piece it out there. So that was a pretty good. What would we get on that one? 57.18 to a high of around 58.63. So $1 and change on that one. So a pretty good look on that front. TSLA. And let's get this to down here. So we just make it a little bit more simplistic. And this is what we had going on. We'll zoom out on this, considering the amount of transactions we've done on it. 3-minute attempt number 1, fail. Attempt number 2, fail. Right, so I'm at 2 strikes right now. Right, 1 more strike, and we don't get on base or anything. For me, I'm just gonna avoid the stock in general. But we're fortunate enough to catch on the first base right there. Eventually, do get stopped out at the break even, and then sure enough, we try it one more time. and it would probably be a new inning at that standpoint, but we take one more stab, and I'm glad that we did that. Signal was extremely strong, and then we try to make that move as large as we possibly can. Shout out to SoFi.
SoFi?
Yeah, SoFi is running right now. Obi put in a new high of the day, so Adam, congrats to you. Are you still down south? I'm curious to see or to hear if you are, or you're back in the lovely Great White North. 218% off of those April lows there, guys. Bang. Beautiful, beautiful look there in SoFi. Is Neil, you're in SoFi too, right? Oh, hell, damn, oh, hell yeah, he said.
$7, let's go.
$7 on...
Over 20...
On SoFi?
He's in at $7.
Oh, he's in at $7.
It's at $27,
All right,
$20 in the money.
All right, we know who dinner's on then. There's no questioning that. Thanks for that.
He's like, I'm never selling.
Yeah, he's like, I'm never... Yeah, if you never realize the gains...
Hodl.
Yeah, if you never realize the gains, you never have to pay the tax at the end of the day.
I mean, if I don't get out of my position, did I take a loss?
Right?
I don't know.
Well, no, don't go down that road. Don't go down that road. That's a slippery slope.
Neil's looking at me like,
hey. That's a slippery slope. I don't even have to look at Neil, and he's like, yeah. See, the thing is, eventually it's like, bring. Hello, Mr. Obi. Yeah, we're going to liquidate your account there, my friend. And that's it. Your trading account blown up. So don't or anything.
Usually when that's happened to me, it's not a phone call. I never let it get.
You just open the account?
The account's already liquidated. You get an email being like, all right, you need to pay up.
Oh, man.
You owe us this much money. It's
brutal.
So I'm like, all right, don't worry. It'll be in the account soon enough. Don't worry.
Yeah. You guys take e-transfer?
Yeah. You just gotta wire it back to them. You gotta wire it back to the broker.
For our fellow Americans who don't know what
selling. More selling coming in.
Our electronic transfer, and it's
e-transfer.
significantly easier. You don't need to use Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, and all these other names that you.
I just e-transfer and PayPal.
Zelle. It's just like
all that. Bank to bank is perfect. E-transfer is perfect.
Yeah, it's the best, right? Exactly. So that's what we like going on. But yeah.
They don't have that I swear they have that they don't have that in the States.
It's like Zelle, PayPal, Cash App.
Like for e-transfer, I just need like your phone number or your email, and then I can just send you money. I don't need anything else. I can send it straight from my bank.
I could be wrong. I don't think that's the I don't think that's the case. In the States, you need to have kind of one of those tertiary methods of payment. I could be totally wrong.
Yeah. I mean, people have to get paid.
Yeah, exactly. People need to get paid. Adair, what do you got for us?
Yeah, just be aware here, Google on watch. We do have Bloomberg reporting that apparently Google's ad tech sales missed expectations as the DOJ is looking for a breakup. So long story short, Google did apparently consider selling off part of its ad tech business to resolve some antitrust concerns in both Europe and the U.S. But apparently a DOJ proposal to force the sale of the advertising business goes beyond that. So Google, this potential ad tech sale on watch. I have to read through this article still, but I want to let you guys know about the headline coming through. I'm going to give this a read, give you guys any more context if necessary. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Dara. This VWAP's just chopping around here on Amazon. I thought about it for a second. I got up into the 20s, I think. Did we get up into the 20s? Yeah, we got up into like 25, and I was like, okay, do I short the quarter here? Because it may be a little early to cover, but I like the short back in here. I didn't really take it. I'm going to be a little bit more patient. 232s. This is VWAP. I'm going to let it consolidate a little bit. We're coming into 1238, so it is the middle of the day, and I find that things tend to take a little bit longer and might be a little bit more fugazi. And shout out to Adam DeLuz in the chat as well. I think he was saying that at his firm they turn off the algos around that 11:45-ish time as well. Low liquidity, too much noise, but that's specific to their playbook, right? Yeah. So again, we talk about try to understand the reasoning of how and why people trade before you kind of just jump into the deep end and just start copying some of the rules and trades and stuff like that. So
for sure, getting for sure. All right, Rivian, let's go, my friend. It's pretty choppy. I wouldn't want to see another rejection, but it's looking like we might here. So just keep your eyes on the tape. We obviously we're going to set up our quote highlights as well, because I think that's equally as important. And that's pretty hefty, so maybe we'll filter it a little bit more, right? That's 4,000 shares. Let's do 6K. and see how much that filters out a little bit more there. We'll eliminate, so yeah, a little bit cleaner, right? So quote highlights, this is the size there. And then you can also obviously see that translate to what we got going on in the time and sales. But let's go Ethereum, let's go Bitcoin. I want to see this space really start to skyrocket. Could this be a good opportunity? Like, I mean, we're at touch 1, 2, and then maybe we're going to group this and classify it as 3, but we want to see that volume kick in order for us to punch through and break through some of these key resistance zones. So just keep that in mind. But if there's anything that you guys want to look at via options chain, let's go over some things here to see what we got going on. Let's pull up our good old trusty chain. Shout out to that. We went over some Tesla. Oh, I'm curious to why this hasn't updated. Alerts, TXN is gone. What did I have at the top of the list there? Dash. I had something else. What was it? Oh, this is a different desktop, so it's not displaying there. So, but it was my top idea. Upgrades and downgrades, we can take a look at that. But other than that, this is Tesla's options chain. Let's take a look at Meta because we did get that big volume spike throughout the day. And let's see if we see any concentration of open interest or some outstanding volume on this week's expiration cycle. Not seeing too much. We can go to next week. Nothing outstanding, right? So nothing crazy there. Let's take a look at goggles. Look for volume and outstanding OI. So you have those 255s. What was the high of the day? Yeah, those 255 starting to pick up a little steam there in goggles. Where was that? 22,700 contracts already closed here, so those are all essentially dead now. These are still the alive ones, 7,280 on that. The 235s, those are like, if you're long the 230s, man, you're printing up a storm because you got 28,900 contracts at that specific strike price, so that's a pretty good look. We'll take a look at the overall market as well, too. We'll go NAS 100 and see what we got going on from the 0 DTE standpoint. I know our guy Charlie, he's short here. I don't know, Charlie, are you buying puts or are you shorting calls? Let me know. No, by Grace, I'm not doing that today. There's zero chance I'm doing that. We're long some IBIT. We were long some Tesla earlier in the day, and we were long some IonQ. So there is zero chance. I wouldn't say that. Never say never, but there's a very low probability that I'm going to be shorting the overall market. I told you guys earlier that my accuracy on the shorts has just been horrendous, so we'll avoid that. Now let's take a look at the king of the chip space here. That's going to be Nvidia. Wow. Okay, 180. We have 100,000 contracts open right there, with 116,000 already closed throughout the session. Obi, that's some cash right there. Oh, yeah. And then at that 190 strike price, we have 113,000 current open contracts, with 13,900 of them have already been closed. So let's actually pull these up and see what we got going on. This isn't going to tell us much here. Come on, why? You can do it, man.
You can do it.
No, it doesn't want to. Obi, it doesn't want to. All right, let's pull up the actual, or did it go somewhere else?
Tried refreshing, or?
Let's see. What's this one here? Oh, there it is. All right,
nice,
bang.
nice.
There it is.
There you go.
So there's the old chart ski of these contracts. At one point, they were worth $13.
Look at that backside,
yeah,
bro.
Yeah.
Like think about that. What if you're selling all of that? You're just selling until contract close. Like you're getting, you have 2-3 weeks just to sell and collect premium.
Bro, and then
then fade.
They're probably gonna
look at that. This is why I love looking at options charts as well, because it shows you supply and demand of the chain, and you can just trade that as well. You know what I mean? Like you can be like, look, the demand just fades when the trend breaks, and it just literally goes to zero. No, so it's a beautiful thing about some of these options charts.
It's beautiful. I love the chain, right? It's such an in-depth look. I kind of compare it to kind of Bookmap, right? Yep. How you get the heat sensor, but obviously there's just being numbers. But the thing is, though, you have just a vast amount of strike prices that you can go through, and you can see the liquidity on the book. No, Fabian, it doesn't have the tilted feature on it just yet. We're looking. Did you hear what he said?
No.
He said, does it show you when you're tilted?
Oh, does it show you when you're tilted?
No.
Oh, when everyone else is tilted?
No,
maybe
we're waiting for that feature.
Yeah, I think you can definitely see the panic on the chart when this chart starts to fall apart. You're just like, all right, yeah, well that's.
It would not be volume, correct?
Volume to show you people are tilted.
Panic?
You mean like it can, because right, like if you get a large amount of volume and the stock starts selling, like and it's substantially larger than everything. Yeah, both sides. Like you can see an increase in puts and in short contracts as well too. That can kind of signify what's cooking up there. But yeah, Obi, Not too bad there on this specific level, but let's actually pull up the underlying itself and see what we got going on from an intraday standpoint, considering we know that 180 and 190 have the largest amounts of OI there. So we'll take a look to see what our highs of the days are. 178.21. We're on that warpath, Obi. I wouldn't be surprised if we run into 180 this week and maybe even 190 if you catch a lot of the other those 180 traders offside. But Obi, I know you got something for us.
Yes, sir. 14 years. Wow. 0 hacks, 0 excuses. That's btcc.com. They deliver when others don't. Trade Bitcoin up to 500 times, even Tesla, gold, and Forex. With smart copy trading, you don't just watch the pros, you trade like them. Regulated in the USA, Canada, and Europe, trusted by 6.8 million traders. Trader TV Live exclusive, scan the QR or click the link in the description box for a 15% deposit bonus. btcc.com, where the pros trade, and now so can you. I'm curious. I want to know. I don't know if I would run the smart copy trading feature, but I definitely want to know what they're trading and how they're trading. Some of the top performers on that site, and then obviously putting in my own work is how I'd like to do it. But yeah, no, 14 years, 0 hacks. That's pretty impressive, man.
Yeah, I will take that all day. It's like the Ethereum blockchain, essentially undefeated, man.
Undefeated, yeah.
Undefeated.
It's funny. We were sitting. I remember when Ethereum was first introduced to me. It was trading around like $6-7, and we watched it go up to 50, and we were like, "Holy, this thing is gone." Yeah. Right. I remember we were at a restaurant. Me and my buddies were at a shisha lounge.
Okay.
In Scarborough, and we were just talking about this. And one of my buddy's older brothers, he's like, "Yo, you guys should check out Ethereum." He was an engineer, and it was kind of like floating around the engineering space about how this new blockchain is going to change like crypto technology, and how Ethereum is so different and special or whatever. And we were looking at it. We didn't really see the value in it as a buy and hold. We were just like, "Oh my God, this is going to change the world in so many ways." But yeah, around $6 we were talking about it, and we're like, "Holy, this thing went up all the way up to 50. Who would have thunk?"
Yeah.
We started pushing 5,000.
Yeah, I know.
Absolutely
wild. Man, that's crazy.
But got involved somewhere along the way. So
did you? All right, Ben. All right. I see how you're moving.
Unfortunately, nowhere near those prices.
Okay, that's okay. No. Yeah, I didn't know about that stuff until I didn't know about Ethereum until it was around like $700 or $800. Yeah. And I think that was the time of when Dogecoin was kind of getting popular as well too. And me and my friends the price was a little bit more attractive to Dogecoin. I told everyone that story before. So we just kind of pooled in our money and got to go on a nice little Doge ride. I mean, we were in that thing from about like 8 cents or something like that, and we took that ride up to 80, so that was a lot of fun. But yeah, it's tough, obviously, investing with your friends, because everybody's like, sell, and then you got people who are like, don't sell, and everything along those lines.
Have your own plan.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, so essentially what happened was all my buddies e-transferred me the money, and I bought it, right? And then I bought it, and then everybody, like every day, you know how the group chats are, it's like someone's arguing with someone, and sure enough. So
no, we got to sell the position.
Yeah. So whoever wanted, there was 5 of us. Whoever wanted to get paid out, I just paid them out, obviously, and
give them their cut and just be like,
exactly. But other than that, guys, we're right at the top end of this IBIT resistance zone, and we're rejecting it there, Rivi. And I know you're involved in this, so let me know what you're thinking. Are we going to get that breakout, or is it just going to be one of these choppy price action type days? And I'm leaning towards the latter here, because it hasn't broken out, but I mean, what happened on Friday can most definitely happen again today, and that's why I'm sticking with it. Until we break through the low of the day, then that's it. Yeah, Obi would be filthy rich. That's what if history, though, man, because I remember when years and years ago, I met a kid from Niagara Falls, and he was buying Bitcoin. He was in my boxing gym, actually, and his name was Julian, and he's like, I moved from Niagara Falls to Toronto, because he's like, I made 40 grand on Bitcoin. Yeah. And he's like, I own this thing since like a couple $1,000, sold it at to like 23 grand at the time it was trading at. And he's like, yeah, it's good. Like, it changed my life. He's like, I sold it all and I am working on my boxing dream.
Nice.
And sure enough, now it's at $115,000. So I'm curious if he ever bought some more. But yeah, it's.
But I mean, if it helped to fund his dream at the time, then like
exactly.
that's you
big,
can't really
right?
put a price on that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, cause think about it. It's like you wanna pursue your dream now or later on in time. You're gonna always kind of like make a little bit more money, but you can't make more time.
No.
You know what I mean? That's what makes some of those decisions priceless, right? Like, you're giving up a substantial amount of money, but did you get the experiences that you wanted?
Yeah.
And were they were they priceless, right? That's the question.
That's for sure.
But yeah, no, some crazy stories around crypto, of course.
Yeah.
One of, or the best running asset of our time, I would say.
Yeah, for sure.
Percentage gains kind of speak for themselves.
Yeah, like from a creator of wealth standpoint, it probably has to be up there. It definitely has, because we obviously know everybody, these crypto billionaires and czars and whatever
exactly,
they may be.
right?
So.
It's funny. Sometimes, like on my YouTube feed or the shorts or whatever, there's a few guys that do this, but they'll go up to people's houses or people's cars and be like, "What do you do for a living?"
I like those.
I like those guys because it gives you perspective from the other side as well. So it's just like, it's funny how many times they've either gone up to like a really nice house or a really nice car, and it's like a relatively younger person. They're just like, yeah, this is mine. And they're like, oh, what do you do? And then their answer is, well, I invested in Bitcoin early on.
Yeah.
So it's just like, yeah, definitely a life-changing stuff there for sure. And there's always going to be the next trade. Like, you gotta be like, not a lot of people knew about Bitcoin until it actually started hitting some significant numbers, right? And then they were like, oh my God, where was this when it was, you know? But if you're part of that tech space, like you had info on cryptocurrencies and kind of the blockchain technology as it developed, and you had all the opportunity to get in. But I guess it is what it is. Where's the next trade is what I'm asking.
Yeah, and you know what? I was just gonna speak on that, Obi. I'm kind of like in Google here a little bit, just south of VWAP. Gore, are you looking at this, Los Polios? This might be a good little signal right there. What's our risk profile? So we got to give it about $1 there, right? All right, so do we get involved in this goggles trade? Let's see if we get a pullback. If it closes more than 50% of this wick, then I don't think the trade's going to be there. It might take a little bit more time in order for it to kind of get rolling. So patience. But Rivian, let's go, man. We need this Bitcoin breakout. Lots of ebbs and flows on this name here this morning. And who knows, it's gonna take some time if it is gonna go. The fact that it's not completely breaking down is positive. We just need to get through some resistance zones. Maybe this is just an accumulation phase as well, too. All right, there you go. See you later. Hold on. Brandon, the government line. Yeah, we got to let this guy go. Sorry, Obi. He's 24 hours. Yeah, we can't have that spam. Yeah, yeah. You can't have spam like that in the chat. So,
I replied to him.
What'd you say?
I was like, in other news, the Earth is flat, question mark. I was like,
there you go.
This is like tinfoil hat stuff happening there.
There you go. I hope you have a good day there, Brandon. Softs.
No spamming. Don't do the
spamming, please. And thank you. So, yeah, he's out of there. But as for Bitcoin, let's rock and roll. Rivian, brother, I don't know let me know your thoughts on this trade. We still have those higher lows, which is something positive, but we're also putting in a little bit of lower highs. We can call it, but it's most definitely a flat top. Let's see if that can break through, Obi.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking for some breakthroughs to happen to the downside, to be honest. Tesla kind of creeping lower to the bottom end of the range. We talked about kind of this potentially being a range trade, and we're getting a slow kind of grind all the way back down towards 415 is currently trading at 417 market with a little bit of a chop sideways as well. Sure, it looks a little bit weaker, but you can see it's still holding structure pretty well. So unless and until this starts to quadunk, I guess ES trend is a little bit broken as of right now, but NASDAQ, not really there, holding structure well. I'm watching this 24,500 level here on the NASDAQ. We kind of chopped and churned and kind of made it a little messy in and around there, kind of orbited that area. Off of the opening drive there on the NASDAQ. So as long as we hold some of this structure, I think 24,500, even 24,480s at the lower end, I think we're still within the uptrend on the day here. Again, some would argue that this is the reference point of the bid, and unless and until you get back below, what is that, 24,420s, then the sellers are definitely in charge. But I don't know. Different ways to look at price action, right? Amazon, oh boy. So it did get out of all of it in and around that 232, but it's giving the continuation trade as of right now. The question becomes, if the market kind of turns and we do break that 24,500, then maybe we do see those 230s on Amazon on a day like today. But it's been pushing up pretty nicely. The bid has been relatively there on the weekly chart. Sure, on the daily and the hourly, it's a little bit choppy, a little bit sideways in a sense. Maybe some selling off happening last week. But if you take a look at the weekly chart on Amazon, we're trending up pretty nicely since those April lows. And here comes in Amazon with some fresh lows here as well. So that VWAP consolidation was nice. And maybe the places where I really have to start thinking about some of these continuations that happen on the reversions that I do take, because that might turn into the second part of the trade because it's a trade within itself. Instead of covering so aggressively, I got to start looking at some of the nuances that make this trade higher probability, and maybe even looking at adding into places where I'm covering a little too early. VWAP is fine. That was a target, but a lot of this chunk here covering on the quarters above VWAP, maybe not as necessary as I really think. But I don't know. I don't know what the right answer to that is. But Pfizer was one of the ones. We talked about this in the morning session a little bit there, or I talked about it with Neil and Sean. I was just like, Pfizer's another one that I'm potentially looking for maybe a continuation. And oh boy, did that trade come in quite nicely here. So I had some levels marked off. We had that intraday catalyst. Now I don't know what the specifics of that catalyst are, but regardless, the more important information to me is that sellers continuation and hold at day lows on the close. I'm looking for that continuation coming in. And guess what? Sure, off the open. If you're looking for it to go right off the open, sure, that's a different trade. But I'm looking for sellers to step in at some point relative to prior day structures after the catalyst has come out. And you can see sellers came in 24 change, in and around 24s as we broke down. And guess what? On the day today, coming in off of the open, sure, a little bit of a bid, failure to follow through the opening range high, and sellers come in back again through that 24. So more of the same happening here on Pfizer. Sure, it's not as aggressive or as in line in terms of magnitude of a sell that happened on Friday, but regardless, the continuation of sellers did come into fruition off of the open in the opening session and now during the midday session, as well as we did get through that prior low a day in and around that 23.85. So nice little continuation. This was a bit of a B trade for me, but didn't really end up taking it, missed out on that one. So I'll definitely be adding that to the journal later on today. But other than that, man, I'm just like, all right, I had some good trades on the roster, took some of them, did not take some of them, and it is what it is. How can I get a little bit better tomorrow? That's the question.
It's the name of the game, man. Just trying to get a little bit better. When I play hockey Sunday, yeah, and that's it, man. Just a little snipe, and that's it, obviously.
Are you training throughout the week or anything like that? Or?
Training?
Yeah.
For hockey?
Yeah.
Yeah, so essentially what I'll do is, like, it's not really like a practice, but aside from the games itself, I'll play like a game or two or pickup. So
okay, nice.
Kind of just work on things,
yeah.
And then you got game days, obviously. But yeah.
Do you do like exercises with the stick? Just
I used to. So when I was younger,
yeah.
man, when I was in my early 20s, right, and even obviously teenager through my 20s and stuff like that, I would go outside on my rollerblades, set up the pylons, like I have the pylons in the trunk, grab my ball, and just work on stick handling and stuff like that. But not so much anymore.
No sound. Apparently, we're getting no sound, guys. Sound's gone.
No sound.
Apparently,
no sound.
Or is that just?
No, I don't think that's me. I'm not muted or anything like that.
Oh boy, it's back on. All right, I think we're
coming out, really cooking now. Yeah, nice, Charlie. I'm glad that's working out.
Market's coming in as well. Someone hammered the mute button. Someone hammering the market right now.
Absolutely. Let's see if Google can save the day here. I'm long some Google. Same thing here, right? Breaks that low of this specific candle, then we'll hop out. Anything north of VWAP, we'll start slowly piecing it out again. Nothing substantially here on this specific trade. Want to focus on this Bitcoin trade and see if we can catch it, but it's not looking like it's going to be rocking and rolling today. My thesis was considering, like, we'll hop to the actual crypto space and see what we got going on. We'll pull up Ethereum from a daily. So I did like this, right? Like I like this aspect. Obviously, we're doing a little bit of TA on this here. You have this rounded bottom, but you have this nice strong candle. It's not breakout volume or anything along those lines. But if you go to the actual thing, it's not up to date, but you have a couple of days now where you're selling, and it's not like the strongest price action. So what you're looking for is that breakout, pullback, participate on, start building inventory there, and then look for that break. Maybe come FOMC. This is me just thinking out loud, right? What can maybe possibly happen and what I'm specifically looking for. And let's see if it comes into play. So that would be really nice if we do get a pop in the overall space come Wednesday, guys. Audio again.
It's going to be an interesting week here as well. Apparently audio sound is retracing back to VWAP.
Yeah.
I like that. No sound. It's back and it's back. All right. Sound was gone for 10 seconds.
It's freezing.
I like that
and going
comment. Jonathan R in the chat saying sound is retracting back to VWAP. Yeah, a little bit of reversion happening there. Reversion of the waves.
Yeah.
And the market pulled back into that 24,500 here on the NASDAQ. I'm just waiting and watching. A bit of a continuation here on Tesla, creeping a little bit lower back into the low of its range, but not really giving us the strong selling kind of action we saw off of the open and in the morning session as well into the lower end of this range. So it is a little bit different, the grind to the downside. I'm curious to know that wick bottom at 14s and change, if that'll potentially come in. Oh boy, Amazon's coming in real nice as well. So don't really have the entry on that one. Again, for that one, I would like something around 232s, and if I'm not going to necessarily chase down here just yet. Maybe there's other things that I'd like to see before I really want to start chasing. But I'm going to be a little bit more patient on this one here. But the market is coming back in and selling off a little bit, both here on the NASDAQ and the ES. And across the board, let's see who's actually broken a bit of that morning session or the prior bid. So Apple is taking a little bit of a pullback here as well. So let's take a quick look at that one, because I want to know when the markets do what they do, what's kind of dragging them around. AAPL, nice. All right, so yeah, a little bit of a pullback here on Apple as well. Amazon we're already looking at. Tesla we're already looking at. Nvidia, let's take a look at Nvidia, because that was the one that was kind of leading the way, one of the ones other than Softy, that was leading the way for the market bid in the morning and a good chunk of that midday session as well. You can see that both Nvidia and Microsoft, let's pull that one up as well. Strong bid, but the bid on Microsoft starting to dissipate a little bit, maybe pulling back into VWAP. VWAP being just under, I guess, 60, 70 pennies away on Microsoft, and then Nvidia a little bit stronger. It hasn't pulled back as aggressively as some of those Microsoft pullbacks, but starting to slow down a little bit here. We got that strength pushing up for a fresh high into 178.27s, and then still holding this bit of an uptrend here after that aggressive push that we did see. So if Nvidia can really kind of break this down, then maybe potentially, I'm just gonna draw a line here to define some stuff. So right there, so you see that it's holding. So one test, two tests, that's what we drew the line off of. Now the question becomes, will it respect it the third time? Will it respect it a fourth time? Or do we break down, and if I'm gonna define trend like this, then the break of this is the break of the trend, right? So it's like, all right, so am I confident enough to place this line and be like, this is significant enough that when price travels below here, I'm confident enough to take a trade and be like, all right, well, regardless of if you want to risk here for a reversion back in. But yeah, I kind of defined some levels there on Nvidia earlier on, and we didn't quite get up to that 178.63 pre-market high on Nvidia. So holding trend. Market hasn't necessarily fully broken down yet. Like I said, that 24,500 could be a little interesting, 24,480 as well. But yeah, Nvidia, let's see if that pulls in. Some of the other Mag 7s, though, starting to catch a little bit of a curl to the downside, maybe leading the way and heralding some of the shorts for the Nvidia reversion as well. So I'm watching it, I'm waiting, but I'll be patient. Where is the next trade, guys?
Absolutely. Whenever, just give me the go-ahead there, Andre. Yep, for sure. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., yet there is still no FDA-approved treatments. Now, as you listed, Oragenics is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Yeah, don't prolong that treatment for the old brain there. It's not good. Trust me, you don't want to do that, man. Living with headaches and consistent concussions is not. It literally deteriorates your quality of life. So go check it out there. But yeah, we're still sitting in this, guys. We're talking about the eastward movement. We're out at the break of the low, but it just keeps getting bought up at that low. So that's something positive. Now we just want that volume to really start to step in. Same thing here with Google. The indecision print. This is like a C minus setup. We do like that indecision print right along right below the volume weighted average price. Sorry, considering that maybe we get somewhat of a continuation. Opening drive's extremely strong. You open up at 244 and then you just climb all the way to 252 in the span of how many minutes you got there. So 45 minutes just after the open, and we haven't necessarily even came close. This is a lower high, obviously, so if you just want to do your basic TAs, then maybe we'll construct a lower high right around this realm. But anything north of VWAP, we'll just slowly piece it out. I'm not putting too much size here on this Google trade there, Obi.
Man, there goes Amazon right away. Wow. And I have a feeling that I'm looking in the wrong direction. I'm looking in the wrong direction, and I don't know why, because some of these trades that are working, I'm having some trouble not seeing and sticking with the trade here. So that 232 continuation is happening. So now I got some special glasses that let me see different things all at once. So that flush on Amazon, what a beautiful consolidation in and around VWAP for a nice little continuation back down into 231.5. So solid stuff happening there on Amazon. So let's see what else I can see here in terms of opportunity. So like I said, sometimes the vision can be a little skewed. You got to make sure stock selection is important, and stock selection will make the biggest difference. So you got to make sure you're looking in the right direction and you're focused. Just make sure you're focused.
If you're not,
right? You're kind of like all over the place. Then it's a little tough. Sometimes you catch something, sometimes you don't catch things, but it's all over the place. So focus and stock selection is very, very important. You got to make sure your line of sight is very clear.
Yeah.
Oh boy, indeed.
If it's not, then you might be in a little bit of trouble for sure. There. Yeah, but you know what they used to say, Obi? If you're just on a bad streak, everything you touch, right, goes the opposite way.
Maybe, yeah.
Well,
But sometimes I go on streaks like that, but
you know what the solution to that is?
Just flip the chart upside down.
No, flip the screen upside down.
Flip the screen upside down.
Flip the screen upside down.
Too bad that doesn't turn the red numbers into green.
Yeah. Just flip the screen. If you're going through a bad streak, just flip the screen, and then sure enough,
some of these screens look upside down to me right now.
Yeah. So that'd be giving me a mad headache. There's no way you can see clear on that one. No. Good times as always, guys. Oh, buddy. Good stuff there. Laughs as always, guys. Spin it, 420 Bud Monster, no problem. I don't have that though. That's the thing. So we'll just hit the siren a couple times. Oh, you have it there.
Do I have it? I don't know. This is Sharif's.
You have money.
Stream. Let me pull up the stream deck right here.
Money.
Do I have the money?
Yeah, 100%. You got it.
Oh, right here. It's the first one. It's the first one.
The code on that bad.
Money.
Yeah. Oh, I'll send it to you. You want it?
Yeah.
I'll send it to you right now.
Brother.
Yeah.
Need that one there. I mean.
I'll send you on this.
Yeah. Cheers. Yeah. I mean, they had to take these away from me for a little while.
You're just using them too much.
Yeah. Just pure abuse.
That's a joke.
Yeah. They're like, you know what? No one ever said that to me. I'm only joking. But yeah, guys, IBIT back at the top end of the range here. Rivian Millionaire, are you still sitting in this? It's going in my favor. Why is my P&L going down? Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how it goes. Nice. I did give Joseph 420 earlier. Thank you. Okay, yeah. So, thank you very much for that 420 Bud Monster, as always there, my friend. Let's see what Ethereum's up to here. We like this one. Evan and Woody's telling me about another XRP ETF coming out this Thursday. I want to just stick with the liquid ones. We've had this conversation before in the likes of the Bitcoin ones. What happened to Grayscale and some of the other ones are not as liquid. I want to stick with the iShares, right? I love iShares. iShares have been treating me really good. iShares here, right? So, again, if we can get that in. I don't think this is, I don't even know what that is. UXRP. No, I don't even have it on that one. So XXRP is the only one that I'm familiar with there. And again, patience, and wait for those things to come out. And hey, Rivian, when it's optionable, I might just do that, right? I might just take the options route and continuously just roll over contracts. Beautiful stuff here that we're experiencing, 3-minute time frame, back at the top end of this range here. Let's break through. Let's just avoid all this ebbs and flows. We've absorbed enough liquidity. People have been getting chopped up left, right, and center up in here. Now, hopefully, we're ready to go and break through some of these key resistance there, are we?
Ooh, yeah, I think we're ready to go for sure. As
You have any left-ons? Oh,
no, I wish,
right?
man. I'm just like, so this is what Adam Lulu's in the chat was talking about. He's like, I wanted to see you hold that for 15, 20%. And I was just like, yeah, man, I wish a bit of a fumble. VWAP, a little arbitrary there, but I'm a little bit more disappointed at some of these early entries. No real reason to cover. I'm just like, oh, it's getting near my thing, so because I'm not paying as much attention to it, I should just have some orders in, and I cover a little bit too much. But regardless, I didn't take the continuation trade because this is one trade, and the bigger picture might be the full-on reversion, but this is the second part of that trade, right? That VWAP kind of consolidation, and then selling stepping in once again, and maybe a little bit of market confluence as well. With sure, the market isn't necessarily selling off, but the bid has definitely dissipated, which could cause, I guess, longs to just be like, all right, the market's not going anywhere, so maybe more inclined to sell on flat action there, and we're seeing some selling happening on Amazon there, but yeah, no, good push there. Unfortunately, didn't quite hold it. 233s all the way down to 231 halves now. So a beautiful short on that one as that comes in. And oh boy, Nvidia, we were just talking about this one, Joe, and I was like, all right, if this breaks, maybe selling steps in. And guess what? Selling definitely stepping in now on the break of this short trend. How long was this trend? Let me just measure that real quick. Okay, so an hour and 30 minutes. So yeah, the bid's kind of holding for an hour and 30 minutes. And the first time we break that trend, however you want to define it, we get some aggressive selling. Makes a little bit of sense to me. So let's see if that potentially comes in. Oh boy, did not mean to do that. Amazon, oh my God, I got to stop looking at you because this is a chase for me. I don't want to punch short all the way down here. No. The short is either at 233s on the flow of sellers stepping into the bid, or on the consolidation in and around VWAP that gives us a nice continuation because look, there is no bounce. Maybe we get a little bit of a bounce into quarters, but that was the place to reload and be like, all right, well, selling, stepping right back in, buyers are definitely not in charge, and I want to participate in some of that action, and that action is coming in beautifully with a nice follow through that opening range high, as well as VWAP, as well as some of these prior kind of levels, reference levels from the morning session here on Amazon. So a nice little swinging of price action in that jungle happening today. But let me know what you guys are up to. What are you guys trading? What trades have worked out for you? What trades didn't work out for you? I'm curious to know where everyone is at as of right now on the day today. Nvidia as well, maybe taking a little bit of a breather with a bit of that trend break. So we'll see. We'll see where the market takes us. Like I said before, that 24,500 I think is going to be a little bit interesting on the NASDAQ.
For sure, for sure. Yeah, Google breaking down here on us, guys. As soon as it cracks through that key pivot, we'll just hop out of that one. Take a loss, unfortunately, but that's okay. That's okay. We're not going to, nothing to write home about there. So yeah, nothing crazy. Right back at the top end of this consolidation, volume really cool there. So in order for us to break out, we most definitely want to see it step in. But it's looking pretty good. I like what I got seeing on my chart. Rivian, are you still in this? And who else is in this? I know someone else said they were. Sorry if I forget, but someone else said that they're in it. But we have almost a flat top here, right, guys? This is what we're looking at for this to be breached. So there it is. Boom, consistent to higher lows, flat top, key resistance zone. You want to see the volume kick in. Let's take a look at the lower time frames to see if we're going to get that. Not really stair-stepping up right yet. So again, that's what we need. That's what we got going on. Now let's see. Now see that instant rejection? I bet you we go back to the bottom end of that range here now, considering I just seen that there. So just be cautious for that. The more aggressive it gets, the more likelihood that it will do so. All right. So let's also pull up our screener. Pew pew. All right, guys. Let's see what we got cooking up here. So TSLA. 240 million shares traded on the day. Beautiful look there in TSLL. Couple hammer candles for the continuation. Now, like if you look at this, if we go to a 15-minute time frame, doesn't look all that bad, right? Like somewhat of a bull flag, we'll call it. So nothing horrible. 30-minute, even more, right? So hold those support levels, and then maybe you get that continuation. But I had that feeling, considering that Thursday, Friday, you have these monster runs. The third day in a row is usually when, I think it's kind of like the legs as well too, right? So if you have the legs of a stock, it's like, okay, the probability is obviously significantly higher through leg one and leg two. Leg three is when it starts to fall off a cliff. Google bull flag here as well too, so that's not too bad on these higher time frames. Joby, what's that one up to? I know Sharif likes that, but Adara, what do you got for us?
Microsoft on watch here. OpenAI, which of course Microsoft has been heavily invested in, has announced the release of GPT-5 Codex, which is a new version of its advanced language model. So ChatGPT announcing a new version of their model, MSFT, on watch. Back to you.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't really. Did you try the 5?
Yeah, I have.
The 5 is kind of trash.
Yeah, you don't like it?
I think I talked to one of my buddies who runs a significant portion of his business using a bunch of AIs, but his main one is GPT. He uses the GPT Pro, which is crazy. You pay like over $200 for it monthly, but
if it's worth it.
Oh, it's definitely worth it. For him, it's more than worth it. But I asked him, I was like, hey, I tried the GPT-5, and it's like it's not giving me effective answers. It's either taking too long. And he told me, he's like, there's that auto feature. So when you go to ask it, before there was the different models, the 4.0, whatever, but now it goes on auto, and there's a thinking and there's a fast response. So the auto tries to make a decision for you to be like, okay, is this going to be a thinking or a fast response? And then it tries to do all that. But forget about the auto. Click on one of the thinkings or the thing, depending on whatever. And you have to. This is where he's an engineer, so. He's not a prompt engineer, but he knows his prompts very well. He could very well be a really good prompt engineer. But he was telling me, he's like, it really depends on the prompting that you give it, and you just have to make sure to tell it to think deeply. Make sure you check your answers. You have to make sure you specify all of those things so it uses more computing power to kind of answer more tokens to answer your question and kind of give you feedback as well. But so far, in terms of just market related things, I'm really liking Perplexity. Man.
Yeah, Perplexity.
I was thinking of switching my subscription, to be honest, to Perplexity because I only pay for GPT right now.
I like how it pulls links though. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Perplexity. It pulls the link for you. Yeah. That's what I really like about it. Wayner is actually one that got me. He's like, why are you reading through all these articles? Just use Perplexity.
Yeah.
Like, all right, break this down, and then you'll see it go through all the previous.
Yeah, it does well in terms of like financial stuff there.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Market coming in now, man. A little bit of a continuation of sellers happening here on Apple, as well as the ES and the Nasdaq. We talked about that 24.5. That's coming in now, not too far away. So let's see what the market does. Tesla at its lower end of the range. Here as of right now. And yeah, we saw that coming in, maybe a little bit with the Nvidia as well. So J Doe in the chat, thank you very much. Continuing my support. Thank you very much for your support, J Doe. Thank you, Trader TV and community. So thank you, J Doe, for calling.
He asked me a good question there earlier in the chat, and he's like, Joe, I got some, I forget what the name is. Yeah, here it is. He's like, I got some SCM, so it's like SMCI 2X leverage calls. He's like, yeah, I'm up 202% on these ones. They expire this Friday. Might sell one and keep two for a runner. And he's like, my thought. I'm like, yeah, you know what, man? You just nailed it on the head. You have your trade plan, obviously, hopefully in your mind or how you're going to execute it. But yeah, that's something along the lines that I would do. Obviously, you got to be obviously your own keeper at the end of the day. Just manage it. There's nothing wrong with locking in profits. Again, you're using a 2x leverage. Leading into this week's expiration cycle, you will see theta start to pick up there as well too. So for me, you're getting the nod across the board with just lock one in today, Lock one in on Wednesday to see what's going on, and then close it out on Friday or Thursday or whatever you feel comfortable with there, Jado. So, yeah, just do your thing, brother. I'm glad that trade has been working out really, really well for you. Now, any thoughts on Macy's $5 super chat? Dang, thank you for that. Nojim is my name. All right, Noah Jam. Sorry if I'm butchering it, but it sounds like I am. Guys, this is what I was talking about here on IBIT. You get to the top end, and I was like, yeah, I bet my bottom dollar that we come back into the middle of it there. Yes, and Whisperway Quad Witching Friday. Yes, thank you very much for the reminder on
big
that
week,
one.
man.
Yeah, it's a very, very big week.
You know about the IPOs this week? I can pull up some of the
IPOs.
There's a couple IPOs that are pretty decent, and I just have the Nasdaq website open here, and yeah, let's take a look at what some of those
take a
might
look
be.
at Macy's for.
Oh yeah, okay,
Nojim
sure.
is my name, and you can go through that.
Let's do Macy's first. I already have it pulled up here.
Cool.
So Macy's, the question was any thoughts on Macy's? I don't know if I have any thoughts, but let's take a look at what the chart has been telling us. Oh boy, a little bit of a consolidative range here. So the question becomes, how did we come into this range? Is that off of earnings? Nice. So I like that. So earnings push, consolidation, holding the lows, sideways action, kind of consolidating at the upper quartile of the bid, right? So I like that for a potential continuation, but it's got to break this range in a significant way. I like that we false broke the lower end of the range on the day today, and that gave us a travel all the way to the upper end, which is at 1740s, all the way from 1670. So almost, I would say 60, 70 pennies roughly worth of a range there. Let's just get specific, man. We'll just measure from the top to the lows there. So yeah, about there you go, 60 pennies worth of action there. So let's go up to a higher time frame as well. Has this been trending up going into that pop, right? So the answer is yes. So we got this bid all the way from April, and then we got higher lows in June. We got higher lows in August. We got higher lows in September, and guess what? As of right now, we're still getting higher lows in the end of September, or coming into the middle of September as well. So I like that structure's been holding up well. Maybe we are breaking down a much higher time frame trend here as well. You know what? I want to see this on the weekly. Are we breaking trend on the weekly? That's the next question I'm asking. So all of these things so far have confluenced for a potential look on the long side. But take a look at this. Look at that. Have we broken the downtrend? No, we're vacuuming up to the upper end, which has served as a little bit of resistance, right? So we're just reverting. We tried to break down. This 950s has held before, and then it holds once again. That's probably in and around. Okay, that's March. That is April. So yeah, that is April. That's the April bid. We turn around. We fail to follow through those lows. Fresh lows are made at 951s, and then we just revert back into the the trend resistance that's been happening since 2022. So my thoughts, I'm curious to know what we do if and when we do get up here. Have we been pushing with expanding volume? Not really, just a strong volume candle off of earnings, which is to be expected, but can we get this consolidation to really break loose and break through multiple years worth of trend resistance? That's the question that I'm asking here. Those are my personal thoughts and just opinions on Macy's. Do I see a trade? Not really. Not really on the day here or on the
until that breaks anyway.
Until it does something here, I think the trade kind of maybe has already been positioning into and off of earnings. If you're looking for a potential push, we just defined the bit of the range, 60 penny range over the past few days. The price would have to tell me what it wants to do with that range for me to be like, all right, well,
yeah, for sure. I mean, all the best on that if you're looking to obviously put on a trade with that there. Personally, Macy's, I don't think I've intraday traded it a couple of times, but other than that.
It's good on earnings. It's solid on earnings. I like trading Macy's on earnings. Earnings day 1, day 2, I think I've done relatively okay. Historically, trading Macy's, and those are the days where it gets some of the most volume in the year as well. But before I pass it back to you, oh boy, Amazon's still going.
You got your IPO thing.
So Amazon's still going. So that 231, big miss on my part, man. Have to stick with some of these trades that are working. And look, it gives me a chance to get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. That's what I'm realizing. Some of the best trades, they give you the opportunity to get bigger. You don't have to try to force yourself to get big. They're like, oh, look, the next trade. Oh, look, the next trade. Oh, look, the continuation.
Dang.
whatever it is. So Amazon reversion is a beautiful example of that. That's coming into fruition as of right now. But IPO listings that are happening this week, let's go through that. I'm going to make this a little bit bigger over here and scroll down. So, all right. So right off the bat, what's standing out to me? So notional. So right here, almost $1 billion worth on Netscope. I don't know who these guys are, but they have about 47, almost 48 million shares, priced at $15 to $17, and that's coming out on the 18th. And the 18th is Thursday, right? 18th is Thursday, so that one's coming out on Thursday. But take a look at this one, StubHub. Now I know a lot of people are familiar with StubHub, and that's coming in with 34,000 shares to offer on the 17th, which is on Wednesday, and another almost $1 billion offering, not offering, but a notional IPO, $978 million worth, maybe priced in and around 20 to 25 as of right now. I'm curious to know, are these oversubscribed? Are they opening above or below some of these reference prices? But StubHub and Netscope this week, Wednesday and Thursday, I'm definitely going to have eyes on. I'm definitely going to be watching for sure. And some of the other ones, sure, maybe, but I like those two right off the bat. I think they're names that one of them is a name that I definitely recognize, and the other one is significant enough for me to perk my interest as well. So don't forget, guys. Maybe if you're looking at saving risk or focusing on important opportunities this week, some of those IPOs, we know IPO season has been absolutely hot. Some great IPOs last week as well. Sure, they don't go up in a straight line or go down in a straight line, but in terms of day trading opportunity where the chart and the price action is literally telling you what it wants to do, these opportunities have been absolutely amazing. And if you want an example of that, there's Gemini from last week, right? GEMI. I'm curious to know how that one's doing today. Let's take a quick look at that one. GEMI, this one IPO'd last week. I didn't get in off of the open, but I did trade it much, much later when it started consolidating way below VWAP. So you can see here, let's go down to, okay, this is a 3 minute. So this was a good IPO last week. Absolutely solid open. That open blasting up into a halt up instantly off the bat. Like you got opening prices, it was halted within seconds, and then it opens up much higher. I think it halted up at, what's the price here? It halted up at $40.70. It opens up at $44.45 and insta halts down. And I was like, oh boy. So I didn't get involved in either of that action. I didn't get involved here as well. Look at that reference breakdown. And sure, we kind of chop it up a little bit. That reference breakdown coming in real nice. I actually was really patient and I got involved in this consolidation here. I actually kind of started shorting into here and I was looking to take a lot more as we reverted back into VWAP, which is a different trade, the bid. But I'm looking for that seller dominance to step back in. And guess what? Those sellers do step back in, and I did well to kind of sell all of this action for the nice flush into 32s, and then added got a little bit more in for the flush into the end of the day there. But coming in today, I was looking for maybe a little bit of continuation, but off of the open, we were kind of opening up in and around this prior day's VWAP area, and I saw that we couldn't quite get through it, so we just kind of traded sideways. I didn't really have too much of a solid plan unless and until it broke prior day low with any sort of significance. It almost got close right at 10:30, but a nice little bid brought us right back to VWAP and trading sideways. But to say the least, IPOs are given great opportunities. So the opportunity on what was the other one? There was not Figma, FIGR, Figure. This one was great as well last week. That came in on Thursday. So the level on this one was, no, this is not the one that I'm looking for. There was one that did a $50 breakdown. What was that one? There was something that was trading in and around $50. And Klarna, sorry, thank you, Dara. There you go. KLAR. So Klarna, another great IPO from last week. That one came out on, was it Wednesday? Yeah, Wednesday. So Wednesday, this was the one, man. This was the one that basically told you what it wanted to do right off of the open. Sellers come in aggressively strong, pushing lower. Reserve on the bid at 50, and sellers just knocking hard into them. And so it was like, I was just like, all right, when that buyer is done, when that 50 buyer is done, we've already seen the seller sentiment. We're below opening prices, way below opening range as well on the 1 minute, and then a reserve bid shows up. right away, I'm like, I want to get involved for when that buyer is absolutely done because of how strong the sellers are hitting into the bid. And guess what? When that buyer at 50 was done, Joe, we instantly were printing 48s, $2 down on that $50 break. So that scalp was absolutely beautiful. And the chart and the price action basically were telling you what they wanted to do going into that $50 break. Probabilities increasingly, changing and increasing pretty distinctly as that bid starts decrementing and getting taken out there. And oh boy, instantly $2 in the money if you took that $50 short. So these are kind of an example of the opportunities that I'm talking about here that come alongside with IPOs. Some of the price action and some of the tape is very, very significant because these are fresh prices. It's kind of, I wouldn't call it no man's land, but it's more like, it's fresh prices, it's newly discovered prices. So every level, every buyer, every seller that kind of shows itself holds some sort of significance. And that buyer on 50 was definitely significant on Klarna. And when Buddy was done buying for whatever reason, oh boy, did that flush come in quite nicely. So Klarna, good one. Since then, though, man, it's been kind of it's kind of sideways there. We did bid down all the way down to $40, so we got a $10 follow through from that $50 breakdown. But as of today, we're trading with a high a day of $44.90. So we're just chopping around these 40s as of right now on Klarna. But the first few days on these IPOs, in terms of intraday trading, can be absolutely great.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, good luck there. Gorev, my guy, yeah, we're just looking at this Google and I'm like, yeah, I'm out of it. Not a good idea to do so as it starts to curl over. I mean, that print was there, the one that we were looking for, so positive stuff. And the thing is, though, it's like, okay, I just got out of a trade that was working a little bit better for me. And then essentially, what time did we start getting involved in this IBIT trade here, Obi? It's going to be 11:20, right? So we've been in this thing for over for 2 hours now. And I'm like, okay, we're just hovering around VWAP. I like what Adam DeLuce was pointing out. He's like, yeah, you haven't really broken down or anything along those lines, so just continue to hold otherwise, right? And I'm like, do I buy a little bit more? The thing is, though, I got out of a trade that was working relatively good, and I'm going to add into a position that's essentially doing nothing. And that's the mistake that we're trying to learn from the other day, right? So just keep that in mind. I'll pull up that actual that chart there to see what we got going on. It's just like, don't do this. It's just like, make sure that you have the size on for the right trade. You know what I mean? Any thoughts on? Yeah, we'll take a look at that in a minute there. I just want to touch on something there. My guy, Stock Hunter. So this was Friday. I mean, we had a couple good opportunities. The IBIT trade, this is a horrible screenshot, so I got to do a better job anyways. And essentially what I'm getting at here, guys, is it's just that, so this was the trade right there. And it's just like, okay, it's just like, you go half risk. Oh, there we go. So that's a little bit better of a look. This one worked. We did get stopped out the majority. But at the end of the day, it's just like, look how aggressively I'm building in when there's just like, okay, use this as your average, use that as your base. And if you look at the chart, it does this for a little bit longer and then eventually it breaks out. And it's just, I was just too aggressive here. It's just adding, instead of being more patient and waiting for the volume to step in when the time is right to add. Or you have the signals displaying themselves. Speaking of signals, Gorev, ETHA, and then IBIT. IBIT looking pretty good there as well. And I wanted to get a little bit more at the lower end, but I'm just going to be patient and wait for the volume to step in. That's the name of the game, right? It tells you a lot. So that's what it is there on, this is some of the old trades. How we doing on the month? Nothing substantial here. We'll put this up here on the day for the folks and see what else we got going on. So yeah, 3 red days back to back there, but then we're off to a half decent start. So nothing to complain about. This day is when I got shot down. I got shot down here though, Obi. So yeah.
No, the start to my month was pretty rough. I would say, to say the least. But yeah, back to back kind of reds, and I was like red 3 days in a row, and that's usually when I take a step back, and I'm like, oh boy. There's you really got to clean something up if you're getting that's just for me, my personal stats.
Yeah.
If I'm in red 3 days in a row, I'm just like, okay, I'm definitely on tilt or doing something that's carrying over because statistically that shouldn't happen very often. But even though it does, if you look at some of how the stats work for win rates, it's very likely to go on a red losing streak for multiple days. And it's funny, it happens every now and then to me, and I'm just like, I have like an existential crisis. I'm just like, oh my God, did I forget how to trade? I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing, da, da, da. And then I'm just like, okay, no, just gotta review some of the trades, review how the market has been acting. I like my reversions. How have the reversions been acting? How do they actually come in? Is there a little bit of chop in and around them? Kind of readjust and then get back to trading market mechanics there. So that happens every now and then. But yeah, no, it can be a little rough. But that's the thing about trading, man. You gotta know how to get hit, and you gotta be okay with getting back up as if nothing happened. Because you gotta trust your process. You gotta believe in yourself. Because no one else is gonna do it for you. If you don't believe in yourself as a trader, who is going to? You have to be your biggest fan, and you got to be serious about it as well. And I'm saying that out loud because I'm not good at that sometimes. I'm not. Sometimes I'm not taking some things as seriously as I really should be, and taking other things a lot more seriously than I really should be as well. So that balance is always a good find. But sorry, a little bit of a rant there, but
no, it is what it is. Right?
The beginning of my month was absolutely terrible, but we're starting to piece it back.
Brother,
as of right now,
this is the name of the game. Come January, I'm going to be entering year 5, right? So it's like very rarely, as you point out, Obi, that I have 3 red days in a month, right? But this is coming off here, July. It's just like, okay, I come off vacation, bachelor party, bang, sure enough. Not good, but Fridays have been typically pretty good for us. Wednesdays have most definitely. But then also, full disclosure, look at this. I couldn't buy a green Thursday in the past month and a half, right? That's the reality of it. I couldn't, if I went to the store and said, hey, sell me something so I can do something here on Thursday, they'd be like, no, sorry, sir, we're not even selling that stuff here. So Thursdays, this is the reality of intraday trading, right? Like if you're trading every single day, for some reason, I can't buy a Thursday, Obi. I don't know what it is. Wednesdays are my best days. Wednesdays and Fridays, no problem. We're rocking and rolling. But Thursday is just like that staple in my trading where, as of late, I couldn't buy one. So whatever it may be.
I mean, it's good. It's a good observation. It's definitely not the market, I'll tell you.
No,
but it's just like it's probably just it could be so many different things as well. But I think I used to have that stat where I think it was. I would be red on a lot of Mondays.
Fair.
And I was like, okay, it's definitely not the market, but I tried to look into like what I was doing differently, and I think I was a little bit more like coming in with a lazy mindset from the weekend. So I'm like, I gotta be a little bit more crisp on Mondays. But yeah, it's a good thing. I like that you do that. You really have to delve into how you perform and what are the days that you should be kind of holding back a little bit, right?
That's Thursday, right?
Absolutely solid. Yeah. So we got a little bit of business to do, and we'll get right back to it. So guys, listen up. Traders, first month free. That's right. We are waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder, and upgrade to elite. Analyze, strategize, and capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts. Predict with backtesting. Reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips. All in one platform, so don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description for our friends at eSignal.
Yeah, for sure. And just to add to what some of these people are saying, and you know what? Every other Wednesday I play hockey and the games are usually later, so come Thursday morning I'm a little bit tired, and that can most definitely affect it. And, pardon me? Yeah, absolutely. It definitely plays a part in it too, right? But again, I play on Thursdays every Thursday, and I come in Fridays are one of my better days as well too. So whatever it may be, right? It's like I'm not over here. I'm telling you guys the real deal. Like, why would I display otherwise? But for me, it's just personally. Okay, let's try. And I hear what you're saying, limiting beliefs. There's like, okay, I go to sleep, I'm like, all right, we got our workouts in, our brain's running, we wake up early, we go to the gym, we do everything properly, and then sure enough, you come in. So it's not like I'm discrediting myself or I don't believe in my abilities. It's just that for some reason there must be something from an execution standpoint on my mind. And then the other 2 weeks ago, it did creep into the back of my mind, like, oh, I'm usually really bad on Thursdays. And then sure enough, when that thought settles in a bit, then sure enough, you're just trying to go green instead of putting on the right trade necessarily. So that's what happened with me. No, I play 3 times a week, Los Polios. I play 3 times a week, and I'm in the gym every other day, every day of the week, essentially, except for maybe once or twice throughout my hockey days, right? So other than that, man, just
which gym do you go to?
I just go to the condo gym now.
Nice.
Otherwise, I had like LA. LA Fitness membership.
Condo's so much easier. It's right there.
It's right there, right? And it's good. So I can wake up at 6, be down at the gym at like 6:15, come back at 45 minutes, 7 o'clock, showered, out the door at 7:30, here by 8:45,
that's solid.
right?
That's absolutely solid.
Sorry, 7:45.
Like the commute to the gym is what kind of kills a big part of going to the gym for me, in terms of like, because from where I live, it's about a 25-minute drive.
That's brutal.
To get to the gym that I was part of. So just going and coming back plus prep and cool down time would take just over an hour. And I'm like, I'm spending commute time to go work out for 45 minutes? Dude, I'm not gonna do that. That's literally 50% of my gym time is commute. I'm not gonna do that. But that's when I started working out a lot more at home as well. But I gotta, there's a new gym that opened up. So
is it open now?
Yeah, Brankles is back this week. So we were talking about
going to the
it's literally
the
5 minutes. Yeah, the fifth floor.
Right?
It's right there. It's open now.
Have you looked at it yet?
So I went inside. I looked at it. I didn't go inside the gym because there's no staff there. It's literally a machine that kind of like you buy your membership from the machine and it gives you your card. So it's all like automated.
Is that how they're going? That's the route.
I don't know if there's staff indoors. I didn't go downstairs or to do whatever because
Oh, is it 2 floors?
Yeah, there's multiple floors.
Oh, nice. All right.
So it's good. It has a little all the good facilities.
Yeah.
So I'm definitely hyped for it, and it's not even a 5-minute walk away. So it's
right
like
there.
if I want to take an hour, like I'll go on a walk for like an hour.
Yeah.
In and around lunchtime or in the middle of the day, might as well walk for 5 minutes, crush some weights, and then walk right back and be like, all right, I got my workout in within a reasonable time.
Yeah.
During my break time. So it's just like it's a lot better there. Video News asking, has Obi traded anything? Yes, all these arrows on my chart are moments where I got in and out of trades earlier on. Unfortunately, did not hold that Amazon short from 233s all the way down to 231s. That was quite nice. I think the low of the print right there is 231.03. So we did get pretty close to some of that area where we start to curl up and through the opening range highs much earlier on from about 10:30. So a little bit of a wick action there. I guess my fumble to not take some more in and around VWAP for another point down, but it is what it is. I understood that when I was doing this, I had a decent, or not a decent chance, but a good chance of missing the second leg there off of VWAP. But that's the choice that I made, and that is the risk that I took. So. Nice little push, nice little bump up here as well. So we're breaking that downtrend for reversion back to VWAP all the way from 231 halves-ish area here on Amazon. So good look there. Some people in the chat were talking about go Amazon, so I pulled it up and I'm like, okay, well, if you're long, it's working out as of right now. And the market bounced as well a little bit here in and around that 24.5. But this is the same area where we chopped around all of the morning session. So this range is really what I'm interested in. I was looking for the reversion into this area, the 24.5. We've done that now. So we got a little bit of short-term selling into this area. I'm curious to know what we do with this range now as well. So that's the next step for me in terms of looking at these futures. But in terms of you, what are you guys doing? What are you guys trading? And what are you guys involved with? Are you guys going to be trading the IPOs this week? Are you guys excited? Do you guys have a game plan for those IPOs, right? StubHub and Netscope, which is, I'm not too familiar with Netscope, but StubHub looks interesting for sure.
Yeah, I think StubHub is something that we're going to be keeping our eyes on. Gaurav Los Polios, nice print there on ETHA at the lows there, guys. So pretty good look. Bang. Have that indecision print. The volume wasn't supporting it, but you're grinding right back towards the volume weighted average price. So that's something really, really great there. And then also IBIT. I think this is the one, Rivian. Hold on, where is my guy, man? I got to tag this guy. He said I haven't heard a peep from him ever since he said, yo, I'm in it too. Well, all right. I've been trying to tag you, Rivian, and you haven't been responding to me. I think this is the one where we can finally break through some of this. I will be taking some off at the punch of the resistance if the volume doesn't step in. Volume steps in at the break, we're holding off and then looking for the add. No volume at the break, we're going to take a little bit off there to see what we got going on, all right? Now, yeah, I don't know. Oh, no, I don't even think that. Why would I think you're rude? You're obviously just saying, like, hey, it's right. You're not wrong there. You know what I mean?
You're not nice, you're rude.
Yeah, but not nice, you're rude. Yeah. Okay, my bad. Yeah, see, that's what I was doing on last week there, Rivian, as well, too, is just within that consolidation, I was just absorbing. I like taking that term from you, just absorbing some liquidity there.
I look for that a lot, eh?
Pardon me?
Like a price absorption, flow absorption, not necessarily price absorption, but flow absorption. Like I'll definitely look at that. That can be so significant at times. Yeah.
Absolutely. It can determine a lot. One thing that I am worried about a little bit here, Rivian, is that we have an inside day, right? Like if we take a look at IBIT from a daily standpoint and where we're sitting in within this range, we're at the lower end of it. Have we breached it? So maybe if we have breached it, we won't get that inside day. Yeah, we have. So yeah, I'm just going to eat those words quick. But essentially what I was thinking is, like, hey, are we just going to sit within this range here throughout the intraday session and not necessarily break? But if this closes as like this hammer, I'm loving it, and I'll probably add another contract or so there. Now, let's see. West, y'all. Hey, Joseph and Obi, I'm just noticing now how massive a silent move SPX and WDC since April, second layer. AI going off. Check out SPX on weekly. Upset I missed my undervalued trade. Obi's saying, oh boy. So it sounds like he knows a little bit about SPX.
I was watching this whole sector.
Were you?
Yeah. A couple of weeks ago, I was watching it. Like, look at the weekly, look at the daily. It's all hard drive. It's all hard drive stocks.
Is it?
So Western Digital, Seagate, that's STX, right? And then there's a few other that's part of the basket. I wrote down the basket somewhere earlier, but I don't know all of them off of the top. But yeah, the weekly on some of these hard drive stocks. Oh boy, getting bought right up. And I don't know, is it the data center bid?
Yeah,
could be, so. Right? You got to think about it. So like things that are happening, AI, the AI boom can trickle into a lot of different things, right? It's like what is the infrastructure required? That's why you have things like ARM and SMCI or like an AVGO and things like that kind of move around alongside. But like, what about hard drives? What about data storage, right? Yeah. So it's like, it's interesting that, a little bit under the radar while everybody's looking at chips, there's a strong, uninterrupted bid happening on hard drives. So it's really where you got to look. And sometimes where you're looking could be a little confusing.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, this thing, what a consolidation here, Obi. I'm curious to see what you guys think about
SNDK. Sorry, that was the other one. Riven Millionaire, SanDisk.
SanDisk. SanDisk. I remember saying. Guys, let me know what you think. Which way does Bitcoin break from here? Are we going to bounce off of these support levels continuously, or are we going to punch through them eventually? Which party is going to win? Is it the Bears or the Bulls?
Well, I'm looking for flushes, man.
You're looking for flushes.
Yeah, I want to,
Even in Bitcoin?
What's that?
Even in Bitcoin, or anybody can get it?
In Bitcoin, yeah. I'm looking for strong flushes because I want to be on the other side of that exit liquidity.
You want it to go down?
Yeah.
Oh man.
So I can buy more.
Okay. All right. That's
come on.
We can justify that. But
give me a nice 50% pullback.
Full disclosure, I'm in it, and I have some contracts too. I don't know if that was going to play a factor into your thought process.
Come on.
I was saying you still want some.
I'm looking for healthy price action, which is not just line go straight up. I'm looking for healthy. I want to see sellers really come in and slam it real hard, and then for it to hold structure and bid it right back up. That's think about it. Bitcoin has been doing that, 50, 60, 70% flushes, and then the bid just steps right back in? Does that not signify strength? So it's
Sorry?
on something like a Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Right? It's just like strong pullbacks kind of revert right back to fresh highs, making higher highs and higher lows over time. Like, does that not signify the overall, like the trade is the trade? The buying demand is definitely there, and you can argue about, why that trade is the trade, right? Why the long on crypto is the trade. There's definitely a few good reasons why, but yeah.
Yeah, Dole Cut says BMNR. Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for those leverage plays, by all means, but don't forget, there's a little bit of a probe going into these leverage products, like MSTR and BMNR, right?
Oh, yeah. BMNR, that one was, Bitmine. I was like, this one came up on my scans this weekend, actually.
It's definitely in play.
And I was just like, I kind of took it off my list. It's definitely in play for sure, because I'm like, this is not on the time frame that I'm looking at, which is I'm looking at it from a day trading perspective. But the thing is that this BMNR is looking like it's doing something on a much higher time frame. A bit of a curl up on the hourly is what I was looking for. But yeah, it came up on my scans because of the strong push end of day on Friday. But I didn't really have too much interest in it. But interestingly enough, it false broke this prior high and sold off on a day like today. I like the bid that's been holding. That's what I'm kind of pointing out here. So the bigger picture, this is kind of what I'm looking at here, kind of these dips getting bought since the beginning of the month. So let's see if we see more of the same, even though we kind of extended a little aggressively to the upside end of day on Friday. So strong close on the week. Let's see if that was a little exhaustive as well. But yeah, I like that BMNR. Thanks for reminding me.
I've seen one of my buddies. He's been in it for a while, and he's doing pretty good on it too.
Nice.
I'm like, congratulations. He's not like really even a stock guy. He's just. Yep. He's not even.
Last earnings report, it started going crazy off that.
After Tom Lee joined the board is when it started getting nuts.
Right. There was a catalyst around it.
Yeah. But yeah, thank you, KJB. Thank you for the memberships. You've done it. Now you've gifted 10 memberships all together there. Very, very much appreciated. So everybody's catching one. Oz Radia, Nathan Robinson, Tim Boyd, Robert Liu, a lot of individuals on there catching those membies. So really, really good look on that one there. Much appreciated. Thank you. I don't think Obi is muted, to be honest. It may be just Mike cutting in and out as well too. So just keep that in mind there, folks. Thanks for sticking through with us throughout this whole day, man. Sure. It's been a pretty good one, Obi. I know you had those you had multiple nice shorts there on Amazon, and you really only traded two names today, Amazon and Tesla.
That's it.
Good stuff.
What's up? What's happening?
Neil was telling Randy to shh. He's making too much noise.
It's all good,
there, man. We can't tell.
You're fine.
Randy.
You're more than fine.
Yeah, I would never. ever. I would never do that to you, Randy. Ever.
No. Oh boy.
Who's
crawling home? What was that?
Who's crawling home?
I don't know.
Someone here. Not me. I'm on Randy's side there. I'm on Neil's. I'm on both guys' sides, to be honest with you. I wouldn't even pick one. I'd be
the only side I'm trying to be on is the right side of the V.
That's all I'm just trying to be on the right side of the trade. At the end
the right side of the trade.
Yeah.
So just got to make sure. You're not counter trending.
Yeah.
If you are counter trending, which is still valid, it's still a trend trade. That you don't stay here. You say you're welcome too long. But right side of the V. Definitely coming in on some of these names here, as the pullbacks have been quite nice. Apple maybe with a little bit of a bid here coming in, so let's pull that one up. I want to check what Apple is up to, and we'll do it together. So we'll go down to 3 minute because I like that. AAPL. Let's take off some of these indicators because I don't really want to see them. Okay, cool. So 235 held really well off of the open. I like that. Higher highs, higher lows relatively on the higher time frame off of the breakout that we've been having. Apple through that 200 just a little while ago was absolutely solid, and we're starting to see a little bit of going to a higher time frame. Take a look at this. Maybe some acceptance of price off of this breakout that we had. That was that 216 push that came in post earnings. Earnings wasn't taken very great, but that 200 held really, really well, and then we pushed back up. But a little bit of consolidation here happening above in and around the first quarter. 225 is what I mean. So we've been holding those levels quite well and trading relatively higher highs, higher lows as well on Apple. So I like the look. on its way, it seems, back to all-time highs. We've seen that kind of come in on a few of these stocks, and Apple was lagging behind. So let's see if that comes to fruition there on Apple. So Nvidia as well, maybe taking a little bit of sideways action right now.
Guys, yeah, if you're having troubles with the stream, even on my side, just make sure you refresh. It'll tune you right back in. So a little bit of laggy and audio issues throughout today's session, but we'll most definitely get that stuff cleaned up and sorted out. So don't forget to. It's YouTube. It's not us. It's YouTube.
It's YouTube. Apparently, it's not even us.
It's YouTube. So we'll have a talk
that makes sense.
with them over there. But
money,
that's all that matters right now. Obi, thank you for sending me that one there.
Oh, there you go. Nice. Yeah.
Should I? Maybe I should. Can I get Ramin? Can I get my own? Should I do one? Money. No, I can't take that, Ramin. You would get too mad. You'd get mad at me. So I wouldn't do. We'll come up with something else there.
You got to be something similar.
Yeah, you got to do something. Double spin, money.
Oh,
money.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get Andre to clip that one there. Obviously joking around, but guys, let's do a quick trade review.
Yes.
We only got 7 minutes left, man. Time flies on Mondays, and when you're working with your friends as well too. So we'll start that off with IonQ. What is this one up? The New York listed name, Quantum Space. Really nice trade here. We'll zoom in. We'll bring everything to the 1 minute. Again, we're just looking for the continuation in strength, right? So if we go over here and we take a look at the daily, you have multiple touches, and then you have the momentum and the volume stepping in, breaking in through key resistance zones. So simple thesis. You just want to look for the continuation in strength and when it displays to. Me personally, I like to buy at VWAP or indecisions below it. All right, so there we go. Boom, right at VWAP, IonQ. That worked out pretty good for us throughout the day. We take $1 on that one. Now, as for TSLA, everybody and their mother's brother was watching this one throughout the day, and sure enough, it took a little while to get it going, but we're thankful that it did start to work out for us there. Attempt number 1. Loss. Attempt number 2, loss. Number 3, we double it up here. Nice indecision print. You get that move. And then, unfortunately, we did get stopped out the majority. And then we take another stab. We get stopped out. But patience is extremely key because moments later, literally 3 minutes later, you get a perfect signal to the top side. And sure enough, bang, you have the ability to take it up there. And then a little scalp here on Google. No substantial size whatsoever. But we'll take it just because we had those prints. And I'm glad that we did eventually get out. So there it is, boom, we're long up there, we take it there, and then eventually I'm like, you know what, I don't love it here, there's a flip on the tape. It did put in a new high, but sure enough, you can see it flush, and I would have probably got stopped out. Now, IBIT, doing what we were talking about, it did the exact same thing here on Friday, looking for the continuation, and we're still sitting in this, and we're finally at the highest peak of the day, and there it goes, Obi. It looks like if that volume starts to kick in, who knows, maybe we'll be able to take somewhat advantage of that. Should I lock in a little bit? I think so, just as we are at the top end of the range. I know it is working, but we'll take a third out there. All right, so there it is. We take a third out of that IBIT trade. So yeah, not too bad of a look there, Obi.
Nice, good stuff there. I guess I'll follow suit, do some reviews on the trades that I took as well. Amazon kind of fell into my lap, to be honest. I was just watching, looking around, and I saw this breakout, this strong push on Amazon through the high opening range high through 332s. And I was like, oh boy, that's a little bit of buying pressure. I like that. That was a missed trade on my part. Definitely very much part of the playbook, but not really involved in that. So where's the next trade? I'm just like, oh boy. If these buyers start to dissipate, I definitely want to be part of that because that is a little bit of an exhaustive action there through the day high, and then not really any significant follow through, just a little bit of a follow through there. But we start to slow down. I was patient. I didn't really get involved much higher, but when we got back through that 233, I was like, all right, I do want to start to dabble, and then it gives us the lower high as well. That's the confirmation here, and I do get a little bit bigger on this one, bringing it into VWAP. I'm sure it breaks VWAP, goes a little bit lower into some of this prior structure down at 231s. Didn't quite hold for that, but it is what it is. I will definitely try to do a little bit better with holding just a little piece tomorrow there as well. So Tesla was on everyone's mind coming into the day today, especially with the aggressive bid on Friday. It was already on scans. And then Elon coming out with the Form 4 this morning being like, bought about $1 billion worth of Tesla at an average of 395s-ish, somewhere around there is the average of that purchase on Friday, and we got that crazy move coming into the day today off of the open. So, or not off of the open, but in the pre-market right here. So let me just go pull up this chart here so you can see 430.36 was that pre-market high, and that worked out quite well if you kind of took that continuation in the morning session. I was watching this in and around 6:37 a.m. and I was like, oh boy, this 420 is really churning. I want to be part of this for the second leg up coming into the open, but guess what? It already did that action in the pre-market, so most of that buying already done with that expanding, not only expanding, well, expanding relative volume, not much expanding volume, but expanding relative volume for sure, going into about 745 where that top was made at 430.36s. But since then, kind of seller dominant off of the open, bit of a chop sideways, maybe consolidating as well. So I got chopped up trying to go long, and then I did eventually flip short and kind of make some of it back there. But I think I'm still a little bit red on Tesla, but guess what? I didn't hear no bell.
Ooh.
Day's not over.
Day is not over.
There's still lots of opportunity on the table. And guess what? The market is ripping for highs. Look at that NASDAQ. Nice little bounce here off of that 24,500 right here. Oh, boy.
There goes Bitcoin.
There it goes. It's a nice little bounce coming in to the market. So that Apple reversion might be interesting as of now. So that's what I got going on. It's been a solid midday with you guys here. Today, and yeah, great trades. Tesla was great. Amazon was great. What else was there? Pfizer was great. Throw it up in the chat. What other stocks did you guys think were absolute bangers on the day today? I like the Alphabet reversion as well, the Amazon reversion as well. Amazon breakout was nice as well. So a lot of opportunity, and it's not even over. We got 2 huge IPOs this week. Maybe not as big as Klarna or like a Circle, but definitely tickling that $1 billion mark. So yeah. I definitely am excited for this week. Got to stay locked in.
Locked and loaded. Yes.
I promise. There. Yeah, Bitcoin's breaking out.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
I promised Wayne that I'd be locked in this week. So definitely
for the IPO.
For just in general, just the opportunities in this market are absolutely wild. We're getting months worth of opportunities within weeks. So
now I'm going to hold you accountable as well too, because come the end of the week, I'm going to be like, oh, did you lock in? Did you abide by all your stops? Did you do all everything that you were supposed to do in order to make it the best week possible, regardless if it's profitable or not? If you're happy with that execution, that matters, and that'll make me happy as long as you put on a good day as well too. For sure. Man, oh wow, it's 2 o'clock.
It's 2 o'clock, man. Do you want some time to go get set up?
Yeah,
we can carry
that's all right. Yeah, we'll see what we got. I know it's Neil here, so maybe I will have to pop over to that desk there, see what we got going on. But yeah, as for IBIT, we caught that breakout, so nice work there, Rivian Millionaire. Google's starting to go as well, too.
Yeah, nice little push. Great trade on IBIT.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I mean, I didn't put on very much size there, Obi, considering last week I wanted to focus on execution correctly opposed to building up size. There was some opportunities to get involved with some more, but that's okay. We'll take it for what it is. Been an okay day. We can always make a little bit more money. But yes, we're going to go to the washroom. Are you going to stick around here?
Yeah,
I'll stick around. I'll give you some time. Is he ready to
we can both roll?
Whatever you want to do.
Give him some time. Yeah.
There we go.
Chill for a bit. I'll chill with Neil. Yeah, great show, man.
Yeah.
Solid
great stuff. I know
you'll be seeing him soon enough.
I'm just gonna move 2 feet.
Yeah. I might go back to my desk at the back for the close, but I don't know. I'm just chill. I got all my stuff open here, so I'll be here. I'm chilling. Tesla's been great, man. Tesla, look at that reversion coming in now. Coming into the low of day here, so range is being tested. The range lows right here, so a bit of a false break that happened earlier on with a low of 413.36. Is guess what? We're making a beeline, and we just clipped that 413.36. I think the low was 34. 32 was the low, so about 4 pennies in and around, and we are kind of looking like we're testing the lower end of the range here on Tesla. and the market is at its relatively closer to its highs. And there's that flush. There's the stops. There's the stops getting taken out. Oh boy, here we go. 410s maybe potentially coming in here. 400s, I don't know if that's out of the question, but the bids are getting slapped through the low a day break there on Tesla as we look at this seller dominance coming in. Off the open, they showed themselves a little iffy in and around here, but once they came in and around VWAP and that 423s, oh boy, they kind of signaled some things, but I kind of fumbled the bag there as well. I did have the 423 sells, but don't really hold. I cover in 420s and some change, 421s and some change, but guess what? We're almost $10 lower. We are $10 lower, 412 halves on the bid now. Oh boy, Tesla's falling apart, Neil.
Losing the bid. Thank you, everybody. I mean, big shout out to Obi for filling in. And Joe's going to join me as Sean has an appointment this afternoon. But as Obi mentioned, you have two things happening simultaneously. Tesla losing the bid and breaking down, still up 4%. But the other side of that coin was Bitcoin at 15. Well, it was at 15.2, 115.2, still holding the top end of that breakout trade. But with Tesla moving back, I do wonder if this market might have shown some signs of a top, just as I wanted to participate in that SoFi move, which I'll get to in a second. But the NASDAQ holding up near the highs, but not really breaking out at all. And it really did feel like you were going to have, IBIT just started going, the market just got to the highs at that moment that Tesla rolled over. I'm looking up, Nvidia's holding up relatively well, but yeah, SoFi, I just jumped into the pullback on SoFi because I was shorted on a trend break, kind of a tight stop. I'm like, let's join the trend here because overall, if crypto's going, sometimes these names will go with it. And I want to be long in at 28 on SoFi. Just to give you an idea, let me show you the chart of SoFi because this actually matters to me. Well, I mean, it might matter to other people too. SoFi, if you pull up that monthly chart, you can see this is that high from back in 2021 up at 28. So I want to be playing long into this level when it eventually makes an all-time high sometime this week. I want to be long into it instead of taking some kind of a breakout. So buying the dip today on the off chance that we have the opportunity to get there. But I think the story right now might be, well, can Tesla regain some of the bid? It gapped up. It's really been trending down most of the day here, unable to get past this 423 level. I saw someone in the chat kind of joking around saying Elon Musk is taking profit. No, I mean, he's not buying it on Friday to sell it on Monday. No, of course he's not. No, I'm just being facetious. I give the old people's eyebrow. No, it's just, look, man, he's not selling, but that doesn't really mean that other people aren't taking profit either. I think you're certainly seeing some profit taking for sure. It makes a heck of a lot of sense to me. When you have, it wasn't just today, in 3 strong sessions in a row for Tesla breaking out. Right, so anybody that was maybe taking this kind of a breakout, or you were in the consolidation, or you were holding it on some of these dip buys, that's a pretty good return off the 320s to 330s to be able to grab $100 there. So I think really at the end of the day, you could see some profit takers, and that seems like what's happening on Tesla. Good news for Nvidia, certainly something we'll be talking about this afternoon, as it is back to green. Okay. This is kind of the breakout. Someone asked me what I was looking at in the chat, and I was like, oh, Snapchat, SoFi, CoreWeave, and hopefully Nvidia this afternoon. They're going to cooperate with China, and ultimately, the buying came in after that headline. It was an antitrust investigation, or is an antitrust investigation, and it's shrugging it off to get bought up. It's a pretty good trend break. It's the market trying to break out highs, and I think Nvidia is going to try and take it with it. So Tesla weak, Nvidia strong, market strong. Looks pretty good here. I don't know if we can go back and forth with Obi if I should until Joe comes ready.
Oh my, I'm down to chill until Joe sets up. Yeah.
I had heard you mention, and I'm not sure if you were trading this, but I had heard you mention Amazon.
Yeah, I was trading it. I got short on the reversion.
Okay.
Yeah, 233s I was shorting, but I never held it. or 223s or whatever it was.
Because that's a name. That's a name looking at the market. Looking at the market right now.
Yeah.
Trying to break out highs. This is actually putting on a reversion off of the low.
Yes.
Like it's breaking back through VWAP. So this one's going to be on radar. Like if SoFi can't seem to hold this dip, I'm looking for other places to get long if we actually break out the top. I know Nvidia looks good, but I like the catch-up potential trade here for Amazon. Strong in its own right, 2% or 1.7% into 0.7 on the NASDAQ, and just now breaking VWAP. So I might throw this one up on a side chart as well. Unfortunately, Tesla just can't seem to hold that bid, Obi.
No, man. Tesla's just coming in pretty aggressively here. No bid. I see the reversion on Amazon happening, and I was like 231 wick. That was quite nice. And I'm like, if I'm seeing that and I'm in the short, pretty decent reason to buy. And that's coming in to fruition as of right now. And even this VWAP area, Neil, around that 232 on Amazon, that was quite nice. I was like, that's a trade in itself. And best believe there's definitely players taking some of the shots here at VWAP for a potential second leg, and we did get a bit of a leg down, but pulling back into those prices and reverting them, oh boy, I'm looking for that bid to really start to get a little bit aggressive to show me that, okay, well, yeah, there were players maybe potentially in and around here, and they're getting aggressively taken out as the market hits fresh highs, but distinctly different is Tesla right now. 411 and change right now, set 411.50s trading on Tesla. What is the day low? 411.33. So that thing, no bid whatsoever. And I feel like it's a little bit of a chase, Neil, kind of punching the bid down here, even though I'm like, this is going to keep going. This is going to keep going unless and until it tells me otherwise. Break. Yeah, the 410 push, the 405, the 400. Oh boy, but that 420 was a great place to sell VWAP as well. So sure, I kind of messed up not getting back in. I keep talking about, oh yeah, I had the entry, but I covered too early. That's great. But guess what? I got to get back in. I got to take the continuation, and I got to take the structure breakdown as well. And through the low of day break, the acceleration on expanding volume, that's coming in real hot here on Tesla, Neil. So don't know when or where it'll stop.
Don't even worry
but don't know when or where it'll stop. But that 410, oh boy, that's coming in right now, Neil. And I don't know if we're going to see 400 by the end of the day. This is looking pretty wild.
400 by the end of the day would be wild, but I do believe we need to go over to Adara quickly for some news, it seems.
Right.
Nope.
Oh, what's happening?
Okay, we'll have Adara in a quick little second. We'll get to it. I know there's some Citigroup news, but we'll get to that in a quick little second as you can see it. But 410 on Tesla. I'm eyeballing whether I want to take a shot at this breakout. Well, sorry. Breakdown. What am I saying breakout? I think I'm going to take a shot at it. Usually you want to give it like $1 or the $0.50. I'm just going to get my order in, as this could be breaking down to that 410 level. I'm going to take a quick little shot for a scalp trade off Tesla if it breaks that low. Let's go now to Adara. I believe we have her.
Here in Citigroup dropping sharply, reporting August credit card charge-offs at 2.38%, delinquency rate at 1.36%. Market not seeming to like these numbers. Again, Citigroup dropping after reporting its August credit card charge-offs and delinquency rate. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Adara. So while Tesla's going down, I just want to point this out. If you happen to use it, like, the way I look at indicators is I only care about them especially on the short-term time frame, if it happens to be respecting it. So what was going on in the morning, Nvidia wasn't respecting a 50 period, which is the teal line, but then it broke away here and has been riding the 50 period on, this is a 3-minute chart. Not that it really matters, but the 50 SMA is about to break on Nvidia as well. So if Tesla breaks 410, fair enough. But you have Nvidia trying to break down under this 50 period SMA. I just feel like this market has quadruple topped. It's not really a quadruple top. It's topped out on the NASDAQ. And if we start to lose that trend, maybe Tesla was like the canary in the coal mine. And then the rest of this can start to follow through. So Nvidia certainly looking relatively weak here. Just wanted to throw that one up while I eyeball Tesla. Like if you see Nvidia come in, that means it broke that 50 period, and I'm jumping on over to it. But until then, eyeballs on this Tesla for the 410 level. We'll keep an eye on whatever you guys are wanting to watch here. I haven't restarted the stock viewer since this morning, and I feel like we're just looking at some of all the same names here. Like we're staring down Tesla. Open Door didn't do much. SoFi, I'm in SoFi. That's trying to make a run back at the highs right now. Wolf and Robinhood. Robinhood's certainly going to be in play. We'll talk about that one for sure. The one that I have not looked at is Wolf. So I understand there's a few people in the chat. They're like, hey, what's going on with Wolf? That's actually something I have not traded Wolf speed. Load. Wolf speed, the speed on this chart is unimpressive. Wolf speed's at 23% up, 100 million. Look at the dwindling volume. I dislike dwindling volume on a small cap, but I do like the fact that it's over VWAP. So this could, like, it justifies being on the list to watch this afternoon, but I want to see volume start to increase again. It's one thing, look, it's lunchtime. At lunchtime, volume decreases. Fair enough, that's like everything. But for a small capper, especially if you're going to play this one off of VWAP, I want to see the volume start to come back into it. And I'm not really seeing that just yet. So SoFi, looking for the play back into this high of the day. That's 27.8. Hopefully we can get back to the top. With the NASDAQ pulling in, rather be long, relatively strong names if you can. And that includes SoFi and that 52-week high, everybody. Deval in the chat. What happened to Octo? Oh, it's Octo changed their symbol last week. I'd have to look. I really do have to look it up because I don't remember. Off the top of my head, I don't remember what they changed the ticker to. But last week they changed their name to a new ticker. So you probably just look it up. I'm sure you can find it. Oh, there it is. Thank you, Maxwell. This is why this is the best community out there. Appreciate it. I didn't remember off the top of my head, but ORBS. So OCTO is now ORBS. And someone thinks it's a Ponzi scheme. Or it's just the greater fool theory. I mean, a lot of these small cappers are going to be the greater fool theory, everybody. Just understand momentum is momentum, and I should probably get something out before the high of the day on SoFi. So long SoFi, I am in a Snapchat trade. I should get to that. This is a pretty simple, you can figure out what happened in Snapchat. Snapchat was up on some of this TikTok stuff, and when it lost the volume weighted average price, it respected VWAP, respected VWAP, respected VWAP, respected VWAP. When it lost the volume weighted average price, I just took the first breakdown available, and I'm still short the name. So in that short, breaking out the highs in SoFi, and we're going to Adara.
Keep an eye here on Unusual Machines. UMAC, company announcing on its X account that they've achieved a major milestone, which is their first motor produced at their U.S. facility. Again, UMAC announcing a major milestone on X, a little bit of a pop in the stock, and back to you.
UMAC, thank you very much there, Adara. So we just want to make sure everybody understands the drill here. Because when I throw this up, I'm actually going to restart it now because I see a few new symbols in there. I like to get a fresh look at it. I don't think Tesla's going to be I don't think it'll be any different. Why is this not restarting? Maybe I'll hit this first and then I'll hit the fresh start. Uh-oh, Fabian, it's not fresh starting. No, I didn't break it. Apparently I broke it. Okay, well, hopefully it's still counting, but I can't hit the restart there, Fabian. That kind of stinks. It's going to be, it'll work now? Yeah, it's not really working. It's fine. It's not a big deal. I just want to be able to sort of track not what's from the morning, because, yeah, maybe it's just mine. Maybe it's just my computer is having a case of the Mondays. Sometimes it's like that, Joe. You know, like I don't have a case of the Mondays. I'm feeling pretty darn good, but the computer just doesn't seem to care. One thing I have found, though, and this is definitely true, in the afternoon, because I look at a lot of different symbols, probably more than the average person, so I tend to have like a slower PC, especially if I don't remember, if I forget to like turn down the quality on the stream. I'll have the stream up all day, and it just chews up memory.
What happened?
How long have you been standing here?
How long has he been standing there?
Well, how long was Randy?
We're ready to go.
How long was Randy standing behind me, just not saying anything?
30s.
Was he really only there that long?
I didn't even notice, brother. I was locked in over here. Neil, we had to get the setup there, but now here we go. What do you got there? Where were you gonna hit?
No, I have you in my ear, in my Unity, which is just weird, so I just turned that off.
So you hit it via your Stream Deck? Yeah,
on my Stream Deck I can turn off Unity in my ear because I don't want to hear you two times.
That was a little reckless. Where's our thing here? There we go, bang.
Really? I think it's just my computer. My computer hates me, Fabian. Oh, Tesla just broke 110. 410. 110. So there's the break of 410 on Tesla. I'll show you in a second there, Fabian. So it broke 410.
Not what we wanted.
Got down to 409.22. I got slipped to 75 on that break. Yeah, that's a kind of a nuts break. The prior high here is like 110.40. So I'll probably give it to at least a $0.50. So I'll throw that in there. I do believe we are going to Adair. I did hear it a couple of times, but there it is. Let's go over to Adair. I think we have some more news as Tesla continues to fall.
Notable spike in both price and volume for just one of many uranium names. Keep an eye on these uranium tickers because we're getting reports that the U.S. is looking to boost its national strategic uranium stockpile. Again, uranium on watch. U.S. reportedly looking to boost its national strategic stockpile of uranium. Back to you.
Good stuff there, guys. All right, your boy's finally locked in, loaded here. Assassino, you can see my chart, no? Everything is good?
Assassin.
Perfect. Yeah, there we go. All right, guys. Yeah, so, Neil, this is what we've been sitting in for the majority of the day. As you can see, we got involved in Bitcoin around 11:20 this morning. And, yeah, it took a while for the breakout to come in. But, again, I was just trying to learn from my mistakes on Friday of just getting too aggressive and not giving yourself the ability to be patient enough to wait for that breakout because you're sweating due to the size that you've put on. Your stomach's going and everything. So I'm like, you know what? Never mind the size. Let's just execute the trade accordingly and properly. And I'm glad that we had the ability to display that this morning. Could we obviously built in a little bit more? Yes, but the objective was just to have clean-cut execution. And you can see that, I think hopefully you guys can agree with me on that front, is that we get in there, we buy a little bit more, we added a little bit more when we told you in between our averages, and then we are patient enough to get the breakout there on Bitcoin.
There's only one way it could be more clean, and that's if the teal was green.
If the teal was green?
Yeah, like the
these things, the teal. But
yeah, baby. Come on now, green means buy.
Yeah, green means buy. Well,
green means buy. Green means go.
What color is your tape? You got good green on your tape?
It's green. So the idea is green for buy, and then red for sell, and purple for short.
Oh, okay, there you go.
That's like we were told to have it uniform a while ago, like a while back, and that's kind of what we settled on. David, you got to help me out with this. David Tretsiak, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it, brother. Hold a mirror up to Randy and check for a reflection. Open needs a parachute too high. Are you suggesting that Randy is a vampire? Because that's right. Like is there something else that doesn't have a reflection other than vampires? I'm unaware of anything. I did not know that Randy. You're not a vampire, are you? Okay. Well, Randy just shrugged, so maybe he is, maybe he isn't.
Do you?
We'll never know.
Do you start to burn when you go in the sun, Randy?
Well, that's a good way. That's a good one. What else do you know about vampires?
They can't come in unless you invite them.
That's a good one. You must have watched Sinners. Anything else?
But that's been a thing. Have you ever seen the Dracula series?
Well,
I forget who the actor is. I don't know. It was made a couple years ago.
Oh, then if it's recent, then no.
It's a couple years ago. It's
Interview with a Vampire.
Really cool. Yeah, it's a really good one.
Interview with a Vampire?
Oh, that's old school.
No,
they
that's
made a
old
new one.
school.
That's why I asked.
That's
old. No.
There's a new one?
Wooden Stake.
See, silver, holy water, garlic.
Yeah, wooden steak.
Well, yeah, right through the heart. That's what you got to keep it grimy like that.
If you're getting it, you got to get it.
What else? Dan R. First of all, that's the one. That's the one. The Lost Boys.
Vampires love pie.
That is legit. The Lost Boys. If you've never seen that one,
that was Peter Pan's.
That's how I'm dating myself. This is how y'all know that I'm a little older than everyone here.
That was
because I'm the one that's like excited about the Lost Boys.
A shekel. Oh, thanks. That was mine at my desk. Thanks, Randy. A shekel.
That's. From
from our friend
Nimrod.
Yeah,
that's wild. I've never actually seen this before.
Sean's charger to work here. See what kind of bang! Let's go.
So you know what's this is crazy. Manfred Kohler, thank you for saying this. I'm not the best stock trader I know. I'll tell you, in a real sense, the two best feelings I've ever gotten in my entire life trading both involved other traders. So like one of them I've told the story before was a trader that dug out of a hole and got green out of a gigantic hole on the day his son was born.
Oh,
it was unbelievable. He showed up on the trading floor that afternoon after his son was born, and then had the biggest trade of his life at the close.
Oh yeah.
And like I'm telling you right now, dudes were ready to cry. Like everybody was welling up on the floor. It was the greatest single moment I've ever witnessed on the trading floor.
That's no coincidence.
And the number two was there was a moment when Sean and I had our own floor, and we had two really good traders, and there was a moment where they both broke through, and I remember being like. And I'll just say, I don't mind saying their names because I'm not saying the last names, George and Yushi. And I think I'll never forget like having a conversation with the both of them. It's being like, these guys just hit the next level.
Nice, that's good.
And what I remember about that is like Sean and I had a conversation about 4 good traders that we had. And we're like, let's just toss some more risk at a couple of these. It's like, who do we think? And we both were like George and Yushi. And we were looking at the floor. I won't say the other two's names because they didn't really work. They were good, but they never really worked out. But we were both agreed it was George and Yushi. And then when they took that and took it to the next level, it was a really cool moment. But anyways, let's get back to the market for a quick little second. I see SMR in the chat, Pathik, but this Tesla is still falling through this 410. It can't seem to hold under 409 yet, but I think that's a bit of a yet. I'm just looking for this. It's just a sell continuation. I don't really know how far it can go. 405 obviously stands out, but it's really not breaking down more than $1 here on this trade. So for now, the buyers are coming right back in at 409. There's no other technical levels. If this ends up breaking back above here, I might not give it that full. Yeah, I might move the stop. I'm not tightening it up a lot, but I'll tighten it to 50 pennies. It's not really going the way that you would like to see on a low of the day break. So I'm just going to tighten the stop up there as Tesla continues to fall to the downside. I did see someone asking about it. There we go. Now it breaks 409. SMR really going. That's what I'm talking about. It's about time, SMR. I've been really disappointed by the price action in this stock recently. So definitely moving on volume. That's what you want to see, increasing volume going to the afternoon, breaking out of a slight trend here as well. And that is, it's not blue skies, but there ain't no resistance on that bad boy. So I got to go back over, take a little bit more out of Tesla. Sorry, guys, 338. I think you've got room to 40 on SMR. It's the afternoon. Anything can happen. I think you got yourself a good runner. I hold SMR in my long term. Both Sean and I actually hold SMR in the long term. We like that nuclear.
SMR, yeah.
I like the nuclear play. G Vernova was one of my picks this year at the beginning of the year, and then SMR I've held for a bit now, and pretty happy with both. There's just so much power needed, not just in data centers, but in general, that I just can't see any way around nuclear being a big part of that, these small modular reactors as well. So Tesla trying to break that 408. The stop's now at break even. So if it breaks 410, I'm jumping out. Can't turn this one into a loser.
Absolutely, guys. 14 years, 0 hacks, 0 excuses. BTCC.com delivers when others don't. Trade Bitcoin up to 500x, even Tesla Gold and 4x. With smart copy trading, you don't just watch the pros, you trade like them. Regulated in the USA, Canada, and Europe, trusted by 6.8 million traders. Trader TV Live exclusive. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description box for a 15% deposit bonus. BTCC.com, where the pros trade and now. So can you, Neil, I wanted to ask you this here. Just considering in the likes of Tesla and what we're experiencing, and what I think here is that we have 2 really big breakout days where you kind of break through the price compression, and the second day you get the continuation. Have you noticed, and I'm curious if you've taken a mental note, but usually the third day isn't as strong as the first 2 ones. I don't know how you feel. I wanted to ask you if do you think, for me personally, coming in today, when I seen how Tesla was trading, I'm like, I don't think that we can continue on the strength that we've experienced over Friday and Thursday. Have you noticed anything along those lines?
In a general sense, it's like there's 2 ways to look at the 3-day rule. One of them is the whole let things settle down 3 days after news, but the other one is like the 3-day uptrend or gappers,
Yeah.
which I'm not spoiling anything. Like there's a lot of traders that look for the short on that third day.
Yeah, right.
It's a pretty common setup. Like whatever, you can probably lots of people on YouTube and others talk about it and make money doing it. And Tesla, to a certain degree, might have fallen into that. Like you've got the three. It's not a gap up on the first day, and it's not really a gap up on the second day either. But it's a similar sort of 3-day look. I find on days like that, the way I look at it is on that third day, I'm just not taking a breakout. Like I can still like the long, but I'm certainly not taking a breakout. That's the way I prefer. Like I'm only going to be looking for a support dip buy and reversion type play if I want to be a buyer of the stock, because like a stock can trend down, but that doesn't mean there aren't support levels that matter. I really hope it doesn't fill in the entirety of the gap here. The reason I don't want Tesla to fill in the gap all the way to 400 is like psychologically, I just feel people are having fun with this whole 420 failed on Tesla. And I really, really wanted this to be holding the 410 level psychologically. We'll see what Tesla has in store.
But I mean, to give it some credit there, though, Neil, is that there is actually on the options chain, there's actually size at 420. So surprisingly not, right? Of course there is, right? I don't know. It's wild to think of that. It's one of the larger sizes as well, too. But no, I was thinking the exact same thing.
It's so ridiculous.
Fantastic answer. But yeah, no, for me personally, it's not that I was necessarily looking fade, but I like how Neil brought up the point of, hey, I'm not looking for that breakout. And that's kind of what my trade plan was to start relatively small, and if you do get it, I think if that breakout happens, it's more or less a squeeze play, right? Like some shorts getting squeezed, you kind of get that gamma effect, but I was willing to be patient enough to wait for buyers to step back in. So even though we do take a couple attempts here, it's like, okay, we're grabbing the lows, and then sure enough, we get that move higher eventually. But yeah, I like what Neil said there. These VWAP breakouts on day 3 after a multiple days of trending strong, I'm not necessarily going to be looking for that. It's more or less where can buyers step in, because we are seeing displays of strength. I don't expect them to just fall off a cliff. They will step in some ways, but maybe just not as strong as they have before. So that's something that I was particularly looking for in Tesla. And
just one thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to reread the story here for these nuclear names, just for everybody. Sure. The U.S. Energy Secretary said the country is moving to markets. No, what? This headline is messed up. Oh, that's annoying. Okay. You got markets no longer use Russian uranium enriched uranium. Hopes to see rapid growth in uranium consumption from both. What the heck? It's a Bloomberg article, and it's like half of it's like blotted out. I'm gonna have to find a better source on this one for you guys. No, it's weird. I was trying to read it, but anyways, there is a headline for Oklo and SMR. That's why it's breaking out on volume. But I got to get out of this SoFi. It's a great long in the long term right now, but it's not really following through in terms of the break. So instead of buying the top, I tried to buy into the dip, into this 27.5, but the dip keeps on dipping, and if it can't hold this prior low at 57, I'm probably just going to jump out of it. I mean, the market, I don't want to say the market's bleeding, but the market is most certainly turning in here a little bit. And I want to give a big shout out to one of our sponsors here, and that's going to be Orogenics, because each year there are 3.8 million concussions reported in the U.S., and there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE listed Ogen is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Orogenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. And I'll tell you right now, after watching, all jokes aside, I'm a Buffalo Bills fan.
Yeah.
I'm hoping the Jets quarterback Justin Fields is okay, because he got, in real time, he knew it was a concussion. In real time, he got slammed. He
got hit hard.
Oh, he took a lot of big hits, but it's not the helmet-to-helmet hit. It was when he got thrown to the ground and his head snaps back, and it's like you just see it. It's like wham,
You seen the little jab I threw at you in the chat the other day?
What'd you?
When you guys were talking smack about Joe Flacco, and I'm like, hold on. Are you gonna talk smack about my boy Joe Flacco?
Your boy Joe Flacco?
Yeah. What do you mean? He won the Ravens a Super Bowl in 2013.
First of all, Joe, you're way too young to be a Joe Flacco fan. What were you in, like, were you in grade school when the guy came to the NFL?
Absolutely not. What do you mean, 2013?
Hold on a second.
Joe Flacco was the
I
quarterback.
have a feeling that you're older than I think.
Yeah, how old do you think I am?
28?
Bro, whoa, where have you been, man? You know what I would pay? I would give everything away to be 28 again. Add 5 to that.
Oh, for real? I didn't.
Yeah.
No, I didn't know. What? I didn't. I swear I didn't know.
No, that's all right. Hey,
No, I didn't know.
I'll take 28 all day.
Okay.
Yeah.
For real?
So, but I mean, hey. So, anyways, Neil says, yeah, he's like, oh yeah, we got Joe Flacco. We're gonna run through Joe Flacco. And I'm like, hey, Neil, watch out.
Yeah, but he's not that good.
Not anymore. And he was never really amazing. He just always had a good arm. But I'm like, hey, Neil.
And some good defenses.
How many Super Bowls does Joe Flacco have, and how many does your?
You all thought Joe was under
Josh
30
Allen.
years old. I know y'all.
I think people think I'm old.
you
Oh,
guys
okay,
are.
around 28. Yeah,
See,
I'll take it.
this is exactly my point. Thank you very much, just someone.
Yeah.
By the way, I just jumped out of Tesla on this 407 hole. Bit of a battle happening here as it tried to break down under 406 half. So I took that as a read the tape, market's coming back up, take the scalp trade from the 310 and just take the money and run. I'm still in that Snapchat, but as I said, maybe not SoFi. Where is it? Oh, I thought you were also about 28. See? Why not? Joey options. See, people are throwing it in there. Just as long as y'all don't guess how old I am, because I feel like there was one time when people started guessing my age in the chat, and I just started getting depressed. Fabian, it wasn't fun. I'm like, what? Someone was like, man, you 50? I'm like, 50? I'm like, damn. I'm not. See, this one, now y'all are just messing with me.
Yeah, now you're
55, 52, 50. I mean, come on. I've seen one person guess it correctly. Oh, a couple of people have guessed it correctly. I'm 45. I don't mind saying. I don't care. I'm not one of those people that doesn't, I got gray. I don't mind saying my age. It's kind of obvious. What's really cool is when people start talking about the music they listen to and the stuff, because everyone has that pocket.
Yeah,
the pocket for most people, it's what did you listen to at the end of high school, at the beginning of university.
Yeah,
and that's that, So if I say that I'm a big Blackstreet fan, well, they had one monster song.
Who?
Shut up,
just add to the point. Like I have no idea who that is. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which generation, because he's gonna look at mine and be like, yeah, all your music is garbage. And I'm looking at my younger siblings. Well, the majority of it is pretty much garbage. But I'm looking at my younger brothers and sisters, and I'm like, your music's even more garbage than what we were experiencing. But no, in all seriousness, I turned 33 in October. Yes, I was born.
I knew it was your birthday,
Yes, October of '92. Yeah, it's crazy to think.
That was a good year. You know what else happened in October of 1992?
The Jays won. Dang, let's go. Do you think they have any chance this year?
Hold on a sec. That's pretty. So, do you mind saying what your actual birthday was?
The 5th.
Oh,
it was in. I don't think that was when.
When did the Jays clinch the '92 World Series?
So that's it.
What day was it? It was the 24th. It was the end of October. I was just kind of curious. That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah. We like October. I think it's one of the better months out there. Maybe. I don't know.
Life's interpretation. I'm not dyeing my hair. I'll shave it bald before I do that. My plan has always been to go bald.
I got a lot of gray hair on the beard as well too. So I don't know if I.
You know what? My daughter likes it. She kind of likes it. And as long as my daughter likes it, then
the gray.
Yeah, then I'm good.
I mean, at the end of the day, as long as you like it, and obviously your family, but if my family would say something to me, I'd be like, I don't care what you guys say to me. But obviously that's going to be my siblings. And
the problem is I won't care.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I don't take myself seriously enough to care.
Your daughter holds some weight. If she told you to diet, then maybe we would have to. Guys, I'm thinking here, just to get back into these markets. Yeah, Miami P Libra team. Just to get back into the talk of these markets here. So there it is. There's the pop. So, and it's genuine too. So you can see those clean moves on the tape. I'm like, do I add a little bit here at this base? Because you can see what was once heavy resistance. Hopefully can come in and act as support. What do you, wait till you, Chris R over here. Come on, man.
Come on, Chris. There's a reason that had to get, that comment had to be hidden.
We'll hide that. But I mean, it's comical. You make Neil laugh. You made me laugh. But yeah, you got a bully siblings. You got a bully siblings? No. Well, I have an older brother and sister. They wouldn't bully me. The younger ones, for some reason, think they're tough and they can bully me. I don't know what's up with that. It's just like, do you know that I essentially can end it right now for you guys if it came down to it? But obviously, being slightly
that escalated really quickly.
Yeah, well, I mean that's the reality.
What do you mean end it?
That's exactly what I mean. You were here that fast, you can be gone equally as fast, Neil. Especially when you're kind of talking smack and stuff like that. It's all fun and games, though.
Why do older siblings always assume they can whip their younger siblings' butt?
Because it is. It's one. You have the form of respect. And then it's just the intimidation game too, is because throughout the duration of their younger life, you've been there.
I just want to throw it out.
Yeah.
My older brother, I could whip his butt if I wanted to.
Yeah.
But he's literally the nicest human being on the planet.
Well,
So
I could whip my older brother's butt too, but
like when he was, I probably believe that.
Yeah, I could.
You play hockey and all that stuff.
Sean, he's actually really strong. He's he was born in '99, so he's 24 now. He's really strong. He could probably beat me up if he wanted to. Yeah.
Spelled the same way?
No, SE.
Oh, you just said SE.
Yeah. Well, anyways, but yeah, he's really strong. Guys, I'm thinking of getting involved in a little bit more of IBIT here, just because I do like this level being held. It's crazy to think how long this has been essentially a brick wall here, and then now you're starting to breach it a little bit to the downside. But I wouldn't mind adding a handful of shares just to get involved a little bit more, just in case you do get the continuation. What's our good friend ETHA up to here? To see if it's still continuing strong. So you don't even experience a breakout here in Ethereum, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. Bitcoin's working out, and we like that. Is Tesla still tanking? We'll go TSLA to see what we got going on. Yeah, and it's putting in a new 5-minute low. So, I mean, aside from the pre-market price action that we are experiencing.
Damn, it's still going.
This isn't bad. Yeah, it's still selling off. So giving back a lot of those gains, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you get somewhat of a continuation and a bounce back within a week there for sure. So
Nvidia's still trying to break this. Here, I'll show you this because I don't usually use these except for when they line up. So Nvidia breaking 177.5. That's breaking this channel underneath the 50 period. So if that happens, I'm punching into the short. Tesla just broke 405 and is continuing to go. I feel like the short this afternoon could be the play, at least until we get to the volume weighted average price. If you're trading, the futures contract should flip to the December, so it's a Z contract, just for anyone out there. Not that it matters, but if I say the percentage of futures are up and down or give you a quote, you're going to care. Just to make sure you know. But I'm basically looking at this little breakdown underneath the 50 period on a 3-minute chart and 177.50 here for Nvidia as the market tries to get lower. It's starting to break now, nibble in some, give it to the prior bar high, which is about 80. Well, it's not about 80, it is 80. So I'll give it to the prior bar high. But I'd like it to close underneath and then try to add if Nvidia closes underneath that price. So yeah, the market, pretty good, up 0.6, but Nvidia, a red to green, back into red, and now breaking the 50 period on a 3-minute. Put a bid down at first support, because that's over at the quarters, and see if we can get that. I think this has a chance to get the VWAP if it were to follow through. Just want to double check what AMD is doing.
Okay, so you are.
AMD, relatively strong. Almost at the high, off of VWAP, 1.5%. AMD is definitely relatively strong. And JAG, this is a good question. Does the ES affect the Mag 7, you mean, much? So you got to think of it this way. The Mag 7 are so big that they affect the ES. Now, ultimately, market sentiment, most of the Mag 7 are, in a general sense, going to have strong correlation with the markets. When they're riding on their own, let's just say, catalyst, then oftentimes in the last, I'd say 6 to 8 months or so, they have not been uniformly moving with the markets. Like you'll almost on every single day, you will have like the chips might be weak, so Nvidia might not be that good, but then you'll have like maybe Meta and Google that are strong, or like Apple will be weak one day and Microsoft is strong, or Microsoft's weak and Amazon is strong. It just hasn't been as clean for, I'd say, over the last half year now. So you really have to pay attention to what is relatively weak and what is relatively strong on any given day, just so that you you're not falling blindly into the, oh, well, the market's going up, the Mag 7 should be going up. There were times when that is certainly true, and you can get away with that line of thinking, but not always. Like right now, Nvidia might be trending up, but it's actually down 0.2. The way I see it, if the market rolls over, like this is something that was strong or weak coming into this, and I'm just playing that trend break for Nvidia. But don't get married to the notion that the Mag 7 have to be following the market to a T. I can't tell you how many times we'll look over. It's like, well, this morning when the market was breaking out, I'm like, why are we higher? I was looking at the different Mag 7 names. I couldn't even figure out why we were at the tops.
Yeah.
My goodness.
When breadth is strong too as well, Neil, it's just that, again, they can be doing whatever, but if you have all of these other kind of mid to large cap names that are moving pretty good, then it doesn't, I'm not going to say it doesn't matter what the Mag 7 do, it obviously does, but you can still see the NASDAQ move relatively clean without them all participating.
Well, this is a good point. Jag, you're right about this. And I know this is a thing that maybe day traders like us do more than anyone else. Isn't the market S&P 500 more than the NASDAQ? You always think S&P 500 when someone says the market. You're right. It is true. And that's, for most people will tell you that. What ends up happening is if you're day trading and you end up trading a lot of big cap tech stocks or tech stocks in general, you tend to like the NASDAQ for a leading indicator or as an indicator more. So I'll look at the NASDAQ more often because most of what we look at is tech. But if you're, in a general sense, if you're saying the market and we're talking about the U.S., it would be more reasonable to say the SPY. Just the reason that I usually say the NASDAQ is because we're looking at tech. And Dark Knight, why isn't Oracle part of the Mag 7? Because it's not cool enough and not big enough. Oracle was one of the 4 horsemen, which was what they... we were just talking about how old I am, but like when I started trading, it wasn't the Mag 7. It was the 4 horsemen, of which Oracle, Cisco, Microsoft...
Well,
and Intel, I believe it was.
Shouldn't it be the Mag 8 now?
Ooh,
well, we got
Broadcom?
Yeah, $1 trillion. I mean,
yeah, well,
it could still be the 7. You essentially draw. Is Tesla still over a trillion?
Well, Broadcom, 100% Broadcom deserves to be in this conversation.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's nonsense that it's not. But I think a lot of it just comes down to, well, Mag 7, it's just whatever cool nickname they can come up with.
The Grateful 8. Remember, you know the movie Hateful Eight?
Hateful Eight.
But no, we're grateful for the 8.
So you know the Magnificent 7. You've seen
the movie, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the one with Samuel.
I mean, the Hateful Eight's with Samuel Jackson.
Okay, so
but there's like
thinking of the other one. Oh no,
there is. It's a Western.
It's a cowboy movie, right? Yeah. Who's in?
Which is a spoof of? No, it's not a spoof, which is like a replay of the Seventh Samurai.
Yeah.
Like it's one of the oldest stories that you can tell, and you can tell it a million different ways with the Seventh Samurai.
Is it the newer one or the? Older
There's a newer one with
Denzel's
in the newer one.
I thought it was like Ryan Gosling or something maybe in it.
I don't think he's in that.
No, I forget who it is, but there's
market be breaking down.
Yeah, big time. And I mean, we're still sitting in this Bitcoin here to see if we can get that rolling. We're not in at the best spot. Obviously, you want to get in at the lower end of the range. But considering I still have a couple shares left, my average has now been moved up to 65.25. So it's essentially just a free roll, looking for the retest of the high of the day. So again, I'm just really curious to see how this one's playing out, considering that we were knocking on this door for multiple hours. It was acting as prior resistance. Now, the ideal thing to happen would be that it acts as support now, and you get a bounce, and you go and test that previous high of the day. Worst case scenario, you get back in the middle of the range, and then we just cut that one there, because we put a couple more shares here, nothing substantial, but we take a small paper cut on that if it does come back a little bit, because I don't want to get out of it too early. There you go. We're experiencing a nice little pop there. And that's positive. You can see the strength displayed in the tape as well too. So let's get our quote highlights up here. We were working on this from before. And let's see what we got going on. We're going to put in our size, and then we'll put up again. We'll go to 6,000 shares there, and see if we can filter out a lot of this noise. But again, a pretty choppy session here in the crypto space, in the likes of Ethereum and Bitcoin as well too. I'm not getting any. I heard you before. I heard Adara there, Assassino. So let me know if we do have to go over. I heard it before, but now I'm not hearing anything. If you're speaking to me. Okay, perfect. Sounds good. But yeah, other than that, Neil, IBIT is probably going to be one of the last trades of the day. So, and I wouldn't mind sitting in this as an all-day grinder or the rest of the session. I mean, we only got an hour and 15 minutes left. I can't complain. We caught an extended move on IonQ, and then we got a couple moves on Tesla. So not too horrible of a session there.
No, definitely not. I mean, certainly, I got to turn it on and off. It's like weird because I have to turn it off when you're on, but then I want to have it on so I can hear others. Bit of support coming in Nvidia. We took the breakdown through that 50, but immediately, I was just talking about the Mag 7 may or may not follow the futures. And then Nvidia breaks down, like look at the pattern on these charts. It's almost identical. There's a NASDAQ, there's Nvidia, breaks down, bounce first support, bounce first support. So almost the exact same pattern. The difference would be Nvidia just had a bigger move off VWAP. So if we pull back into the volume weighted average price, the reason I like Nvidia shorting out the futures is I feel like if Nvidia works, it works for more. The futures could drop like 30 points in here, and I think Nvidia can drop like $1. I just think you get a little bit more of a percentage move. So we'll see. For now, the breakdown's still looking like it's working. I'll look for a reload if it comes anywhere close to 177.50 and makes a bit of a turn. Tesla as well. Tesla might have made the bid here. That's a pretty decent, see the volume candle? You guys can see that. Yeah, I'll make it obvious. Big volume bottom. So big volume candle, biggest one since the opening range. And then now you're starting to see a bit of a curl. So Tesla might have just caught its bid, but I'm skeptical because when I look at the tape, the buyers aren't really stepping in. A lot of times I try to long this when you have that kind of a bottoming tail candle, but I'm not really feeling that good about the Tesla long. I don't know what I like to the long side right now. What's your IBIT doing?
Oh, I like Tesla there.
You like the long there?
Yeah. Let me see.
I'm not loving the tape that I see.
I want to see the print. I want to see if that's genuine or not. Other than that, yeah, we did get to the top end of the range there on IBIT, and then we just came right back in. But it's been the narrative of the session essentially. Take a look there. There we go. Yeah, so I'm not seeing anything there just yet on Tesla there, Neil. But guys, we got a special guest, special interview. Go check it out.
Yeah, we do have an interview this afternoon. Pleased to invite Jonathan McGuire, Vice President of Communications of Global X, here with us this afternoon. How are you doing today, Jonathan? Thank you for being here with us. Great to be here, and I'm doing great, thank you. Awesome, happy to hear it. So let's get right into this competition. Can you tell us a little bit about Beta Pro's biggest winners competition and some of the past winners who have succeeded in this competition?
Yeah, so the Beta Pro Biggest Winner competition is Canada's longest running and largest ETF trading competition. It happens in a paper trading simulated landscape on the Webull Canada platform, which is an app that you can download on either your mobile or desktop. And you are trading ETFs over a 6-week period to generate the biggest portfolio return as possible. And the winner gets $20,000 cash. There's prizes for the runner-ups and weekly prizes as well. So it pays to learn about ETFs.
That sounds very exciting, and those prizes are awesome as well. Now, why is the simulated ETF trading contest valuable for new and experienced traders alike?
So I think especially for new ETF investors who aren't really familiar with trading them, this is, again, a risk-free simulated platform where you can learn and try new strategies that you're not used to, including different kinds of market orders. And for traders that are a bit more experienced, perhaps, there are certain trades that you wouldn't want to try out in your own personal portfolio or account. This is a zone where you can try these new ETFs out and give them a shot and see how they perform in a risk-free arena, and then see if they can be replicated in your own personal portfolio in the future.
So with that in mind, what impact do you hope that this competition will have on ETF awareness in Canada?
Well, I think that ETF awareness in Canada is already pretty strong, but we'd love to bring more investors into the fold and teach them about ETFs. So I want to ensure that this competition is educating people about ETFs, how they can be traded, and also just bring awareness to the universe of ETFs that we have in Canada. There are over 1,500 ETFs, pretty much for every strategy, asset class, commodity that you'd like to invest in. And ETFs provide a versatile, diversified, and low-cost way to get exposure to these exciting investment opportunities.
Let's go back to the competition for a minute here specifically. What type of strategies have contestants used in the past in this competition that you guys have found to be successful?
So because it is a 6-week period, a lot of people often when they're investing are thinking in matters of years towards retirement, but you only have 6 weeks to generate the biggest portfolio return that you can. So we often see people take a strategy where they're going into higher risk, higher reward ETF opportunities to generate that portfolio return. So often we have traders that are using oil and gas focused ETFs, ETFs that use leverage or inverse leverage if they're taking a long bet on a certain index or a short bet against it. And so we see a lot of people using these daily inverse leveraged and leverage ETFs to get that tactical exposure and make a bigger return on a daily basis.
And I like that the simulated aspect of this too allows you to try these ETFs that are maybe a bit more dangerous or more risky. That is a really cool feature of this competition for sure. So some people might actually not realize that Canada invented the first ETF. And with this in mind, can you speak a little bit about the significance of this competition being from Canada and Canadian based?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the 35th year of ETFs. The first ETF debuted in Canada in 1990, and this is the 14th year of this competition. So for almost half of the lifespan or history of ETFs, we have been running this competition trying to build awareness and educate investors about trading ETFs. And for Canadians, this is a competition that is only open for Canadians, by the way. We tend to see thousands of people participate each year. And we do think that this is one of the best ways to learn by, doing it firsthand and being able to practice before going out into the real world and applying it to your own portfolio.
It sounds extremely exciting, and congrats on the 14th year. Is there anything else you want anyone to know or our audience to know here about this competition today?
Absolutely. So I would just say that this is the first year that we've partnered with Webull Canada, which is an investment platform that's used across the world. In previous years, we used a just desktop site for accessing the competition. Now, traders in the competition can use an app on their phones. They can use it on their desktop as well through Webull.ca. If they just look up biggest winner competition, Beta Pro biggest winner competition with Webull, they will get directed to the link to download the app, register for the competition, and they start trading today. They can also register throughout the entire 6-week span of the competition. You don't have to, be it today. You can do it any day. And there are weekly prizes of $1,000. Again, $20,000 for the top prize, $10,000 for the runner-up, and $5,000. And not only that, but we're going to fly out the winners to Toronto to partake in a market event at the TSX. So big opportunities, a lot of fun in store for those that are our biggest winners.
Wow, a very exciting competition there. Thank you again to Jonathan McGuire, Vice President of Communications at Global X, for being here with us this afternoon.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Jonathan. Great interview there at Dara. And, an event at the TSX. I famously remember when there was the opportunity at our firm here to ring the bell, and Sean got to go.
Yeah, that's unreal.
We had the show, and I don't remember if we flipped a coin. I don't remember exactly how we decided, but I stayed back to do the show. And he was over there.
Yeah.
Well, the idea was to be able to cover it. So we went from the show to the TSX and then back. So we wanted someone to be there. And I'm pretty sure this was might have been before Brennan was even on the show as well.
Bitcoin is going nuts right now, Neil.
Get it, Bitcoin.
Yeah, let's go.
Hold on a second.
This is what I'm saying. Let's go.
This is Bitcoin.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, they are. Bitcoin is going absolutely
You didn't know that?
Yeah, I knew that was Bitcoin the whole time. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, all right. Just congratulations. Yeah, no, this thing's going nuts. And I didn't even mean to add here. That was a mistake. And I'm like, you know what? Just hold on to it. So good luck there. Yeah, I honestly didn't mean to. I'm like, yeah, all right, this is working.
Sure you didn't, Joe.
I promise you. I went to take some off, Neil, and then it added to the position.
I don't.
So that one, you don't believe me? I'll tell you when I purposely add. That one we did not there, but fantastic stuff. And also, Neil, what I was saying to you is that I loaded up on calls. I wouldn't say loaded up, but I did grab a couple calls this morning, bright and early.
On IBIT?
Yeah, on IBIT, leading into FOMC.
Oh,
Yeah,
my.
so it's a big time gamble. There's no questioning that.
Now,
but I like it.
Can I ask you just the thinking here? Is this the whole, if there is 50 on the outside chance of 50 basis points, you think explosion, but you're bullish even if we get what it's expected?
Yeah. If we come in at 25 bips, I think we can get a nice little move regardless. I could be totally wrong, and then I could
What are we
coming
sitting
in
at
on
now?
Thursday morning and be like, yeah, guys, I was hella wrong on that one. But I like my chances. Like I said, man. Oh my
Still
God,
4% chance.
Yeah, of a 50. A 50. I
It's
mean,
not zero.
It's not zero. That's
not
for sure.
zero.
Man, there it goes. This is. I mean, like, I feel. This might be a good luck see, man. Sean, that's why he's just continuously doing it all over again. But in all seriousness, great stuff there, Neil. We've been sitting in this trade since 11 this morning, and then we got an add opportunity right
look
here.
at that resistance to support.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly what made me add right there. I'm like, okay, well, if you bang on this door for pretty much the majority of the midday session, and then you break through and you come back and retest, I like my chances of just adding into there what was once resistance, hopefully acting as support, considering the duration that it was doing it for. But
Why do you have all those
fantastic stuff here on IBIT.
I'll show you at some point how to get rid of some of the dark pool prints that you're seeing.
Yeah, please and thank you.
Because those are, if you see Joe's charts, just so you know, like all these like bottoming tail wicks down into here are all dark pool prints. You can, some of it you can filter out, not all of them though, just so you know. Even if you're at real trading, you can't filter them all out.
Thank you.
Because you want to be able to get rid of some, not necessarily all. But the market is, what I like the fact that the market's coming back, but what I like about Nvidia is while that's happening, remember how I said Nvidia was so similar to what was going on with the NASDAQ? Well, the NASDAQ's bouncing, Bitcoin's going, but Nvidia's trying to break down. So I think this will be a good opportunity here where if I'm going to trail, what I would do here is as the market's bouncing, I'd trail it back into here. What I'm going to do is then add in front of it, move the stop, and add in front of that 170, 177 to 177.10 on the way down into VWAP, because as the market bounces, this gets a nice little lower high, and then we can make sure this doesn't turn into a loser, but try to get a little bit more inventory on the way to the volume weighted average price or to the downside. I just saw in the chat someone asked what are imbalances? What are the imbalances? It's a little early for the imbalances to matter. It's not as if, like when I pull this up, there'll be some early looks, but it's a little too early for that. And then as I say that, BAC has an early look imbalance of 3.5 million shares. Usually there wouldn't be anything of size for the afternoon. You'd have some stuff left over from the morning, but VICI, HPE, and then BAC for 3.5 million to sell is not chump change. Maybe worth keeping an eye out. But it's about 3:30 that we tend to start caring about the imbalances, unless we're expecting an index action. So 1 week from today, it'll be my Robinhood. Why am I already forgetting? It's Robinhood, an engineering firm we don't know about, and AppLovin. AppLovin, Robinhood, and MCore. MCore, I believe, is the third name going into the index, and it'll be effective next Monday. So I think it's like Friday will probably be the big imbalances. But for now, just BAC on an early look there as well. And Jeff makes a very good point. IBIT is 1-to-1 ETF proxy for Bitcoin. Yeah. There's a reason why we can trade. Like we actually hit real trading. Like I can throw up actual spot, like our spot Bitcoin. I can quote it. I can show you the chart and all that stuff. But there's just no way it's easier to trade this. It's much easier because the thing is, if you already have equity BP. Yeah. If you have equity BP, it's a 1-for-1 proxy. You've got buying power and risk for that. This is like a separate asset class here at real trading. It just complicates things unnecessarily. The second we had IBIT, there was no need to be trading this at all. But I remember when it came live, Sean and I got to do the beta testing for it, which
the crypto for the
we got to. A lot of times, if you're sitting, his head office is here for real trading, right? So a lot of times that means we get to test stuff out. When we first got futures trading, I remember I got to do the beta testing for it, and I remember they said to us just break it. And so we had the most amazing strategy ever to try and, they were just like take fills. So we sat there and myself and another trader doing the beta testing, we had a computer that was trading futures and a keyboard. And if the futures were going down, one of us I'd hit the buy key and we'd just buy one contract at a time. Because they wanted to just do as many executions as possible. Like I'm not doing a strategy. So we would just hit the buy key. And as it was going down, we just average in one contract at a time. And then when it started going up, I'd stop and then he'd start selling.
No way.
I think we were. What's hilarious is in 2 days we were up like $5 million or something.
Wow, Neo. Yeah. There it is, man. That Bitcoin is continuing to climb.
Get it, Bitcoin.
Yeah. We need I don't have it. This is my last out.
Will you cover before Fed on the?
No, my game plan is to hold it through.
To hold
Fed.
through.
Yeah.
No matter what.
Well, I mean, I'm at the mercy of the market at the end of the day. I can't. If it tanks, then I'll just buy a little bit more, I guess.
Well, I was thinking, I would just like if something parabolic happened like overnight.
To like in
the
my
upside.
direction.
Yeah, you still.
Well, I mean, their contracts, they don't expire until March.
Oh, they're March?
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
okay. I didn't realize. I didn't know it was that far out.
So, but that's what I tell everybody. Like for me personally, with this game plan, is that I don't have to worry about theta that much, right? And time decay. So it's just like if you're gonna use the leverage product, I always just say buy the time, right? Because it's already leveraged, right? You're already leveraging your system, right? Each contract obviously 100 shares, so it's just might as well try to eliminate the speculative aspect to it and buying like a week or 2 weeks out, and just buy the time where you don't have to worry about it working against you as aggressively, right? Obviously, it kicks in and everything along those lines, but for the most part, it's just, and I said that before, it's like, okay, if I'm using these things, there's very rarely, so what I'll do is if I'm writing options, like so if I'm selling options a week out, 2 weeks out, right? Because you want theta to work in your favor, so come expiration cycle is when you get to keep all of that money, but in the opposite end of that is that I don't want to have to worry about theta destroying the value of the contracts. I'm leveraging my system already, I may as well spend the extra $300-400 and buy the longer dated contract. So.
You're never too old to learn something. Everybody.
I mean, that's just.
That's why you talk. That's why you talk things through.
Yeah, exactly. And I know a lot of traders do the same thing. Some people are only a month out and stuff like that. By Grace, let's go. Where's Rivian Millionaire? Joseph.
I haven't. He's right here.
Yeah, he's in there. I know, but he said from this morning that he was long IBIT with me, and hopefully he's still sitting in it. No, he said he's holding it for tomorrow at least. So we got Nestor done. How do you think the market will react? I think it might just be 25 bips this time, although the jobs market is very bad, so maybe 50. Well, I think what the game plan is that within the next 3 meetings, I know it's November, I'm pretty sure it's November and December is when you're having the next meetings, aside from this one. I think it's gonna be 75 bips in total, so you might get 25, 25, 25. I highly doubt that Jerome Powell is gonna go 50 off the gate, and that's just my opinion, right?
So it's September, October, and then December,
right? Yeah.
So we're looking at just quickly before we go to Adara. Well, the expectation is like 96% quarter this time through, and then once you go to October, it's 75% chance we'll be another quarter on top of that, right?
Yeah, so that's what I was saying. Like the next 3 meetings, you get 25. You get 25 bips each meeting.
70%.
Yeah. Exactly.
So the market's pricing in basically that. Call it a high probability. It's better than that's basically a 50% shot. Something like that. It's better than a 50% shot that we actually get those 3. Let's go to Adara.
Amazon on watch here. AMZN reportedly set to roll out augmented reality football coverage. So Financial Times reporting that Amazon is apparently going to be starting AR football coverage. Interesting story here for AMZN. This one bouncing a little bit off the lows, but doesn't seem to be directly reacting to this news. And back to you.
So first off, Jag, let me get to the video, but I gotta correct something. Jag, I thought you were talking about the stream. When we were beta testing on the futures, and doing that nonsense thing, that was in a simulation account. Once it went live, you treated it completely differently. Like it's different. Like you would never be that reckless to just buy contracts. Though, and I'll get there in a second, I did add to Nvidia just to make my trailing stop was going to be here anyways on that future move. So I just got in so that I could make it break even, ride it to VWAP to try to double up, but then break even stop based on like the average price that I had left on Nvidia. Still like the downward trend on it, but I'd love to see it bounce back and maybe give me that 177.5 again. And the one thing we did do, Jag, is we played a joke on somebody in the back office who did not know we were trading in simulation. And let's just say he really, really thought we were in a position that, like a very, very large futures position, because that's what it showed. And he freaked that you know what out. He started like cursing. He's like, gave these. How could you let these blank,
was it
blank,
negative
blank?
or was it positive?
No, we were in the money, but you
yeah.
have to understand that we had just been hitting the button for like a full day. We had so many contracts, it was nonsensical. So that's what freaked him out. Now, obviously, we knew we were in simulation and it was in sim, but that person that didn't know was like, how did you let these idiots and blah, blah, blah. It was so freaking hilarious. At least it was to me. And whatever, we bought the beer. We bought the guy a beer after for freaking him out a little bit. And he didn't have a heart attack, but the look, he went so white. I wouldn't say his name, but it was a dude in the back office, and he went white when we told him something happened. These are real contracts. How do we get out? Because here was the other thing. The reason we were doing one contract at a time, because at that time we couldn't enter more than a single contract.
Oh, really?
Meaning there was no mechanism to cover, I think it was, we had like 10,000. You had to get out one. So he thought you'll never be able to cover the, he's like, we're gonna have to call the broker. And I'm like, just calm down, it's fake.
Yeah,
money.
Exactly. Yeah, here it goes, a new high of the day there on Bitcoin. But Neil, this is what I was talking about. And
why isn't ETH going?
I don't know. Hopefully it decides to play catch up. But at the end of the day, guys, in the morning we were talking about this. I was expecting Bitcoin to do the same thing that it did on Friday. What happened? It took time for it to break out, and then when it broke out, it breaks out with velocity and force. So we like to experience that. I'm gonna hop out my last little bit here. Considering this might be toppy, that might be it. But if it continues to run, I'm going to be completely happy on that front. No questioning that. But I mean, there it is, guys. A nice trade on. Oops, we don't want the 5 minute, we want the 3 minute. Nice trade on IBIT, 3 minute, boom, boom, boom. We add, you get in there, add a little bit more, accidental add that just happened to work out for us right there. It was nothing substantial whatsoever. I'm not gonna mislead you guys or anything along those lines, but there you go. You piece it up into the new high of the day. And then now I'm looking at Tesla, 5 minute hammer. I wish, and see the thing, Neil brought this up a while ago, and but I looked at the 1 minute print, and it wasn't exactly what I seen on his chart. But when I zoomed out to the 5 minute prints, then that's more or less what I want.
Oh, I use a 3.
Right? You use a 3. Oh, was that a 3?
That's a 3.
Was that a 3?
Yeah,
okay, so there you go. Yeah. So the 3 minute. Yeah, and there it is. That's such a beautiful signal. You have the volume supporting it as well too. So a fantastic look. Maybe we can get somewhat of a pullback, and then we'll look to get involved in some more Tesla. Don't want to chase it all the way up here because I think at some point you will get that move a little bit lower. So if 404 holds, then I think we'll be pretty good. But other than that, IBIT worked out really well. I'm glad that we stuck to our guns there, Neil. On that.
ETH is trying but failing.
Yeah.
ETH is like the opposite right now. Like it gets to VWAP and it's holding the same level. What price is this? Let me just look at it's like 45 change. Like 4,507 is what I have it at. So it's losing probably like 45.10 or 20, something along those lines for a bit of a fade. If this can start to break out, that could be spicy. I see BMNR is going. A lot of people in the chat talking about that. That's breaking away from VWAP.
Is it? Oh, wow. Okay, so if BMNR is moving, maybe Ethereum will start to participate at some point as well.
I kind of feel like if this starts going, BMNR could go a little bit more ham. Like maybe that'll go a little bit more parabolic. I jumped right back into Nvidia. It just feels like it's not really going, and I want to give it another shot. Like I averaged, not averaged in, I guess it's like averaged down, I suppose, or averaged up in this particular case, but it was short, so it's like kind of averaged down. But I'm jumping right back in this consolidation. Just give it another shot. The market continues to rally, and Nvidia is not going with the market. That to me is confirming the short, like you're going right into the highs. If we get to the highs and bounce down, I don't see how Nvidia just stays sideways. It's 310, we have plenty of time for a couple more salvos. For sure. And West, y'all, you don't know why we're not looking at the nuclear sector? Like SM to the R. It's pretty good.
SM to the
R. I love SMR. I like SMR. I own some SMR. SMR is trying to fill in this gap.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good, man.
You know what? You could be range trading this. Look at that. 38 lows into 39. No breakout yet. I don't love breakouts in the afternoon. Like this is very much buy the bottom of the bull flag, play the range, take a shot at the break and see what it does. But 7% today. There was some positive headlines, and it's not just them. Like you could, like Oklo as well. SMR. I think SMR is just usually the one that does a bit better in percentages. Might have a little bit tinier, little bit bigger of a short float. I'm pretty sure on SMR. That's why I look at this. It is set up for a good break, but I don't necessarily love breakouts at this time of the day, maybe a pullback would make some sense. Rainmaker, you know what's up. Come on now, Wolf?
Wolf.
That's easy. Like, if you're going to put in a symbol for the ticker, you got to do better than something. I'll tell you the problem why you wouldn't have been able to fool it.
I like that.
No, but it's obvious. Like, I think if you're trying to trick me and be able to guess it, the issue is like Wolf's actually here. So I know people are looking at Wolf, and I know Wolf is in play today. So, but that's a good one, Rainmaker. What is? I'm assuming you mean Wolf Speed and not TerraWolf.
Yeah.
That's sometimes people get these two mixed up.
TerraWolf is horrible on the day.
What is it?
Yeah.
Okay, then you mean Wolf Speed. Wolf Speed's up
downgrade.
28%.
I put it on the downgrades list.
Oh, okay, that
I
makes
like
sense.
a price target.
No, Wolf Speed, it's having a good day, but it's not moving much. Like, you've got short-term resistance at 3, kind of holding 290, so just a few pennies in and out here. Volume really dwindling on Wolf as well. But ultimately, this feels like it's in the first few innings of a breakout trade. Like, it's rounded the bottom, it's holding the 50 period. It seems like it's got a clear shot to the 200 period moving average. Like, there's some stuff to like here on Wolf, to be sure. I do like this setup for like a multi-day runner. I think it's something we should watch tomorrow, but it couldn't hold in a 15-minute. Notice how every candle just fails the $3 level. Still rejecting $3. You want buyers above 3 for that continuation. That's where it'll matter the most. I'm just gonna check back in on ETH. Come on, participate, ETH.
No, man.
No, it's not.
Do you own any? If you don't mind,
I do, but I have I'm much more Bitcoin than I am.
Much more. You're significantly heavier.
It's not close. It's not terribly close for me. It's like 5 to 1.
It's not even same. It's not even relatively close. But I mean, I like what Ethereum's been up to. I like that. There's a specific use case for this one. With that being said, I just think the market's too smart, right? They're like, no, there's no chance we're going to make it that easy for you guys. Just phase out a bunch of weak hands. But the use case for Ethereum, I think it's there, opposed to just store value and kind of just scarcity and obviously a finite supply of what we got in the likes of Bitcoin. So I like Ethereum. Like we just talked about, I own substantially more Bitcoin than what I do Ethereum, but I have no issues with grabbing a little bit more of this stuff and staking. Have you ever staked? I don't know if you own the actual crypto itself or do you own the ETF?
Both. Both. So there was a point where, well, there were no ETFs before. And
Exactly,
but
right.
like once, so in Canada we had the purpose ETFs, the BTCC. So the second those came in,
those were
like,
the first one. Those were the first ones.
Like the first thing I did is like move like 80% of like just right, because I wanted to be in my TFSA.
Yeah.
It's a tax-free savings account. So just like, okay, let's just sell the actual and go in the TFSA. And I went to a Coinbase account and just sort of move stuff in there. And I have a little bit of nonsense stuff, but I am staked. Like I have some Solana that's.
I was gonna say, do you stake? Yeah, I was gonna ask you if you.
Yeah, all my ETH that's in that account is staked, and so is my Solana.
That's.
But that's the issue with the ETF, for the ones for the ETH that I have in the ETF.
Yeah, you don't get.
So you're not getting the yield.
You don't get the yield.
And so what's weird about that is when I went to the ETF, of course the tax advantage was cool, but. Staking came after, and it's like, well, I could always make the shift. I suppose I could shift back, but
yeah, you could always. It'd be cool if you could just transfer and not have to sell, and then rebuy back in, and you could just transfer it.
Right.
Just like imagine it's like, you have X amount of you think it's gonna go down that road? Like you have X amount of IBIT shares, you can just actually convert that into actual spot Bitcoin itself, and vice versa.
I feel like. Eventually, there's going to be something that makes
something along those lines
that makes it simple like that. But who knows? I feel like that's the world that the Robin Hoods and the Coinbases want to create.
Like for me personally, it's like I can understand it maybe happening in Ethereum because of the because of the yield, because of the staking yield, right?
Yeah.
So it's just like why would anybody, even though I own some, why would you want to hold actually ETHA aside from maybe the security purposes, opposed to just putting your money in actual?
I will tell you right now. There is zero advantage. The only reason to me why I even did it was because it was held in the tax-free savings account. And like that's the only there's no other possible advantage, because if you can stake it just holding actual ETH, why would you not do that? You're getting a yield. It's common sense.
Well, I mean, save when man, woman, peace. My ETH tripled from 1,400 while BTC can't even move 2x. But you got to think about how
it goes in cycles.
Yeah, exactly.
It goes in cycles.
And also, it takes significantly more money to move Bitcoin than what it takes in Ethereum, right? So you just got to think of the price as well too. Like I could buy whatever X amount of Ethereum. It takes substantially more capital to just kind of move Bitcoin, right? So you got to take that into consideration. Yeah. I think that so many analysts are bullish on Bitcoin before the end of the year, 200,000. So that's almost a double from where we're currently sitting at. But we're not even in the second half of this halving cycle yet, and that's usually the stronger half is the second half of each halving cycle. So I'm really excited to see what we can see from there. So yeah, but other than that, we're involved in some Tesla. Let's see if we got this bounce. This is a late entry. We'll start really small. If we do pull back a little bit further, we'll add to it and then just wait for it. We only got 45 minutes left in the session. Ooh, so keep that in mind. So again, I don't know how much of a grind it's going to be. Imbalances could be huge on this name, and hopefully it sends it back to the top side. But right now, we're in up here, small size, looking for the add in the middle of this range and for those levels to hold up, and then maybe we can get that a solid buy imbalance or something along those lines for Tesla there.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. I mean, Tesla's certainly the mover du jour today. And what the best thing about Tesla is it's the kind of stock, we saw Sean had it long this morning, but really, you're long it now. It gave you some breakdowns for some short trading. It'll give you a little bit of everything in terms of volatility. And it seems to me like it might be the more volatile one. Just be careful for potential imbalances on this. And I'm in Nvidia. Nvidia certainly is an imbalance. The potential for an imbalance. I jumped right back into the short. I'm just looking for VWAP in here as it starts to fade off. And I want to point out, just so I know everyone always looking at Nvidia as a leader, but it's worth acknowledging as Nvidia, even right now, is pulling back off the highs and the Nasdaq's pulling back a little bit, AMD is right at the high of the day and still holding. Like this has been really strong today in AMD. I'm just looking over. I might just get out of this Snapchat. Where's my stop? Oh, there's no need to move the stop. I'm just going to leave my stop. And I have a stop essentially right here on Snapchat. We just double check to make sure that's actually correct. Oh, I did not move it. See, that's why I move it. I'm just going to move my stop on Snap to there, maybe throw a bit at the low of the day. The only reason Snapchat was moving, or at least the reason I believe, was all the TikTok headlines this morning. It was bullish for a minute, and then when it lost, I wish I could tell you that I was shorting it at the highs, but I just shorted it when it broke underneath the volume-weighted average price there. Come on, Nvidia, do just a little bit more. Looking for a push down into the 80s, which might be like basically into this support level here, which is right at like 80. Maybe I should just take the 2 dimes and get out something in the 90s on the way to the volume weighted average price for Nvidia. A little bit of market pullback, but not a lot. Like we're not like it's 320. And volume isn't really picking up a ton. The market's not exactly falling all over itself nor breaking out the highs. So I want to make sure we're taking profit where it does make some sense to. Wes, y'all. I like this one. The Wolf of Bankruptcy Street, he says. Ooh, that is cold-blooded. And Frederick Noonan, let's talk some Open Door. Any theories on how Open reacts to, one, a 2-point cut in rates compared to a quarter-point cut? Well, I can tell you this one, Frederick. The reason why I wanted to answer that, I'm going to have specifically Open Door up on Wednesday. Because I've decided that if there is, usually my thought process, give me a break. I was just jumped on the bid, and the second I jumped on the bid, Nvidia took another leg up. I'll get to Open in a second. Usually, if I'm expecting like any chance that there could be a bigger cut than expected, I want to go to the IWM punch long. This time, the stock I'm going to have up is Open Door. Okay. Because I think there's a few ways to look at it, right? Their business benefits from lower rates.
Exactly.
It's got a huge short flow. It's got a bit of meme craziness to it. Like what? Like, it would be a surprise.
Not a meme stock, Neil.
No, okay, fine, but you know what I mean by that. It's just how are the shorts going to feel if a 4% possibility becomes true in that moment? So that's what I'm punching long. Now, do I expect there to be a 50 basis point cut? Absolutely not. I do not think it is going to happen, but it's not zero. So I got a bunch of level 2s up. One of them at 2 o'clock or at 150 something. 150 something on Wednesday is going to have Open Door up, and I'm literally going to have like a cross key set. And if And if it's a 50 basis point cut, I'm punching along.
Do you
on open doors.
feel that the market's already priced in the 25 bips?
Usually, to a certain extent, it has.
Yeah.
Usually.
So you don't think, so there's going to be no...
It doesn't mean that there won't be anything. It's just that we always treat, Sean and I and most traders over the years treat it the same way. We tend to care more, unless there's a surprise or it's in question, right? So if it's sitting at 98% or whatever, then this doesn't count.
Yeah.
Unless it's not a certainty, then we care about 230. Like look for take some
to what JP's his
take some range trades,
whether he's dovish or
rubber band nonsense, take bounce plays and reversion plays. But then once 230 hits, you're looking for the actual direction and nuts and bolts. But if we get 50 basis point, I want to be ready to hit something. Like there's no way. Like what else are you going to do at that point? That's the way I look at it. Like sure, it's not a big probability, but if it's going to be a nothing burger. As Nvidia comes right back. My stop is at like 31s here, so I'm risking about like 15 cents. Just above 30. Well, I just told you exactly where it is. Doesn't really matter. So at the end of the day, if we're all expecting it's going to be a nothing burger, you can at least prepare yourself for the small possibility. Yeah. Because one time that you don't, it's going to happen. You know, like the one day you're like, whatever, it's a nothing burger, and then they do a surprise and you weren't ready for it. Like it costs you nothing to sit there on the keys, knowing where it is that I want to express the trade and what I want to do with it. In that case, 50 basis point, punch long, open door. Ideally, it's some kind of high of the day break.
It's like right away. You're in as soon as it comes in 50 bips. You're boom. It's just like
like
nature.
There'd be like a limit to how far I would chase a move if I miss. But generally I'm just trying to get long.
All right.
Like I always say this.
I'm doing it too, man.
There's always a price you're not willing to pay.
Yeah.
On any move. Like I would give you, I think I could probably come up with a reasonable example of that. So like let's say open door is exactly where it is now on Wednesday, and it's at $9.40. Would I take a long if I could get 960? For sure. Would I take a long if I could get 975? For sure. I'd probably even still take a high of the day long at 1020. But would I punch long if all I could get was $11? No. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a limit to I'd punch long here if I get it, punch long there if I get it, punch long there if I can get it. But if I can't get it till $11 and 15%, then I'm not taking the trade.
Yeah, for sure.
Position board win.
These are okay, we got the tape up there. Guys, SMR and Oklo are going nuts today. Fantastic stuff. What do we got on a daily? Let's keep an eye out on this. Wow, Oklo, massive breakout. This is insane.
Fabian,
I got to add this to my list.
Fabian,
text myself this somehow.
Position board.
All right, let me message. Can I message myself? That's a good question.
Can you message yourself? You can always, if you have.
Well, I was thinking about on something else there.
Oh, okay.
I'll just do it. I'll just message Sharif, and he's probably going to be like, "What?" I'm just like, "Hey, man, I'm just doing this for myself to add to my list." He's like, "Yeah, there we go, bang." Oklo SMR. He's going to be like, "Bro, I don't even want to look at the market today." But there it is, a really nice breakout from the daily, Neil. You punch through 84, and then now you're off to the races. SMR, really good look as well. You're not quite at that previous peak, but you're headed on the right path. So pretty good look through some key support levels. This is going to be a key pivot. Are you going to play this through this break? I think that could be a good opportunity considering what we're experiencing on today's session. So yeah, patience. But I like Oklo and I like SMR, adding them to my swing trading watch list. I also love this indecision print that we're experiencing right now. So Bitcoin did get back the majority of that move there, guys. But yeah, back to Tesla. I'm going to get involved just a little bit more. Again, we do have time is working against us, so we won't go substantial. And then Neil said also keep an eye out for the imbalance, which is very, very true. But there it is, nice indecision print right at 18. Let's see if we can break through this pivot and get an imbalance.
If it breaks if Tesla breaks 410, VWAP is at 17 on Tesla.
I don't know if it gets back to 17. Today.
Well, even a move to like 13 makes some sense. What I'm looking at, the 413 level, and if you're looking at TSLA, the charts are exactly the same. Mm-hmm. So if you're looking at the prices there, like a 410 break on Tesla, like if it could break 410 and get back into 415, I'm just gone inside scalp mode. in Nvidia because it's holding 1720 down to just underneath 177.20 down into 177, but not really following through. I'm trying to scalp this one to get a push even lower, but I might, not that I don't necessarily, I might want to join. If it was a good short through 410 down, then it might be a good punch long on the way back up. So I'm kind of thinking I'm joining this trade. It's not FOMO, but ultimately it was a good short the first time at 410. I probably should have put that on again. But just like the way Nvidia was relatively weak at the moment, but this could be a nice little quick little break. The thing about it is, with only about 25 minutes till the imbalances come out, I don't want to get caught with, hey, this is my technical trade, and the imbalances just flip the script on us for sure. That's one thing you should always pay attention to. If you're day trading, just understand that StockX could be doing whatever. We could be trending down like here on Tesla. This thing comes out with a decent buy imbalance, and you're just going to get out. Like, it'll stop you out, and it'll just start rallying. And it works in the other direction too, for sure. So let's see. I mean, if Tesla breaks 410, I do think I want to take a shot at it. Nvidia, more or less the same thing happening. What else are you guys looking at? I know we're talking about SMR there. It did just attempt the breakout. I don't like breakouts late in the day, but what I don't mind is if it shows me that there's buyers above the breakout, so I don't have to be in one of these pullback candles. Like, it gives you this and then holds 39. You can play the continuation play instead of just blindly taking the breakout trade at 3:30. It's a little late in the day for me. But yeah, these stocks are all really strong. It's this and I don't know if NNE is doing really well. Is NNE going? I know CCJ looks really good. That's not doing much. CCJ, that's pretty strong, up 9%. So that's doing pretty well on this nuclear story. The entire group looking fantastic right now, the nuclear names. So if you're in any of them, the volume tapering off a little bit here, but still very, very strong. And the other thing about SMR, I know I keep coming down to this one. This is the one that's breaking like a really nice sort of consolidation, and it's broken a couple of downward trends and approaching that 50 period. So like the sellers got back in control on this thing, and they're just starting to get threatened again. That's why I like it here with SMR. Double-digit short float doesn't hurt either. So keep the names coming in. MU Trade, NNE is not joining. I don't know why. Like, it's up a bunch. Like, it's actually up percentage-wise more. It's up 13%. Like, out of all the nuclear names, it's pretty sure it's the highest percentage I see. It's just not really doing much right now. It's in this weird, like, bull flag hold. Well, I guess it's like an ascending, whatever. I'm not a charter market technician. We know what it means. It's a bullish consolidation. But for whatever reason, it can't seem to break out of it. Like, the algos are in control here on relatively light volume. So while the others go, it's sort of stuck, unfortunately. Oh, don't do another...
Dave's, no, it's not. I think it's
I love these. So first of all, thank you, David, for the super chat.
Because he's an honest guy.
But David, you're always joking around with Dave's dumb trade of the day. We know it's just your trade. It's the trade that you're looking at, and we appreciate you, brother. So play to 2111 aftermarket. So Dave and Buster's. That's if you don't know play is Dave and Buster's. They report tonight. What is the expected move on play? I'm actually not sure. Let me just try to find.
Mr. Nas, how are you, my friend?
I'll have to try to find
everything.
Oh, what the?
What the hell?
Did I know you were coming here?
No, he didn't. I didn't know I was coming here.
You didn't hey, surprise.
The Nos boss is in the house.
The man himself. Yeah, what's going on? Yeah, good stuff.
Well, so obviously Michael Nos will be joining us on the market recap show tonight.
Yeah, there you go. Mr. Nos joining
Spoiler alert.
On the market recap.
Oh, dude, I had no idea. Brendan said...
Good stuff.
See, here's the thing. Brendan messaged me and he's like, Michael will be here for the market recap show. But I took that as, well, he wasn't on in the morning. I'm like, it just means we'll still be having him on the show. I didn't know he'd literally be physically here.
Physically here. No, there you go. So that's fantastic. So let me ask you this, Neil. What are you going to be doing for Canadian Thanksgiving, considering the folks from TTP are coming over here? Is it out the window now? Or are you throwing it out the window?
We've been throwing it out the window.
Or are you going to go and celebrate with the lads?
I'll do the same thing I always do for Canadian Thanksgiving, which is come here and trade.
And then go home to the fam.
Now, typically speaking, I have family stuff. Like, we'll go and have dinner with my parents. However, if there's a game that day, I know Mitch had been talking about going to a Jays game. So I'll be open to doing that, or maybe going out for a little bit.
I know you'd be open to the game.
No, but I don't know, because it's the playoffs, right? So it depends on like where we finish in the schedule and all of that. But I'll be at a few Jays playoffs games, to be sure. There's no question about that. We got our allocation. We got a couple extra too. Like we got our seats, and we got a couple extra. So I'll be at a lot of Jays games.
Okay. No, Explorer. We eat polar bear, my friend. We don't eat turkey for Canadian Thanksgiving. It's polar bear. All right?
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Yeah, it's good. It's great stuff.
I mean, you got to watch out for like the
hard thing is
law,
what you guys don't understand is catching the polar bear is what makes it extremely difficult. All right, so just keep that in mind. No turkey, only polar bear around here.
I don't mess around with bears.
No, I don't mess around with much wildlife, Neil, because that is.
You leave that to Sharif.
Yeah, I mean, no. At the end of the day, man, I'm just trying to live my life. I'm not bothering you, so I.
Keyword is live.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not bothering you, so please don't bother me. Otherwise, hey, you know what I mean? We carry that. But yeah, at the end of the day, guys, let's see what we got going on here with Tesla. Not looking too bad. IBIT did give back a lot of its move here, which is unfortunate. So we did experience the breakout. Excuse me. But the fact that Ethereum wasn't participating is like, there might be a little bit something more in depth that we're experiencing. But again, prior resistance coming in, acting as support, that's a beauty. And there might even be another play here, but again, we only got 30 minutes left. So I'm just putting on small size. There it goes, and it takes a dive to the south side. So once it breaks through some key support levels, which is here, and then I'm going to get out of that trade. Even though I'm essentially shouldn't be wrong to there, this was a chase. I was late on the execution. We should be in from here. And sure enough, the market will obviously punish you if you do play a chase style trade. And that's kind of what that is. Not going to complain, though. IBIT taught us was really well for us throughout the session. And then we weren't even trading Tesla on that downtrend. We were only on it to the long side, and we were fortunate enough to get that little pop here. So yeah, that's looking pretty good. IBIT, same thing, add a little bit more, and then eventually you do get that big time breakout, add, and then sure enough, boom, that was a pretty good look. Oh, that was completely different attempt, but oh no, it wasn't all same thing, all one trade, so pretty good look. And then OKLO was our other name that we traded throughout the session.
That stock is a beast today.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Oklo, not Oklo. Why am I thinking I'm trading Oklo? It's in the back of my head. It's IonQ. Sorry.
Oh, IonQ.
Yeah, IonQ was a really nice trade this morning as well, too, Neil. The breakout, a continuation of the breakout. So, I'm still on Oklo. Otherwise, I'd be like, what is going on here?
You got to enter twice, Joe, not once.
Yeah, I know. Oh, geez, you could get it together there, guy. No, but in all seriousness, we play the continuation, Neil. The daily breakout has been really, really nice on IonQ. So we were just looking for the continuation in strength this morning. So.
And the whole, it's trust me, I'm always mixing up the quantum names and the nuclear names.
Yeah.
They have similar short flows. It's like, there's like the group of the four main ones that you look at. They both have the similar characteristics. But as you mentioned, Oklo, is it Oklo or Oklo? I go back and forth, which is, that's how I don't know which one I'm supposed to say. I'll say Oklo or Oklo, and you guys know that I mean either one. But 15 points to the upside. 330, someone asked me about the early looking bounces. It's still just BAC, 3.5 million to the sell side. Ooh, RR is there for a 1.1 million sell. Yikes. Yeah, that can't be good. Yeah, so nothing too crazy early. I mean, does that actually mean anything on BAC? Usually I'd call it a nothing burger. It's not really expecting much there. Nvidia's kind of doing the same thing. Like the initial breakdown was okay, and now it's just sort of consolidating in the short, looking for that next push into the volume weighted average price. So for now, it is tapering back a little bit, but it's like a very slow grind reversion into VWAP at this point for Nvidia. As David Lewis throws out IREN, Iris Energy. I have not heard that one in a while. Well, energy is the jam, and this one is absolutely flying. If there's a list of, there are so many low-key just bangers in the last few months, in this space, no doubt as well. IREN is maybe the one that I can't remember. Like, you know what today people have been talking about, but this is one that I don't think we hear a lot about. You know, we tend to always jump into the names, and I know and I'm guilty of this myself. Like, I'll always say the name that I trade, or like the name that I own in my personal account, because that's the one I know more of, and it's the one I pay attention to. But you know, IREN as well, just an absolute banger. But at the end of the day, crypto was strong today. Quantum was strong. Nuclear names are strong.
Yep.
The NASDAQ is strong.
Yep.
Okay, Tesla was strong. I wanted to throw Tesla out there, but Tesla was strong. The only thing that's not that great, Nvidia's red on the day, but you have a lot of these growth sectors that are just incredibly strong here today. BMN.
I like seeing the rotation, right?
Yeah.
I like.
It's just it's a lot of the growthier stuff that's working today. Like I said, like a lot of the crypto leverage stuff is working here. A lot of the frothier aspects of the market, believe it or not, are looking incredibly strong. I see someone mentioning Reddit in the chat there. I have no idea what they're doing here today. Reddit and forget it, some people say.
All right, guys. Ready for this one? Traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description, folks. Carney, any thoughts on Google 265 calls? What expiration, my friend? I don't want to hear anything about calls without knowing the expiration cycle that you're looking to acquire them. I mean, Google's been on a monstrous move. Right now, for me, it's CSPs on Google, right? I think it's still relatively cheap from a PE standpoint, but there's so many earnings and fundamentals that you can go by. I just try to avoid that. 265 would put it at a break. It is around the all-time highs right now, but 265 is still extremely out of the money, in my opinion. That's still 14 points away. And then look at the price action from a daily. So do you want to be buying calls when you're kind of going parabolic like this? We got the NOS boss here. I don't think he's going to do it. I'm not personally going to do it. So I would be doing more along the lines of cash secured puts on this name. I wouldn't be chasing contracts.
Yeah, that's tough.
It's very, very tough, right? Very tough. And I mean, it wouldn't be as tough if you're buying 2 years out, right? At the end of the day, 2 years out, 14 points, whatever it may be. But also, you're probably going to be paying a little bit of an increased premium considering the gap ups that you've been experiencing that. And with that, obviously, the increase of the average true range, implied volatility increases and you end up paying a little bit more money on premium. So for me personally, I wouldn't be chasing it all the way up there. I do like it for the continuation along. It's just I wouldn't be buying contracts up here.
Yeah, sometimes it's easier for the day trader to just be like, okay, well, I can just favor longs every single day and find those setups, as opposed to trying to get in on a swing basis. But I was asked in the chat, can we throw up a sector board just to give an idea of what the market is doing? It's just a good visual. And what stands out? What were you just talking about? Alphabet.
Yeah.
Alphabet stands out like an absolute sore thumb for its strength. Amazon, Tesla. The thing about Tesla is it was so much stronger earlier. Like Tesla was almost double digits, and now it's only 3% to the upside. Nvidia with some weakness, but it's where you see some. Like, remember we were talking about like all the growth stuff that was going when it was, the crypto type names, the nuclear names, your quantum names. Well, have a look at the defensive names. Consumer defensive. Procter down, Costco down, Coke, Pepsi down, Philip Morris down. So that's where the weakness is going in. And then healthcare is weak on a day like today. So markets, pressing into some highs. Tech is really strong, and we're seeing healthcare and consumer defensive places that had been flights of safety. Those are heading in the other direction. Hopefully all is good with whatever just dropped there for sure. But yeah, the NASDAQ still trending into the highs. It's not crazy action. You know how the market works. So in the afternoons, we're tending to go a little bit sideways, just like a slow grind back up. And Reddit got mentioned right before we threw over to Joe. This Look at this. Triple top.
Oh my
Reddit.
God.
Reddit's got a little breakout action for it tomorrow.
Let me tell you about Reddit. So on the weekend, I'll go over my charting and I'll look for potential swing trades. Reddit was number one a couple weeks ago, but now it's gone, right?
So it would have been this one.
Yeah,
this
so
long.
you see that hammer candle and the volume? Yeah, I'm like, all right, let's be patient, wait for it. Off to the races. And
so you wanted it off here?
Well, eventually I would have built in like more of a swing trade, right? Like going for a couple weeks or something along those lines.
I see.
But it just went through the roof, and I ended up swinging a little bit of Dell Technologies, which worked out pretty good. I'm out of it now, but then I got smoked this morning on TXN.
You mentioned when you came in.
Yeah. I got smoked on some TXN this morning.
My swings in UNH is the most recent one for me is in UNH.
UNH, that's a fantastic.
At the 300.
Oh yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah, but it didn't.
50 points.
But I did it twice. Like, the first time I did it, I got flat because it didn't do anything, and then this time we rang a little bit last week because it came in. Kind of tested that 360, right? So that's that 20. That's that 20%. But the next look is, stop me if you've heard this before, the 200 period moving average and 420. Although the longer it takes, the 200 period moving average gets lower. Last week, the 200 period moving average was 420. Now it's just slightly underneath it. So UNH, as I just mentioned with the sector watch or the board there, obviously it's not that strong. Healthcare not strong in a day where tech is leading the way. So it's consolidating. Healthy consolidation is what I will call UNH. It held a low. The good news for it here is when it dipped this morning, it held this prior low from last week, and now it's kind of just consolidating here. So it's made a bit of a top. That's why you take some out at a resistance level. But as long as it can hold on to 340-ish, I think it's got another leg in it here for UNH. But yeah,
I want to take a look at our good friend, the SMCI here, obviously being a little bit.
Is it a good friend?
Yeah, but that's the
Whose friend is SMCI?
Exactly. So maybe not so
much.
Not
my friend.
No, it's not. Yeah.
I've never owned it. So
I've never owned it either. Fabian, are you all right? He's good. He's good. There we go. I don't even got an animation for that one, anyways. But no. So our good friend Jay Doe in the chat.
It's all good, Fabian. It's Monday, man.
Fabian, brother, I'll tell you all about that if you would like. Did you hear my story this morning? All right, I'll tell you in a second. So anyways, yeah, SMCI, just be cautious, right? You could completely enter this gap, but you also have a little bit of time value, extrinsic value on your contracts. So I would like to keep them in. Obviously, it's your trade. But nothing wrong. They do expire this week. Nothing wrong with selling contracts throughout the week and locking in some of those gains, considering that you said he's up over 230% on some of them. So
what happened?
Oh, you didn't hear my story. So anyways, I very rarely bet sports, right? So I took a UFC main event, right? And I needed to go into the third round. Buddy gets knocked out with 13 seconds left in the second round. And then the other half of my ticket wins. And then this morning, I wake up to TXN, a stock, Texas Instruments, gapping down $6. So it was just it was a double jab to the face for losses for your boy this weekend. So everything that could go wrong did go wrong. And
Rip.
Yeah.
F in the chat, guys.
Yeah, exactly. So
and Fabian's fine. He just was the thing that fell was just
It is. That's all it is, man.
Not a big deal. What's really cool is you hold that back up. So we have this like stool. So now he can take a knee. You know how Randy comes on the stage now he's too tall? Yeah. Let's still sit on it.
I mean,
you can take it.
I can actually stand.
Oh, you can actually stand. No, but Randy, when he stands in his spot,
take a knee.
Yeah, like his head's out of the picture, unfortunately. So now you can take a knee. I used that when I had my foot up. So I'd be sitting in the desk and I would have my leg up. And I'd have a footstool so I could stretch it out after my surgery. Mm-hmm. So that's why it's here. I actually don't even know what it's really for.
Yeah, I told you I got the MRI results.
Yeah,
and everything. Yeah, it's not good, man.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not good.
Well,
so yeah, let's see what we got going on.
But you know what though? It's just best to know. You just want you want to know where you stand so that you can go forward with rehab.
I'm glad that it's not complete. I probably won't have to go through complete knee reconstruction, but they got to get in there, snip the meniscus, and do all that fun stuff. So I won't be playing for next. And I'm 33, man. So it's just like.
Yeah, but you can handle the work of the rehab. That's the thing. Yeah. If you got the right mentality, you get that work. It's just like rehab sucks.
Yeah.
And anybody who it's not fun. But it's also better to just get to the point where you know what you got to do. The hardest part is when like there's something wrong and you're like, I don't know what to do.
Yeah,
it's just
yeah,
like this is hurts, that's sore. I'm like, just tell me what I can do about this. And once you point me in that direction, like
Absolutely.
and I know you'll probably crush it. All right, 5 minutes to go to the imbalances. I'm tightening
Exactly.
stops
Let's
here.
go Tesla. I mean, we're still in this name. I told you we grabbed a little
it's
bit
going.
more here, so that's working. Loa, I would have loved to have got it in here, and then we would have had a lot of fun with that one. Thank you, Hangry Rife. Eric Vargas, it totally depends on, I am Dinkelberg. Eric Vargas, it totally depends on the setup, right? Like, no one trade, I don't think deserves the same size, right? You obviously have to kind of gauge everything accordingly. Some deserve more, some deserve less, and I think you have to look at it this way. So yeah, that's how it is. Should be married with kids, says Marie. I know, Marie. What's going on? I got a
What?
Maybe I get that. She said I should be married with kids at 33. Or kid.
Wow.
I have a fur baby. Does that count? I love that thing oh man, I never loved anything.
That just got real.
Yeah, I never loved anything as much as I love that guy, man. That is my guy right there.
I feel like Mary's making a strong hint there, Joe.
Yeah, I know, Mary. Again, you got time will tell, right? Just raw. Every trade says hangry wife. Yeah.
There's no rushing into things.
No, there isn't. And I've talked to family members. They said, bro, you're good till you're 35. Yeah, Steve Franco. That's my
man.
guy,
People
man.
live way longer nowadays. You're not, dude.
You know what I mean?
We're all living till we're like.
No,
like
I wouldn't go
deep
that
in our-
far, Fabian. Fabian said 50 is the new 30. I wouldn't go that.
It doesn't matter as much for men, but like, yeah, because like we're good.
Worse quality?
Okay, so I'm not gonna. We're not gonna hash that part out. Go back to trading for a quick little second before I'm not trying to say some stuff and get my butt kicked. I'm out of Nvidia at break even. We have 3 minutes till imbalances come out. So it was a scalp trade sideways. The initial trade pretty solid, but yeah, I'm not going down that rabbit hole. Take it out break even before the imbalances come in. I'm probably just gonna punch out a Snapchat. It's about to break the high anyways. So I'm short here like 48. It never came back into that low. We had this one. I took this one just after lunchtime and just been sitting in it, but it doesn't seem to want to go anywhere. So I'm going to see if I can't grab. I'll see if I can snag the midpoint before it breaks out higher here. And for anyone looking at SMR, that did pull back pretty decently, right back into the prior high. It's running out of time to catch a bid. If it had done this maybe 15 minutes ago, I think I might take a shot, but I'm not taking a position before the imbalances come in. BAC is now gone, so the early look is pretty blank. Just HPE, VICI, that's about it. We'll see if Nvidia has an imbalance. That's one of the reasons why I want to jump out of it. Typically a stock that'll have a decent size imbalance, Nvidia. And Paul just put Circle and Wow in there. That makes sense. If Bitcoin's going,
Is it going again?
and the crypto names are going, BMNR is going, why wouldn't Circle on the New York, Neil, be going as well? And it is 7.5%. This is the thing. I think when you have a little bit of bullishness in the crypto space, that's when these can really start to get some juice. Because this has really been, I don't want to say a dumpster fire, but it's been a disaster for at least a couple of months now. Like, there's been no bid. This is a distinct trend break on Circle. You come into tomorrow, and let's knock on some wood here, but if we're talking about opportunities for tomorrow, we just got that midpoint, nice, on Snapchat, so just kind of getting out of that trade before it breaks out at my break even. This looks like a nice trend break and a breakout of the range tomorrow, 137 on Circle. Reddit's chart looks similar to this, but look at that, hold the low, only one place to go. Now, knock on wood that it doesn't break this out in the aftermarket, and then you can't really take the trade. But Circle looking really spicy.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Your Huckleberry? Yeah, so here it is, brother. Thanks for reminding us. We got a couple earnings play, nothing substantial. We have Dave & Buster's after the bell, and then an additional weed company coming up after that. So 14.8% expected move. So you can get to a high of around 27.28 and a low of around 20.60. So hopefully that helps you a little bit there. And let's figure out what the other name is here. I don't even know what high. Do you know what the ticker to High Tide is, Neil? By any chance? Anybody? If you guys put it in there, what is it? Let's see. Let's just type it in here.
HITI.
HITI. All right, let's go. High tide, that makes a lot of sense. And the same thing, nothing crazy. 28.1% expected move, so a high of around $4.
You say nothing crazy.
But I mean, it's a
$3 stock.
name, right? So like again, 28% is obviously substantial, I guess, all relative at the end of the day. So the imbalances are out there. The early ones, yeah. So there we go, bang.
Nothing much.
Yeah, I mean, but we did get the pop in Tesla here, though, Neil.
What's RIT?
Which is pretty good. We'll take that all day. Let's go.
So really, I'm surprised. Absolutely nothing. Oh, but no, sorry, Tesla has an imbalance.
Yeah, there we go.
800,000 is actually pretty decent on Tesla.
There we go, bang.
So 800,000 buy imbalance on Tesla, but nothing over $1 million. So really, it's just Tesla that had the imbalance. I was looking over at Nvidia. That's a nothing burger. I'm scrolling down to find it, and you still don't even see it. Like you get Intel at 500K, but that's about it. So only Tesla with a significant imbalance here at the end of the day. Very likely that'll even pair off. Because, I mean, what's Tesla done in volume today? 150 million shares, 800,000 imbalance with 2.2 paired. That's going to almost certainly have no trouble pairing off. And the lack of an imbalance might have given some juice. Yeah, no juice whatsoever on any of the chip names. Alphabet didn't have an imbalance either, but it got back to those highs. Google, another 52-week high. Just continue. We were just talking about how strong this sucker is. 4% today. Just seems to be, it's running away, Alphabet.
It's gone, man.
Ever since this channel break. Like it had a long channel when you break the channel. Palantir did the same setup. We had a very, very long channel where it was holding higher highs, higher lows. Then it stopped breaking to the bottom of the channel, started holding the top, and when it broke out the high, the 52-week high, that's exactly when you got the acceleration.
I'm honestly, again, it's all hindsight, Neil, and I'm slightly frustrated at myself because I've spoke this narrative, and I'm curious to think on how you feel about it. Is that some of these Mag 7 names, it's almost like everything is essentially in the background is noise, considering, and the way I look at it is that they have so much cash on hand, unlike some of the dot-com bubbles, is that any form of dip, regardless if it's a SEC probe or they're getting fined more digital sales tax, whatever it may be, in other countries, it's like, yeah, whatever. They'll find a hump over it because they're so positioned well, and they just have so much cash that you may as well just buy it.
Yeah, they're generating so much revenue. They have so many, Google in particular, they're generating revenue in so many different ways, and there's so many levers they can pull for growth. It's like, well, you're concerned about ad, well, then how about the fact that it's quantum and automated driving and AI? Right? It's like, there's so many other places. YouTube is ridiculous.
And it's like in the likes, exactly. YouTube is insane.
It's insane. I'm not just saying that because we're on YouTube.
Exactly.
Saying that because whoever's all concerned about TikTok, man, get out of here, man. YouTube.
Get out of here. Yeah, all day. YouTube Shorts, that stuff is literally like, it's highly addictive.
It's a crack.
Yeah, I was going to say that, but I didn't want to
call it like it is.
It is literally crack. Like,
Gish is addictive.
If you start, I guarantee you it's at least 30 minutes before you stop. And that's how it is for me personally. But back into seriousness, it's like, okay, with the likes of Amazon, their e-commerce business. Never mind that, we got AWS, we got Zoox, and you just have so many things within the ecosystem of these names that it's
that's
like
what doom scrolling is called.
Yeah, I know, it's bad. It's bad. It's almost hard for them to fail at the end of the day.
It's not that they can't fail. It's just that if one thing goes wrong, they've got like 5 others that can go right.
And then not even that, they have the cash to bail themselves out eventually, right? Like they can get out of the majority of the problems that they run into.
They can invest their way into something they're failing on. They can buy companies to acquire whatever tech they need that they may be falling behind on. There's just so many, there's so many levers they can pull. We have 1 minute to go until like the imbalance. Sometimes the things will flip. I wanted to find Tesla's starting to pair off a little bit. I know you're in that one, like 750,000. It was 850 as well, but want to give a big shout out to Trade the Pool, everybody. Why? You should know why. Because instead of risking your own money, you can trade with someone else's capital. No more fear of losing, no more moving your stop loss too soon. And you actually get enough capital to make it worth your time. So you can aim for big profits. Not just a couple $100 a month. This is the revolution called limited risk trading, and it's powered by Trade the Pool. This is how it works. Join Trade the Pool, hit the profit goal and keep 70% of the profits. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code in front of you now for 10% off. Shout out to Trade the Pool. We're going to have them on. They're coming, as you mentioned, in just under 1 month. I want to say 1 month, but it's like literally just under 1 month. They'll be coming to a Canadian Thanksgiving. So watch out. There was a Open Door now has an imbalance of 700,000 buy. Not very big for Open Doors. And they just paired.
They did.
And you just saw Tesla was there for 700,000. It just paired off. So that 700,000, bit of a pullback there for Tesla from 411 down into 409. But that was on the pairing event. That's why we talk about anytime you're looking at the imbalances or there's a drive in one direction or the other because of the imbalances, at 355, oftentimes you'll see them pair and there will be a market move. I mean, somewhat of a market move when it does pair off. I'm not saying a buy and balance goes to sell or pairs off. It has to go down, but oftentimes you'll see a little bit of a reverse, especially if it's at a resistance spot already. So a good look there for Tesla. Only about 4 minutes to go. We'll go to Adara one more time.
I just want to remind you guys or let you guys know, if you're not aware, Donald Trump is speaking at 4 p.m. He's set to sign a presidential memorandum. I have the stream open. Again, that will start at 4, and I will provide coverage. Should A, this start on time, and B, anything be market related? Back to you.
And shout out to, well, thank you. First of all, thank you, Adara, because I'd forgotten about that. Won't lie. And thank you in the chat for Michelle Meir mentioning that Affirm is cranking. Only 4 minutes to go. I'm going to get up to the desk in like a minute or two, but
whenever you have to.
Man, Affirm, this was one that I'll tell you, when Klarna came out, my first thought was, like, if Klarna fails, then it's very likely that you're going to have the top for Affirm. Well, what did Klarna do today? Recovery. Where did it bounce? Remember what the IPO issue was on Klarna? $40.
$40.
What's the price that defined the low on Friday? $40. What did it do today? Went up 7%. And if it goes up 7%, Affirm goes up 7%. So it's more of a buy now, pay later space move. And certainly, and again, this goes for any one of these IPOs. If it starts trending to the downside, do not forget big historical price. You don't have much price action. You've got the low on the first day. You've got the IPO issue price. Sometimes you can go back and look at when they were private, like funding raising levels, and find out what the market cap was, or it's being valued at this amount of a price, and there was a massive buy at this price, and then work backwards and figure out what that is in dollar terms. Or you can just look at the issue price, which is an obvious one, because the fact that you could have pegged that low at $40 and be sitting there chilling on Klarna now. Like, what are we at, 46? And that's a good 15% move. Buying it on Friday morning, bouncing off that 40 level. You know the underwriters don't want to get embarrassed by having it turn red in like 3 days or 4 days. They're going to defend that price. That's exactly what they've done. And I say they because that's just usually how it works. I don't know for a fact that the underwriters were buying this one up in front of 40 and defending it, but that's just standard operating procedure, as 7% here, 7% over there on Affirm.
How do you like Webull down here, Neil? I know you got to get over to the desk there.
I'm waiting. It's not working since earnings on Webull. So I'll get that out of the way. I own Webull. I have like 1069 is my price. Because when it bounces off 10, there's only 3 options for me: 1022, 1042, and 1069. I'm going to buy one of those prices randomly in front, my long term. But look at it. It's just not working. Complete sideways action on Webull. And I like the fact that it's holding the consolidation, but it either breaks down here and I'm a buyer back into the 10 to 11 level, or I'll let it break back out and participate when it breaks back out. While it's just sitting here doing nothing, I am doing nothing with it. Like, look at the rally that we're seeing. We saw SoFi make a break of the highs, the Qs are at the highs, Webull's down 1.5% and really showing no signs of oomph. So there's no reason to do anything with it right now.
Yeah, no, I agree on that front. Yeah, I mean, I like this name a little bit here, to be honest with you.
I'm going to get myself up.
Yeah, go do what you got to do there, brother. I mean,
see you guys in a minute.
Yeah, so you guys will see Neil there in a minute. But now, guess what? You're stuck here with me, all right? So let's enjoy this last 60 seconds and go through some of the trades that we were on today. Let's go, Tesla. I told you guys we were going to wait for that imbalance. Rusty Dutch, my friend, if Bitcoin doesn't hit 117 overnight, I'm going to be knocking on your door, all right? So don't forget that. I hold people accountable. So ISO Joe is right, Dinkelberg. Let's do this thing. I mean, I wish we had some more time here because we don't have much, but we got the IBIT breakout. We missed it on Friday. We had the exact same game plan as today, and then we executed correctly. So that's exactly what we were looking to do. Now, Tesla, hot in play. Elon buying $1 billion worth of stock, working out to a couple million. We got 3 seconds. 2, 1, and boom, 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 and that's it. It is closed for the day. But, guys, Elon grabbing a couple million more shares. I think it's only a matter of time until we break through that previous all-time high. We're still about 10, 12% off it, maybe a little bit more now considering this pullback. But other than that, it's been a pretty good session, and I've been happy to chill it here and hang out with you guys. To all my friends, I'm going to do an early roll call on this one because I'm going to wait for the nod. But we got Gorev closing my runner on Palantir. Brother, let that ride. Let it ride. I'm glad that you've been killing it as well, too. Los Pollos, Mike P, Dinkelberg, Jay Doe. Who else do we got? My guy, Rivian Millionaire. Everyone in the chat. Mike P, I already mentioned you. Well, we'll give Mike P a double. 420 Bud Monster. And then shout out to Durante Gordon. Let's go, my friend. Hope you guys all had a solid session. Havana, how could I forget you ever? Havana Woody, and then Rivian Millionaire, everyone, Juggernaut Sports and Stonks, everyone, iFast Trades, Bob the dog. Bob, was it you who was writing Tesla calls? I hope not. Not cool, I hope not, brother. Party P, 4 bands, brother, Party. How come you haven't called me yet and be like, yo, Joe, this is what we're doing. We got to hang out. We're going there. We're going there. We're going to Colombia. We're doing this. Because you've been raking in a lot of cash lately. And I keep my eyes on those individuals. You know what I mean? Joe, yeah, Macaro. What's up? Makiro. What's up? Joe the King. I appreciate that one. Never traded options in my life. Oh, okay, it wasn't you, Bob Dog. It was somebody else. It was never you. You should hop on them. Have a little fun with those. Oh, okay. That's not. Let's get out of that here. Okay, boom. That was close. I forgot. There it is. I was too excited to hang out with you guys. As soon as you give me the nod there, Assassino, I'm good to go. If not, we can hang out with these guys for a little bit. No, they're just our FID trader. They're good to go? No, these are just blue lights, man. It's hella bright up in here, so we want to keep those on. But guys, that's enough of me. I'm sure you're sick of seeing my face all day. You want to go see the good-looking individuals, and that's going to be Adara, Neil, and Mr. Nos Boss himself on the aftermarket recap, guys. Have a good one.
This is not Michael Nos, everybody. Definitely not. But this is the Market Recap Show brought to you by Beta Pro, by Globex. And hopefully, can you...
Yeah, I was going to say.
I'll let Adara introduce who our special guest is right now for obvious reasons.
So this is my father, Perry, and he was in Toronto for the week, and this is his last day, so he wanted to visit the studio. So this is my dad. Do you want to say hi?
Yeah, hi. Yeah, it's great to be here. I've been bugging Dara for a while to actually get a lay of the land, so it's awesome. Yeah. And we were here for TIFF, or I was here for TIFF.
Yeah, so that was really awesome. So this is, my dad, and happy to have him on here. And thank you, Neil, for suggesting that. Yeah.
Well, I only have one question for you, and that is, how is it that you managed to raise someone who is so multi-talented?
Oh, that's very nice of you to say that. That's very nice of you to say that. I would probably give most of the credit to my wife, but she has my good looks. I'm kidding. But yeah, and she's kind of shy. I'm kidding. She's got my propensity to chat a little bit, right, Dara? Yeah, and then she might have her speed of talkingness from me.
Well, we all love it here. I can tell you right now, the viewers absolutely love Adara, and the degree to which, it's like Adara's turned into like a crutch for myself, and I know for Sean and the rest of us, it's like I don't have to remember important tidbits and stories and dates and who's the CEO anymore, because I know if I just start, and who is this again? I'm going to know in 2 seconds because Adara is going to remind me.
I have the button now, which has made it very convenient for that as well. I can just
press the button. You have no idea how awesome it is.
That is so great to hear. I mean, she loves being here, and I got to say, from a parent point of view, it's so cool to see your kid at work, right?
Yeah, because you get to watch the show.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So thank you. I'm happy to have you here, Dad, and thank you, Neil, for giving me this opportunity as well. Thank you. Thank you.
I appreciate it. See, that's what I love about this show.
Thank you so. Yeah, this is. I love like how cool the vibe is here on Trader TV Live. And speaking of work, it's funny too. Fiverr actually on watch because FVRR, weird work-related transition. They did have news heading into the close. They're going to lay off roughly 250 employees in a restructuring to focus on AI. So the AI aspect of this is kind of odd. I don't know their workforce. I'm going to quickly look this up to see how many people they have in their workforce. I can't find that right now, so I'm going to keep looking there. But Rocket Lab also has news, Neil. They say they may offer and sell some of their common stock from time to time, up to $750 million. That's through an SEC filing. That is the most wishy-washy thing I've ever heard. They might sell their stock. So that's Rocket Lab. David Buster's is dropping here. All work and no play makes this one a dull boy. I'm going to have to look at this.
100%. But it's interesting for Rocket Lab because Rocket Lab right at the highs on the daily, unfortunately, when you get that news. And obviously, that's exactly the kind of thing that's going to cause a little bit of a pullback. And of course, I say daily, and then I'm looking at a weekly chart, but it's the same thing. If I pull up a daily, move that to a daily chart, you'll see it's right up at it was right up at the top there, breaking out, and just lost the 54 level at the close here. Not a huge move down, but a 2 to 2.25% move in the aftermarket here for Rocket Labs to that downside. Unfortunately, a bit of a disappointment for them. You never really want an offering. You don't want them to be raising. And I just saw in the chat someone already saying Fiverr only has 762
so that's
employees.
Like a third.
But I'm getting that from somebody else.
I'm looking for that.
I see it in the chat. So I'm trusting you guys here. That is 762, which I just saw from Timon in the chat. Dave and Buster's out.
Yeah, and it's not good.
Is it playing nice?
I mean, not really, but neither was this report. So it's like one of those ones where you kind of understand why it's reacting the way it does. Yeah. So as of the end of 2023, the most recent, I can find 775 employees. So that's pretty close. Yeah, this is not a good report, Neil. So their earnings only increased by 0.5% year over year, which is pretty minuscule. They also missed estimates. They reported sales $562.78 million versus estimates of $557.41. They also reported Q2 adjusted earnings 40 cents versus 92 cents expected. That is a massive miss here. Now, they also had a decline in comparable store sales, a metric that we know really does matter here for this type of business, down 3% year over year. So bit of a rough look there for PLAY.
It's a mixed reaction because at least initially they responded by going to the upside. But this is the thing, when a company like this, where you care probably a little bit more about the comparable sales, the top and bottom can come out and it spikes to the upside, but then now you've now gone red by 5.5%. It was initial move was up, but now you're starting to fall right back in here, everybody. And Dave and Buster's, it does have a decent short float, so it's more fun when it heads to the upside, but this is not looking good. It's trapped some people that might have bet for the long with that breakout that we had, at least initially. And then when you pull up the daily chart here for Dave & Buster's, yuck, yuck, and yuck. It's hugging the 200 period moving average in the wrong direction and just failed it again today. So it's a bit of a technical fail breakout here for Dave & Buster's. In addition to that, same-store sales drop 3%.
Yeah, Rocket Lab's still dropping again, guys. The catalyst is that they may, and I do mean may, they may be offering and selling shares of their common stock, quote, from time to time of up to $750 million. That is a very catalyst, but the market doesn't like it, understandably. That does suggest a sale, though, again, we have no timing on it. We don't really have a clear amount. Oscar, though, thank you to Adam James in the chat for bringing this one to my attention. This is another offering. So we've got Rocket Labs with this potential offering, then we actually have Oscar Health with an offering. That is going to be a $350 million convertible note offering, and the goal of that is apparently to fuel AI-driven growth. So, Neil, this makes this the second offering of the night and also the second company to announce a kind of mixed catalyst and use AI as an excuse. The first would be Fiverr, laying off, as far as we can tell, roughly a third of its workforce so they can focus on AI. So that's kind of weird.
I don't like these. The offerings at the end of the day, they shouldn't surprise anybody. When you have markets at the highs and when you have growth names and runners moving like they are, you should expect that companies are going to want to raise capital. So it's not, if it comes out of left field to you, for things like Oscar or for Rocket Labs to do these raises, it shouldn't. You should expect these types of things to happen. It's not; these are not long-standing big time generating cash. We were talking about the Mag 7 names with Joe and how they've so much cash they can basically withstand any kind of a move, and they have a war chest in many ways that they can pull, levers they can pull to make money. That's not always the same case. I mean, Rocket Labs, let's be real. Rocket Labs was a $15 stock. That is now $55. This is a company that is very, very young at the end of the day. And when you throw up, say, like an Oscar, Oscar was an $11 stock that put in a double up. And again, these are companies that don't have a track record, that are not making a bunch of money. And when you're trying to stay the course, part of that is going to be continuously raising capital. So unfortunately, we have a couple of those today. Dave & Buster's, I just want to double check to see how our earnings name is doing. But Dave & Buster's, yeah, it's still a bust. It hasn't made it fresh, though. It just held $21 even, so at least there's that. It's made a bit of a bottom here, stabilizing, but down 7%. The big miss was on that same-store sales, 3% decline there. That's never going to be good. I'll always love Dave & Buster's because I was at one, I think in my early 20s, and one of the machines was malfunctioning.
Really?
So I was waiting. You know the one where it's just like it just pushes the coins in, and it's
like that, like basic.
However many coins drop, you get tickets.
Okay, yeah.
So there was one that was waiting to be able to play that machine, and because people were getting paid out. So I saw people, and they were getting their tickets out.
Yes.
So I'm like, oh, they're probably going to leave. They had a ton of tickets.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, they're going to be leaving. They're just getting a big payout. But they didn't leave. And then 5 minutes, 10 minutes, I'm like, what is going on here? And then eventually they saw me waiting, and one of them came over and said, look, we gotta go, but this machine is malfunctioning and it's just spitting tickets out.
That's amazing.
So it's gonna go until it's empty, but we gotta get out of here. So just kind of, so I just stood there and I'm like, okay, well, I'll just take the tickets
amazing.
too. And then I probably won like a $5 or $20 whatever prize you could win because it's so cheap, but I like Dave & Buster's. I just don't like it here.
No.
I think it's a short, probably tomorrow, barring some kind of miracle.
I mean, yeah, like beyond the comparable store sales miss, Neil, which would be bad either way, they also did have that double miss on earnings. Now, unless you are Oracle and you come up with pretty wild projections to, give a nice cushion to your double miss, you're probably not going to do too well on a double miss. And I do want to talk about Webtoon here as well. This is a small cap, WBTN. This one announcing a deal with Disney. They've entered a non-binding term sheet for the development of a digital comics platform that's going to be including past comics from Disney's portfolio. So cool comic-themed catalyst here for WBTN and DIS, though I would doubt this is moving DIS. I'm going to check to make sure.
I can't imagine why
and
it would
is
be.
not. It's not moving Disney, but it will move the small cap that is associated. It's a good look here for Webtoon. Speaking of small caps, Tesla was kind of moving like a small cap today.
It really was.
That was wild to watch. That 420, which Elon posted about it. It's the prophecy. We moved up $69 to 420. So I think he was just happy that happened. But either way, the 400 support held, the 410 resistance to an extent held, the 420 kind of existed. There's a lot of levels that held up, but other than that, the volatility on this was insane to watch.
It gave you perfect opportunity. So
it was beautiful.
This morning, you could have longed 415 twice.
Yeah.
You could have shorted 420. It then broke down 415 once in the afternoon. Then it gave a clean breakdown at 410.
Yes, it did.
Then it gave a clean hold reversal at 405. It was like every $5, there was something you could have been doing with Tesla. It didn't matter. If you didn't make money in the morning, you could have made money shorting in the afternoon. If you didn't make money shorting in the morning, you could have made money long in the afternoon. In either direction. However, it is worth pointing out, in this gap up, third day strong, Tesla was trend down today.
That's true.
So ultimately, yes, Tesla, big rally on Thursday, big rally on Friday. Tesla is going to still be up overall 3.5% from Friday's close, but it was in a downtrend today. The third day was to sell the news. And part of that, I think, could just stem from, if Tesla was just being bought by Elon and the extra volume on Friday was Elon buying shares, then in the absence of that, there wasn't that extra juice for it to push.
No, yeah.
Unfortunately.
And I agree, and I think we probably will see a lot more of this random intense buying on Tesla because we know Elon Musk wants his big pay package. In order to get his big pay package and get his 11th and 12th tranche, he needs Tesla to reach market caps of $7.5 trillion and $8.5 trillion respectively. So how do you do that? You get the stock to run up, and I think there's a couple different aspects of that. A, Elon needs to seem committed to Tesla, and B, there has to be enthusiasm with the stock. Now with this movie, Neil, I believe he accomplishes both. So I suspect we will probably see a lot more of these sporadic rallies in Tesla that will be explained by an SEC filing a day or two later.
Well, I definitely think that you have something there for sure. And nice try, 420 Bud Monster. See, you gift me 420 and then I'm just going to go right back and gift you 690. Your move, 420 Bud Monster. It's just a little fun thing we love to do around here. But just to give a recap, I know we are going to have, it would have been a surprise, obviously, that Michael was in the building. But then you guys saw Michael kind of walk past in the afternoon, so you know the NOS boss is here live here today. But just to give you a quick recap here, the only big earnings name we had today, or it's not really a big earnings name, the earnings name that we had, of course, is going to be Dave & Buster's. It is headed back into the low, so missed on the top and the bottom. They also had weak same-store sales, down 3 percentage points. So, Michael, here's the thing. This morning, I get a message. We didn't have you on in the morning, which it's not normal on a Monday. So I'm like, so what's going on? Yeah. And then in the afternoon, like Brendan messages me, and he just says, well, we're gonna have Michael on for the close, which I took as, okay, well, Michael couldn't make it in the morning show. He'll be back regularly in the afternoon. Nobody told me you were going to be here physically, Michael.
So I just gave you a little jump scare when I came in. Hey, what's going? Yeah, no. If I'm here, if I'm in Toronto, if I'm out of my little shack in the woods, I got to come by and say hi to the people and see what's going on with the markets, which is great because I was in a conference all day, so I wasn't able to look, but now I can listen to you guys and know what's going on.
Well, it was a good day in the markets in general. Like the Qs went. But a lot of the real rally happened in some of the growth stuff. Like late in the day, we had Bitcoin break the 115 level. Yeah. ETH didn't really want to go with it, and some of the small cappers around there started to go as well. BMNR started going to the upside and looked pretty strong, which makes a little bit of sense. And we had the quantum names had some big moves early on, and then you had the nuclear names were strong rallies. So a lot of that growthier part of the market was doing really well. My question would be, okay, that's all well and good, but that slim chance of a 50 basis point cut seems like it's going out the window for Wednesday.
Yeah, see, well, you're always trying to stump me, and with Fed talk, that might be the way to do it. But I still think everything is going to be priced in for that. I believe 25. That was going to be my bet anyway, and I could certainly be wrong on that. But seeing what's happening in crypto, and more specifically Solana, right? And knowing that we're going down the cap scale in crypto. So first we had the giant Bitcoin move, then we had Ethereum approach all-time highs, and it's been stalling there for a while. Now we have Solana approaching all-time highs, and through that, if we really take a big zoomed-out look out there on Solana,
let's go to a week.
It's that looks like a really nice base, and if you just run kind of a basic target based on a base like that, it's shooting at like $1,000 for Solana, which would be a 5x from here. So the Fed isn't supposed to be paying attention to some of these speculative moves. No. It's supposed to just be jobs and inflation, but I bet you they are. I bet you, like, secretly he's got a chart of the SPY up and says, really, do I want to cut in this? So I wouldn't be surprised if that 50 that everyone's expecting becomes 25, and then
like, how could it?
Maybe that's it by the end of the year.
Like when asset values are through the roof, it's like, what are we doing cutting 50 basis points? It wouldn't make a lot of sense, and I tend to agree with you there. But speaking about Solana, so I have the weekly chart up, and clearly it's been on a pretty strong rally. At this point, like, you're already more than 2x from the local bottom.
Yes. Yeah.
And the breakout hasn't even happened yet.
Yep.
Now, for most people, and I'm going to include myself in this, I do have some Solana. I'm mostly Bitcoin, but I do have some. I'll get that out of the way.
Yep.
But it's not a lot. For most people, taking this kind of a break after this kind of a rally is a very difficult thing to do, because it just feels like we've come so far so fast. You have a lot of people taking profits in front of levels like this in the high 250s, 260s, let alone breaking at above 300. So sort of walk me through what you're looking for, because I know, like you just said, explosive potential technically.
Yes. Well, and I hope if you just bring up a chart of Ethereum, I hope we get the same move in Solana that we just got in Ethereum. And actually, I'm really poised to maybe take this Ethereum move, because that's that same weekly chart. And you can see almost the same movement. Well, we got up to that prior high, and then we just rested for a month or two. Perfect world, That's what we see on Solana as well, is we get to these all-time highs and we just chill out. And if we can do that, that makes the trade a little bit easier because you're just buying new all-time highs and you're putting your stop below that base. Again, that makes things a little bit easier for me. Market sometimes doesn't make things easy. So I'm going to buy the all-time high break regardless. Yeah. And then if I have to come up with a stop, I think it's just going to be ATR based. Like give me on a weekly basis, like 2 ATRs or 3 ATRs, and I'll just use that as a stop.
Yeah, and for everyone that complains that ETH didn't follow through, the other thing you got to consider, like this is a monthly here on ETH, everybody, and you know we break. We're literally consolidating in between the prior like local high, I'll call it. That's the term I like to use. I guess that's the right thing to say. The local high is 41, and this top, we're just consolidating. And we get this a lot, like, oh, this X stock isn't moving, or that stock's not moving. I will tell you this right now, and I'm going to pull up Palantir, a stock that we're all familiar with, to prove this point. I'm going to use a daily chart, jumping into it right here. If you are pulling back from a take of the high and you go sideways after that pullback, that is a good thing, not a bad thing. I know you get bored with it, and you know it's not exciting, but if it's getting bought at the first dip point after making an all-time high, that probably means that there's people that want to buy back into the next run.
Well, and that's institutional accumulation. They're not chasing the gap up or the breakout. You got to remember, these guys have investment committees and compliance departments, and they have to decide well in advance what they want to trade and where they want to trade it. So I think this was a perfect chart in Palantir where it pulls back into a zone that some investment committee has decided that this is the place they want to place the trade, and they're just going to bid there because they can't chase the stock up. So that's, I think, what's happening right now with Ethereum is that we hit that high, and as it pulls back, all of the investment committees and everything have their chance to take the move, and we just consolidate here, and hopefully it continues to go. And this is, you know, stereotypical what makes bull flags. We all love the bull flag, but the mechanics behind it is simply that, is that the big guys, they won't chase the move higher. They'll put their bids down, and that's what stops these from going lower, and the volatility contraction. You can see how tight Ethereum's been even over the last handful of days versus what it was on the way up. They're not buying because of the volatility contraction. They're causing the volatility contraction because they won't chase up the price. They're just waiting for it to come back down. They're bidding there.
Exactly, and well pointed out there. I have to ask you this because Ari Page is one of our longtime viewers, has thrown it in the chat. So we're going to ask you and put you on the spot for this one. I promise you it's pretty harmless.
Let me have it.
Can we ask the NOS boss, and he specifically said the NOS boss, how he finds living in Halifax? For anyone that doesn't know, Halifax is out east in Canada, where we are right now. It's absolutely gorgeous. And if he and the family are considering a move to Ontario or Alberta, or even the U.S.
I absolutely love Nova Scotia. You couldn't drag me out of there. I love visiting. I'm here for 2-3 days for an investing conference, and by then I'll kind of miss my quiet in the woods. And just like anything, the grass is always greener. When I'm out there, I'm like, man, I want to go to New York. I want to go to Toronto where there's like that energy and action. And, you know, I walked here from King Street, so it was like a 30-minute walk. There's people everywhere. And if I walk 30 minutes around my house, I just get worried about bears. So the grass is always greener, but I love the quiet life.
Well, I'll tell you this right now. For those that don't know, my older brother lives in Halifax. He moved out there like well over a decade ago. And he's never coming back.
No.
I know that ship has sailed.
So when are you coming out? When get the whole office out here and
look, the hilarious thing about this, I'm literally flying to Halifax on Saturday.
Oh.
Because I took Monday off and I just haven't seen my brother in a while. So if I haven't seen him in a while, sometimes I just go up there for the weekend to see my nephews and spend some time. And then my daughter, she gets to see her cousins. So we're going to be up there for just the weekend. I'm coming back on Monday. But Halifax is on a list of places that I would find it nice to retire to. It would probably take some convincing for my wife. Because all of her family's in Ontario. Like for me, like my immediate family is here, but then they spend half their time in Halifax because that's where my brother is. So my parents are there right now. They're retired. They just go back and forth. But there you have it. Mr. Nas, he'll visit, but he's staying in Halifax because it's absolutely amazing. But David, that's a good one. I don't know if you was a perfect Julian for Halloween in 2015. Great show. You guys are probably Trailer Park Boys. What they've learned about in Canada is not, I love the Trailer Park Boys. Canada is not all about hockey and the Trailer Park Boys, although it is a fantastic show.
And originated, filmed 5-minute drive from my house, just right up the road in the park there. So yeah, that's, well, most people, they hear Halifax and Nova Scotia, the Trailer Park Boys inevitably comes up, so.
Obviously. I know we only have a few minutes to go. It's like 4:25 already, apparently. Michael, look, we know there's Fed this week.
Yeah.
We talked a little bit about crypto. I know you're here for a conference. My question to you is, if you care to share, pick up anything interesting at said conference? Any thoughts you want to share with us?
Already. Well, we've got, I guess, meme coin experts are now a thing. So we have a couple like well-dressed people who have spent their study in meme coins. So if that's becoming a whole industry, I think that's something we need to look at. They were actually talking about the pump.fun token, which recently hit all-time highs. And through that, I looked like a great chart to me.
So you're saying the pump?
It'd just be pump.fun. And this was, like with most coins,
where is it?
When this one launched, it just kind of completely collapsed. Yeah, that's the chart right there. And now we're getting back through that highs. And this, to me, you know, we talk about buying smiley faces all the time. A little bit too overextended in the short term, but maybe we come back and test that launch high. And maybe I'm going to get involved there. It's interesting we're seeing that. And then also a lot of Tesla talk today with that small buy, which $1 billion, it's funny to say it's a small buy, but relative to his net worth.
It's a drop in the bucket.
It's nothing.
But it's a drop in the bucket for Elon Musk, but it's not like the extra $1 billion worth of buy action in over a short period of time, like he was buying it, gets you that 8% move on Friday. Like that's the thing people are forgetting. Like yes, Tesla does a ton of volume, everybody, but if you take all the regular volume that just sort of happens in a general sense and then throw in Elon's buy on Friday, that's how you get the explosive action you see. Like nobody saw that move coming. Even if you were in a long, it just didn't make any sense other than someone is accumulating here and maybe doing so in the not sophisticated way. What I find interesting about that is when the buy isn't spaced out, what that kind of tells you. Like to me, it's like, okay, well, Elon wanted no part of spreading this out. He's like, I need to get it all in a day.
Well, and you guys talked about it, I heard before I came on. It's simply to make a headline, right? That's all he wants is he wants to get everyone shaken up and talk about the company and saying, you know, maybe Optimus did something or something like that, which I don't think is the case at all. I think this was basically just, I don't know, maybe he's a closet technician. He saw the breakout of the wedge. I see you have it drawn here. And he wanted to add a little fuel to the fire. The other thing to keep in mind that this is the worst performing Mag 7 stock over a couple of years. So a lot of people, they did a little poll of the audience. And again, this is a lot of technicians and quants and things like that. And a lot of people were saying $1,000 isn't completely off the table, which they did the math. And hilariously, that would be $4.2 trillion. So it hits that.
Of course
it would. So maybe he's trying to force that $4.2 trillion mark to get hit, but it's also very shorted. It's a big short float, so maybe he's trying to shake the trees there as well. We know Elon vehemently argues and hates shorts, so maybe he's just trying to put the squeeze to some shorts, see if it can take out that all-time high.
Well, I think the first and last point of the big ones there. It was in a breakout technically, let's be real. Well, 3 points. The breakout technically, the fact it was underperforming, and the shorts. Because oftentimes we get wrapped up in this, the stock has a 20% short float or a 40% short float or some gigantic number, but then you remember from a notional standpoint, Tesla having a 2 or 3% short float is gigantic.
Well, considering the free float is way smaller than the float number because Elon owns a whole chunk of it, and we know he's not selling.
He ain't selling. Well, at least we think he's not selling.
Unless he needs to buy another social media company, I guess.
Well, you never really know. But that's really cool. You see that? Look at that. Was that already there? He's like, so we have it. I don't have the site up right now. So Fabian has it where we can look at what the crowd or what our viewers are, what symbols they're looking at the most. They just type in $. So like I would put in like $Tesla into the chat. And if you do the $, then Tesla usually will drop down there. And then it keeps track. We have a website that keeps track of what the most interesting names are according to our viewers throughout the day. So we always have a bit of a channel check as to what people are watching the most.
Really,
now we can throw this up behind us because we have this, I mean, it's just a black wall, as you guys can tell. But we can throw this up as if it was a green screen. OPTT. So we are going to have, I mean, Michael, this is going to be like all a ridiculous. It's going to be nuts. I don't want to spoil too much, but it's going to be pretty pimp on this.
I had a chat with Brendan, and like I was literally here. It felt like a couple months ago, and then you guys blew up the whole place. And I've heard the plans, and for the viewers, it's going to be awesome.
So the next time, I mean, the next time you come here, it is going to be vastly different. Like, it looks different now, but you won't even be able to recognize the space.
Oh, it's going to be
Next
awesome.
time you're here, like, this desk isn't supposed to be here. We're going to be pushed back. That entire back is getting blown out. And then wait till you see what's on that wall. Even I can't wait for it.
Measures around here, eh? All or nothing.
Well, pretty much. You know how it goes. I mean, we're thankful to have had you around for quite some time now, and that's the thing. Like, we're lucky to have a great community. We're lucky to have, you know, people like Michael, experts like Michael, to be able to come in and opine a little bit, be a good friend to the show, and sort of keep the journey going for us as we're always just trying to grow.
I love being here, and I was talking to Brendan too. I think I was originally coming on when you guys were at like 30,000 subscribers, which is still big, but just nothing compared to it was. I remember it was during COVID, and then over the years, it's awesome what you guys have accomplished so far, and the plans that you guys got going for more and more. It sounds so great.
And it looks like I just saw Tesla's still the number one thing people are. It was Tesla pretty much all day long. I think it led from the wire as the most talked about ticker, which shouldn't be any surprise, but it's one of these cool features.
With the last minute, I'm going to put you on the spot right now.
Oh, okay.
Was that candle in Tesla, was that a blow off top for the next couple of days? Are you looking to short this one tomorrow? Because I was looking at that, a big gap up, and the gap up failed.
So I'll tell you why the answer. There's an even better reason why the answer is yes. I had short this afternoon, but that was through. It broke down 410 for a little bit of a breakdown trade. But look where. Not only did it have a blow off candle, but look where the resistance was right at 10 o'clock, and then right through 11 o'clock as well. 420.
Of course.
So the way I see it, I'm playing it over under 420.
Yeah.
Like if it can't hold over 420. I'm thinking short into 420 tomorrow.
Yep.
If it breaks out above 420, I'm not fighting this stock if it retakes that level. But no, it does. It looked like a temporary blow off top with all the volume that we got.
Yep.
But also the fact that, like, psychologically, I don't care whether it's a thing or not. It just seems to be a thing with this number and Elon and Tesla.
He's got his own bot program to trade around it, I'm sure. Why not?
But as long as the market respects it, it's like a technical.
Yeah.
If the market seems to respect it, then as a day trader, I'm not going to ignore it. That's the way I want to approach it.
Well, there you go. So I didn't get to stump you. You didn't get to stump me. We'll cycle back next week for another round. How about that?
Yeah. Well, we'll always try to. I mean, I'm the one that tries to stump you. One of these weeks, I'm going to get Michael with a question. He's just going to throw his hands up and he'll be all frustrated. He's going to storm off. He'll jump off Zoom, and I'll be like, "Gotcha." No, It'll pretty much never happen. But thank you for coming on through, Michael. Always a pleasure having you. You'll get to sit here while I do a little something to wrap things up because Adair's not going to be here. Oh, big shout out to thank you for Adair's dad for stepping on through. That was amazing to be able to meet him, and certainly you can see the apple does not fall far from the tree. Pretty sharp and pretty funny dude himself. So it's roll call time, everybody. And if you don't know what that is, then you haven't been here. And if you want to be part of roll call, jump in the chat right now. Throw something in there like a thank you, Michael, maybe a symbol that you like. A shout out to Fabian, Ramin, Andre. A shout out to Brendo, to Sean, Obi, Joe, of course, Sharif. And thank you, Obi, for filling in for him. To Michael Noss, our special guest. Just throw it in the chat. But to be a part of the chat, you have to be a subscriber. So hit the sub. If you haven't done so, hit the like. Jump in the chat. Let's get some roll call action. And I'll start it with Day Trader Cut saying, what up to the NOS boss? We got Mike Peter Ryder, Dinkelberg, CompuCare team, Rescue and Renew with Jason Reynolds. Why not? Artemis in there, Garrett Morris, Bobby. We got iFast Trades. I love it. It's like iShow Speeds, iFast Trades. That is a fantastic one. Charlin, Jaguar Nut, Nitish Doobie in the chat, Tay2 certified. We've got Grunfeld, Pelican, Roger Noonan, Durarte Gordon, Sylvie, Gustav Brendis. We've also got Never Always Ever. That's a good one. Danny Dollars, Sean Varland, Real Johnson, and we got Gorav in the chat. We got Speedy B747, Rivian Millionaire. What up, Joseph Schmo, Relaj de Relojas, Mr. Singh in the chat. We got a day in the life of Tomcat XSL. T-Man, Scott Mode, Dr. JD Voice. Who else we got in here? Daryl Flinch. Hey, Daryl, what up, brother? It's been a while. Daryl, long-time viewer. We appreciate you. I'll end it with that one because that's a blast from the past. Daryl has been watching us as long as you've been on this show. I can tell you. I hope all is well, Daryl. Pleasure to see you. We have the best community out there, and the best part about Trader TV Live, we get to do it all again tomorrow morning. We got the Fed this week, although not till Wednesday. We got some Tesla to trade tomorrow, so make sure you get your rest. We'll see you bright and early. This is Michael Noss, our good friend. I'm Neil. We've been brought to you by Beta Pro by Globex. We're Trader TV Live, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Yeah.